Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support subscribe this channel for watching new and interesting stories. This video includes a self-regarded human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter faced the darkest twist of the Triwizarding tournament? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. During the Triwizard tournament, Harry uncovers a deadly secret hidden within the tasks, one that could change the wizarding world forever. As darkness rises, this year becomes his most dangerous challenge yet. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. There was a twitch under her hand and Daphne smiled to herself as she began to wake up. Another day to look forward to with Harry, Ginny, Hermione and her sister. She had a mental frown that quickly passed as she remembered the events of the day before. But that, and the disgusting Umbridge, were all gone now, Daphne thought to herself. The person under her hand breathed in deeply and Daphne discovered that it wasn't Harry that had snuggled up to her front. Her eyelids rose sleepily and she confirmed that it was Hermione's softer form that she held close and wondered how Harry and Nani had exchanged places during the night while she slept soundly. The two girls had fallen asleep with their heads on Harry's comfortable chest, but it wasn't the first time a rearrangement had happened during the night. If you're going to keep fondling my nipple like that, you could at least let me turn over so I can reciprocate sweetums. Hermione glanced over her shoulder and smiled at her bedmate, and Daphne realized that her thumb had unconsciously been circling and playing with a growing point on the brunette's east. Daphne wasn't sure if she should laugh or be embarrassed in fondling her friend. Hermione smiled and then turned over to hug and then key. Daphne. Unconscious groping leads to some interesting mornings, doesn't it? You should know by now I won't hold it against you. And Harry would just ask, why not? Both girls chuckled at the sometimes devilish approach their favorite wizard took, but neither would change those waggling eyebrows for anything. So where is our guy this morning? Daphne asked. Probably slipped out for his morning run, Hermione responded. I'm out here on the balcony with a tea set if you're getting up. Hermione must have heard something in Harry's mental voice as she hurried to get out of bed and put on a dressing gown to head outside. Daphne was only a few steps behind her but slowed down to put on some slippers before she went outside. She had a lot of experience with cold flagstones and didn't want to catch a chill if they were going to be outside for a while. Hermione hadn't had to worry about her feet being on the floor as she was comfortably ensconced on Harry's lap when Daphne got outside. The set of chairs and a table were set up just a few steps from the French doors. Hermione was pouring a couple cups of tea for Daphne and herself as Daphne sat. She took one from Hermione's hands and poured a little bit of cream into it before sipping the hot drink. So how long have you been out here by yourself, Harry? Only an hour or so. I woke up and just couldn't seem to get back to sleep, so I decided to come out here and watch the sunrise. It's nice watching the grounds wake up and get back to life in the morning. We would have been happy to come out and be with you, you know. Thanks, Daphne, but I'm not just brooding when I go off by myself. That's good to know. Daphne moved her chair over so she could place her hand atop Harry's. He smiled at her and they continued to watch the scenery off the balcony as they drank. It was perhaps a half hour later when Ginny and Astoria walked through the master bedroom to join them. After hugs and greetings were exchanged all around, the two girls found seats, with Ginny taking Hermione's place on Harry's lap and Astoria placing herself on her sister's knee. Harry cuddled up with the redhead and got a nice good morning key from her. He looked over at the smaller blonde across the way. Did you and Ginny stay up to the wee hours talking Tory? I lost track of the hour, but I did have the nicest time. I found out some more of your secrets, Lord Potter. Harry lowered his head and peered over the top of his glasses. I suppose this means more candy and side trips then. Astoria grinned. I wouldn't be a Slytherin if I didn't at least try to blackmail you. You keep threatening with disclosing my middle name to everyone. Well, how about them then? He said, waving his free hand at Ginny and Hermione. They belong to the, how did Ginny say it? The smarter half of the planet. Gender and family affiliations make them exempt from blackmail by me. Harry closed his eyes. Ooh, then I really am doomed. The four girls broke up laughing and Astoria jumped up and ran around the table to key a seemingly flustered and doomed wizard on his cheek. Harry laughed and caught her up and tickled her with one hand. Astoria squirmed away but then came back with a quiet request. Would you be awful upset about not going to the amusement park today? I'm not much in the mood to go out in public for some reason. It's not a problem and very understandable. I'm sure we all have other things to do anyway, Tori, Hermione answered. Are you sure you're not upset with me, Harry? Actually, I was trying to figure out a way to ask you and the others about a rain ticket for another day. There's something else I'd like to do this morning and I wasn't sure if you or any of these other beautiful representatives of the smarter half of the planet wanted to come with me. There was a silence of a few seconds and then Hermione asked the obvious question. You want to stay at the hearth or is there some place different you wanted to go? After yesterday, I thought maybe we could go and attend services at a church somewhere and then go to Godric's Hollow. I think it's time we finally visited Mom and Dad's gravesite. Tell them how my life has been going and introduce them to the important people in my life. There were smiles from everyone and Daphne suddenly jumped to her feet. We have to go change, Tori. Give us 25 minutes to go to Trader's Roost and come back. There's no big hurry. We have time for breakfast here first and then go. Even I haven't seen the cleaned up chapel at Hogwarts yet and maybe we can catch Sirius or Remus there and ask them to come with us. I think that's great idea, Harry. Ginny climbed off of her husband's lap after giving him a good long key. Let's go let Luff know we need a quick breakfast then. Ginny and the two Greengrass girls got up to head to the kitchen. Hermione stayed back to keep her husband company as they followed the trio. You have a fantastic idea and I'll try and not ask the obvious question. Harry smiled. Oh, go ahead. You know you want to. I just am curious as to why now. Is it just a reaction to what happened yesterday in front of Gringotts? Harry sighed. Part of it was that, but before most of it was just not being ready to see their graves and control myself. I suddenly realized this morning that I really don't need to worry about that. I'll have you and Gin and Daphne nearby if I lose it. Hermione leaned over and keyed Harry as they started descending the main stairway. Ginny and I vowed to never push you about going there. We just figured it would happen when you were ready and we would even be okay if you wanted to go without us. Never. Or at least with Sirius or Remus. I'll ask them. You don't mind going to the chapel at Hogwarts. As long as we're with you, it doesn't matter. Besides, it'll be nice seeing the students that come and attend. Another type of common ground for the various houses. Or a type of sharing that the purebloods don't seem to have. A time and place to reflect on things. You're getting awful philosophical in your old age, Mr. Potter. No, just realistic. I just can't say it's luck, good or bad, that's got me in as to where we all are today. Maybe there's a plan in place for all of us. Hermione just nodded. Besides, how else could you explain that I have these three gorgeous angels standing guard around me? Hermione's sudden smile and hug almost knocked Harry over and he had to grab the banister to keep from tumbling down the last half-dozen steps. There was about 10 minutes left before the start of services when the three Potters and Daphne Greengrass entered and saw some of the other students that were coming to attend. Astoria had been corralled by her ex-roommates Jessica and Becky and a few other Slytherin second years about the pictures in the Daily Prophet and her attendance at the ceremonies the day before. Astoria rolled her eyes and waved the others onward after discreetly crossing her heart to Harry, letting him know she would not tell her friends all of the details of the previous day's happenings. Harry had seen the chapel during his wanderings around the school during their first year, but he was pleasantly surprised at the care and detail that had been applied to cleaning up the facility when they arrived in the seldom visited 6th floor corridor room. The chapel held 12 rows of 15-foot-long pews, and the wooden seats on each side of the central aisle gleamed like they had been polished every day since the last day the chapel had been actively used. The double oak doors, which were off their hinges on Harry's last visit, were rehung and opened wide with a small placard listing both the times of services and the vicar and priest who were going to be the officiants. It was a very lovely setting, and Harry gained a sense of the peacefulness of the chapel as he and the others sat down. Even Hermione, their resident researcher extraordinaire, couldn't discover when the chapel had last been used before Dumbledore decided to reopen it this year. The last records she could find in the Hogwarts library were that the chapel was used extensively for a number of weddings and Christmas pageants in the 19th century. Residents from Hogsmeade had used the chapel sporadically during the Goblin Wars when their own church had been burned out or was otherwise unavailable. The best guess any of the school portraits could make was that seemed that the chapel had fallen into disuse at the turn of the century. Although Harry believed that the chapel was not on an exterior wall, the sun seemed to be shining through the round stained glass window that took up most of the wall behind the altar. There were a few statues that were in a few niches in various places that seemed carved out of marble or solid wood and were painted to a high luster. Harry wondered if it was the magic of the school or the magic of the sculptors that seemed to almost breathe life into the representations. Seeing a few friends from Gryffindor, like the Ackley triplets, Dean Thomas and the Creevey brothers, Harry waved and whispered a quiet, "Good morning," to the six that had traveled and sat down together. Other people they knew on site were Justin Finch Fletchley, Lisa Turpin, and Eddie Carmichael. There were a number of students from all 7 years, but the only Slytherin, other than Daphne, that showed up was Jonathan Vasey, who looked a little lost as he sat with his girlfriend Eleanor Simmons from Hufflepuff. Harry had to smile as he saw what everyone had decided to wear. There was everything from jeans and trainers to formal dress robes. His wives and fiancé had decided on some nice dresses without jewelry or makeup, and he had opted for some dress slacks and a button-down shirt. Hermione had just said something simple and respectful when Daphne had asked her what she should appear in. Daphne had talked to Hermione on the way down to the 6th floor and sat next to her too. She did that in an effort not to make any mistakes or embarrass herself or the Potter family. Harry and Ginny had gone to services with the Grangers a time or two on holidays and felt confident about not feeling out of place. Vicar Cobb's service was not long, but he endeared himself to Harry when he asked first if everyone felt like doing some singing before and after the first celebration of worship in the refurbished chapel. Harry and the others picked up the hymnals that were in every pew. Raising his voice in a spiritual song did a considerable good in easing Harry's guilty conscience about the actions he had taken before. Harry stayed sitting after the service was over, and all 3 of his female escorts knew enough about him to let him have the quiet time that he seemed to need. He smiled and stood up finally and squeezed each of the girls' hands in thanks. The vicar was still standing in the doorway talking to the students, and Harry made it a point to shake his hand and wish him a good day. The vicar nodded and said he hoped that Harry and his companions would be frequent attendees. Harry had barely taken a few steps away toward the first staircase when he saw Sirius and Remus coming down the hallway towards them. "I was going to drop by the hearth to see how everyone was doing before I headed to my office. Josh said you were all down here and wanted to see either Moony or me for something important. Flo called him and we decided to come down and meet you." "How was the service?" Remus asked. "Pretty good," Ginny replied. Harry did a good job of covering Daphne's singing voice. Ginny went and hid behind Sirius as Daphne made to slap her. Harry took the opportunity to hold Daphne back and get in a discreet hug right in the middle of the corridor. Remus laughed. "It's okay, Lady Greengrass. You should probably know that a certain someone," he said, pointing at Sirius, "was banned from ever returning to the church near Potter Mansion for singing something totally inappropriate during a Christmas Eve service." "So not my fault," Sirius said as the group turned and made their way away from the chapel. "Should I even ask what happened?" Hermione said as she looked around to see if anyone was in hearing distance. "Sirius and I attended services with James and his parents during our 7th-year holidays." Sirius was a little exuberant. "Does that mean drunk?" Ginny asked. "That will be your first and only warning, Mrs. Potter," Sirius stated with a pointed finger. Padfoot was happy that he thought he knew the first hymn that was going to be sung. "But I did know it. Not the version everybody else was familiar with though. In church no less." "What was it?" Daphne asked. "How could you have a bad version of A Christmas Carol?" Harry stopped walking and looked at his fiancée. "You do know who we're talking about, don't you?" "Hey, I'm right here." Harry put up his hand so he could ask the important question. "So what happened?" As everyone started singing this lovely song, this rough voice started singing a sea shanty about a lady of certain questionable employment and habits. "Padfoot. Sirius, you didn't. They announced the name of the song and I just sang the one I knew." Harry was shaking his head. "So, The first Noel was not about a prostitute Sirius heard about in a bar in Falmouth. Sirius kept walking as the others broke up laughing and made shocked faces at his retreating back. Harry was helpless with laughter as he leaned against the corridor wall and then straightened up and pulled a small piece of paper and a pen out of his pocket. He started writing on it and Daphne could see it had a number of names. "So what's that?" Sirius asked, coming back. "A list of places I shan't ever go, just in case they are still mad at you." The head of the ancient and noble house of Black made his official reply to his adopted son by blowing him a raspberry. Harry laughed and threw an arm around Sirius' shoulders. Sirius turned his head and winked at Harry. "I am sorry I embarrassed James and his parents that night. They never invited me to go to services again with them. Now what was so important that you needed to see me or my mangy friend here?" Harry's smile dropped and he looked at his three ladies for a second before replying. "I was hoping you had the time to take us or make us a portkey to go to Godric's Hollow. It's time. It's time. Let me send a message off to Dumbledore to let him know where we'll be." Sirius raised his wand to send his Patronus to the headmaster's office, but Harry caught his wrist before he could begin the spell. "Let's not scare the first years with a grim running amok in the halls. Spoil sport." Harry laughed and walked over to the nearest portrait. "Evangeline." "Yes, Lord Potter." "Tisk, tisk, I thought we went over this already." "Yes, Harry. What may I do for you? Could you pass the word along to Dumbledore, Professor Narcissa or Professor McGonagall that the three Potters and Lady Greengrass will be out of Hogwarts for a few hours this afternoon with Professor Black and Professor Lupin?" "Whatever you wish, Harry." The lady from the 16th century curtsied to the group and walked off the side of her picture. Harry turned back to his friends and father. "I guess we're ready to go then. Do you know all of the portraits' names, pup?" "Just the pretty ones," Ginny replied with a wink at Sirius. Harry took a mock swipe at his wife. "That's just not so. I can't help it if I've talked to a few of the portraits around here from time to time. I've had more than a few restless nights wandering around. Shall we get going then?" Hermione prompted. She moved to take up Harry's hand and led him toward the nearest set of stairs downward. It was about 10 minutes later when the party of 6 passed through the gates of Hogwarts and were outside the wards that prevented people from apparating into or out of the school. Sirius picked up a fallen small branch and waved his wand over it. "There, it's now a portkey to Godric's Hollow. Everybody grab a hold and I'll activate it." Harry and the others grabbed firm hold of the branch and Sirius spoke the word of activation. The group instantly disappeared and appeared in a secluded alleyway in between a couple of older buildings. Harry, being Harry, lost his balance and stumbled over and threw a couple of garbage cans, making a horrible racket and spilling refuse all over the ground. Sirius was shaking with laughter while Ginny and Daphne helped Harry to his feet and cleaned him up. Hermione was waving her wand and trying to bring some order to the mess that her husband had created. It eventually got all sorted out and Sirius led Harry out of the alley with the three girls and Remus following along behind them. The village of Godric's Hollow was a quaint small village, typical of many towns such as Ottery Street, Catchpole or Kirkcaldy, where the lodging was that everyone had visited a time or two. Remus told the group that it was mostly a magical town, but some muggles still lived in the village and the surrounding countryside. There weren't a lot of people walking around when the group reached the center of the village. There was a public square and Harry could see a pub, the Stag and Dragon, the post office advertising a long list of services and hours in the main window, and a church with a notice board showing its name as All Hallows Church. Harry could barely see the picket fence that encompassed the cemetery behind the church and he felt a bit of nervousness creeping under his fingernails and hairline. There was a second or two of holding his breath before Harry felt the three girls reach out to him mentally with feelings of love and comfort. Harry flashed an appreciative smile at the three and held out his hands for Ginny and Hermione to take. Before they could take a step off toward the cemetery, Sirius had pointed out the statue in the middle of the square. "You probably need to go look at that, Harry, before we go any further." Sirius held out his elbow for Daphne to take and then walked beside the three Potters and Remus. The statue on the pedestal was of a man in an army uniform that looked like it had come from the Second World War. He was holding his helmet in one hand and gazing wearily up to the sky, holding a rifle loosely in the other. The plaque that Harry could read from the street proclaimed it was a memorial to all men in all the British armed forces that had given their lives in upholding the freedom of the British Isles. As they approached closer to the statue, Harry felt them pass through a glamour ward of some sort. It was Ginny's sudden gasp that focused Harry's eyes back on the statue. It was no longer a statue of a soldier, instead it was a statue of a threesome, and it immediately brought tears to Harry's eyes. It was a depiction of the Potter family, with Lily holding a giggling baby Harry in her lap and his father James looking at the pair with absolute delight and devotion. A feeling of longing and then disappointment and anger swirled through Harry, and then Hermione was at his side and turning him so he wouldn't look at the painful reminder anymore. Sirius joined the couple in the hug and tried to apologize for insisting on seeing the statue. Harry shook his head no and said that he needed to see it. It was Daphne's quiet voice that read aloud the inscription on the plaque at the base of the statue, dedicated to the memory and the sacrifice of James and Lily Potter, who laid down their lives protecting their son on October 31, 1981. May their love and opposition to the dark serve as a reminder to all of what is good and right in this world. Remus spoke quietly to the people he considered family. It was one of the things that got slipped through the Wizengamot in the days they were rounding up and trying the suddenly leaderless Death Eaters. I think it was Augusta Longbottom that supplied the inscription. Harry nodded in acknowledgement and thought about how he could possibly thank Neville's grandmother for her thoughtfulness, even though the statue brought some very bittersweet emotions up in him. It took some minutes before the group felt like they could walk the little distance to the cemetery. Hermione questioned Harry if he was ready. He finally nodded but held out his hands for her and Ginny to take. Daphne followed and counted herself lucky that she had two Hogwarts professors to provide some comfort to her as they went past the church. Harry opened the small gate for his wives and stood looking around the plot of land for a second before Remus pointed out the direction to take. Harry walked slowly through the headstones and noted the names of some of the famous families that had buried relatives there. Harry stopped for a moment when they passed the markers for Kendra and Ariana Dumbledore and bowed his head in a moment of respect. The names were familiar to Harry, but he had never thought about where the headmaster's family were laid to rest. Ginny whispered that it had probably been never mentioned to them because the wizard held some private memories close. Harry nodded and then his head rose as Hermione said she had seen the Potter name a little further on. Harry's feet seemed to get heavier and heavier the closer he got to the white marble monument. He finally faced the resting place of his parents and his eyes began to water as he read the inscriptions. James Potter, Lily Potter. Beloved husband, beloved wife. And father and mother. Born the 27th of March 1960, born the 30th of January 1960. Died the 31st of October 1981, died the 31st of October 1981. The last enemy that shall be defeated is death. Harry sank slowly to his knees and the two girls followed him down, although they never released their hold on his hands. Daphne turned her face into Sirius' shoulder as she could barely restrain herself from rushing to her loved one's side. She felt, however, that this moment belonged to Harry and his wives and she would pay her respects when she could. She also wanted to tell them about their son and what a fine and honorable young man and powerful, caring wizard that they had brought into the world and protected all those years ago. Hermione felt just a whisper of mental exasperation from Ginny as the first words out of Harry's mouth were an apology. Ginny clamped down on that emotion though and leaned a little bit closer to her husband as he began talking through the tears and sobs. Mum, Dad, I'm not really sure what to say now. I'm sorry it's taken me this long to come here and visit, but I've been thinking about you and wishing I could see you for as long as I can remember. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia always told me that you were never coming back for me and that you were dead. I was hurt and mad at you for many years that you left me alone and I had to live with them. I eventually got the idea that it wasn't your choice to abandon me, and I hope you heard all the apologies I ever uttered about that complaint, even if they were only in my own mind. I had a rough time at the Dursleys and I survived without much hope until Hagrid came and took me to Hogwarts. I discovered then that you have both died for me. It shouldn't have happened that way. If what Professor Dumbledore says is true, that our loved ones are never really dead as long as we remember them, then I hope you've been proud of me for the decisions I've made and how my life has gone. You exist in my heart and in my dreams, and I think, no, I believe that you are somehow still watching over me somewhere and can see how my life is. I hope you've both gotten some amusement out of the situations I've found myself in. Although I've sometimes wished I could join you, I wouldn't trade the life I have now for anything. Mum, I hope you've seen that I've tried being every bit of a gentleman in the way I've conducted myself, but I'm sure that you're more than a little upset at the amount of danger I seem to face on an irregular basis. Also, that I got married so young. Dad, I'm not bragging, exactly, but I've found two, excuse me, three very intelligent and beautiful witches that want to keep me in line and give me a reason to wake up in the morning and face the world with a little bit of courage and a whole lot of love. But you should also know that Voldemort, Tom Riddle, is still around and keeps trying to take over the world again. We've stopped him a few times and are doing everything we can to prevent him from coming back. I need to protect my family and my friends, and there's a prophecy or two that seems to keep tying us together. I will fight him with everything I have and everything I feel to get some justice for all his many crimes, especially for destroying my original family. And to prevent him from tearing apart any more families like ours was. Even though a day never goes by that I don't wonder what kind of life the three of us would have had together, I am getting a lot of support and care for my extended family now. Starting with these two wonderful ladies here with me now and their families. Padfoot and Moony are always looking out for me, as are Dumbledore and most of the professors at Hogwarts. I'm not sure I could do this alone. I'm not sure sometimes of anything. Being normal seems to escape me, and I try to make the best of every new day I feel privileged to wake up to. I feel the pain of being away from you both every day, but I have some comfort in knowing how much you both loved me. Thank you for the trunk, the letters, and every other hope and future you wanted for me. It won't be so long before we come and visit again, and I hope you know that I love you both and sometimes think I can feel the love coming back from you if I'm really quiet. Harry turned and gently kissed Ginny's cheek and stood up. Hermione stood up with him, and Harry turned and brushed some of her tears away before gently hugging her. Ginny. I have some things to tell them, Harry, if you don't mind. Of course not. Harry took 2 steps forward and reverently rubbed his fingers across the chiseled names of his parents. He straightened back up with a sigh that Hermione interpreted as one of relief and some satisfaction. Harry reached for Hermione's hand and gently wrapped it in the crook of his elbow, and they began walking back to the gate and the 3 people waiting there. When they got closer, Hermione saw the anxious look on Daphne's face and gently pushed her husband into an embrace with the blonde. She murmured some soft words into his ear, and Harry smiled at her and kissed her forehead. Daphne spared a second to hug Hermione and then walked along to join Ginny in front of the Potter's headstone. Are you doing okay, Harry? A lot better in some ways than I have in a while. I shouldn't have been scared. I should have come sooner. Remus and Sirius nodded and started telling Harry and Hermione about their first visits to the Godric's Hollow and visiting their best friends' graves. It was about 5 minutes later when Harry noticed that Daphne and Ginny had stood and had conjured a few objects. Daphne laid a single long-stemmed red rose on the monument above his mother's name, while Ginny had used some of the bond magic to lay a few red and white lilies over James's name. Harry rewarded them both for their thoughtfulness with the equivalent of a mental hug and kiss, and saw them both raise their heads up with a smile. Harry grabbed them both up in a hug as they were leaving the cemetery, and they rewarded him with a smile. I hate to be pushy, Harry, but do you want to see the house? Harry looked back at the cemetery for a second. I think I've had enough emotional release for today, Padfoot. Let's save that experience for another day. I really don't want to see where everything happened that night yet. Everyone felt Harry's mood slip just a little bit as he thought about that particular location, and none of his loved ones wanted to push him any further today. It was Sirius that broke through the silence. If I remember right, the pub over there has a flow connection. I'll treat you all to lunch there or at the 3 Broomsticks before we go back to school. Hey, this was my idea to take us away from Hogwarts, Harry said. I'll pay. No, you won't. Yes, I will. The debate lasted until the group entered the pub and began smelling the lunch buffet that was set up along the wall opposite the bar. Ginny winked at Harry and said the first one done could pay. The other 5 sat and watched Sirius do his best impression of Ron until they couldn't hold in their laughter anymore. Marta Fairford was almost jumping up and down in anticipation watching the 6 figures walk up from the main gates of Hogwarts. She finally gave up on waiting and ran down the path screaming for Ginny. You've got to go see. The results are posted. You've got to come and hurry. Ginny was trying to get the excited girl to pause and explain herself, but she was being tugged up the path. Marta, what's going on? You have to tell us. Katie and Professor McGonagall posted the results of the tryouts up on the bulletin board. We both made it. Harry and Hermione watched on as the two girls screamed in excitement and turned and rushed up the steps to the school. Ginny only paused long enough before rushing through the doors to call back to her spouses. Come on, lazy bugs, who knows when Katie wants to hold our first practice? Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the enthusiasm of the redhead and turned to say goodbye to his dad and Remus. They were looking at him with big smiles. You better go and see if your wife has replaced you at Seeker on the first team. Harry groaned. She'll never let me live that down if that's happened. Daphne, do you want to come with us? The blonde Slytherin was trying to stop giggling as she imagined Harry sitting on the bench watching Ginny flying in his place. You go ahead and I'll catch up with you all at supper. Give Ginny and Marta my congratulations on making the team, reserved Seeker Harry Potter. Harry stuck his tongue out at his fiancée but turned and hurried toward the front doors. Hermione was shaking her head sadly at the sight. Now I've got two of them off and risking their lives. There goes what little free time we had. I'll keep we company in the stands while they're off practicing. Hermione. Let's go see if Tori still needs rescuing first. The two girls thanked Sirius and Remus for accompanying them and then walked calmly up the stairs and entered the school. Remus and Sirius followed them and started wondering what two Potters on the Gryffindor team would lead to. Hermione and Daphne were almost to the Greengrass quarters when a very excited Ginny started yelling mentally at them. I'm backup Seeker on the first team and Chaser with Marta and Dean on the second team. Seamus and Neville are going to be beaters. Ron and McLaggen are taking turns at first team keeper for now. Harry and I are going out flying. Harry's less excited mental call came next. On a totally unrelated subject, Minerva has also posted the preliminary schedule for the Triwizard tournament. There's going to be a formal ball at Christmas. Do you have any idea who I might ask as my dates? Harry, why didn't you think of calling the night bus the other day to take us to Godric's Hollow? I did. But why didn't why? Oh Harry, that was so nice of you to think about including Sirius and Remus. Hermione, I wasn't sure that we four could console ourselves or watch our backs if there was somebody lying in wait for us. That kind of thinking deserves a reward. Key. Husband. Just one. Honestly Harry, can't you? Well, maybe later. Gin's finished her shower and we can walk down to breakfast unless you have any more sidetracks you want to add. And no, there's no more broom closets we haven't investigated between the hearth and the Great Hall. That's too bad. Ginny came out of the bedroom straightening up her robes. Harry, you've forgotten something important about your other wife. What's that? Hermione and Harry both asked. Her love of revising. Going over and over all the things she loves so much. She is right about getting down to breakfast though. Maybe we can find that extra large closet on the 4th floor west wing so we can both get a refresher on handling M after breakfast. Purely in the name of revising, I suppose. Harry asked. Purity has absolutely nothing to do with it, Jamie, Ginny said as she ran up the stairs to get away from a charging Hermione. Harry caught up with the two giggling girls as they met Ron and Katie Bell coming out of the Gryffindor common room. Both of them were talking about chaser formations, but Harry tried avoiding getting caught up in any discussions of that while Ginny tagged along and tried to figure out what they were saying. Harry and Hermione followed them downstairs but made a small diversion to meet Daphne coming out of her quarters. She wanted to sit with them at the Gryffindor table this morning and Harry didn't like the way that Nott had looked at her the last time she did that. Harry knew Daphne could take care of herself, but a little show of support might discourage the Death Eater's son from saying or doing anything directly in public. Daphne was walking beside Hermione and almost missed the fact that Harry had stopped before the main bulletin board outside the Great Hall and was posting two announcements up for everyone to read. The first was that the first organizational meeting of the DA would be held in the Charms classroom at 7 that night and everyone above the first years were welcome to attend. It was the second thing that Harry posted up that had Daphne smiling though. Very proactive of you, Mr. Potter. Do you think that anyone could possibly miss the message? I certainly hope not. I'm giving a copy to Luna to have her father post it in the Quibbler tomorrow, and I'll send an owl out to the Daily Prophet before lunch for a similar ad to be placed. The four looked at the document one more time before heading in for breakfast. It was a couple of second years from Hufflepuff that first glanced at the board and stopped when they saw who had signed the notices. Their exclamations of surprise and disbelief quickly attracted a crowd of students who were either entering or leaving the Great Hall. When the grouping got too thick for everyone to read the announcements because the students were not moving along but discussing it, Zacharias Smith, a prefect from Hufflepuff, whistled for attention. He pulled the announcement down from the bulletin board and then waited for silence to read the letter from one Harry Potter. To whom it may concern, and everyone else that might be interested. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is hosting the Triwizard tournament this year. It is a legendary international competition displaying the very best of the witches and wizards from Durmstrang, Beauxbatons and Hogwarts. It will be a fascinating display of magical ability and resourcefulness as one champion from each school attempts to overcome the 3 challenges or tasks that have been set up by the ICW Sports Department and the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Games and Sports. It is my choice and desire at this time to announce that I have no desire or interest in being a competitor champion. As I understand the rules of the competition, only persons of legal age may enter their names for being chosen as a champion. While I am technically an adult, I do not wish to participate or take the place of others that are more highly qualified and knowledgeable. I have more fame than any one person should have at the moment, through no fault of my own, and I seriously do not need the prize money to further my education or any possible career I might choose in the future. I also do not wish to endanger my life or health in a possibly deadly competition. My family and friends might do me more serious harm than any first task that could take place if I was a participant. If by some chance my name comes out at the selection of candidates, I will relinquish my position to a more deserving witch or wizard from Hogwarts. I will also announce blood feud against the person or persons that knowingly submitted my name against my express wishes. I hope I have made myself clear on this matter. I will not participate but only watch the competition and cheer on whoever is selected as the Hogwarts champion. Signed this 10th day of September 1994. Lord Harry James Potter. There was a bunch of muttering from the crowd as the students tried to make sense of such an announcement. Zacharias turned and posted the letter back up on the board and turned back to the chattering crowd. I think he's quite made up his mind about this, so bother him to explain any further. Get off to your classes now. You don't want to be late. Not one of the many people in the hall noticed that Professor Mad Eye Mooney had been listening in and had an even more sinister scowl on his face than normal. Bellatrix had been at Lord Voldemort's side all morning listening to the reports from this various agents and spies. A particular message from Barty Crouch Jr. sent the day before had brought some amusement to the leader of the Death Eaters. The old man has been completely fooled. He has no idea one of my most loyal followers is even now planning for the death of Harry Potter and my triumphant return to rule magical England. I wish it could be sooner, my lord. There is a time and place for everything, Bellatrix. The work of Masters Loic and Bocto have been more than satisfactory in stabilizing this body and raising my magical powers back toward my previous level. I think their mastery even exceeds that of our late loyal follower Snape. I do not tire so easily these days, and my followers are now more familiar with my rewards and punishments than the days we traveled across Europe. Bellatrix murmured her agreement and waited patiently for Voldemort to dismiss her, as it was getting to be time for his next combination of meals and potions. Voldemort instead ordered everyone else but Bellatrix to depart, leaving them some privacy. At a motion from the tiny deformed hand, Bellatrix approached Voldemort and fell to her knees, waiting for his words, instructions or judgment. What she received instead was a quiet question. I sense distress and confusion from you. Is it my plans and the coming raids to bring fear back into the hearts and minds of our enemies that you question? No. It is a small concern what I do not even feel worthy of bothering you with, my lord. It is my previous position of influence that I may no longer use for your advantage. I seek no reward for serving you, and I doubt that even torture to Black or my traitorous sisters would result in their voluntarily restoring my name and standing. You shall be returned to glory as head of the houses of Black and Lestrange once I have taken the ministry and killed off the blood traitors and scum that are in those false positions of power. I have no doubt that your name shall rise again to reach higher and further than you did before. But, you still have a concern. Bellatrix hung her head. Master Loic has told me that the time is fast approaching when the choice will have to be made about my carrying this daughter to term. I am only sorry that it was not a son that my ex-companion Lucius seated me with. I await your decree as to whether I am rid of this child or whether it will serve some further purpose to you in the future. I have plans for the child. It is a shame that Narcissa and her blood traitor son voluntarily abandoned the name of such a loyal and faithful servant. The name of Malfoy shall be restored and given a place of high honor under my rule. The female you bear will be given the name of Diamantina Malfoy and she will find favor under my rule. Diamantina means unconquerable, which will be an important reminder of my power. You will serve as her regentess until she is of age. Thank you, my lord. It is a reward for loyal and faithful service, Bellatrix. I am not sure if you will be taking part or observing any of the planned raids unless Loic can reassure me that he will be able to find a way to protect you and the future Malfoy heir. There is a risk that magical travel will adversely affect your daughter. We do not have the materials as yet to provide you with other means of transportation. I shall abide by your wishes, Lord, and will continue on planning the attacks and any other tasks you may assign me. Very well, Bella. Find out from our contacts in Hogwarts when students will be visiting Hogsmeade. I'm still interested in kidnapping young Draco or Potter himself. You are dismissed and send in Bocto with his potions and the others will my meal. Bellatrix bowed and keyed the hem of the silk coverings that Lord Voldemort was currently wrapped in and backed away to the door. She had almost reached it when Lord Voldemort spoke again. When I regain a proper body again, Bellatrix, you shall be welcome back into my bed again. Thank you, my lord. I live to serve you. Bellatrix closed the study door behind her with an especially contented and warped smile. Head boy Barry Allen was heading toward the library on the 4th floor when he came upon a gathering of Gryffindors waiting outside the Charms corridor on the 3rd. While he nodded politely and greeted those students he knew, he just couldn't pass by the violation of the student code that a certain black-haired wizard was committing. While others watched with some amusement, Barry tapped on Harry Potter's shoulder and he broke off the lingering key he was giving to his wife Ginny. The redhead started to say something, but the head boy put up a hand to address the only student husband in the school. Mr. Potter, have no sense of decorum. I'm sorry, sir. I may have forgotten our place out here in the open. I apologize, Mr. Allen. This is at least the 3rd time I've caught you, and while I gave you the benefit of the doubt for the previous occurrences, I can't overlook this blatant violation of the married code of conduct. That will be 2 points from Gryffindor. Of course, Mr. Allen. Can I ask you a question? Sure. What? Please, sir. May I have another? With just a quick wink in his housemate's direction, Harry moved quickly and bussed Hermione quickly on the lips and turned back to the head boy. The crowd of Gryffindors were laughing at Harry's response to the punishment. I guess that's 2 more points from Gryffindor from me then. Mr. Potter. And very well worth it if I do say so myself, Harry said with a grin. Barry was going to say something more to the 4th year, but he suddenly saw the embarrassed and annoyed look on Hermione's face and decided it would be easier for him to just continue on his way. 2 more points then, since you insist. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, Mrs. Potters. Good afternoon, Mr. Allen, Ginny said with a broad grin. Barry Allen was walking away and started smiling when he heard what happened behind him. Evidently being grabbed firmly by the ear was more of a suitable punishment to a certain green-eyed wizard than the loss of a few house points. Barry Allen was with the majority of wizards in the school that thought that having 2 wives had Harry dealing with his own special set of penalties and rewards. Barry was going to share what just happened with Dorothy and the school prefects at their next monthly meeting. He wondered if any of the others had some worthwhile tales to relate about the trio. Sirius had lost track of time while on a flow call to Amelia and was almost late to the start of the first DA meeting of the year. All the seats in the Charms classroom were taken and there were a good number of students from all years and houses milling around waiting for somebody to call the meeting to order. Looking around, Sirius saw that Fred and George Weasley were currently having some sort of discussion with Professor Flitwick. Sirius wondered if he should go over and start taking points for the twins' next prank or wait and see who it was going to be aimed at. Harry was perched on the edge of the desk at the front of the room, and Sirius saw that he was talking to the Farrafort brothers and describing some sort of Quidditch move with his hands. Sirius was glad relations between houses had changed somewhat since the time the Marauders had attended school. Most of the discussions between the Gryffindors and the Slytherins during his time as a student resulted in hexes or bloodshed. Seeing Professor Moody push a few students aside to enter the room, Sirius went over to have a quiet word with his son. "Good evening, gentlemen. Do you mind if I borrow Harry for a second or two before we start?" "Not at all. We need to get back to the seats our sister is holding for us," Cosmo said. Sirius lowered his head to quietly talk to Harry. "Did you see that Professor Moody just came into the room?" Harry nodded his head. "I kind of expected him to show up. I hope he's just here to watch instead of making comments or scaring everyone away with his yelling. Let me try starting out the meeting before we start talking about the purpose of the club this year." "But, do you really want him here intimidating everyone?" "No. Okay then." Sirius turned and raised his wand, and a loud bang got most of the people to stop talking and face the front of the room. Sirius smiled at the group and started speaking. "Good evening everyone, and welcome to the first meeting of the Diverse Activities Club. It seems we have a lot more people show up than were present last year. I guess Professor Flitwick and I will be searching for a larger classroom or some other venue and maybe another time and day for the meeting. The combined astronomy class is meeting tonight for all the 6th year students, and I've had a number of requests from them to see if we could find another time to accommodate them also. There is a sign-up sheet being passed around, but we don't take attendance here. This is a voluntary club, and the sign-up sheet is just to let us know the amount of experience that everyone has and what they hope to learn here. There are already study groups in place for specific subjects, and you should check your house bulletin boards for when those meet. I have heard from Professor Sprout that the study group of 3rd-year Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors that met last year did significantly better on their final scores than the other two houses. Are there any general questions before we started?" "Yes, Miss McDougal. There's been reports in the paper that the Potters and the Blacks went overseas for the summer holidays. Could you tell us where you went and for how long?" Harry pushed off from the desk to address the Ravenclaw girl. "That is exactly what we're not meeting for as a group for. But I'm sure, Morag, that you could check in with Lavender or Parvati for the latest gossip tidbits after the meeting is over." There were some giggles from some of the ladies present, especially when Lavender held up her hand and announced she would hold court near the trophy room if there was time before curfew sounded. Harry saw Professor Moody reach for his hip flask and take a swig of the contents before stuffing it away. He looked a little put out at the informality and lack of direction the group was taking, and Harry wondered what other harmless diversions Sirius might be up to. As if reading his mind, Sirius called out 3 of 4 names and had those people stand up from their seats. In case you haven't read the announcements yet, these people are going to be the assistant aides to the professors of various subjects. Ginny Potter is still training as a healer with Madame Pomfrey and may be persuaded to hold a magical first aid class for any and all of you that might be interested. She unfortunately or not has gained a lot of experience in healing up her husband. Hey. The majority of the students had to laugh at Harry's reputation and unfailing ability to end up in the infirmary at least once or twice a year. "I promise not to reveal any special details of your scrumptious bum, Mr. Potter. Ginevra Molly Potter, you'll pay for that. I think we can expect similar instructions from Mr. Longbottom and the others in their specialties." Additionally, Harry has scheduled his account manager from Gringotts to give a lecture about a new experimental service they are starting next term. It is something common in the Muggle world and is called what, Harry? A checking account. A murmur of surprise came from the Muggleborn or mixed family students who knew about the convenience from their parents, and they wondered who had possibly talked the goblins into trying such a radical change. There is also field trip in the planning stages for a day trip to the Forbidden Forest with Dumbledore, Professor Sprout and Hagrid serving as our guides. There are a few safety issues to work out, but we hope that everyone could see some of the variety of flora and fauna in the daylight hours. Professor Moody took another swig from his hip flask, shook his head in annoyance, and left the classroom. Harry went to the door and cracked it open to see the retired Orr limping away down the corridor. He closed the door and nodded to Sirius and Flitwick. Professor Flitwick jumped to a desktop and called out to the crowd. The first spell of the evening is to cast a spell revealing if there are any magical hearing devices being used in the area. The tiny professor waved his wand in a zigzag horizontal pattern and then pointed it above his head. Cleptus Revelis. A hazy shimmer of orange spread around the room and two places lit up in a blinking blue light. I'm not going to cast aspersions on anyone who might have accidentally placed these things here, Sirius said, but there are at least 3 different ways to take care of the eavesdropping. The first is banishing the devices. Sirius pointed his wand at one spot and the spot of blue disappeared. The second is to cast a shield around the point, making it hear nothing but silence, Flitwick said, but didn't demonstrate the spell. Any guesses on the remaining common method dealing with snoopers? Mr. Weasley. Excuse me, just one Mr. Weasley if you please. The Confundus charm, they both still said together. George sat down and Fred remained standing. It confuses the pickup so the person listening doesn't hear anything intelligible or understandable at the other end. Very good, George. Fred. Take a point apiece for Gryffindor and I'll not worry too much about how you possibly know that. The group laughed at Sirius' words and Harry walked back to the front of the classroom. I know most of you expected Professor Moody to stay here and possibly give us a glimpse of auror training or spells. We kind of decided that his methods would probably get most of you to stop coming, and there's so much we need to do this year. We may persuade him to drop in later in the year though. Bless you, Harry, for sparing us, came from someone at the rear of the classroom. The resulting laugh from most of the students who had been around Moody even a little bit had Harry thinking Sirius' idea of keeping him away from the DA had some merit. Harry scratched his head and finally looked around the room. You've all heard what happened at the Quidditch World Final. Death Eaters roaming around and causing all sorts of trouble. Not even to mention what nearly happened to me and did happen to Daphne. She wrote a very upset letter to Rob Locksley about getting extra defense training, and he ordered, persuaded me to train her as I had a lot more experience with actual fighting. Minister Bones believes the Death Eater threat is real and that they are rousing trouble for maybe a couple of different reasons. There might be a new Dark Lord in control of these unknown murderers, somebody new that wants to take over. A rumor I've heard from a couple of different sources said that Lord Voldemort's name, really, it's just a name, people, was mentioned in relation to who gave the orders for the attacks. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not beyond believing that someone has been practicing necromancy without the proper ministry license and has brought the evil idiot back. There were various murmurs to Harry's last comment and he let them run their course while he looked at the time on his watch. When everyone had gone back to silence again, Harry grinned. Let's try something different. Can I borrow someone's wand? Not yours, Ron. I've seen where you put it. How about you, Marta? Just give it a chuck up here, will you? Harry easily caught the thrown wand and took a good long look at it, inspecting its length, weight, balance and straightness. He then broke it in half. There were shouts of surprise, awe and outrage from the students. Harry had done the unthinkable by deliberately breaking a friend's wand. Sirius had moved over to stand beside Marta's 2 brothers who were about to rush from their seats in response to Harry's action. Harry whistled for attention and apologized slightly when everyone had calmed down. I did that to really get your attention. Marta, if you please. The young girl stood up and with a wave of her wand produced nice pink bowler which she placed on her brother Cosmo's head. She then flipped her hand over and everyone could see that she had a hidden wand palmed and laying along her wrist. I didn't really break Marta's wand. I slipped the joke wand that I snapped to Marta just after lunch today and asked her if she wanted to help with a small demonstration. Does anybody want to know why I did that? It was Luna that spoke up. To rid the room of the flarched goptules that were infesting the ceiling. It had to be that or to make everyone think about what losing their wand would mean to them. Harry smiled back at his friend. It was actually both, Luna. Thank you. I guess everybody by now has heard or talked to somebody that was at the World Quidditch Cup. So it's no surprise to anybody that I might agree with Minister Bones that those were actual Death Eaters that ruined almost everybody's post-match celebration. But what has that got to do with us? Came a voice out of the back. Well, Justin, I was hoping. If you all didn't mind. Daphne stood up suddenly. What the sometimes awkward Gryffindor is trying to say is that doesn't want any more of his friends and schoolmates to get hurt or lose any members of their families like Astoria and I did. The murderers broke down our family wards to kill my mother and father. Harry and his dad want to share their knowledge of spells and experience of the Death Eaters and give us some practical lessons for taking care of ourselves. That about right, Mr. Potter. Couldn't have said it any better myself, Lady Greengrass. If everyone here not interested, we can certainly go back to having this be about anything or everything. I certainly don't want to impose on anybody. Maybe we should take a vote on the idea, Professor Flitwick said. All those that want to change this into a defensive learning group, please raise their hands. Or wands. Sirius finished. There was no doubt that the vote was overwhelmingly in favor of the change, and Harry celebrated just a little bit when he saw all the raised hands. All the people that don't want to be here for this are excused. I'm certainly not going to force anyone to be here if they don't want to be. Professor Flitwick just asks that we not inform Professor Moody what we're doing, as he might object to the poaching in his area of expertise. Sirius nodded his agreement. We really don't want to have him mad at us. I would like to state that the headmaster has been informed of the possible change and thinks it's a very good idea. That's about all we had for tonight, unless you want to stick around and talk about ideas for training all the different years. We'll post the place for the next meeting, and everyone come then with comfortable shoes and loose clothing that you can move around in. Why? Ginny yelled out the response. You'll find out when we meet again. Let's just say we'll be checking your fancy your footwork is. The group wandered off with a bunch of different people discussing the new direction of the DA. More than a half dozen students stayed and talked to either the two professors or the three Potters about ideas they had. It was almost an hour later when three girls and their favorite wizard returned to the hearth. I think that went pretty good, Ginny, and you have to admit Cedric, Roger and Cho had some good ideas. You're just glad Cho came up and gave you a hug, Hermione said. Harry sputtered his denial of that, and the three girls just chuckled at his being flustered. Everybody, including you, knows that Cedric and Cho are almost engaged already. I think she just did that to make Cedric a little jealous. That is so wrong. Do I need to apologize to him? The girls laughed again and surrounded Harry. No, just as long as both of you know it was a bit of harmless flirting that didn't mean anything to anybody. Cho certainly knows not to go poaching on us. Harry nodded but then grew thoughtful. We still have that Yule Ball in front of us. Do you think it would be okay if we announced Daphne's marriage contract and engagement then? The two wives had barely enough time to nod before Daphne squealed in happiness and jumped Harry, covering his face with kisses. Not wanting to be let out, Hermione and Ginny added their own measures of approval to the point where Harry was dizzy with happiness. Loss of air. No. Lord Voldemort was less than happy when he was read the announcement that Harry Potter has posted in the Daily Prophet. 3 Death Eaters were the victims of his wrath and had to be carried out of the room. A very pointed letter was dictated and sent off immediately to Professor Moody. Hermione. Shooting out of a dead sleep, Hermione sat straight up, looked around and ran straight to the bathroom. What she found there alarmed scared her a lot. Harry was on his hand and knees in the running shower. Ginny was rubbing his back and trying to comfort and calm Harry down as he was having violent dry heaves as the warm water poured over him. It took both girls almost 20 minutes for whatever had a hold of their husband to pass, and he was able to sit and lean back against the shower wall after Hermione turned off the water. Summoning a few of the towels through the open door, the girls dried the still trembling Harry's head and hands off the best they could. This was not the way I wanted to start any of our Friday mornings, Harry finally whispered out with his eyes closed. Do you feel like getting up and getting back into bed, Harry? Ginny asked carefully. A small grin crossed Harry's features but fell quickly aside. As tempting offer, but I'm feeling a whole lot less than frisky right now. What do you want to do now, love? Harry still had his eyes closed but grunted as he rolled over and tried to get up. Both girls could see his hands were still shaking badly and they both had to help Harry to stand. Hermione reached down and pulled Harry's soaked skivvies off him to be wrung out later. 10 minutes later, the three were sitting in their living room and wrapped up in thick warm robes and attempting a breakfast of hot chocolate and some warm buttered croissants. Harry had fought off his shock long enough to thank Patcham for the quick breakfast that Hermione had requested the house elf to bring them. Harry had his eyes firmly fixed on the contents of his mug and knew the eyes of the two others in the room were trying very hard not to stare at him as they nibbled on their meals. He shook his head sadly and knew this was one of the times he regretted promising to tell them everything that happened. Sighing finally, Harry set the mug down and applied a small heating charm to it so the contents would remain warm. He knew it might be a while until he got back to it. It wasn't a nightmare of the chamber or a giant dementor gobbling up any of us. It was one of Tom's memories resurfacing. I wish they wouldn't do that so early in the morning, Ginny tried to joke. Hermione had set her mug down at the mention of Tom's name and came over to squeeze in close to Harry in the chair. Harry threw her a grateful look when she started running her fingers through his hair. It was Rabaston and Rodolphus Lestrange's initiation into the Death Eaters. Do you want to hear any more? No, but that hasn't ever stopped us from wanting to know what made you get physically sick or want to take a cleansing shower at 5 in the morning. Harry blew a small key over at Ginny and she made a show of catching it and placing it somewhere in her top while winking back at her husband. 4 adults, 2 children. All muggles. The Death Eaters took turns cursing the adults with cutting spells and crucios until the 2 men were unconscious and their wives or girlfriends were flailing around on the floor. The 2 Lestrange brothers hoisted the 2 men up until they were hanging upside down and then cut their tongues out. Hermione looked a little uneasy but rubbed Harry's shoulder trying to either encourage him or reassure him that they were okay hearing the memory so far. Bellatrix, who was still being called Black during this, started giving the 2 brothers lessons with her knife. Lessons. Are you sure you want to hear the details? Yes, it wasn't you that did these horrid things. You know you'll feel better if you don't bottle the memories up. She gave them lessons on skinning the men alive. And the 3 of them enjoyed it, laughing at the screams that came from their family members while they hung there and bled. Horrid bloody animals. I'm so glad the 2 brothers died at the Cavern of Doomed Souls. Yeah, it's too bad Bellatrix wasn't there too. I want to pay her back for Neville's parents and all the others she's killed. Join the line. There was a silence for a number of seconds as each of the 3 thought about the. So what happened next, Harry? Just before the 2 men could die of their treatment, Tom ordered the Lestrange brothers to kill them. 2 unforgivables later, Rodolphus and Rabaston were kneeling at Tom's feet and he was giving them the dark mark. Harry squeezed his eyes shut in an effort to blot out the images from his mind and found out that Ginny was climbing into his lap before he opened them back up. She ed his cheek while Hermione leaned over and just placed her hand on Harry's chest. That's enough for now, Harry. Yeah, we kind of have an idea of what they did to the kids and the females. Just one more thing. Riddle was so impressed with their performance that he ordered the 3 to become a team and for Bellatrix to marry Rodolphus. That is so disturbing, a courtship on so many levels. Ours is a lot sweeter, sweetie pie. Harry rolled his eyes and shook his head at Hermione. But it was Harry finally grinning at both his wives that gave them some comfort after hearing what had led to his panicked wakening. The 3 cuddled close in the living until the alarm went off at its normal. Seeing the haunted look that still remained in Harry's eyes, the girls cancelled their usual morning run for a stroll down to the Quidditch pitch. They stayed there watching the sunrise until it was time to leave for Ancient Runes. On most Saturday afternoons, the Ministry of Magic had few staff on hand and even fewer visitors. It was certainly not the case today. 3 witches and a young wizard commented on that fact as they exited one of the many busy flow points in the Ministry of Magic's atrium. Neville Longbottom was joining the ranks of invited spectators and the many press and photographers that were here for the election of the new minister in waiting for magical England. His grandmother, Lady Augusta Longbottom, was one of the members of the Wizengamot who were actually going to be voting for the person to hold the position until a general election could be held confirming the minister's election. Hannah Abbott was one of Neville's girlfriends and they were meeting Minister Bones, niece Susan, to watch the important session together. The third person of the trio was only slightly older than Neville, but her dress robes were anything but casual today. Lady Hermione Granger Potter Cressington had worn her best dress robes with the newly rediscovered crest prominently displayed on the opposite side of the Potter and Black crests. Hermione was looking forward to actually be a voting member of the Wizengamot if her official seating was to be confirmed. It was one topics of business that had been set aside when Prince Charles and Princess Diana had brought the previous meeting of the lawmaking body to such a dramatic halt. Making their way to the visitors' checkpoint, the four found that Tonks was the oar staffing the check-in table today. The four greeted her warmly and passed some time talking with her as they took turns having their wands processed and receiving visitor passes for the teenagers. I was told to pass along that Professor Lupin would be flowing from Hogwarts to try and get here for the voting, Neville said. I hope Remus won't be disappointed if he can't get into courtroom 10. It looks like it's going to be standing room only. I'm not sure I'll be relieved in time to go see the occasion. Guess I'll have to rely on the Daily Prophet and actual visitors to let me know how it goes down. So where's your cute little husband Hermione? He's still at Hogwarts. What with Quidditch practice and every other thing going on, he's working on his arithmancy and potions essays. He just couldn't get any further behind and Ginny decided to keep him company. A mocking voice came from behind Augusta and Neville. Homework. On a Saturday. You've been a horrible influence on the boy Lady Hermione. Five heads turned to the intruders of their conversation and Neville had to stifle a smile as he saw who had approached the table. Tura Loxley, Lady Gryffindor, was smiling at everyone as she greeted the Auror and the others. Not to be outdone, her escort for the day Walter Mitty, Lord Slytherin, did a huge bow while doffing his tricorn hat at the ladies. He approached Lady Longbottom and keyed at the back of her hand. Good morning Lady Longbottom. I bring apologies from Bethesda who was down with a cold and did not wish to pass on her affliction to others. Augusta looked at the extremely garish outfit Walter Mitty had chosen to wear to the Wizengamot today. While he had on the plum-colored robes with the large W on, it was largely undone and everyone could see the bright orange shirt and blue houndstooth vest he wore over it. The three-cornered hat he was holding had a large brass buckle on it but also a small button that read, Area 51 Tour Guide. Augusta didn't even want to try having Walter try to explain that with the amused look he seemed to have in his eyes today. Please extend our wishes for a speedy recovery to your wife, Walter, Augusta said with a little smile. It was Hannah that spoke up and addressed the buxom young lady. So where is Rob this fine day Tura? He had a little bit too much of the pomp and circumstance of the last Wizengamot meeting and begged me to come cast his vote for him. He decided dredging out the old moat around the castle was a much better use of his time than, how did he say it, listening to self-important and useless politicians. Present company accepted Lady Longbottom. Lady Longbottom bowed her head in acceptance of the compliment. Well, maybe Rob is the most sensible one of us if he chose not to come today. Neville and Hannah snickered as they saw the raised eyebrow of Lord Slytherin. Sensible is not a word I would use in describing Rob Loxley. He just hates meetings more than most. The people at the table had a general chuckle as they imagined the big wizard trying to sit patiently to speeches all afternoon by people nominating and being nominated for the position of minister. Before we go on, Auror Tonks, I saw a lot of people in Arlet robes with white trim. Who are they? They are the ministry's ambassadors, Miss Abbott. It's usually the practice for the new Minister of Magic to reappoint or reassign the overseas ambassadors to their posts and administer their oaths of office. Madam, excuse me, Minister Bones recalled everybody early so they could witness the election. Hermione's smile came out when she heard that all the ambassadors to foreign countries were going to be present in the gallery for the election. Has Ambassador Ferventon from Egypt checked in yet Tonks? We met him and his wife when we visited Ginny's brother Bill a year or so ago. Tonks had to look through the sheets of the sign-in log. It says here that Ambassador Darson Ferventon, that the right one, checked in about half an hour ago. He's probably down in courtroom 4 where all the other ambassadors are meeting. You probably won't be able to talk to him until after the election is over. That's really too bad, Lord Slytherin said as other people started to queue up behind him at the check-in point. I would have liked to seen him again before the meeting. I got into a bit of trouble a few years ago when I was traveling through that area of the world and the ambassador was good enough to help me out. And what kind of trouble was that, Walter? Tura asked with a bit of a smile. She wanted to know what kind of outrageous rumor her husband was going to start in the middle of the Ministry of Magic. It's really not a story that's for gentle consumption, my young lass, Walter Mitty said with a grin as he knew there were a few journalists in line listening raptly to all conversations. Let's just say it involved the missing nose of the Sphinx, 3.5 kilotons of camel dung, and a troupe of dancing girls that had lost their outfits in an unexpected flooding of the Blue Nile. Tonk's mouth had dropped open as Walter continued spinning the tale as they continued their way on toward the elevators. I was unfortunately at exactly the right place at horribly the worst possible time. When Ambassador Ferventon came to visit us in the local hoosegow, I had already won most of the guards' uniforms in a poker game and was plotting on how to sneak the girls back to their club. Have you ever visited a place called the Salty Cockatrice in the River District in Alexandria? It really is a place that defies normal or moral descriptions. The barkeep was a friend of mine. Three-legged Monte Cristo. I first met him in. It took a number of minutes for Tonks to regain her composure and the people in line to stop staring at the elevator that Lord Slytherin and his associates had disappeared into. Courtroom number 10 was the largest of the ministry rooms where the Wizengamot could meet. For today's very important occasion, it was certainly going to be filled to capacity or more. The members of Augusta's and Hermione's group were met at the door by Auror Nervish, who had to cross-check their names against an official list of voting members and authorized visitors. It was here that Neville and Hannah parted ways with the rest of the group. They headed for the spectators' entrance further along, where they hoped to be sitting in the seats Susan Bones was supposed to be holding for them. Hermione, Tura and Augusta made their way through the members' entrance and found seats about halfway down the rows of high-backed benches. Augusta said hello and chatted with some of the many wizards and witches she knew, and Hermione tried to keep her features composed as she was the recipient of some less than welcome stares from some of the older pureblood family representatives. Tura patted her hand at one point and gave her a whispered reassurance as they sat down. Down on the floor of the courtroom, there was a couple of clusters of people meeting together at various locations around the Chief Warlock's stand. Neither of the ladies saw Dumbledore, but Minister Bones was talking amongst a number of wizards and witches that included Sirius Black, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Griselda Marchbanks, and Arthur Weasley. Sirius had been keeping a watchful eye on the people descending the stairs to take their seats, and he broke away from the little group to meet Augusta and her comrades. Sirius shook hands with Augusta. He at the back of Tura's hand with a small grin and gave Hermione a thorough hugging before settling into a seat between the two younger girls. There's not much time left before the meeting is called to order. Where's? You know. A large spidery hand fell on Sirius' shoulder and he turned his head to see the grinning face of Lord Slytherin. If it was me you were inquiring about, Lord Black, let it never be said that Walter Mitty shirks his civic duty. I wouldn't have missed this little party for all flobberworms under the lake at Hogwarts. Somebody in my 6th year did a study on that once and calculated that with the area of. Tura casually reached up and slapped the elder wizard with a backhand to his stomach, much to the delight of Sirius. You just can't get a break, can you, Walter? If it's not the lovely Bethesda, then other wizards' wives are taking you to account. I have no idea what I say that offends so many so often, the large-headed wizard said. Speaking of which, how is your own personal mistress of magic doing today? Don't go there with that title boy. She is glad to be at the shut of having meetings with petty bureaucrats and rule quibblers at every turn. She's. A large trumpet sounded at that second and the rest of the Wizengamot members filed into the courtroom from outside and everyone sorted out into their seats. Sirius watched his girlfriend stand at her seat beside the chief wizard's chair and watched a few of her close friends and advisors seek seats in the first row. After the regular Wizengamot had taken the seats, the main doors opened again and all the ambassadors walked into the room and took seats along the top row. There were about 30 of them and about 8 came down the steps and took up seats among the other members of the Wizengamot. I recognize most of these ambassadors, Augusta whispered to Hermione and Tura. They are members of the Wizengamot but have had others hold their proxies for them. I guess they decided to come vote today. There was something in Augusta's smile that made Walter and his wives think that something else was going on. Sirius, however, was looking around as if nothing unusual was happening. Hermione got more nervous, however, as she waited for the session to officially start. It was 2 minutes later when Dumbledore finally entered the courtroom. He bowed to Minister Bones and then shook her hand before climbing up to his podium. The chief wizard looked around once before pounding his gavel and calling the Wizengamot to order. Although we are gathered here today to elect a new minister, we still have one unresolved old business matter that was not concluded at our last meeting. Fudge's trial, came a loud voice from 2 rows to the rear of where Hermione, Augusta, Sirius and Tura sat. There were a lot of similar calls that echoed that sentiment, but to those 4 the first call seemed very familiar. It sounded a lot like Harry's voice, and the Augusta turned and looked over her shoulder at Lord Slytherin, who just casually shrugged his shoulders. Minister Bones stood up and waited for the Chief Warlock to acknowledge her. Because of the seriousness of the alleged crimes, it has been decided that the new Minister of Magic will oversee that trial. I do not want his lawyers to claim that there might be irregularities because an interim minister was in charge of the proceedings. Dumbledore nodded. Minister Bones is quite right in that regard. No, the unfinished business we have to deal with first is the re-establishment of the Cressington family to the Wizengamot and seating the rightful heir to that position. Lady Hermione Potter Cressington. There were a number of members leaping to their feet at that pronouncement. Most were opposed, but Sirius pointed out a few of the witches and wizards that were clapping their hands in a measure of support. Again the gavel sounded, calling for silence. Everyone sat back down except for one person who remained standing to represent a grouping of old families that had protested the loudest. Mr. Knott, you wished to say something? Asked Dumbledore. Thank you, Chief Warlock. This proposal should not even be nominated for consideration. We have never had a situation like this before and should not establish a precedent of such a radical notion as seating a muggle-born to such a historic and traditional assembly of lawmakers. Pureblood nincompoop, Sirius muttered under his breath. Augusta stood to reply to Knott and the others that were so vehemently opposed to any muggleborn contaminating their space. Do you dispute the goblin's inheritance test, Mr. Knott? No, but the seating of the members of this distinguished body had always followed certain standards. Perhaps the lady would accept the seat being held in proxy by another family until such time as a proper magical heir to her and a pureblood wizard could be raised and trained. I object to that willful and blatant discrimination by Mr. Knott, head. That was said by the unnaturally skinny lord sitting directly behind Hermione as he stood and flung his very antique-looking headgear across the room in the direction of the man who wanted to put Hermione's seating off. It was with some amusement that everyone saw Knott ducked as the rapidly spinning hat went directly at him from such a distance away. It hit the wall 6 feet behind him and disappeared as it fell to the floor. Lord Slytherin. My apologies, Chief Warlock, Madam Minister. I'm afraid that I let my emotions get away from me for a second. I have some personal knowledge of both the history of the Cressington family and the young lady who has, much to her surprise, been discovered to represent it. It would be a shame if this body did not recognize the worth of re-establishing both the seat and the smart, capable woman sitting here waiting to represent that family. She is not old enough anyway, came another shout from beside Knott. Lord Slytherin scratched his head for a second but then continued. I apologize that Mr. Flint has interrupted my explanation in regard to my action. I apologize, Mr. Knott, for throwing my hat at you. I have had that particular chapeau for over 30 years and it was a measure of disrespect to try and harm you with it. I accept your apology, Lord Slytherin, came from Knott with an evil smirk. Oh, I meant that it was disrespect to my hat. It might have been irreparably ruined if it had struck you. I have somewhat other feelings toward you as a wizard and a voting member of the Wizengamot. Oh, and by the way, Lady Potter Cressington has been recognized by the Ministry of Magic as being of age and an adult for some time now. Something about a legal marriage to that Potter chap as I remember it. Quote. There was much laughter at the look of utter rage on Knott's face, but Walter Mitty half sat down before straightening up and whistling loudly. The tricorn had rose from the floor in a spray of green sparkles and came back flying across the courtroom to Lord Slytherin's hand. That it happened to clip the side of Thaddeus Knott's head in passing seemed to leave a distinct measure of grudging admiration for Lord Slytherin in most of the members of the Wizengamot. When the titters and Knott had settled down again, Amelia Bones rose and waited to be recognized. Anticipating this type of protest to this seating from the brief time it was raised at our last meeting, I ordered a certain member of the ministry to do some investigating for me. Mr. Weasley, could you come forward? Everybody's eyes turned to Arthur Weasley, who was sitting in the front row of the courtroom, but it was another redhead that stepped forward. Tura's eyebrows rose as she watched her brother walk in from a hidden corner with a folder he attempted to hand to Minister Bones. She shook her head and gave a wave in the general area of the audience and made a shooing motion with her hands. Percy looked at Dumbledore and he smiled and waved his gavel at the ex-head boy. Percy took a second to compose himself before turning and facing the members of the Wizengamot and the assembled visitors. I'm a new employee here at the Ministry and I am presently assigned to the Department of International Magical Cooperation under Mr. Crouch. I have also been on detached duty to the Minister's office since her assuming the Minister's position. She wanted me to investigate any legal precedent to seating a first-generation wizard or witch to a vacant seat to this distinguished body. I have spent many evenings and a few weekends in the Hall of Records and the Wizengamot Administrative Services Department tracking down any special circumstances that were condoned by this body. Lady Potter Cressington will not be the first Muggleborn to hold a seat here. There was a murmur of surprise and outrage that ran across the courtroom, but a glare from a certain outgoing Minister of Magic reduced that to a few ongoing whispers. The Minister turned and told Percy to explain. The year 1397 was a particularly bad year for magical England. Not only were we in the middle of the Second Goblin War of Succession, but it was the year of a particularly virulent strain of Kangolian wyvern pox. It was also the first year of the Great Troll Rampage. These three factors decimated the number of existing magical families and the composition of the Wizengamot. Whole families fell quickly to plague, war, or simple sheer bad luck. When the Wizengamot met for its first traditional meeting in the fall of 1632, it was discovered that almost half the seats were vacant and not represented by proxy or inheritance contracts. In desperation, the Minister of Magic at that time, one Foxworth Muldour, ordered the Ministry Hall of Records and the Department of Mysteries to do a full genealogical search for surviving members of those missing families to fill those seats. He was determined, it seemed, to seek out the ultimate truths and not have the Wizengamot founder under his watch. The search turned up a number of non-magical children that were forgotten by the family but not from the birth records of the ministry. These were mostly squibs that held no magic whatsoever and were exempt from holding office. However, some of the grandchildren that were born to these squibs were fully magical, even though they had been born to either two non-magical parents or one magical parent. Half-breeds. Came an outraged query from a feminine voice this time. Many members of the Wizengamot rose, protesting the controversial epithet, and Dumbledore pounded the gavel on his desk until silence once again ruled the room. Percy continued. To answer your somewhat rude question, these people were fully magical people who still retained the original family name for the most part. Minister Muldour issued a ministerial decree stating that these magical descendants had all the legal and family rights to take up the seats that were vacated. In that decree was also the provision that allowed a very few non-magical people to take the seats in trusteeship with the proviso that their offspring would only inherit if they were fully magical. There were squibs and half-bloods holding seats in the Wizengamot. These families should be cast out and their seats stricken from ministry records. That cry came from Septimus Flint and many others that were protesting Hermione's taking up the Cressington seat. Those stupid pureblood bastards came to Hermione and Tura from their husband. It took an explosive shot from Dumbledore's wand to settle the crowd down again as shouts from both sides flew through the air. Dumbledore stared down the last of the protesters and turned back to the speaker who had the floor. Mr. Weasley, did your investigations discover the names of the families that were reseated by this ministerial decree? Yes, sir. Most of them. I believe Mr. Flint and Mr. Knott and their friends would like to know which of their friends or colleagues they are contemplating casting out of the courtroom today. Percy flipped through his report to the last couple of pages and began reading aloud the names. Avery, Barlow, Bletchley, Bulstrode, No, Diggle, Dolohov, I knew it. Fleabert, Flint, Liar, Fudge of course, Gibson, Lufkin, Murray, Not, No. Not true. Blatant falsehoods, Peaks, Sill. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, that is enough, Dumbledore interrupted. It seems we have a broad cross-section of magical England contained in that list. Everything from convicted Death Eaters to past ministers of magic. The descendants of all those families have contributed to our history and standing for both the regular lives and this government body. Is there anyone in Wizengamot that would like to make a motion for the removal of those family seats that were filled by non-magical and Muggle-born descendants? No one in the pureblood old families dared raise their hand or head for fear that they or their close friends would turn on them for even suggesting such a radical step. Hermione's appointment to the Cressington family seat was quickly confirmed by 3/4 of the Wizengamot. Sirius pushed her up to her feet so she could acknowledge the applause and thank the chief wizard, the minister and the members of the Wizengamot for their confidence in her. The Cressington banner then appeared amongst the many flags that were displayed on the walls around the courtroom. Minister Bones finished applauding the young lady but remained standing. Chief Wizard, members of the Wizengamot, I am about to leave the position of interim minister to return to my previous station. At this time I wish to pull my temporary rank to nominate another family and person that should rightfully return to their Wizengamot seat after many decades of absence. Because the Malfoy family seat and holder have been stricken from this body, all the blood feuds, arrangements and other legal entanglements that were tied up with the Malfoy name are hereby cancelled. As a result of this change in standing, I wish to nominate Arthur to retake the family seat of Weasley in the Wizengamot. Arthur was stunned by this proposition, but it was Tura Loxley that quickly and proudly made herself heard over the sudden hubbub to second the nomination for Arthur and the reinstatement of the Weasley seat. The fact that Lady Longbottom herself stood to provide the third concordance to the motion swayed most of the other members of the Wizengamot to vote for a majority approval. Arthur was made to stand and Dumbledore himself conjured up the plum-colored robes that signified that Arthur Weasley was now a voting member of the Ministry of Magic's Wizengamot. Walter Mitty leaned forward to whisper to Lord Black. What kind of flowers does Amelia like? Sirius? The Potters will be sending her a thank you bouquet every month for as long as she likes. Just come to the wedding and be my best man. That's all the thanks she would like. Harry sat back slightly stunned at the surprise offer from his dad, and it was only his wife's reminders that kept his Lord Slytherin disguise in place. Both Tura and Hermione gave their father-in-law discreet kisses to his cheeks in thanks for the offer to their husband. Walter, Harry, was pulled back to reality when the chief warlock called out for the real reason the Wizengamot had been called into meeting today. The Wizengamot will now accept nominations for the office of Minister in Waiting. 4 or 5 men or women stood ready to propose candidates, and Dumbledore pointed to the furthest one away. Lord Yaxley. I can think of no finer man to uphold the proud traditions that the Ministry of Magic stands for than Lord Bludgeforth Parkinson. I've discovered he was one of the wizards that got off by swearing he was under the Imperious Curse after Voldemort was vanquished. Sirius whispered loud enough for Hermione, Tura and a very interested Walter Mitty to hear. All three turned to stare briefly at Parkinson, and Tura thought briefly about Draco's ex-betrothed Pansy, who was still a pureblood fanatic at Hogwarts. Dumbledore indicated the next person to rise. So noted. Lady Poppins. I wish to place in consideration the name of a very good fellow who has spent his life in service to the ministry. I nominate Bartemius. Barty Crouch Sr. He's the one that accused Neville and then Winky of casting the dark mark at the World Quidditch match. Harry. I don't think he's going to get Lord Slytherin's vote. Ginny. The next witch stood to nominate an Auror, Rufus Scrimgeour. A man long dedicated to justice and upholding ministry policies and laws. Auror Scrimgeour happened to be standing guard at the visitors' entrance doors but came forward at Bones' command to stand at the bottom of one of the stairways. The next person to stand to be recognized was one of the overseas ambassadors. The chair recognizes the Honorable Philip Marlowe. It is with some pride that I nominate the person who has held the ambassadorship to Mexico for a half-dozen years, Dylan Marshall. There was a polite round of applause from the rest of the ambassadors in the courtroom. A slightly older gentleman than Sirius stood. His long fading brown hair was held up in a respectable ponytail, and he stood briefly from a few rows in front of the semi-camouflaged Potters and waved to the rest of the courtroom. Lord Slytherin had seen the reactions from the group of pureblood families who had nominated Parkinson and thought that their disgust at the mention of his name was certainly some kind of endorsement for him. 2 other names were nominated, but those people stood and then declared that they didn't want or couldn't hold the office of minister. No more names were brought forth, so there were only 4 nominees to consider. There was a preliminary vote to see if any of the candidates would gain the 2/3 vote which was needed to select the minister. 27 wands were raised for Parkinson on the first ballot, a good showing, Sirius said grudgingly. 19 votes were raised for Barty Crouch while Scrimgeour garnered 15. Sirius had voted for Scrimgeour as he had worked with the man when they were both Aurors. Hermione, Tura and Harry, Walter, were not casting any votes until they heard the speeches which the candidates were supposed to make if no one was elected on the first ballot. Dumbledore called for the vote for Marshall, and all three Potters were amazed as the block of pureblood families all rose to their feet crying foul. Turning around to look at the source of the problem the purebloods were pointing at, Walter saw that all the ambassadors had risen and raised their wands voting for their colleague. Suspecting something really unusual was taking place, Hermione and Tura looked over at Augusta Longbottom, who had a small smile on her face as she had raised her wand for Dylan. When the Wizengamot scribe had finished counting the wands, he announced that there were 50 votes for Ambassador Marshall. That meant 9 members had abstained from voting for anyone at all. There were instant shouts of protest from a very angry section of the Wizengamot, and Dumbledore waited for the outcries to calm down a bit before he recognized the loudest, Mr. Knott. I move that those votes cast by the ambassadors be disallowed and those people removed from the courtroom. They have no right to vote on any matters, much less the election of the minister. Dumbledore let Knott's words hang for a couple of seconds in midair and then turned to the person standing just a little to his front. Madam Minister. The law establishing foreign ambassadors was written and approved by the Wizengamot in 1619. It grants the ambassadors rights, duties and responsibilities to represent the English ministry, and the Minister of Magic is comparable to the members of the Wizengamot. They are allowed and encouraged to exercise their initiative and judgment in important matters relevant to English foreign policy and the betterment of magical England. Chief Wizard, I do protest. I do not think the minister has finished talking yet, Mr. Knott. Amelia Bones bowed to the chief wizard while Harry and his wives noticed that Sirius was shaking in silent laughter. 3 weeks they've been talking amongst themselves and brokering deals and favors, and my fiancé has pulled the rug out from under all the old pureblood families. I just love it. Walter clapped Sirius on the shoulder and spoke softly to him. If she wasn't already spoken for, I might rush down there and give her a key, myself. Both Tura and Hermione stared back at the Lord, and he made a strangled sound in his throat and sat back. I was just saying it is brilliant, that's all. Using their own laws against them, I mean. We understand, Jamie, and you're allowed to key her, just once. After the wedding. Minister Bones reached for a small stack of parchment. According to Section 4, Paragraph 83, Item 7A of the Ambassadorship Authorization Act, the current Minister of Magic may recall and authorize the foreign ambassadors to vote on any important issue that he or she deems important and necessary for the good of magical England. I have done so. And there's nothing you can do about it now. PHHT. I wish you could have said that out loud, Ginny. My apologies, Lady Gryffindor. Are we sure that it's a good idea that Sirius and Amelia are going to be together for the rest of their lives? The entire row next to Augusta Longbottom was smiling as they watched Knott and the others that supported Parkinson settle back in their seats with a great deal of mutterings and hateful stares at both Minister Bones and Dylan. Dumbledore banged on the gavel and called for a 10-minute recess to let the candidates prepare for their speeches. Walter and the others stood and stretched as they watched the ambassadors gather around Marshal Dylan and offer him congratulations. A very special person came up the stairs to meet a new associate. So, Lady Cressington, how does it feel? I could ask you the same, Arthur. Welcome to Club Confusion. Arthur laughed and hugged his daughter-in-law and bent over Lady Gryffindor's hand and key, headed with a very happy twinkle in his eyes. So do you suppose I should tell Molly right away or just wait for the papers tomorrow morning? Tura laughed and said he should have the smelling salts ready in either case. Hermione turned and saw that Minister Bones had come up the aisle to sneak a small hug to Sirius. Lord Slytherin had climbed down a level so he could meet Arthur and offer his own congratulations to him and Amelia. Did Lord Black help you with this strategy, Amelia? In a roundabout way, along with a few others. Arthur, Augusta and that very detail-oriented Percy among others. It didn't seem right that with those Death Eaters wandering around that we should stand by and let them get another foot in the door here at the ministry. How did you know which way the ambassadors would vote, Amelia? Tura asked. Most of these people were appointed by the previous administrations because they were actively against the ministry policies and laws. I met with all of them this morning and asked if there was anyone else who thought that England had fallen too far behind the rest of the magical world. And whether they felt like doing anything about it. Dylan is a very fair-minded man, but he knows where and when to push and when not to. That sounds like an endorsement to me soon to be Mrs. Black. Amelia slapped Walter Mitty after getting permission from Hermione. The discussion might have continued on from there, but a gong sounded calling the recess to end. Everyone returned to their seats, but Arthur stayed and sat next between Lord Slytherin and Tura Loxley. Both were happy to have Arthur present for his advice on listening to the speeches. Lord Parkinson spoke first, and all Walter and the others heard is what Minister Fudge had been spouting for years and years. Emphasis on upholding traditions and keeping the old, substitute pureblood, Walter thought. Families as the leaders of all that is right with the world. There was nothing said about other magical beings other than to enforce the laws controlling the inferior creatures. Parkinson ended his speech to a standing ovation from the section of the Wizengamot that held the block of old and suspected Death Eater families. Rufus Scrimgeour spoke next and just emphasized the need to follow the laws of the land and to deal fairly with everyone, whether they be pureblood, half-blood, or brand new to the wizarding world. Walter and the others applauded politely because the Auror had at least acknowledged that people other than purebloods existed and had rights that they were to be protected with. Barty Crouch Sr. stepped up to give his speech and appeared to be extremely nervous. He took a drink of water from the glass that was available at the stand and started his speech. Lords, ladies, friends and colleagues, I am honored and humbled that at least some of you thought me good and worthy enough to stand for the office of minister. I would like to have the job, but to be honest, I would not be able to lead you well. Because of my family history, there would always be suspicions that I might not be acting honestly and above board. I therefore wish to withdraw my name for consideration and release those that have voted for me to vote their consciences and decide who might best be the right leader at this time. Thank you. Mr. Crouch took 2 steps away from the podium but came back. I wish to remind all of you that we are in unsettled times and that the old ways have not always worked so well for some of the members of our society. With that, he turned and bowed to the Chief Wizard and Minister Bones and returned slowly to his seat. Hermione was confused by Crouch's speech and asked Arthur what he had meant by family history. Mr. Weasley frowned but answered her. I'm good friends with Barty, but it's a really tragic tale. It was found out after Harry vanquished Riddle that Barty's son, Barty Crouch Jr., was a real dark mark-wearing Death Eater. And Barty Sr. was the man leading the prosecution against the supposed Death Eaters. Barty Jr. was sentenced to Azkaban, and the shame of that almost drove Barty Sr. to resign totally from public life. His son died in Azkaban a number of years ago, and then his wife died soon afterwards. He's got his job at the ministry and his pride back, but he was very close to being another victim himself. That poor man, said Hermione. Both Ginny and Harry had listened into the conversation and didn't notice that Sirius was keeping a careful eye on the 3 of them to see what kind of reaction they might have to the Crouch family history. Ambassador Marshall went and shook hands with Minister Bones and then walked with a steady step up to the podium. He looked around the room and shook his head. I never expected to come back to England and do this. My Muggle-born wife, or as some people say now, a first generation witch, and my 2 children were killed 15 years ago by a raiding party of Death Eaters. I continued my job as a healer at St. Mungo's, but I quickly grew tired of feeling helpless in the swelling tide of deaths. The war against the lower class of people was carried on by Voldemort, although those that didn't support him were quickly branded as blood traitors. This was protecting purebloods. Is it so wrong not to cause deaths and to try and protect your families? Many families left our country to not have to face that choice, or life or family. Some have returned and some have not seen changes in the way things work here to come back to the lives they fled from. I know one thing from my years working in hospitals and trying to keep people from dying. There is no difference in the blood between people despite what some would like you to believe. It's all red and stops flowing when you're dead. I applied to join the diplomatic corps after the Dark Lord disappeared that Halloween night in 1981. England held nothing but horrible memories for me, and I tried to escape them. I applaud any and every one that has continued on after losing their close friends and family. It is something we should try and make sure doesn't happen ever again. I lived in both the magical and regular worlds as I took on assignments to Egypt, France, Japan, New Zealand, and finally Mexico. It opened my eyes as to the character and adaptability of those most of us look down on as backward and stupid people. Muggles are difficult and can be warlike and just as narrow-minded as anyone in this chamber. They are also adaptable and can accomplish many things that we only hope our greatest wizards and witches would try to attempt. There was a loud outcry from a lot of different people from various factions in the Wizengamot, but Dylan held up his hand. Muggles routinely go from one side of the world to the other for business or vacations. They just do it different than we do. Some non-magical people from the United States have actually walked on the moon that courses through our skies every night. I am certainly not proposing we do things the Muggle way and lose every tradition and distinctiveness that makes us magical, but there are limits to how long we can stay a society that hasn't changed much in almost a century. Other magical countries are working on adapting to the new times and are flourishing. How many of you have actually wanted to go anywhere else and look at what's happening out there? You shouldn't judge anyone without walking a mile in their shoes. I've the after effects when a mundane father killed 3 dark wizards with a firearm. And that was a dozen years ago, and mundane firearms have certainly advanced since then. Mundane governments the world over have weapons that could destroy this entire building in about 3 seconds. Keeping the statute of secrecy is certainly important, but there can be and maybe should be some controlled interactions between the regular world and the magical world that might be beneficial to both. I don't know what they are, but I'm sure that there are at least 1 or 2 members in this courtroom that could bring up relevant examples beside the ones I think of. Cooperation between the peacekeepers, medical people, and businesses might bring about a lot of changes that would be good for all. I don't have answers for everything that might be wrong in magical England. I'm only a wizard that would like to try and make a difference for each one here. Not just the old families. Not only for Lady Cressington, who I'm sure has an uphill battle getting the respect she probably deserves for having at least the bravery to accept the position she was born to, but for everyone that is proud of England and wants their life to be better. Dylan Marshall stepped down as a great round of applause swept through the courtroom. Walter Mitty saw the looks that his wives were giving him and nodded back to them. Ambassador Marshall didn't have a plan or admit he knew the only way to lead the ministry. It sounded hopeful, and that was something Harry hadn't expected from anyone who wanted to lead the ministry. Dumbledore asked if anyone wanted to make a rebuttal speech against anything any of the candidates had said. Septimus Flint stood but was hurriedly pulled down by one of his friends as Lord Parkinson glowered. Another person did want to say something, and everyone was sort of surprised to see Rufus Scrimgeour retake the speaking podium. Many issues have been made public today, and while I have some experience from working in the ministry, I am not sure that I comprehend enough to not bollocks up everything. So I am now withdrawing my name from consideration as minister and releasing those members that voted for me with many thanks. Vote your own beliefs for the candidates that remain. If I had a vote as a member of the Wizengamot, I would cast it for Ambassador Marshall. But that is only my opinion as an Auror and not an endorsement. That you all for letting me speak. Auror Scrimgeour stepped down and climbed the stairs top, resume his post at the door. More than one witch or wizard stopped him along his way to shake his hand or to have a word with the man. With no others wishing to speak, Dumbledore called for another round of votes for the 2 candidates. The roll was called, and while a few members abstained, Lord Parkinson's face got more and more upset. The final tally was handed to Dumbledore. The latest vote is as follows. Lord Bludgefort Parkinson has 39 votes. There were cheers for the count, but the section of old families did not look happy. 10 members of the Wizengamot have abstained from voting. There was a rising murmur from most of the seated ambassadors, and Walter could see that Madame Bones' smiles was almost as broad as he had ever seen. Ambassador Dylan Marshall has received 71 votes and has the necessary 2/3 majority. Our new minister in waiting is Dylan Marshall. There was a loud celebration across most of chamber as everyone celebrated the election of the new minister. Reporters and photographers went into a flurry of activity, although half exited the room to go file the surprising reports and photos. Walter had to break off the hugs that Tura and Hermione gave him in their excitement, but they certainly didn't spare any effort in hugging Arthur and Sirius. Everyone stood as the chief wizard administered the oath of office to Minister Marshall, and then there was a crowd around him. Hardly anybody by Walter, Sirius, Augusta, and Amelia Bones noticed that Lord Parkinson and his associates stalked angrily out of the courtroom. A new era had begun. The new Minister of Magic, Dylan Marshall, was very busy for the next few days familiarizing himself with his job requirements, staff, and the functions of the various departments in the ministry. He was not so busy, however, that he didn't owl Headmaster Dumbledore the evening of September 17th. In the midst of breakfast the next morning, Dumbledore rose from the teacher's table and cleared his throat. Almost everyone stopped eating, and even Ron Weasley put his fork down, although he did keep eating his latest piece of toast. I received a letter from Minister-in-Waiting Marshall last night. He has asked permission to come to Hogwarts this afternoon and requested that if schedules allowed he would like to have the opportunity to talk to the staff and some of the students about whatever their concerns may be. There shall be a sign-up sheet posted for those that would like to talk to the minister, although I will not guarantee that everyone may be chosen. That is all. Enjoy your breakfasts and Wednesday classes. Why do I have the sinking feeling that all three of our names are already on that list? Why wouldn't the new Minister of Magic want to meet the famous boy who lived? Harry tried to think of an appropriate response to Ginny's remark other than the tickling hex, but just rolled his eyes instead. It was at that moment that everyone heard the owl portals open in the ceiling and everyone looked up to see if they were going to get mail. The delivery owls dropped off the Daily Prophet to Neville, Hermione, and the others that had regular subscription. As usual, seeing that it was an odd-numbered day, the giant nuthatch that delivered Luna's copy of the Quibbler made a diving run at Ron before circling the Ravenclaw table and dropping it off to her. Ron shook his fist at the crazy bird, but a shout across the hall from Luna softened Ron's face and he smiled over at his girlfriend. Hermione had handed her paper to Ginny to read but was surprised when a Seahawk landed right in front of her and extended its leg. Hermione removed the small package that was attached to the leg and offered a sausage from Harry's plate to the bird. It took it and made a running start to become airborne again. It was Seamus's bad luck that he was bent over his oatmeal dish when the large bird stepped on his head, forcing it into the bowl. He came up trying to wipe his eyes clear to the accompanying laughter of his friends and housemates. A small scream of delight made everyone turn to see an excited Hermione jumping for joy in her seat. With all the eyes of the table, and some from the adjacent tables, focused on her, Hermione managed to contain herself and spoke up loud enough for the people close to her to realize why she was smiling. "It's from my mum and dad," she explained as she shook the package carefully. "Well, go ahead and open it," Harry said. "Maybe I should wait until tomorrow. It could have my birthday something in there for me." Ginny pushed on Hermione's shoulder just a little bit. "And maybe it's just a real long letter. It will drive you crazy if you just put it in your bag for the day." "Well, actually it will drive me crazy more, but we all want to know how your parents are doing. Go ahead and open it." Hermione glanced around to see all the people who were looking at her expectantly. Besides her spouses and housemates, a few other friends from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had come closer. Daphne, Astoria, and Gracie had also slowly worked their way over after seeing the uncommon bird land in front of one of their favorite Gryffindors. Hermione finally gave in to her friend's badgering and opened the small package while everyone that had gathered around crowded in a bit closer. That Hermione's parents had taken a working vacation to America was commonly known to the students who were interested. Hermione made sure that the return address was firmly in her pocket as she brought out the contents of the package. There was a smaller package wrapped in shiny, "Happy Birthday" paper and a letter tied up with a little ribbon. Hermione quickly put both of those in her book bag to investigate during lunch or between classes. It was the other contents of the box that were picked up and passed around amongst the people gathered around that part of the Gryffindor table. Photographs and postcards from the America Southwest were passed around, although Ginny and Harry made sure that the photographs of Dee and Tony only went to their closest friends. There were a variety of postcards showing Las Vegas, the Grand Canyon, a desert botanical garden, cactuses, a ghost town, and a few American national parks with exotic-sounding names like Zion and Canyonlands. All very breathtaking or exotic locales that had most of the young students wishing they were on vacation or out in the westerns that some had seen in the movies or television. There was a movement to Harry's left and he saw Ron taking one of the postcards that had been passed around and was shaking it vigorously by a corner. "Ron, what are you doing? The picture's stuck." "Nothing is moving," the redhead said a little embarrassingly. Ginny rolled her eyes and moved over to stand behind her brother. She looked over his shoulder to take a peek at the postcard. She then popped him lightly on the side of the head. Ron, it's a picture of a canyon. Rocks aren't supposed to move, and besides, it's a muggle photo. Oh, well, it's good that the picture isn't broke then, right? The bell warning of the approach of the first session of classes sounded in the Great Hall. Most people rushed to pick up their book bags and return the postcards to Hermione with a quick thanks. Hermione gathered up the remnants of the package and looked at Harry. Where would you like to look at the rest of things? The library is closer than the hearth, Harry said. We were going to revise our arithmancy reading anyway. I'd like to hear the letter from your parents, Daphne said. If you don't mind, of course. Of course not, but I'm warning you, some of the comments from my mother might make Harry stammer and blush. Well then, I definitely want to hear it then. It's really too bad you have history of magic now, Daphne, Harry said. If it was still Binns teaching, you could probably miss it, but I don't think Professor Lupin will allow you to skive off. Couldn't Rob Locksley send him a note saying that I was needed elsewhere for Founder's Heir's business? I'm pretty sure it doesn't work like that, Miss Greengrass. Oh pooh. Where? Harry jumped up and looked frantically around the Great Hall. Phew. You had me going there for a second. I don't see a pudgy little bear with a honeypot anywhere. Nope. No Pooh. No Eeyore. No Tigger, and I'm pretty sure Christopher Robin graduated 6 years ago. Daphne scowled and slapped Harry in the stomach with her book bag. Prat. It takes one to know. Hermione stood up and placed a discreet hand somewhere below her husband's beltline to stop him from continuing the mock battle of words. Come to lunch at the hearth then. I can wait until then and read my parents' letter. No, go ahead and don't mind me. I'll catch up with you all later. It's okay, Daphne. We can lock Harry out of the bedroom and all read it together, Ginny said. Hey, serves you right for being a. You have to get to history, Miss Greengrass, Harry gently reminded his secret fiancée. Daphne started moving away from the trio towards the main stairway. I'll get you later, Potter. Don't you wish? Daphne stopped and looked back at the nearly deserted room and yelled out at Harry, actually yes. Harry groaned and slapped his forehead as Hermione and Ginny started laughing. You have to quit giving her openings like that, Harry. The green-eyed wizard raised his head with a weak grin on his face. What's the fun in that? I'll carry your book bags to the library as an apology for not holding my tongue again. Ginny and Hermione leaned in on different sides of Harry, and Hermione spoke softly enough for just the three of them to hear. But you do the wickedest things to all three of us with that tongue, Jamie. Not to mention that other big thing, my love, Ginny added as Harry stopped walking in total shock. The two Mrs. Potters were almost to the great doors before Harry's brain re-engaged enough to close his mouth and try to catch up with them. There was an open seat next to Harry when Daphne got to the Charms classroom for the last class of the morning. In fact, Hermione and Ginny were sitting a few rows away and talking to Lavender and Pavarti. As this seat spoken for Mr. Potter, Harry tried to keep the smile from his face. I do not believe so, Miss Greengrass. It seems like my better halves want to discuss the upcoming Yule Ball and try to figure out if formal robes or evening dresses might be the attire for the night. I understand their need for a conversation. The Yule Ball is only 3 months away. I don't understand why girls have to plan so far ahead. I guess there's all the coordination involved in ordering the right outfit with accessories. The only question I have is if I wear a tuxedo or just one of my dress robes. Harry, think for a second. Don't forget the color coordination aspect of this little get-together. Harry lowered his voice to a whisper. Geez, Daphne, now you've got me all nervous about finding something that matches whatever the three of you are wearing. Shoot. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Will you do me the honor of accompanying me and my wives to the Yule Ball? Real subtle and romantic, Potter. I'm sorry, Lady Greengrass. Allow me to sweep you off your feet properly later then. I'll consider it. Maybe a moonlit ride on your firebolt. Harry stared at Daphne and then waggled his eyebrows as a sly grin lit up his face. Daphne rolled her eyes and poked her fiancé in the side. You're incorrigible. And that's bad. Ginny and Hermione came back and sat flanking Harry and Daphne as the 5-minute warning bell sounded. Daphne started a conversation with Ginny but then stopped and turned back to the green-eyed wizard with a question. Don't our basilisk vests change to whatever color we want, Harry? Maybe you could get a whole suit or a robe charmed like that. You're absolutely brilliant, Sweetums. I'll start researching or send a note to Rotkill for the specific spell. Take a key. On account. Only one. As many as you like. Anywhere I like. Harry hummed a little as his memory and imagination led him away from the subject that Professor Flitwick taught. Daphne. Quit making Harry get all goofy looking in front of everyone. Sorry, Hermione. 4 witches and 1 wizard were joking as they entered the threefold hearth at lunchtime. Astoria. Daphne and Hermione placed their book bags on the larger of the 2 study tables, but Ginny and Harry just flopped onto the couch and dropped their bags on the floor. Harry had barely settled in before Ginny kicked off her shoes and socks and placed her feet in Harry's lap. Foot rub. I'm next then, Daphne said. Take advantage much, Harry said as he started massaging the feet of his favorite redhead. Don't be complaining too much, Harry. You got a little rub up just. Clang, 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 Astoria shouted out. Way too much information, guys. Ginny and Daphne laughed, but Hermione seemed to be hesitating just a little bit as she stared at the 2 items she pulled out of her book bag. One was the letter, but the little package was very intriguing also. Hermione finally settled for putting the package up on the mantelpiece and sat back down and opened the letter. It was a few seconds later that Astoria called across the room. For those of us that haven't been magically enhanced to be talking to each other mentally, would you mind reading it aloud? Or should I just come over and read over your shoulder? Sorry, Tori. Hermione cleared her throat and then began to read. Dearest Hermione, and Ginny and Harry and possibly Daphne. America is almost too different from England to describe, but I'll try my best. Our flight to Washington, D.C. was very nice and we had a little wait to fly cross-country to Albuquerque. The sky was mostly clear as we flew 4 more hours further west with an hour rest over connection in Dallas, Texas. This country is huge, and there's almost every type of landscape you could imagine. Miles and miles of farmland, huge rivers with boats and barges running upstream and down, towns with everything from a few wooden buildings to huge cities and messes of urban sprawl along the interstate highways. And then there's the contrast of totally unoccupied expanses of wilderness and unmarked areas. We were met after deplaning in Albuquerque by a couple of people that were doing similar services as us. Dr. Leonard, Doc, and his wife, Nurse Mary McCoy, were traveling on their own rounds and promised to guide us through the first couple of stops before heading along on their own circuit. They are a couple about 10 years older than us and escorted us to our new apartment and a marvelous supper afterwards. We had to apologize to them for calling an early end to our evening, but the hours of traveling finally caught up to us in the middle of supper. What followed next was a 4-day orientation and training session with the various agencies that we would be dealing with. Federal, state and tribal representatives were there to instruct us and the other new employees that would be traveling along the Rocky Mountain states this summer. Somewhere crammed into those hectic days we were given a brief driving course which included all relevant laws and learning how to maneuver a 36-foot-long camper or RV, recreational vehicle as they call it over here. It is certainly something to get used to when you drive on the other side of the car and the other side of the road than what one is used to. Our British driving license gave us 5 points to the qualifying test for our New Mexico state license, and the McCoys were good enough to lend us their Jeep for the actual driving exam. We both passed, but your dad scared the examiner once by looking over his wrong shoulder before making a turn. Our apartment address is 231 Sycamore Street, Apt. 34B, Albuquerque, New Mexico 87105. To write to us by international or send your letters, etc. to us in care of Tom Featherstone, 101 Blessing Way, Taos, New Mexico, 87571. He is supposed to re-owl us so that we get it in 2 or 3 days. We drove for 1 whole day northward in our RV after we left Albuquerque to the little town of Dulce, which is the main town of the Jicarilla, pronounced Heka Apache Reservation Nation. It is the home of one specific tribe of the Apache Nation, a larger cultural and linguistic grouping of Native Americans. The reservation is an odd mixture of modern and ancient dwellings and levels of poverty and riches. There are oil and gas fields here and there, but most of the people out of town seem to make their living by cattle and sheep ranching. I think I counted 8 different roadside stands where pottery, basket weaving and other homemade goods were sold by individual families on our way into town. We are in our 3rd day and night here, and while there is a local doctor in town, Leo and Mary and us two are keeping a fairly busy schedule from people who drop in or called ahead to the organization headquarters in Albuquerque for appointments. We are dealing with all ages from impossibly cute little boys and girls all the way up to great grandmothers and fathers. Some of the folks we have met are very amused at our accent. Flying the small Hogwarts flag that you gave us from our aerial led us to meet one of the shaman or medicine man or spiritualists that live here. We never really pinned down what his official title might be, but Kit Wheelstone just asked us if we were connected and in touch with creation. We explained that while we weren't that fortunate but had a daughter and son and daughter-in-law that were magical in nature. He just nodded and thanked us for taking the time to help his tribe and others. He came back before sunset that day and asked permission to do a blessing on our vehicle. Deciding it would be an insult if we refused, we let him chant and paint some symbols on our front and rear bumpers. He finished doing that and pressed a street Christopher medal into Tony's hands and asked him to hang it from our rear view mirror. It couldn't hurt, he said with a wink as he walked away. We are packing up tomorrow morning and heading for the Zuni Reservation, which is on the border of New Mexico and Arizona, and then we are making a grand tour around the Grand Canyon with a large number of stops all along its circumference. According to the road maps, there are a lot of scenic areas, and we managed to buy a nice Kodak camera so we could see the pictures right away. We'll try to take a few pictures of everything to send along to you. I'm not sure there's an owl involved on our end of things or not. Our magical contact Tom just said it was standard international mail. We're going to hand this letter, package to Mr. Wheelstone to forward on for us since he said he could do that. If this package has arrived late, we apologize for missing your birthday. If it's arrived early through some fortuitous circumstances, you may open up the present when it arrives, as we'd like you to have it as soon as possible. It's not much, but you already know how much we love you anyways. Give our love to Harry and Hermione, and Daphne and Astoria of course, and let them know how much we miss all of you. Love, Mum and Dad. Hermione placed the letter down and wiped a stray tear from her eye. Daphne was closest and came over to give the brunette a comforting hug. Harry joined in the hug and said something softly to her that made Hermione smile. Meanwhile, Ginny had crossed the room and walked back with the small package that Hermione had placed up on the mantel. She handed it to Hermione with a small smile. Now will you open it? You're a little pushy today, Mrs. Potter. No, I just want to see the happy smile on your face. Without having to resort to. That's enough, Gin, or I'll have Harry punish you. Oh goody. There was a sound of a hand slapping a rear end and Ginny spun around quickly looking at Astoria. Hey. You deserved it, and I thought I would just save Harry some steps. Ginny just laughed and threw an arm around Astoria's shoulders. They were drawn away from smiling at each other with a gasp from Hermione. She had opened up the birthday package and brought out the present her parents had sent her. It was a large bluish-green stone about twice the size of a sickle, highly polished with some darker marbling along its face. It was set in a beautiful bangle and the silver sides were fashioned to resemble feathers. Hermione slipped it on her wrist and held it up to the light for the light to catch it and make it sparkle just a little bit. She then turned to Harry with a big smile. So what does our resident gemologist know about turquoise? It's actually not a gem but a translucent mineral. It's common in only 4 or 5 areas of the world and is highly prized by almost everyone. Turquoise supposedly attracts money, success and love. Let's see. What else? Its natural powers include protection, healing, courage, friendship, and luck. Turquoise is supposed to relax the mind and eases mental tension. Something that would come in handy for Hermione when she gets closer to the end of term exams. Hermione blew a raspberry at her husband but then changed her mind and gave him a quick key. Harry smiled and touched the stone for a few seconds. There's no enchantments of any kind other than its natural loveliness. I could put some other guardings on it if you like. Just a small one to jinx anyone who borrows it without permission, Hermione said as she nodded her head to Ginny. I wouldn't. I might. Daphne said. It's very lovely but would probably complement Gin's red hair more than my blonde. I'd ask too, Hermione, but I won't. It's a present from your parents, so I know how important it is to you. Thank you, Tori. Just for that you jumped to the head of the queue for wearing it on a date or a Hogsmeade weekend. Date. Came a couple other voices. Everyone but Hermione stared at the younger blonde who was blushing furiously. I don't mess with your love life, so you shouldn't mess with mine, Astoria declared defiantly. Tori. Yes, brother-to-be. Who's caught your eye? None of your lordship's business. Astoria squeaked when she saw the glint in Harry's eye and made a dash for the nearest bedroom to lock him out. The three older girls laughed as Harry chased her through the hearth for a couple of minutes, threatening to tickle the truth out of her. Astoria finally sought shelter behind her sister, and Daphne relented and reminded everyone that they needed to either head down to the Great Hall for lunch or ask on the house elves to bring them some food to eat in the hearth. Astoria thanked her sister for protecting her, but realized she would probably have to eventually confess to Daphne about the conversations she had been having with a certain boy in her year. When Harry and the other students left their arithmancy class later that afternoon, they were surprised to find Dennis Creevy hopping up and down in the hallway, waving his arms and calling out for the Potter family. Hi Dennis. What do you need? It's not me, your lordship. Oops. Sorry Harry. Professor McGonagall asked me to tell you that she would like to see you and ladies. Sorry. She would like to see you, Ginny and Hermione, in her office right away. Thank you Dennis, Ginny said. We'll head right there. How's your mum doing? Pretty good, I guess. Her last letter said her tutoring is going well, and she even sent me and Colin a couple of galleons apiece to get things from Hogsmeade when the weekend comes around. You don't happen to know when the first one is scheduled, do you? Hermione thought for a second. I'm sure Dumbledore will make an announcement soon about that. I wouldn't be surprised if it would be the weekend before or after the other schools arrive for the tournament. That's not too far away then, Dennis said. Let us know if Colin doesn't want to shop for you. We remember how bad it is staying here while everybody above second year heads out. Thanks, Ginny. I best be heading back to the tower now. I've got a small stack of homework to start. The first year waved and headed for the nearest stairway that led back to Gryffindor Tower. Daphne told the trio that she was going back to her quarters to take care of business correspondence and change into more comfortable clothes. Before Harry could speak up and volunteer to help her change, Daphne put a finger to his lips and then hissed at him when he stuck his tongue out and licked it. Daphne turned her back on Harry quickly but gave Ginny and Hermione both a hug before she walked away without saying anything else to him. Did I just mess up? We were in public, Mr. Potter. Oh, that bad, huh? I apologize, Lady Greengrass. How much groveling do I have to do? I believe a foot or back rub may suffice. Deal. Harry heard a mental laugh that said that the Slytherin beauty wasn't quite as upset with him as she made out, and Harry breathed a small sigh of relief. He counted himself very fortunate that he hadn't provoked Daphne's wrath more than a time or two since they had begun courting. Both Ginny and Hermione held out their hands, and Harry was glad that this measure of affection wasn't banned by the official rules of conduct. Since the arithmancy classroom was around the corner from the library on the 4th floor, the three Potters took the stairways down to the 1st floor and made their way to the corridor next to the Dada classroom. Harry knocked twice on the door when they arrived and heard an enter from within. Opening the door, Harry stood aside as he let Ginny and Hermione enter McGonagall's office before him. He didn't ask the Transfiguration professor why she wanted to see the three of them, because the answer to that question was found sitting next to Minerva's desk and calmly sipping a cup of tea. The new Minister of Magic, Dylan Marshall, set his cup down and rose when the three Potters entered the room. Professor McGonagall waved the three students forward to a set of chairs that were set up in a row in front of her desk. Thank you for coming, Mr. and Mrs. Potters. I'm sure you recognize my guest, but I shall try to do the introductions as painlessly as possible. Harry, Ginny and Hermione Potter, this is Dylan Marshall, our new Minister of Magic. Only Minister in waiting, I'm afraid. But it is nice to connect the faces to the names. By the way, congratulations on your seating, Lady Cressington Potter. Hermione curtsied in response. Thank you for that, Minister, but we don't have much call to use those fancy titles around here much as students. Then you must all call me Dylan unless we're at some dreary official function with some dreary politicians. I made a promise to my wife that I would cut down on the number of those social events unless if involved something of real importance. Oh, please take a seat. You've been going up and down those staircases all day, so your legs must be a little tired. At least, that's how I remembered it from when I was a student here. These three are in much better shape than we ever were in as students, Dylan. They are up most days running laps around Black Lake with a considerable number of their friends and schoolmates. Good for them. I was much too busy with my studies to think about spending any free time exercising. Seeing the curious looks the three Potters were giving, Dylan McGonagall spoke up. Minister Marshall was a Ravenclaw of distinguished standing when he was a student here. He set many academic records as a student. And Minerva here knows me from so long ago, as she dated my older brother, Tucker, in their 4th year here. She'd be my sister-in-law today if my brother hadn't lost his common sense and chucked her over for the daughter of a wealthy business partner to our family. That was a long time ago, and I know Tucker and Marisol still have a happy and loving marriage. I found my own wizard a few years later. That statement brought some smiles to all those present, so Harry assumed that the minister had stayed a friend enough to Professor McGonagall to know who her husband might be. Dylan sat back in his chair and then seemed to remember something. I actually have an official reason to see you, Lord Potter. It's just Harry, please, Minister. Sorry, Dylan. Dylan chuckled and a ready smile crossed his face. I was cleaning out Fudge's desk to make sure I got all the bribe money and spiderwebs out when I found a hidden compartment way in the lowest drawer and covered by a notice me not charm. Inside that compartment was a folder, and inside that folder was some pretty important matters that dealt with one Harry Potter. Harry visibly flinched and wondered what new calamity was about to fall on his head. Dylan saw the pained look on Harry's face and hastened to reassure the young wizard as he handed the folder over. It's not something totally bad, I assure you, but after talking to Arthur Weasley and a few other of my new advisors, I've learned that you're a very private individual and not fond of publicity. So that is why we're talking here and now and not having a public ceremony or an announcement published in the Quibbler or the Daily Prophet. I don't know who to blame for this either. I don't know if Cornelius Fudge was the one to hide these tidbits or it was one of his predecessors. Harry looked at the folder he was holding and his nose wrinkled up as he heard Fudge's name mentioned. He didn't associate anything good with that name and wondered what could have possibly caused Fudge to hide something that concerned him. Ginny and Hermione had left their chairs to gather around Harry, and he looked at them both before he opened the folder and looked at the top paper in the file. Harry immediately hung his head and groaned. Ginny looked at the top piece of parchment and then reacted. An honorary membership in the Snicker, oh Harry. Dark Forces Defense League. Ha 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 ha, Ginny read haltingly. It was hard to understand her as she was trying to curtail her outright laughter. Shades of Gilderoy Lockhart, Minerva said with a shake of her head. It gets a little more embarrassing, I'm afraid, said Dylan. Harry rapidly flipped through the papers that were in the file. There were awards and commendations from various magical countries around the world. The Bavarian Order of Merit from the German Magical Protectorate, the National Defense Medal from the Gendarmerie Magique Française, the Defense Superior Service Award from Magical Canada, etc., etc. Underneath all the paperwork was a blue felt cloth with all the medals and awards pinned to it. Everything dated in 1981. Harry was both embarrassed and a little upset with the displays and acknowledgments. It was an empty and underserved honor for him that reminded Harry of nothing more than the loss of his parents. Hermione, feeling the emotions rising from her husband, hugged him tightly to help settle him down. If you'd like, we can display these back at the manor in a case labeled for James and Lily. Harry looked up with a quick smile, but a few tears still falling from his eyes. I would like that. At least we know who the real heroes were. And still are, Ginny said as she rubbed Harry's back and then dropped a key to the top of his head. Dylan looked very uncomfortable. Mr. Potter. Harry, I apologize for upsetting you. I never meant to bring back painful memories. I just thought you ought to know about. It's okay. It's actually a good thing. I can display these honors in memory of my parents. They deserved all these rewards and many more for how they stood up to Voldemort and protected me. I understand, Harry. I'm sorry this meeting hasn't been what I thought it might be. My wife and I are staying for supper and a few hours afterward if you'd like to have a different type of conversation. I'm sorry for the imposition. It was Hermione that replied to the minister as Harry stood. There is no need to apologize, and we may see you after supper. This is quite a bit to deal with out of the blue for all three of us. We're going to head back to our quarters unless you have something else for us. Both McGonagall and Minister Marshall shook their heads and watched as Harry and his wives left the office. Well, that went south really quick, Dylan said. I don't think you made any enemies here, Dylan. The Potters are nothing else but resilient. Harry was met by a giant hug from Daphne when they entered the hearth. Harry didn't even ask why she was there as all three girls led him to the couch for a group cuddle. There were 2 extra seats at the teacher's table for supper, and Harry had recovered enough to speak with his classmates about meeting the new minister. Dylan Marshall seemed to be having a good time as he and his wife Margaret were seated between Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall and conversing with a few other members of the staff as they ate supper. When the last dessert had been finished and the silverware and dishes cleared away by the Hogwarts elves, Dumbledore rose and said that the new Minister of Magic would like to say a few words. Dylan rose to scattered applause and held up his hands. Thank you for that welcome. Since only a couple dozen staff members and students can actually vote for me in the general election, I won't be making a campaign speech. Or having my picture taken. Unlike some other people I would never reference in passing. That brought a round of laughter from some of the students as they remembered Fudge's insistence of always having a photographer nearby wherever he went. I was a student here, as were most of your parents. I was in Ravenclaw, cheers rang out from that table. And my first wife had the courage that belonged to the Gryffindors, more cheers from Harry's table, to take pity on me and tell me that we were getting engaged and later married. I lost her and my 2 young girls to the Death Eaters, or maybe Voldemort himself. Good for him for saying the name, Harry whispered to Ginny. But that was a long time ago, and I'm very happy to announce that love will find a way to make one whole after you have your world ripped apart. Dylan turned to the side and at his wife on the cheek to the catcalls and applause of some of the students. Dylan continued to speak. My job as the new minister is to restore some confidence in how the ministry works and to make life easier and better for everyone, whether they be a first-year student born to mundane parents or the head of an ancient and noble house. Harry felt a little self-conscious as Dylan was looking over the great hall, and his eyes came to rest briefly on him. Dylan smiled and winked quickly, and Harry felt a surge of approval for the attitude the minister was publicly displaying. There is strong evidence that Death Eaters have resurfaced, or actually wizards and witches displaying all the cruelty and determination to run our society by fear and intimidation. I don't want that to happen, so we are going to take steps to bolster the Auror ranks and training programs. I'm sorry. I've wandered off and begun talking politics. But maybe that is relevant, as everyone should care how our society is doing as a whole. Let me tell you one immediate change I've instituted already at the Ministry of Magic. Nobody has to submit reports by means of quills, inks and parchments anymore. Starting yesterday we are using these. Dylan nodded to Dumbledore, who waved his wand in a complicated motion. Piles of supplies appeared at various places of all 4 house tables. These are mundane pens and tablets of paper. Much easier to use and significantly cheaper to buy than the traditional parchment and quills. I understand from Headmaster Dumbledore that Professor Lupin is allowing these to be used in his History of Magic class, as well as Mrs. Robinson for her class in Muggle Studies. I don't wish to destroy the traditions that do exist here in Hogwarts, but we've long passed the point of the usefulness of some of the old ways. Consider these supplies a small gift from my wife and I in the spirit of progress. I hope you come to believe that not everything Muggle is backward and useless. Margaret and I shall remain for a few hours if there are enough students that wish to talk to us. We have spent part of our afternoon with some of the prefects and have learned a lot about what young people consider important for their lives, either here at school or at home. We applaud the changes that Lord Gryffindor and the headmaster have instituted in the last year and look forward to visiting as often as you can stand us. I supposed I ought to sit down and shut up, as I suspect there are piles of homework to be done, lots of questions to ask, and a few broom closets to investigate before the prefects and staff discover you. Thanks for letting me speak. Dylan regained his seat and Dumbledore rose in his stead. As I understand it, the proposal to use these common Muggle writing supplies has been presented to the Board of Governors by Lord Gryffindor and Lady Slytherin. So until they rule otherwise, I am declaring that these pens and paper are perfectly fine for regular course work here at Hogwarts. Your instructors may of course approve or disapprove the use of any specific supplies for individual assignments. Good evening. There were cheers and the sound of discussions being started from each of the 4 tables in the Great Hall. Some of the students walked out while others stayed in their seats. A good number of students began migrating to the front of the hall to talk either to the teachers or Minister and Mrs. Marshall. Harry stayed seated as the other Gryffindors passed by him. Gracie came over for a moment to talk to everyone, and then some of her Ravenclaw roommates dragged her away to go to the library and study. Daphne had worked her way over to the Gryffindor table and sat down between Ginny and Hermione. So what are we doing now? I'm going up and apologizing to the minister for my bad reaction earlier. What happened? Harry cast a privacy ward around the four of them. Just the unearthing of some historical documents that could have just as well been forgotten. Daphne looked a little confused. Huh. Harry smirked, but his face lost its smile as Hermione explained. The awards and decorations that the boy who lived garnered for offing the Dark Lord in 1981. Oh Harry, I'm so sorry. You didn't need any more reminders of that. Thanks Sweetums. You coming up with me. I could introduce you to the man in charge and you could find out if Minister Marshall would like to see your legal guardian. Rob wouldn't prank the new minister right out of the box, would he? Ginny asked with a gleam in her eye. No, certainly not, but he might like to have some conversations with the heirs or the founders themselves. Are we going to tell him about our secret identities, Harry? Not right away, I think. Maybe never unless it becomes necessary. We'll certainly have to talk about it. Okay. Harry dropped the privacy ward and the four wandered up to the front of the hall to see what the minister and his wife were talking about to the cluster of students that were gathered there. It looked to be an informative evening. EAA. Who did this? Ginny. Harry. Answer me somebody. Anybody. Balloons. Not just a few balloons, not just a dozen balloons. Hermione had woken to a bedroom full of balloons, all in various colors and sizes. All having the words happy birthday or pictures of herself on them. Hermione had barely been able to sit up in bed and she couldn't decide whether she just laugh the prank off or get angry for the weird awakening. Would somebody at least tell me that these aren't filled with pudding or anything worse before I start popping them? Oh heavens, Fred and George didn't come into our bedroom to do this, did they? There was no mental answer to Hermione's frantic questions, but she suddenly heard a harmonica chord and three voices started singing. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Happy birthday, dear Nani. Happy birthday to you. Hermione smiled at the singing. You guys are great. Methinks she's been skipping her anatomy lessons again if she thinks Ginny and I are guys. We'll probably have to ravish her again somewhere along the day, Sweetums. Come and get it now if we can spare the time. Harry was the next person that spoke to her. As fun as that sounds, we have some special guests from the manor visiting us this morning. Who? Get dressed and come find out. Almost all the balloons disappeared from the Potter's bedroom except one big yellow one that had Ginny's, Harry's and Daphne's pictures on it. There was a light in it that flashed on and off as the three faces winked and blew her key. Hermione couldn't help but chuckle and made a quick trip to the loo before putting on her long shift and a dressing gown and heading out to their living room. Hermione didn't have much chance to say good morning to anybody as she was rushed by a small little elf as soon as she cleared the bedroom door. Happy birthday, Lady Hermy. Surprised by the friendly attack, Hermione scooped up Hermione and swung the little elfling around in a circle. Thank you for coming today and making my morning very special, little one. You didn't come here by yourself, did you? No. I wouldn't do that. I would be in so much trouble with Nop. Hermione and the others laughed as they knew what the sometimes stuffy Major Domo might possibly do to the Grandelf that disobeyed him so openly. Hermione felt the joy in the room and laughed and hugged her lady tightly around the neck. Her eyes popped open suddenly as she was chided from behind. That is not the way to address a lady of the manor, Hermione, and you know what I think about touching like that. Hermione placed the little elf back on the floor and she hurried back to stand by her mother. Yasal took a few steps forward and curtsied. Happy birthday, Lady Hermione. We waited as long as we could. My young one wanted to come and give you the present she made you right after midnight, but her father and I were successful in persuading her you might want to sleep a little longer. You made me something, Hermione. You didn't have to do that. I wanted to. Not only are you very pretty and powerful, but you have been very nice to me and my parents. All us Potter house elves actually. Harry, Ginny and Daphne were standing together as they watched the conversation between Hermione and the third youngest elf at Potter Manor. A small male elfling named Ginkies had been born 5 days earlier, and the Potters had planned to go back to the manor sometime over the weekend to bestow the house protections on the little one. Hermione darted away to the table and brought back a package about 10 inches square and presented it to Hermione with a careful curtsy. Mama helped me with the packing. Wrapping, corrected Yasal. Wrapping, Hermione said. Harry had to bite his lip because the eye roll that Hermione gave her mother was classic Ginny. Harry would have to have a talk with Yasal sometime soon about any other bad habits their daughter may have picked up from the three of them. Hermione went and sat down on the couch and patted the cushion beside her. The little elf checked for her mother's approval before she hopped up right next to one of her ladies. Harry and the others gathered around the back as Hermione unwrapped the present and opened the box. There was a whispered, "Ooh," from the birthday girl, and then the box and the wrapping paper vanished so that everyone could see the present. There was a stone or ceramic house for the base of the gift, but it wasn't just any house. It was the Granger's house, the house that Hermione had grown up in. The colors were a shade off, but Hermione was not going to complain to the little elfling about that. "How did you know what my house looked like, Hermione?" the smiling witch asked. "My Iada, father, took me to see it once." Harry looked over and saw the look Yasal was giving her daughter and suspected that the little elf had begged or pleaded with Redis to have him take her to see where Hermione had grown up. The little elf asked if she liked the rest of the present. Hermione nodded. "I know you liked flowers a lot, so I thought you could keep these always," Hermione said. Hermione agreed with the elfling and gave her a hug. She couldn't believe that the young elf had conjured 2 small crystal sprays of lilacs. It was absolutely a perfect replication and even had a touch of the right color if you swiveled the gift around so the light would catch it at different angles. "You have to smell them too," Hermione insisted. Hermione obligingly bent over and took a whiff of the crystal flowers. "These smell wonderful, Hermione." The elf fidgeted for a moment and shyly looked across the room. "I had to ask for help with the smell. I couldn't get it right no matter how many times I tried to do it." Yasal almost smiled in explaining. "It ended up smelling like either a mountain troll or old fish. I only helped her just a little bit." "Thank you, Yasal. And thank you again, Hermione." Yasal beckoned to her daughter. "We still have chores, little one. Master Harry and his ladies will be home this weekend." "Really?" Hermione squeaked with excitement. "Really?" Harry answered. "Have you kept helping Tried with all the animals?" "Yes, but I have to careful around some of the bigger ones. They don't always see me when they move quickly." Harry lowered his voice. "Don't let it get out, but I have the same problem too." Hermione nodded very seriously. "I promise not to tell anybody then." Harry laughed and went down to one knee to hug the little elf. "We will see you this weekend and then we will all get to see little Ginkies." "Good." Yasal cleared her throat and Hermione ran around the room quickly to receive hugs from the 3 girls again. She came back to Yasal's side and held out her hand. Hermione was still waving goodbye to everyone when the 2 house elves disappeared with a small pop. Hermione was still smiling as she went over to hug her spouses and Daphne. She then kept smiling as she pinched Ginny's bum. "Hey, what was that for? Don't even try to make me believe that you didn't have a hand in those balloons, Mrs. Potter. I'm not sure I should even let you have a piece of my birthday cake for that." "What about those 2? Ginny said as she pointed to the chuckling Harry and Daphne. "I will deal with them separately, thank you very much." Hermione just couldn't keep upset facade up any longer and broke out laughing. Ginny joined her and ended up giving her a key on the cheek. It was a wonderful wake up. A lot less threatening than what I imagined. "So what's happening today then?" "Things here and there," Harry said with a shrug of his shoulders. "That's pretty succinct. Might I ask for details?" Daphne threw an arm around Hermione's waist. "Oh, you can ask, all right. You might have to receive a spanking to get the answers though." Harry spoke up as he saw the gleam in Hermione's eye about getting back at Daphne. "Okay, before this gets out of hand. I thought the 4 of us could have a nice quiet supper here in the hearth, give you our presents and have some cake. I have something planned for afterward. Something other than that Nani. I can live with that. I'd better go get my shower though." "I'll help you," Ginny said as she shrugged out of her robe and headed for the bathroom. I think I will also, Daphne said as she sat down and removed her shoes and socks. Hermione called out from the bedroom doorway. Harry, coming. Harry smiled and shook his head. You three go and have some cleaning time together. I imagine I shall find a spot of time later because if I join you now. Exactly, Daphne said as she started unzipping her skirt. You are so going to make us late for breakfast at this rate. Harry waved his hand and Daphne's clothes became a small folded pile on the couch. He key. Ed the hollow of the bee. Own's neck and then spun her BPD-ness around to push her toward the open doorway. Daphne pouted just a little bit but strutted away with a definite wiggle in her hips. Harry sighed but went back to the couch to look at Hermione's present again. It was actually very good and something he hadn't even thought of. Jamie. Yes, Hermione. If we aren't quite finished in here in, 20 minutes, would you come and get us out of the shower and towel us off? It would be our pleasure. You are the birthday girl. Having fun. Harry heard Hermione laugh and received a mental picture of what the three girls were up to in the shower. He really didn't need an answer to his question as he thought Hermione was having a wonderful start to her birthday. Lookouts were posted from the base of the central stairway and all around the main floor in case the Potters chose another route to breakfast. The precautions were unnecessary as it was Justine that saw and heard them coming down first. He signaled to Gracie, who was waiting at the base of the stairs, and then hurried down himself to enter the Great Hall. Gracie waved to Astoria, who was waiting at the doors. She in turn waved to Sirius, who had thought of and planned a moment for Hermione. Hermione was a little surprised when she saw Gracie waiting for them at the bottom of the staircase. She greeted Harry with a hug and then hugged Hermione and wished her a happy birthday. Astoria had come over by then to talk to Daphne and led her into breakfast at the Slytherin table. The birthday girl didn't notice that everyone was a few steps behind her as she continued to talk to Gracie about her latest assignment in Transfiguration. She stopped talking and Hermione took a few steps by herself in actually entering the Great Hall. Hermione stopped as a loud voice called out, "She's here." Sirius was standing by the head of the Gryffindor table. Actually, every Gryffindor was standing by their table and Hermione wondered what was going on as Sirius made a flourish with his hand in bowing deeply to her and then calling out another command. Present arms. Every one of the Gryffindor students from the littlest first year, Dennis Creevy, to the 7th years of Tamara Wilkins and Roy O'Banion turned a quarter turn to Hermione and brought something up to their lips. Sound off. 63 kazoos sounded out in disharmony as everyone started playing their favorite tune on the recently acquired Muggle toy. Hermione had a hand over her mouth in disbelief as she listened to the cacophony of mismatched sounds. Sounds off. Sounds off already. You lot are horrible. Everybody removed the kazoos and stared at Hermione with grins on their faces. Sirius was grinning ear to ear as he called out his last command. Order of the day. Happy birthday, Hermione. The shouts rang out from not only the Gryffindor table but from various students in the other three houses. Everyone broke out in applause and Hermione turned a color of red that Luna couldn't comment on as she had been the first one to rush over from her Ravenclaw seat and hug the birthday girl. Other friends and acquaintances came up to hug her and wish her well. That stopped when Professor McGonagall rapped on her goblet with a knife, cutting through the conversations going on over breakfast. Lady Hermione. Yes, Professor McGonagall. That will be 3 points from Gryffindor for disrupting breakfast. There were gasps from all over the Great Hall as it was widely known that Hermione Potter was one of Professor McGonagall's very favorite students. Hermione's mouth dropped open in shock. Again. She hadn't even gone to class yet and she had lost house points. She nodded and hung her head down and headed for her usual seat at the table. She was about to sit down when another voice rang across the Great Hall. Lady Hermione. Hermione's head rose in surprise. It was someone unexpected that called out for her. Yes, Professor Runnels. You have miraculously survived another year married to Lady Ginny and Harry Potter. Take 3 points for patience, persistence, grace under fire and sheer dumb luck. The rest of the hall erupted in laughter and Hermione couldn't decide to laugh or to look around to see who was taking the credit for this elaborate setup. Even all the teachers were smiling at her look of confusion, but she saw Sirius and Remus raise their goblets in a silent toast to her. She decided to blame them but wouldn't exclude any of Ginny's brothers for the idea just yet. She fixed her gaze on her husband, who looked back at her with a swift shake of his head. No, no, no. Not me. Neither Ginny, Daphne nor I knew anything about this. I swear. Okay, I believe you. But there will be a reckoning. Just warn us so we can get some popcorn to eat while we watch. Hermione chuckled and started reaching for the bowls and platters of food on the table before her. When Sirius had finished breakfast, he came by the Gryffindor table again and gave Hermione a hug and a cautious key to her cheek. I hope you have a good day, Hermione. I'm sure that Harry has some good things to give you. Not that you louts. Have a little decorum, please. Hermione stood up to hug her father-in-law and waved goodbye to him as he went through the great doors. She sat down with a big smile and Harry grew suspicious. What did you do? Me. Nothing. But Vika wants to test his memory. Professor Sirius Black, ex-marauder, ex-Auror, got lost 3 times on the way to his classroom that morning and never quite figure out that the door he was sure was his classroom was actually the classroom to the potions lab in the dungeons. Vika came back and told the Harry, Hermione, Ginny and Daphne about the situation as they were leaving breakfast. They started laughing and continued laughing almost all the way to Transfiguration. The rest of Hermione's school day went by mostly quietly, although she was greeted by a lot of students in the corridors who wanted to wish her well. Professor McGonagall held her after Transfiguration for just a few moments to apologize for the small prank she had arranged with Professor Runnels. For once I thought that Sirius Black wouldn't have the last laugh or prank of the morning. I hope you don't mind too much. It's quite fine. I expect the whole day to be a little off. Hermione had explained what she had woken to, and the usual stern countenance of Professor McGonagall relaxed into a small smile. I hope the rest of your day is less stressful and better for you, Hermione. Hermione looked around carefully before replying. Thank you, Minerva. I'm sure you shall certainly hear if something more than usual happens. But it is the unusual seems to happen to the Potters on a regular basis. Have a good day then, Hermione, McGonagall said as the first early students of her next class drifted into the classroom. Ginny gave Hermione a less than subtle hug before she headed off for her weekly lesson with Madame Pomfrey. 2 first-tiers had entered the Healer Mentoring program, and Ginny was now tasked with helping supervise their lessons as well as continue on with her own. Ginny was a little apprehensive that she would be spending a couple of hours at St. Mungo's after the Christmas holidays, but Harry had promised that he would do everything he could not to end up there while she was on duty. There was a small pile of birthday cards at Hermione's spot at the Gryffindor table for lunch, and she was undecided at first whether she should attempt opening them after the breakfast spectacle. Ginny persuaded Professor Flitwick to check the pile for pranks and other unusualness, but other than one smoke bomb, the cards were harmless. Hermione opened the cards while she ate and sent thank you notes flying across the Great Hall to answer those people that weren't close enough to talk to. The Dada class that afternoon was its usual loud, Professor Moody, and slightly scary for the students. Everyone was asked to demonstrate the spells that had been taught since the first day, and the students lined up across from each other casting shield spells to defend against Expelliarmus, body binding, stunners and the like. Moody had taught the Renervate spell first before he taught the stunning spell to the 4th years so they could get used to waking up their classmates when and if they were put out of action. Moody walked back and forth in one of the lines of students correcting their wand positions or distracting them by yelling in their ears. Constant vigilance, and, that's bleeping wrong, were only 2 of his favorite phrases. At the end of the mock attacks, Moody usually picked a student to demonstrate the spell of the day. He usually spread the honor around to gauge the knowledge of each student, but today he looked around the classroom before settling on one particular person. Ah, the birthday girl. Lady Hermione front and center. Hermione put aside her pen and paper and walked up to the front of the classroom. Today we're going to demonstrate type of reflecting shield in which whatever spell is sent to you is back to the caster. The name of this is Repercutio, and the wand movement is only a little different from the common Protecto spell. I'll demonstrate this now. Lady Hermione. A spell of your choosing. Professor Moody cast the shield spell and everyone saw a green shimmering shield appear before him. Hermione looked around the classroom and got a silly suggestion from Ginny. She nodded and cast Rictusempra wordlessly. It should have bounced back at her, but she had sent in on a two-cushion bank shot and it hit the professor before he could turn around and move his shield. The classroom went into shock as Moody shrieked like a girl in convulsions of laughter. Hermione hastily cast a finite on the spell and scooted quickly back to her seat. Moody fell silent and then climbed to his feet a little slowly. 2 points for clever angle work. Shields usually work if they catch the spell head on. A surrounding shield will be taught later in the year. Good work, Lady Hermione. He then brandished his wand and swept it over the classroom. You will never spread word of what just happened. Is that understood clearly, Miss Brown? Lavender went purple before replying. Yes, Professor Moody. Good, everybody up and in 2 lines again. We'll see how well you paid attention. Stinging spells only against the deflecting shields. Watch your angles. When the lesson for the day was over, Hermione and everyone else packed up their books and pens and prepared to leave. Harry was surprised when Ron clapped him on the shoulder and took his book bag. Hermione was relieved of her boundless bag next and looked to Ginny for an explanation. It's time for somebody's husband to take someone for a long overdue private walk along the lake, Ginny said as she pushed Harry and Hermione closer together. Hermione was about to protest this departure from her planned day when Harry shyly picked up her hand and key. At the back of it. We could talk about schoolwork if that would make it more attractive to you. Hermione looked at the ring of Gryffindors who were watching the pair very carefully. I suppose there are worse things I could be doing with our time. Lavender laughed. Well, there's a ringing endorsement for romance. Hermione spun around at that comment. I'll have you know. Yes. Came from a number of voices. HMMPH. Lord Potter. Yes, Lady Potter. Let's leave this riff-raff and find some quality time for ourselves then. Hermione linked her arm around her husband's and strode boldly through the little crowd. Some formally bowed as they passed with all the mock dignity they deserved, but a few others made suggestions about where they were off to and what they were off to do. Those people were immediately hit by a stinging hex to their bums as Ginny wagged her finger at the offenders. Harry and Hermione were giggling as they heard the cries of pain behind them and sent a silent thanks back to their spouse for handling the others. Don't forget the silencing spells if you do stop for a little grin and tickle. Daphne Louise. About an hour and a half ought to do it, Jamie. An hour and a half of what should do what? You should be so lucky, Nani. Ginevra. Harry pulled Hermione along as she had momentarily stopped at the last comment from the redhead. They were almost to an exit outside and Harry just silently waggled his eyebrows when Hermione glanced at him. Hermione, however, just sighed and smiled. And walked closer to her husband's shoulder as they headed down to one of the trails around Black Lake. ... Whatever was talked about or done, or not done, on Harry and Hermione's walk to or around the lake was privileged information that neither Ginny nor Daphne ever cared to investigate. All they knew was that when the couple dropped their privacy wards upon re-entering the castle, they were both very relaxed and happy for the time they spent together. Hermione was still trying to find out from their husband why Ginny was so insistent about being absent for some time. Unfortunately, Harry was very closed-mouthed about the whole subject and just repeated that she would learn when it was time. She did, however, suspect it involved decorating the hearth and having people jumping out and surprising her. When Harry didn't turn down the short corridor to go to the threefold hearth, Hermione got confused. I thought we were going to the hearth, she finally said. Not right now, Harry. Stopping in the middle of another 7th-floor corridor, Harry pulled Hermione around and gave her a hug. How much do you trust me, Nani? Seeing the mischievous look on Harry's face, Hermione pretended to think about it for a few seconds. Hey. Hermione smiled and pressed a quick key to Harry's lips. With my heart, body and soul, you big lug. Did I hear somebody mention big? Harry must be getting close. Harry shook his head at the mental message and confused look on Hermione's face. He reached behind her and brought out a blindfold. No, I won't wear it if we going where I think we're going. Not even for family and friends. Well, it was a special request. Okay, but if Fred and George are trying one of their experiments on me, you are so going to be sleeping on the couch alone for a couple weeks. I solemnly promise to protect you from them. Let's get this over with then. Hermione spun around and let Harry tie the blindfold on her head. He then whispered something softly in her ear and watched the blush rise to Hermione's cheeks. Before she could say anything in response, Harry grabbed her hand and led her further along the corridor. It was only a minute or two later when Hermione found herself being led through a doorway. The air was a little cooler in the room and she felt the presence of a number of magical auras. She wanted to call out and hear who responded, but she kept her mouth closed and let Harry lead her to a high-backed chair and be seated. Harry vanished the blindfold away and Hermione blinked in the sudden bright light as she heard a chorus identical to what had greeted her that morning. Happy birthday, Hermione! Hermione was sitting at a huge round table and looked around to see all the people who had showed up for her party. A good section of the Hogwarts staff was present with Dumbledore, McGonagall, both Sirius and Narcissa Black, and Professor Runnels. The younger Weasleys were all present with their significant others, Ron and Luna, Fred and Alicia, George and Angelina. Neville was standing between Hannah and Susan while Tracy was standing next to Draco. The last three places were occupied by Gracie, Astoria and a very wide-eyed Ravenclaw second year named Buckley Rogers if Hermione's memory was correct. Ginny and Daphne were seated to Hermione's right and Harry had his usual place on her left. Harry laid a hand on Hermione's shoulder as he spoke to the group. Although we might have tried having a traditional table and my very lovely wife. Hey, what's that make me? Chopped lungfish. It's chopped liver, Ginny. The expression is chopped liver. Harry rolled his eyes and cleared his throat. As I was saying, Hermione would not have sat at its head as she doesn't like to be the center of attention. Fat lot of chance of that happening as long as she's married to you. Thank you, Draco. Tracy, could you mind your companion before somebody glues him to the ceiling? Fill his mouth with food or something. You got it, Harry. Today is a very special birthday to one of the very most important and special persons to me. It is Hermione's 15th and the last year of peace we all shall have before she drives us all around the bend studying for owls and newts. Harry was suddenly yanked down to his seat as Hermione stood. Thank you, Harry. And thank you everyone for coming this evening to share this meal. To say nothing of cake and presents. Thank you, Ron. Harry, I assume that there is food. Of course. Nop. It was only a second after Harry called out that a number of Hogwarts and Potter House elves appeared with dinner for everyone and platters of food for those that had room for seconds. Hermione was surprised at the poached salmon, asparagus spears and baked potato that appeared before her. This is wonderful, Harry. Thank Ginny and Daphne. I placed them in charge of the menu this evening. Leaning to her right, Hermione whispered her thanks to the redhead and the blonde for remembering one of her favorite dishes. Both winked at her and told her it would be a good idea to finish the meal quickly. Hermione only had a minute or two to contemplate that statement before the toasts and stories started. Everyone at the table, with the exception of the nervous Buck Rogers, seemed intent on rising to praise Hermione for her many achievements or to take a turn relating a story about her. Harry quickly called a halt to that activity before Sirius or the twins could think of something to contribute. The rest of the meal was eaten in happy conversation along and across the table. Harry got up at one point and walked around the table to remind Ron that he needed to leave room for cake. He blushed and put down his fork immediately so that he could watch the cake being wheeled over. Hermione's birthday cake resembled a huge copy of Hogwarts, a history, and she was teased by some that Madame Pants would certainly hear the tale of the desecration of such an important source of information on the school. Hermione had help from Ginny and Harry in blowing out the candles and cut the first half dozen pieces before one of the house elves gently took the knife from her hands and finished the job. Once the cake was eaten, Hermione moved on to the presents. There were the usual books from the teachers that dealt with their areas of expertise, and Hermione was certainly grateful for their support. Other gifts included clothes, gift certificates to Flourish and Blots and Madame Malkin's. Remus, Tonks and Andromeda chipped in together for tuition to a London University summer course. Harry almost saw the wheels spinning in Hermione's mind as she considered the possibilities. Surprisingly, Sirius, Amelia and Gracie had contributed a certificate for a weekend stay in a Muggle hotel in Edinburgh. I know it's not quite a personal birthday present, but you could use it to get away from certain other people that are named Potter if you want. Hermione laughed and said she would consider that possibility. Presents from Harry, Ginny and Daphne were quietly put aside to be opened in private, and Hermione thanked everyone again for attending her birthday party and making her feel special. Dumbledore stood and announced that perhaps that the adults should head back to their offices and let the birthday girl have some time together with her classmates and friends. Hermione shook hands or hugged the adults as they left the room of requirement. She beckoned Harry and Ginny over for a few minutes as Astoria and her friend Buckley had to leave for the library and homework. The 12-year-old seemed a little awestruck after spending the time with the older students and staff, but they asked Astoria and him to come to the hearth and time they wanted to hand out. Mr. Rogers stammered out that he would think about it. Astoria giggled and just lead the young boy out with a backward glance with a small smile. Harry turned to the remaining friends and waved his hands for attention. I have another bit of fun planned for those that don't want to go back to your quarters just yet. However, for those that wish to participate, you have to leave the room for a few moments while things get set up. Daphne and Hermione were very puzzled at this announcement as they had no idea of what Harry had planned. When they looked to Ginny, she just shook her head back at them. Ginny had no clue either. It was a total surprise. After everyone else left, the three girls turned and asked Harry what he was doing, but he just said it was something different. They were skeptical, but Harry said it was a competition of sorts and they should have fun. Never one to back down from a challenge, the three girls only left the room after Harry called for Dobby to take Hermione's presents back to the hearth. They joined the small crowd who were waiting outside. Gracie had left with Sirius and Tracy, and Draco had begged off when Hermione had appeared and told her they had some important research to do. They walked off, but Tracy turned her head back and mouthed, "Broom closets," at Hermione as they turned the corner. Ginny tried to stifle her laugh as she understood what they were really going off to do. Harry came out through the doorway and almost everyone was surprised to see it disappear and a blank section of wall take its place. Harry scratched his head and then began walking back and forth as he muttered a few things to himself that no one else could hear. Only Ginny, Hermione and Daphne knew what he was really doing was having the room of requirement change into whatever he wanted for the little bit of fun. There were a bunch of whispers and surprised looks when a different type of door appeared in the wall. Harry went over and peeked inside and seemed quite satisfied by what he saw. He turned around and smiled at the crowd and waved everyone forward. What we are going to do now is a mundane game of search and find. It is called a scavenger hunt, called out Alicia Spinett. Harry smiled. Very good. I have a list of objects to find, and the one who finds the most in the allotted amount of time wins the 20 galleons that are in my pocket to spend in Hogsmeade. Teams are restricted to 2 people. Whoops. Exception for the Bones, Abbott and Longbottom party on my right. Everyone laughed, but both girls raised one of Neville's hand to show that he wasn't going to be separated from either of them. The Weasley twins and the 2 Gryffindor chasers were having a quick discussion of whether they were going to pair up by boyfriend-girlfriend or boys versus girls. George looked at Harry suspiciously and then dragged Angelina aside and declared that they were going to certainly do better than certain other Weasleys. Luna spoke up and asked to see the list then, while Ron glowered good-naturedly at his brothers. Harry nodded to see everyone had paired up, but then asked Hermione who her choice of partners was. Hermione placed a finger on her chin and then walked over, giving appraising looks to Ginny, Daphne and her husband. Well, since I have to choose one of you, I guess I'll take the one with the messiest hair. Harry bent backward and keyed Hermione on the cheek. Thanks. He then reached into his pocket and brought out a number of folded pieces of paper. When Ginny and Hermione passed out the lists to everybody, Harry told everyone they could open them up. Ron whistled and everyone started thinking of where they could find everything that was on list. Cauldron any condition, broom any book printed before 1920, to be donated to the Hermione Potter Library, a doorknob, Quidditch glove, teacup, an exam or essay graded with an T. Wine bottle, empty or full, roll of parchment, eagle quill, pocket watch, a non-black cloak. We've got the whole castle to find these things in? Daphne asked. Actually no, Harry said as he opened the door behind him. Everyone inside. Everybody walk into the room. It was dark except for about a 15-foot circle next to the doorway. The couples looked around and Harry grabbed up Hermione's hand. Ladies and gentlemen, and I use that term very loosely, welcome to the room of lost things. The lights came on, everybody stared at the unbelievable sight. The room had grown to an immense size. It looked even bigger than the Great Hall, and the ceiling was at least 80 feet above them. There were passageways going off in every different direction, and there were so many stacks of different things piled one atop another that it was hard to pick out any one individual item. Harry smiled and coughed once to get everyone's attention. This is where everything loose thing that didn't get outright banished ended up. Hundreds of years of artifacts, leftovers, old potion vials and whatnot are probably here. I think about an hour to go wandering and searching will be our time limit. I hope everybody knows the point me spell to return back to the door here is getting lost in this bonanza might be real easy. You don't have to get everything on the list, but I don't really think that there's anything on that list that wouldn't be here. In fact, I imagine there's lots of things here that anybody might find useful. No using magic to Accio anything on this list. You are required to search the normal way. You've only got an hour, so don't waste it looking for money or jewels. Everybody got it. There were a number of nods from various parties, and Harry saw that some were already pointing out likely directions to take to get to particularly suggestive piles. Hermione, will you do the honors and start us out? Of course. Everybody ready? On your marks, get set, go. The four teams hurried out in different directions, leaving the three Potters and Daphne standing near the door. How did you know about this, Harry? Remember when I supposedly lost all my magic during that little adventure in the storm room? Yes, said Hermione. This is where Patcham found that walking staff for me when I wanted to get up and get moving around again. The goblin staff of power, Daphne filled in. This is where it was. Yes, Patcham called the place the come and go room, or the room of lost things. I thought that this would be perfect for a scavenger hunt. We'd better get going, Nani. Everybody else has a couple of minutes on us already. Are we having a side bet about this, Harry? Daphne asked with a smile. I guess so, if Hermione agrees. Hermione. Full body massages from the losers. Yes. Well, we know what Ginny wants. We all know what Ginny wants. Harry waggled his eyes before he was slapped from 3 different directions to 3 different areas of his body. Harry laughed and grabbed Hermione's hand. Let's go this way. Nobody picked this aisle yet. Harry took about 4 steps before the memory exploded over his consciousness, and he didn't even have time to warn the girls about what he was probably broadcasting. There was little time left as I paced the 3 times in hallway in front of the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. The need to hide the Horcrux was all I could concentrate on now. Afterwards I could relax and go to my appointment. But this had to happen first. The door appeared in the wall, and I cast my magic around cautiously to sense if anyone was near. Although it was the summer break, I couldn't overlook the possibility that there was someone else wandering the corridors might beside the new squib caretaker Filch. The headmaster was currently in his office interviewing another candidate who had to be less qualified than me. Luckily my Revealo told me that there wasn't another person around. I opened the door and closed it quickly behind me. Looking around at the centuries of clutter that had accumulated in this place, I felt I could finally relax a bit. This is perfect. What better place to hide a guarantee of my immortality than right under the nose of the great leader of the light, Albus Dumbledore? Asking for the access to disappear, I watched as the door disappeared and picked a direction at random to walk into the maze of discarded, neglected and forgotten items. Although the need was great to hide the item, I wandered for nearly 10 minutes, taking turns at random and occasionally pushing my way through small stacks to get to a neighboring pathway. I finally came upon an isolated cubbyhole that was easy to overlook, as it took up a very small wedge of space between piles of furniture and old textbooks. There was a bust of an old wizard with a dust mop sitting jauntily on its head. Just the perfect place to place the heirloom. Reaching into tan inside pocket of my cloak, I brought out the treasure I had worked so long to obtain. It had taken a lot of persuasion to talk to the Grey Lady and become her friend after I found out her real name. We had started talking during my 6th year, and my being named head boy for my 7th year had only enhanced my reputation. It had taken a long while to gain her confidence and learn her history and the relevant facts that concerned one of the founders of the school, Rowena Ravenclaw. I listened very sympathetically. Was a long sad story that Helena Ravenclaw confided to me during the course of the 7th year. It concerned Helena's pride and the fabled piece of jewelry that belonged to her mother, a diadem. It was a legendary treasure that Lord Voldemort wanted to have, to own, to convert into an object that would help gain me immortality. Only the most powerful and significant of the very founder's treasures should be used to house the pieces of soul to the heir of Salazar Slytherin. The greatest of the founders. I could afford a more gloating now as the heirloom had been reduced to just a means to my end. I stole the diadem many years ago as my last official act as head boy. Waiting until the Hogwarts Express was waiting to load up students for the summer. Everyone was waiting at the station to board when I let himself into the Ravenclaw common room. The Grey Lady herself had given me the secret counterspell to lift the tiara off of Rowena's statue there. I had hidden it in his cloak and only just barely caught the train before it left Hogsmeade Station. The desire to put it on had been great. Wearing it supposedly brought one unmeasured wisdom and knowledge. The Grey Lady had also disclosed to me that a very powerful curse would be placed on the person who wore the diadem without the blessing of Rowena Ravenclaw or her descendants. I had power and knowledge. None would eventually be able to overcome me. Hiding it now in a hidden place that was supposedly the most warded in all of magical England was something that Albus Bloody Dumbledore would never expect or look for even if he did somehow discover my secret. All the Horcruxes that I had created so far were hidden. No one could find all of them as I had guarded them with the same magic that I had created the dark marks with, parcel magic. And no one else would possess that trait. Placing the tiara carefully on the bust's head, I cast a very powerful Notice Me Not charm on the little cubbyhole and then a mild repelling spell to make everyone walk on by it. I was almost back to the exit of the Room of Lost Things when I came across a full-length mirror that was cracked and somewhat broken in places. I adjusted my robes for the best effect and smiled. My eyes flared red for just a few seconds and then went back to the normal brown that he let the world see for the hated Tom Marvolo riddle. Dumbledore has no real clue as to my real appearance and nature. I began making my way from the seldom used 7th floor corridor toward Dumbledore's office. Let the games begin anew. Harry, Jamie come back. Harry, we're all BPD here. Groaning in spite of himself, Harry's eyes fluttered open and he looked up at the three very pretty girls that were gathered around him. No, you're not. Not what? Naked. Hermione said you three were all BPD. That's the one you heard out of all the things we've been saying to you. All what things? It was Ginny that bent down and Ed Harry's cheek. You've been having a remembrance for the last 20 minutes, Harry. It was. Oh no. It was about Riddle hiding Rowena Ravenclaw's tiara which he made into a Horcrux. At Harry's astonished look Hermione explained. Not only did we go along and experience it with you but you broadcast it above our heads for everyone to see. Thank Merlin, none of the teams came back this way to look for things. We heard Ron and Luna once but she somehow turned him around and they went back further into the maze. Harry sat up and then was helped to his feet by the three girls. We have to take care of this. There's the scavenger hunt going on, Harry. And do you want any of our friends to find the tiara and try and take it? Or worse, give it to one of the 5 girls that are in here to wear? No, certainly not. But what are we going to do? There's Vika. Vika, come here, please. There was a shimmer and Vika appeared few feet away from the foursome. Happy birthday, Hermione. I have a present for you in the hearth. Harry walked forward to grip Vika's forearms. There's a very vile piece of magic resting in this room, Lady Hogwarts. An abomination that has corrupted Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. A portion of Lord Voldemort, Tom Riddle's soul is held in the tiara. I don't understand, Harry. Our friends are out there wandering around on a scavenger hunt, Vika. Could you stand guard close to where that is and make sure nobody touches it until we get back with Dumbledore? I guess so, Harry. Harry brought his hands around Vika's shoulders and brought her closer to him. It is vital that nobody gets near it or tries to put it on. Especially you. I don't know that it doesn't have any compulsions, so be careful. I'll be back as soon as I can. Ginny came up to Harry. Take me with you, Harry. There's things I can do to help. Harry looked at Hermione for a second. Ginny and I will be a couple of minutes. We have to gather up Dumbledore, the Grey Lady and Rowena's portrait at the very least. Make any excuse you want if the others come back. Tell him I got lost or Ginny had an elephant fall on her. Whatever. Harry looked about ready to disappear but then his grim face relaxed a bit. I'm really sorry this has spoiled the evening. I love you. Harry bent Hermione over backwards and her very long and deep. He straightened up and held out his hand for Ginny. They disappeared without a sound and Daphne came over to help a very dazed and smiling Hermione. At least you got a goodbye key. Before he left, Daphne complained. He'll be back sweetums and I'm very sure he won't mind key. Dotting away that pout. But I'm pretty sure of one other thing. What's that, Hermione? I don't think I'll ever ask Harry to surprise me for my birthday ever again. I just might not survive it. Daphne threw her head back and laughed before hugging the birthday girl and stood watch with her until everyone returned. 4 overawed teenagers dragged themselves through the doorway and stepped slowly down the stairs into the living room at the hearth. Ginny and Daphne found the nearest seats and sat down while Hermione waited for 2 seconds at the bottom of the stairs for her husband. Harry smiled at the brunette and kissed her forehead. That had absolutely nothing to do for how I wanted your birthday to end, Hermione. I'm sorry. Harry, how many times can I tell you that I'm not disappointed in the least? It's one more of those horrible monstrosities out of our way and one step closer to getting rid of Tom for good. Speaking of good, we accomplished one other impossible event tonight, Ginny said. When she saw Harry's puzzled face, she explained. The reunion of sorts between Rowena and Helena Ravenclaw. It was a wonderful idea having Vika bring Rowena's portrait to the room of lost things, Harry. It just didn't feel right to me destroying an important piece of her heritage without her knowledge. It also gave the 2 Ravenclaws time to discuss the whole situation about Helena stealing the diadem in the first place. And what happened afterwards. I didn't know that the Grey Lady had the ability to go into a portrait, Daphne confessed. Hermione smiled from her place on Harry's lap. Yes, it was rather touching that they hugged each other after so many years, even though Helena thought she would be moving on after the one thing she thought tying her to Hogwarts, the diadem, was destroyed. I was kind of concentrating on working with Dumbledore on clearing out the area and checking for damages. What was the exact logic for Helena not to pass over again? Rowena said that she could choose to stay if she wanted to continue overseeing Ravenclaw House and all its members. As well as talking to Rowena and any other descendants that might pass through the school, Daphne added. Oh, that's why she was smiling at me when we left. Yes, that's why she was smiling at you and Hermione, Harry. Rowena obviously told her about the connection and Lady Cressington Potter. So who won the scavenger hunt? Harry asked. It totally slipped my mind. Daphne laughed. We told the 4 teams that you and Ginny had been delayed somewhere in the room during your search. We had to accio some items ourselves to look like we had been searching at least part of the time. It was almost a tie between Ron, Luna and Fred, Alicia, but Ron had grabbed a piece of green material that he thought was a cloak. It wasn't. Turned out to be a nice heavy linen tablecloth. Luna just smiled at the loss, however, and said that Ronald had just started her trousseau. The comment, of course, went totally right over Ron's head. Harry chuckled, as did Hermione. That sounds like them all right. I take it I'm to pay Fred tomorrow then. Alicia actually. She's not happy with the way either one of the twins has handled money. They still haven't collected on that wager they made at the Quidditch World Cup with Bagman. Really? Do you think that Lord Gryffindor should go visit the man in his office at the Ministry? Actually, Harry, Tura may find the time to go convince the man to pay his debts. Or wait for him to show up when the other schools come in. I can't see him missing that opportunity to show up and be on the front page of the Prophet. Now I'm scared for him if Tura is going after Bagman. Everyone laughed at that and Daphne finally stood. As much fun as this was, I'm just knackered. I think I'll just head back to my quarters for an early night. Without seeing Nani opening up our presents to her, Harry asked. Hermione's mouth fell open and she struggled to find words for a few seconds. Oh my gracious. With everything that's gone on, I completely forgot that we were going to do that later. Well, it's later now, Nani. Hermione jumped up and spun around to look at the table where Dobby and Nop had placed all the other presents on. Are they over there? No. Oh. Hermione tried not to sound disappointed, but she wondered what her 3 closest friends and family had got for her. And where the gifts actually were. Ginny got up and walked over to the mantel over the fireplace and brought back 3 envelopes. She handed them to Hermione and said, I hope you don't mind that they all aren't wrapped up or set up to explode on you. No, of course not. I'm sure I'll love whatever you three managed to get me. Why are these envelopes numbered? There's a certain order we thought you should open the presents in, Daphne said. Okay. Envelope number 1. That would be from me, although Daphne has a hand in it. Hermione opened the envelope and brought out the piece of paper inside and opened it. Her immediate smile could have lit the darkest of the sub-dungeons in Hogwarts. The manor is being wired for electricity. Harry, this is wonderful. Hermione launched herself into his arms and keyed him soundly. Did you read the whole thing? Hermione looked back at the slip of paper and squealed, unfortunately right into Harry's ear. That big bedroom at the end of the east wing upstairs is going to be changed into a media room with a big TV, video players and some comfortable chairs and couches. I hope one of those chairs can fit 2 or 3 or 4 of us together. Wouldn't that make it a bed then? Ginny, I was just asking, the redhead said as she came over laughing and keyed Hermione on the lips. Time for number 2 legs. Legs. Yeah, legs. We all love that they're so long and shapely. And feel so good when they're wrapped around us. Hermione blushed and slapped Daphne's shoulder before she hid her face under Harry's jaw. So aren't you interested at all about what Sweetum's got for you, Nani? He asked. Of course I am silly. Hermione carefully opened up the second envelope and pulled out the contents. Computers. A pair of computers for the new room. Wow, that's wonderful, Daphne. Hermione reached up and brought Daphne's face down so she could key both cheeks. She then bussed her quickly directly on the mouth. I hope there's lessons for all of us. Professor Lupin says he knows a few people that could provide tuition for the 4 of us. He says there's ways to contact universities and libraries directly from home using computers. Only Harry could feel how Hermione almost shivered with excitement at that last statement. He wondered how impatient she would be to get home for Christmas as everything was scheduled to be delivered and set up by then. Harry decided that maybe that fact wouldn't be given over to her. The goblins that are installing the electrical lines are also training some people that Daphne picked out for a new business. We are going to employ those people to install power for other magical homes. A joint business we hope will be used to bring Magical Britain more up to date. Wow, what's the name of the new company going to be? Daphne and I kind of liked Upwards Technologies, but we haven't formalized anything yet. If you or Ginny can come up with a better name. That's great, you're letting us have some input, Harry, Hermione said. Of course, you two are almost always going to part of the decision-making process, Daphne said. Hermione was quiet for a number of seconds while everyone caught on she was thinking about the future company. She was nudged gently to remind her that she still had one envelope to open. She made Daphne laugh when she examined Ginny's envelope very carefully and even smelled it twice before she risked opening it. Ginny made a hurt face but came closer to sit on the arm of the chair that her spouses were in. Hermione pulled out a piece of paper and unfolded it. 4 tickets to the Nutcracker at Royal Albert Hall at Christmas time. This is a very formal occasion, Ginny, from everything I've seen or read about it. More shopping for dresses then, Daphne smiled. Harry gets to dress up too. I can't wait to see him in a formal tuxedo. Isn't this a? Harry said out loud as he tried to remember what the Nutcracker actually was. A what, Harry? Ginny asked. This was something that Remus suggested for a proper outing and present for Hermione. I remember now. It's a ballet, Harry said with an impending sense of dread. You don't want to go to the ballet with us? Harry looked up to see the frowns that were beginning to get deeper on the 3 girls. They were looking at him like he might have slapped their mothers. Harry mentally shook his head. This was obviously going to be a big deal for watching girls in tutus and guys in tights. Oh well. I think it's an absolutely brilliant gift. I would be honored to escort the 3 loveliest young ladies in all of Hogwarts to this special night. Does this mean separate costumes? Sorry, not costumes, separate regalia than what you might wear for the Yule Ball we'll be attending together. The squeals indicating future extended shopping let Harry have a mental whoosh of escaped catastrophe of not properly appreciating Ginny's present. He smiled as he held up a hand. Maybe Amelia or Tonks knows some really good gown shops in Muggle London you could go shopping in. Now it was Daphne's turn to smile as she thought about that idea. She loved the fact that the four of them were going off on a date, and it would even be more special if Harry would also be dressing up. Now, if only we could find someplace to dance after the performance, she thought. Hermione had leapt off Harry's lap and swept Ginny up in a massive hug and swung her around once before she kissed her long and hard. Daphne watched for about 10 seconds, and then she and Harry cleared their throats rather loudly. Hermione blushingly let Ginny go and then ran over to hug Daphne and then her husband before she settled back onto his lap. You three are the absolute best. I'm so happy right now I can barely stand it. You deserve it, Hermione. Being happy, I mean. Hermione kissed Harry again and then turned back to look at Daphne. Would you consider waiting for a while before you go back to your quarters, sweetums? Why, Nani? It's just that Harry took a rain check on our activities in the shower this morning, and it doesn't seem fair that he shouldn't get some sort of reward for finding and destroying another Horcrux. Harry had opened his mouth to say that he wasn't looking for any compensation for carving the diadem in half with Godric's sword, but there was a hand already over his mouth stopping him from saying anything. Harry's eyebrows rose as both Ginny and Daphne said, "We agree with that." Harry kissed Hermione's palm that was over his mouth, and she smiled at him and kissed his lips. Do I get a say in all this revelry? Daphne came over to stand by Harry's side and hold his hand. I think you deserve to have a choice. What choice? Shower, bath, or bed? Said Ginny as she hugged her husband around the neck from behind. All three young ladies squeezed Harry in a mutual hug. Daphne looked up into Harry's eyes and smirked. So what is your choice, O mighty dispenser of justice? Wonderful husband and lover. Priceless purveyor of M. Harry took a swipe at a laughing Hermione, and then the three girls were blocking his way from moving in any direction. You have to make a choice, Harry. Well, if I have to make a choice, it has to be the bath then. If I'm going to put up with such dirty-minded girls, then we might as well all get clean while we're doing it. I love it when he says doing it, Ginny said with a snicker. I'm wondering if we stay and watch the birthday girl get shagged. Daphne quipped. You'll leave before then. We'll see. Beeps. I'm surrounded by beeps. You wouldn't have us any other way, and you know it, Jamie. Harry rolled his eyes but didn't disagree with Ginny. Hermione had a big smile on her face as she unbuckled Harry's belt as the two other girls shouted out their encouragement. A lot of subsequent disrobing brought a lots of smiles to four suddenly rejuvenated teens. It was a very thorough celebration, as evidenced by the smiles the four wore before the three Potters wished Daphne good night. Ginny pushed Harry and Hermione back through the bedroom door and then went and settled in the bed on one of the side bedrooms in the hearth. She smiled to herself when she realized that neither Nani nor Jamie had remembered to set the silencing wards. Again. While the Potters were enjoying their morning toast, cereal, eggs and such, the next morning Lord Voldemort was discovered unconscious and drooling in his chamber. Bellatrix gave the two foreign potions masters 3 days to revive him out of his magical coma before they were punished. The two knew exactly what that punishment was going to be, seeing Bellatrix's angry face, so they brought all their magic and knowledge to bear on the small Dark Lord. A note asking Harry to report to Madame Pomfrey appeared next to his juice glass at breakfast Friday. Not knowing what it was about, Harry and his wives and secret fiancé made their way to the infirmary and knocked on Madame Pomfrey's door. Ah, Mr. Potter, I was hoping you could stop by right after breakfast. I have the potion you requested. Potion. Madame Pomfrey looked at the third girl in their group. Miss Greengrass, this is something I can't discuss with you present. Daphne, I think I remember what this is about. Do you mind going out to the hallway for a few minutes? You can certainly listen in. I'll wait outside for a few minutes and then we can go on to ancient runes together. He isn't in trouble, is he, Madame Pomfrey? No more than normal, Miss Greengrass, but then the school year is still very young. Everyone chuckled at that except Harry. At least there won't be any Quidditch accidents this year, he grumbled. The blonde just shook her head. It was almost inevitable that Harry would be visiting the medical wing for one reason or another. Not 1 year had gone by yet that he hadn't had to recuperate from something or other. This year might be different though, with 3 of them watching Harry. I'll be outside waiting then. Don't take too long. Madame Pomfrey waited until Daphne had closed the door to the infirmary behind her and then went into her office. She brought back a vial full of some bubbling blue liquid. The sterility potion, Mr. Potter. Good for 1 full year. Remember, Mrs. Potters, that he'd you again for a booster next year when he comes back to school. This is awfully considerate of you, Jamie. Now none of us three will have to take a break in the middle of things to cast the contraceptive spell. I just want to make things a little more spontaneous for all of us, Lady Greengrass. Go ahead and take it already. Hush, Hermione. It's recommended that you sit down to take this, Mr. Potter. It has quite a kick, and I've observed some other young men actually passing out after taking the potion. Despite the worried look that suddenly appeared on his face, Harry sat down on the nearest bed and took a deep breath. Madame Pomfrey turned the potion over to Ginny, who was very careful in delivering it to Harry's hands. Harry was going to smell it but thought better of that idea. Tilting his head back, Harry downed the bubbling potion in 2 long swallows. Harry felt the potion slide down his throat and hit his stomach. Nothing happened for a few seconds, and Harry was about to ask if there was any side effects. As he opened his mouth, however, a shocking cold blast exploded from his stomach and went through his privates and caused him to gasp aloud. The extreme cold feeling faded out after 30 seconds and Harry started to relax. The second effect of the potion then came on just as quickly as the cold. His privates felt like someone had speared him with flaming skewers. Harry toppled sideways on the cot and unsuccessfully tried to both cover his sensitive bits and stop the sudden flow of tears to his eyes. Harry wasn't sure if he passed out momentarily, but both Hermione and Ginny were kneeling at his side when he became aware of his surroundings again. Are you okay, love? I think I've been worse, but I can't remember when exactly. Take a few minutes to rest, Mr. Potter. You should be up and around as good as new in a few minutes. You'll need to come back in 3 days to be rechecked. Until then, you'll have to forego your conjugal activities. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Harry allowed Hermione to swing his legs up on the bed so he could totally stretch out. I didn't pass that pain along, did I? No, but you looked like you were dying, came from Ginny. It made all 3 of us want to rub it all better, though. From out in the corridor, another voice decided to join the conversation. Do we have to revise with Harry about what all the alternatives to some conjugal activities are? Or are we just checking to see that M's not damaged? Single quote. Daphne Louise. X. Harry was deep into his meditation in reviewing the life story of Tom Marvolo Riddle. It was something that he tried to do when there was an hour or two free. He needed to understanding the complete history of the person who declared and made himself the darkest wizard of a generation. At least until Halloween night 1981. It had been a partial memory of a meeting between Riddle, Bellatrix, Lucius Malfoy and Fenrir Greyback that disturbed Harry enough to rouse himself out of his pensiveness. He shook his head to wake himself up thoroughly and smiled as Hermione and then Ginny came over quickly to see how he was doing on the window seat. Bad memory, Harry. Sort of, but not the kind you're thinking of. We need to go see Sirius and Remus. Vika. The voice that came out of midair seemed just a little worried. Are you in pain, Harry? Is everyone okay? Sorry, Vika, I'm okay, but I need to go see Sirius or Remus right away. Are either one of them in the school now? It was a couple of seconds before Vika answered. Sirius left earlier to go home, but Professor Lupin is in the History of Magic classroom. I hate to bother you, but could you go see him and tell him that we need to see him in a couple of minutes? Of course, Harry. Can I tell him what this about? Just say it's about Riddle and his friends. We'll be there in a couple of minutes. I'd like to hear about this also, Harrikins. That does it. I'm going to start calling you something embarrassing the next time I see you. You can try. The laughing voice faded out and the 3 Potters were sure that they were alone in the hearth once more. Ginny and Hermione were openly chuckling as they led their husband up the stairs to begin the trek down to the History of Magic classroom. When they arrived at the ground floor, the door to the classroom was open and Harry found that Remus was grading some papers with Minerva looking over his shoulder. Harry knocked on the door to get their attention and he, Hermione and Ginny were waved forward to enter. Remus turned the pile of papers over and came forward to hug each of the girls and then Harry after closing the door to make sure nobody disturbed them. So what's so important that you needed to see me or Sirius on this fine Saturday morning? If this is something private, I can go and start grading my own stack of homework, McGonagall said. Actually, Minerva, I would appreciate it if you could stay and talk with us. Is the headmaster about? I'm afraid he is at the ministry meeting with the new minister and a few important members of the Wizengamot about the soon-to-arrive students. Security issues. Oh well, I guess I can talk to him later about this. Do you mind if we sit? When both the instructors just nodded, Harry and his wives sat down. Minerva and Remus transfigured a couple of students' desks to comfortable chairs and then sat down. And what is the problem? Harry ran a hand through his messy locks once or twice before responding. Actually, Remus, I don't know if there is a problem or not, but I thought of something this morning that could be potentially disastrous. Minerva looked to Hermione for an explanation, but she just shrugged her shoulders. Harry noticed the exchange and just flushed a little bit. Sorry, I didn't have a chance to explain to either Ginny or Hermione. Let me go back to the beginning. I'm still organizing and trying to understand all the memories of Riddle's life that were left in my mind. One of the meetings that came to mind this morning while I was meditating was a discussion Tom had with some of his cronies about his long-term plan for conquering England. Half the inner circle were there: Bellatrix, Lucius, Greyback. Harry noticed the scowl that briefly went over Remus' face and tried to not be distracted by his own feelings of hatred toward the ferocious werewolf. The discussion was about what would happen when the general public was scared enough into inaction and they had taken out some more of the Auror Corps. It was how they would take over the Ministry of Magic and consolidate their power before trying to get rid of Dumbledore and overrun Hogwarts. There was a couple of gasps from Minerva and Ginny, and Harry had to mentally pause and collect himself to continue on. The plans at that time didn't just include the Death Eaters. What? How is the more important question I think needs to be asked here, Remus said. The discussion was about the efforts Riddle was going to orchestrate to bring in others to the fight against the Ministry and the Forces of Light. Other wizards? Ginny asked. Something much worse, Harry answered. I think I see where you're going, Harry, Hermione said. Did you remember any specifics? Giants and werewolves and trolls. Oh my, Minerva whispered with a disturbed look on her face. Ginny's mouth had opened in a wide "oh," as she contemplated having to fight them as well as the Death Eaters. Could you repeat that, Harry? Remus said as he shook his head. Giants and werewolves and trolls. This time it was Hermione that contributed the "oh my," but she said it lightly in such a manner that everyone turned to look at her. Harry, remember the movie we saw on the cruise the night before we landed in Athens? Ginny obviously did, as she suddenly giggled but then grew quiet. So not the time for the Wizard of Oz references, my brilliant wife. Harry finally caught on to the reference. We'd be much better off with just lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, but what if the next time old Tommy comes back after me or everything else, he decides to try getting his possible allies to do the job for him? Harry immediately regretted vocalizing his fears as quickly as he did. All three females in the room looked to be on the verge of tears, and Remus had bowed his head as if he didn't want anyone to see his face. There was silence for a long amount of time in the classroom before Harry spoke again. Well, I could always try overpowered tripping jinxes on the giants so they could fall on the others. Remus smiled at the attempt at levity. All those allies were used by Riddle in limited amounts during his first rise. There are strategies to deal with each, although Sirius and Amelia would be better qualified to explain them to you. That's what I was hoping. I'll leave a note for Padfoot to come see us after he gets back from wherever he is. Hopefully I'll go to bed a little less anxious tonight than what I am now. I have an idea, Harry, although some might think it a little wonky. Harry smiled. Did the brightest witch of our age actually say wonky? Hermione nodded. It involves Fred, George, and a visit to a museum. Remus sat back in his chair with a little smile on his face. Then I think I speak for all of us when I say that that is definitely wonky. Hermione bent forward and outlined her idea to the others. A half-hour later, plans had been made and an outing was planned for some free weekend afternoon not too later in the semester. Classes settled back into the same regular pattern of work, study, sleep and repeat for the week after Hermione's birthday. Professor Moody had surprised everyone and decided to start each of his fourth-year lectures with a duel between two students chosen at random. The first of the duels found Lavender Brown against Theodore Knott. A situation that made most of the Gryffindors nervous despite the restrictions on the type of spells that could be cast. Nott had all but cackled with glee when his name had been called out second. The two set up different stances at the start, with Nott talking the traditional sideways stance facing his opponent. Lavender, after removing her robes, saluted Nott with her wand but faced him full on with her offhand gripping the collar of her blouse a little nervously. At the count of 3 Nott got off the first shot, but Lavender ducked away and returned an Expelliarmus that impacted against the shield Nott created. The next 5 minutes got Nott more and more flustered as his spells either went wide or got caught on Lavender's shield. Nott's pace increased, but Lavender remained cool as she dodged or blocked all the spells coming at her. "I see it. She's trying to tire him out," Ginny sent to her spouses. "Or get him mad enough to make a bad mistake," Harry replied. There came a spot where Nott's shield failed to block one of Lavender's spells at him and he had to dive to the floor to avoid being stunned. As he got halfway to his feet, he looked up to see his opponent had come within 2 feet of him and was leaning toward him with a smirk. "Like what you see, teddy bear." Nott's eyes never actually saw that smirk as they were stopped by a very impressive distraction. Lavender had somehow unbuttoned the top 3 buttons of her blouse so that when his eyes came off the floor they went right to Lavender's cleavage and stopped. Lavender cast a stupefy without raising her voice and Nott dropped down to the floor defeated. The Gryffindors cheered the victory while the Slytherins groaned and started crying foul. Parvati and Ginny rushed up to hug their housemate and screen her off as she refastened her blouse while Moody cast a re-enervate on the fallen Slytherin. Nott rose shakily to his feet as Moody clomped back to the front of the classroom. "A little unorthodox perhaps, but if it works, it works. 3 points to Miss Brown for finding a way to cause someone to forget what they were supposed to be doing." Defodio. The shout and the spell came from Nott, who had cast the spell at Lavender's back as she was heading back to her seat. A number of reactions occurred as a result of that yell. The first was that Lavender dived sideways and ended up falling across Seamus in his seat, knocking them both to the floor. The second was a shield sprang up halfway across the classroom, catching and deflecting the spell into the ceiling. The third was that Nott's wand came flying out of his hand from a number of disarming spells cast by Lavender's outraged housemates. The last action, however, was directed back at Nott himself. Amongst the other shouts that were flying across the classroom, nobody heard what Moody exactly said as he whipped his wand toward the backstabbing wizard. Where Nott stood before in anger a half-second before, a skunk with 3 wide white stripes along its back sat in a glass cage and started pawing at the sides looking for an escape. "Class is dismissed for now. Good work on the shield whoever cast it, and we'll discuss the duel first thing next class. Mr. Crabbe, would you go find Professor Runnels or Professor Narcissa Black and have either one them head for the headmaster's office? Stinky and I are going to have a small discussion with Dumbledore and I know someone from his house should be there." With that, Professor Moody raised his wand and levitated the cage with the transfigured skunk out of the door and down the hall before him. Most of the Slytherins filed out silently, with only a few casting backward glances at Lavender. Some were very angry, but a few seemed amazed. Lavender was surprised to see Daphne smile and give her a thumbs up as she passed through the doorway. The Gryffindors were looking at each other in silent shock, and then a loud voice broke the calm. "Bloody hell. Did you see what Moody did? Ron. Language." Ginny slapped her brother gently in the stomach. Lavender's amused voice came off the floor. "I think I'm safe now, Seamus. You don't have to protect me any longer." The Gryffindors looked and saw that Seamus ended sprawled on top of Lavender when she dove to avoid the spell. Seamus' face was very red as he carefully got off a grinning Lavender. A number of people helped both Seamus and Lavender to their feet, and Lavender got congratulations all over again. "You sure taught Nott a lesson." Harry patted Lavender's shoulder. "Excellent work, Miss Brown. Thanks to your fine teaching, Mr. Potter. I'm not just another pretty face, you know." "I never said otherwise, Lavender. But I still wouldn't go anywhere by yourself for the rest of the year if I were you," Ginny said. "She won't have to," came from a couple of her housemates. Both male and female voices promised to look out for Lavender. "I think I can make it to the showers by myself, Seamus." Finnegan blushed again but swatted Lavender gently on her arm. "Ah, you just couldn't control yourself if that happened." The practiced chorus of "Dream on, Seamus" came from almost every female in sight, and a good round of laughter was heard in the Dada classroom. As everyone gathered up their things and were leaving, Neville's voice quietly asked the question nobody had thought of yet. Do you suppose we'll see Stinky at supper? X. The Imperial War Museum has 5 branches in England, with this main branch and headquarters occupying the space of the former Bethlehem Royal Hospital here in Southwark. It has occupied this space since 1936 after occupying previous locations in Sydenham Hill and South Kensington. Arthur Weasley read the plaque beside the main entrance to the huge building. He was very excited to have been asked to come along with Sirius, Amelia Bones, Remus Lupin, the 3 Potters and his sons Fred and George. Although he suspected he was here more as a chaperone than a planner, Arthur could not pass up an opportunity to come see a prime exhibit of Muggle history for himself. The group had met up at the Leaky Cauldron at 9 o'clock in the morning and had a small discussion in a private room about what the objectives of the day were going to be. Arthur had felt sick upon learning about Harry's memories of He Who Saw Tom Riddle. Arthur agreed that was really much easier to deal with the name after learning that the Dark Lord was actually a half-blood with a huge ego and an even larger vision of seizing and controlling power. It had been Hermione's idea to go to the greatest concentration of British military artifacts and history to try to develop some alternate strategies if Voldemort was really going to return again. Hermione thought to develop some ideas from the museum on how to deal with both Riddle's normally insane followers and other possible allies that Harry had unfortunately remembered. The taxi ride had taken about a half hour in the London Saturday traffic, and the group had exited their vehicles to see 2 huge metal cylinders pointed skyward that were set up only a few feet from the entrance of the museum. Hermione, who had been here before, told the Weasleys that they were the equivalent of giant sea-going cannons that were able to accurately deliver huge explosive shells a distance of 24 miles, or 3 times the distance from the Leaky Cauldron to Grimmauld Place. Arthur thought that was very impressive, as he had made that trip a few times by auto with the Grangers before they had left for America. The note-taking had started at that point and continued on for the couple of hours that their group had traveled the length and depth of the museum. The central hall with its exhibits of guns, tanks and airplanes of different eras was certainly an eye-opener for the wizards who had never imagined the types of equipment and danger that Muggle minds had conceived. Fred, Hermione and Harry had paused many times in their explorations, and not just to explain things to Arthur, as they noted down individual items or thought of questions that needed to be asked about certain aspects of the war that had happened when Voldemort previously held sway over the land. Having Sirius and Amelia along seemed to be a wonderful addition, as they answered questions from the others about how the Ministry responded to certain threats or what the DMLE was trained to do. Madame Bones started her own list of possible procedural changes or ideas to talk to her Muggle counterparts about. There were standing exhibits which were there year-round and special exhibits which were set up for a limited time. Arthur wondered if he could adequately describe the wartime shopping and foods exhibit to Molly when he got home. The sheer vastness of the museum finally overcame everyone after a couple of hours. The many collections of personal and official documents, photographs, film and video material was actually too broad to fully take in at one time, and everyone felt more than a little overwhelmed. Harry had been unable to stop his wives, Arthur and the twins, from fully exploring the gift shop, but he laughed as he saw Amelia and Sirius looking at some matching long coats and aviator jackets and wondered how many gifts of a similar notion would be showing up under trees the next Christmas. Everyone had returned to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch, and the group had dispersed back to their original places. Arthur had gone straight back to the burrow for lunch as he knew Molly was waiting for him. The 3 Potter had flowed into Hogsmeade along with the twins and Remus. The Potters headed for the headmaster's office and gave him a brief review of their time at the museum. Dumbledore hated the idea of resorting to Muggle weapons, but thought magical equivalents might even up the playing field if it ever came to actual combat against the Death Eaters again. Harry and a few others had worked long and hard to make Dumbledore believe that not every person could be, or wanted to be, rehabilitated. Harry, Ginny and Hermione then walked down to the Greengrass quarters to tell Daphne and Astoria about their field trip. Harry, Astoria and Daphne had then taken a long walk along the lake, as Harry needed to find a settling time after some of the images and facts he had seen while at the museum. Hermione and Ginny returned to the hearth for homework and other things. The museum visit gave everyone a lot of things to think and talk about in their general lives and possible futures. Fred and George retreated to their dorm to start planning. The next few days brought about an increasing sense of nervousness and anticipation at Hogwarts School of Wizardry and Witchcraft. The other school's arrival day of Tuesday, September 30th had the students and the staff slightly distracted during their lessons in the morning and half the afternoon. The last classes of the day were dismissed with the intention of having everyone turning out in their finest Hogwarts robes to meet the students arriving from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. There was a bit of trouble getting everyone sorted out by year and house in front of the castle before the scheduled arrival time of 5 p.m. There were still many questions still being bandied around about the upcoming additions to the student population. How many students would be arriving from each school? What did they look like? How would they be arriving? Would they be friendly? Harry overheard Lavender and Parvati wondering about the possibility of handsome wizards suddenly appearing and sweeping certain witches off their feet in sudden declarations of undying love. Hermione and Ginny had to struggle to keep their giggles contained as they overheard that particular conversation. Ron was wondering aloud to Harry and Dean about how many of the potential champions had brought their brooms along to play Quidditch. None of the teachers had been able, or willing, to answer any of these questions, and even Dumbledore had not provided any clues in the days leading up to the 30th. It just added to the mystery and anticipation of the event. All they were told was that they would be greeting the delegations before everyone filed into the Great Hall for a welcoming feast. Nobody had been sent down to meet the Hogwarts Express, so most believed that the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students wouldn't be coming by train. Everyone was almost set when the Minister of Magic Dylan Marshall, Barty Crouch, Ludo Bagman and Madame Bones appeared from inside the school. Professor Runnels escorted the delegation out and everyone saw a squad of Aurors fall into place next to the doorways. Runnels went and joined Narcissa with the Slytherin students while the trio from the Ministry went to greet and stand by Dumbledore. Hermione was quick to point out to Ron and Ginny that their brother Percy was following Mr. Crouch and taking careful notes about what was being said. Harry had a slight twist come to his stomach when he saw Rita Skeeter, her photographer and a few other journalists appear at the school doors. He knew that the tournament was going to be a newsworthy topic, but he really didn't like the attention that seemed to gravitate to him whenever the press was nearby. Professor McGonagall finally spoke up after the ragtag lines were straightened and everyone had looked more or less presentable. Attention all students. I wish to remind everyone again what a tremendous honor and privilege it is for Hogwarts to have been chosen as the host school for the Triwizard tournament, and that the students and staff from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang Institute are to be treated as honored guests while they are here. These are the brightest and best of the students of the two schools, so I anticipate that none of you will behave in a manner that would cause embarrassment to Hogwarts' reputation or actual harm to our guests. Mr. Weasley's. That's us, came the answer from Fred and George. Everyone saw McGonagall take a breath before she continued. I would count it as a personal favor if you both would refrain from hexing or pranking any of the visiting students while the tournament is being held. Of course, Professor McGonagall. Anything for our favorite Transfiguration instructor. She's our only Transfiguration instructor, George. Of course she is, but I don't think she needs reminding of that, Fred. Silence. Before I find suitable quarters next to the Thestral stalls for you two while the competition takes place. Laughter rang out over the courtyard and some of the nervousness evaporated from the crowd. Dumbledore looked around once and then turned back to the lines of students. All house seekers and keepers are excused from the formation. 5 house points to anyone that sees the first of Beauxbatons or Durmstrang. Harry noticed that Dumbledore's eyes were on full twinkle as the 8 students also started scanning the grounds and the skies from clearer vantage spots. Since Oliver Wood had graduated last year and no one had been chosen yet as the Gryffindor Quidditch keeper, the twins pushed their friend Lee Jordan out of line to join Harry, who was overlooking Hagrid's cabin and the Forbidden Forest. Any idea of what we're looking for, Harry? Not a clue, Lee. The students from Beauxbatons could be driving a pastry lorry for all I know. A series of dog sleds pulled by reindeer for Durmstrang maybe. I'll be sure to keep looking for those. I think it's a good thing you never followed on with divination, Harry, because your pants at prediction. Harry laughed. Tell me about it. I never saw I was going to be married twice at my age. Otherwise. I refused to answer that as it would certainly be blackmail material. Lee smiled a little at that answer and the 2 Gryffindors continued to look around for anything abnormal. To no reward. It was a few minutes later when Cedric Diggory yelled out and pointed towards something approaching from the southeast. What is it? A few voices cried out. It's the Griffins returning. Someone from Hufflepuff yelled out. No, it's a flying saucer. Harry heard Dennis Creevy call out with a laugh. The unknown object got closer and closer, and finally everyone could see that instead of one thing there were a number of objects approaching Hogwarts. The dots finally grew close enough for everyone to see that it was a number of flying horses pulling a powder blue carriage. As the party continued to fly nearer, the immense size of both the horses and the carriage became more apparent. The horses were easily the size of elephants, and the carriage itself looked to be almost 4 stories high. Those horses are Abraxans, giant golden palominos, Hermione sent to Harry. I've read about them in our bestiary book. They are only found in France, so that must be the Beauxbatons delegation. I think I'll stay with the hippogriffs and dragons, Harry replied. They don't look the least bit tame from where I'm seeing them from. The horses and carriage made a low pass over the assembly before making a tight circle and landing right in front of the courtyard. The horses slowly came to a thundering halt, and after a few seconds a huge door in the side of the huge carriage opened up. A set of golden stairs unfolded by itself from inside. Everyone was straining and fidgeting to see who emerged first from the Beauxbatons vehicle. An incredible lady descended down the steps first, and everyone was amazed at both her beauty and her size. The woman was immensely tall and towered over Dumbledore as he, Professor McGonagall, the delegation from the ministry, and, strangely, Hagrid stepped forward to greet her. Everyone was quiet, trying to overhear the conversation that was about to take place. The press had edged up as close as they dared to write down the meeting and take a few pictures. The woman nodded her head to the group approaching her and held out her hand to be key. Ed. Harry smiled as he saw that the headmaster barely had to bend his back to key the back of the lady's hand. Madame Maxine, welcome to Hogwarts. Bonjour Dumbledore. May I present my students? With a wave of her hand, 24 wizards and witches, all clad in the powder blue silk outfits, filed out from the huge carriage. 3/4 of the students were females, and generally quite good looking, as more than a few Hogwarts wizards muttered to each other, although they all seemed a little chilled as they lined up behind Madame Maxine in the late afternoon sunlight. Dumbledore turned back to his own students and his voice rang out. Let us give a heartfelt welcome to Madame Olympe Maxine and the eligible students from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. The Hogwarts students began cheering and applauding the French contingent. Madame Maxine, the 2 other adults that had emerged from the carriage, and the students acknowledged the salute with either bows or curtsies to the assembly. Dumbledore turned and began the other introductions to Madame Maxine, and she in turn waved the 2 Beauxbatons adults forward to introduce Professors Clouseau and Bonneut, who were along as additional chaperons and instructors for their students. Hagrid went forward to help inspect the horses and led them and the carriage down the hill to park the Beauxbatons vehicle close to his hut. Madame Maxine seemed to be following him and whispering instructions as to the care of the huge winged animals. There was much nodding in agreement between the 2 tall individuals, and Harry noticed that the Beauxbatons headmistress was a half-giant's hand's breadth taller than Hagrid when they stood next to each other before the lead pair of Abraxans. Neither one, however, came up to the level of the horses' eyes, but Hagrid seemed to be cooing and talking to the giant horses, and they bobbed their heads up and down like they understood what his words meant. Harry and Lee had walked back to their places in the Hogwarts lines and watched as Professor Flitwick led his house back into the school, as the Beauxbatons students were to sit at the Ravenclaw table for at least the welcoming feast. The 2 other Beauxbatons adults stepped forward, and the French students formed 2 lines to follow them into the castle. Harry was still scanning the sky and the grounds for the Durmstrang arrival and jumped suddenly when both Hermione and Ginny started screaming. It's Fleur. Harry, she made it. Harry looked back just in time to watch the friend they had met the previous summer break out of the waving lines and race over to enthusiastically hug both girls. Harry watched the reunion but was very surprised when Fleur turned suddenly and hugged him closely. It is such a great zing to be here and see you again. I hope we can find time to talk together after Z's meal. We're looking forward to it, Fleur. We'll try to catch up to you later. Fleur key. Ed Harry on the cheek quickly, hugged Hermione and raced back to join her schoolmates as they entered the school. Harry turned to Hermione. Was there something wrong with her voice? I don't remember her having an accent like that. Hermione was about to answer him when Ginny grabbed both their arms and told them to look around. Harry looked at his housemates and groaned. Good grief. This is just like the Quidditch World Cup again, Harry thought. Most of the males, except Ron and Neville, within 30 feet of Harry had confused and slightly goofy grins on their faces while all the females were glaring at their male housemates or the retreating Fleur Delacour. And at Harry. I think I understand this. I can't remember if Fleur told us she is Veela or part Veela. The boys all looked as if they are partially under the allure spell the Vela can give out. Fleur was all excited to see us again, so maybe she let her control slip a little. Was it Fleur herself, Hermione, or could it be one of the other young ladies? There was no further chance to debate that point as another loud shout came from Clive Montague of Slytherin. The lake. The lake. The shout seemed to wake up the spelled wizards from 3 houses, and they and the other students remaining outside all turned to look where the 7th year was pointing. There was a great deal of bubbling out in the middle of the lake, and rising out of the whirlpool that was forming was a long black pole. As the pole rose higher, cross arms seemed to appear on regular intervals on it, and another pole was seen rising a few dozen feet away. It was Eddie Carmichael from Ravenclaw that yelled out the identification. It's a pair of masts. It's a sailing ship. The boat rose higher and higher until a couple of wooden levels appeared and water began running off the different decks in powerful cascades. A dark, almost black, ghostly-looking ship bobbed on the waves for a few seconds and then righted itself and began gliding toward shore. It halted a few feet from the bank, and everyone at the summit could hear an anchor being dropped into the shallows. A long gangplank appeared and was lowered down to connect the ship to the shore. A number of dark figures appeared along the railing briefly and then walked down the shore and began climbing up the nearest pathway. Harry. Vika. The lead person in that line has the dark mark on his arm. Bollocks. Harry started to go forward but was held back by his wives. Where are you going exactly? Ginny whispered. Harry lowered his voice to a whisper. I have to go tell Dumbledore that there's a Death Eater coming up the hill. Hermione responded hurriedly. I'm sure Vika has also told the headmaster already. You don't have to go charging into everything. Let him deal with it. Feeling a little rebuked, Harry checked and made sure his invisibility cloak was still in his pocket. Since everyone was concentrating on the line coming up the hill, Harry carefully slipped out of the Gryffindor line and hurried around a corner of the courtyard to where nobody could see him. He was about to slip the cloak over his head when Vika appeared next to him. Are you going to tell me not to go either? Harry asked. No, just take my hand and we'll go together. I'm just as curious as you about the wizard leading that line. I've already informed the ladies Potters and Miss Greengrass that they can listen into any conversations that are about to take place. Harry heard a reluctant okay from his 3 ladies, and then he and Vika silently vanished and reappeared only a few yards away from the head of the trail where the Durmstrang representatives and Dumbledore and company were to meet. Vika informed Harry mentally that they would be unnoticed by everyone but not to make any unnecessary noises anyway. He felt a little less confident about Vika's assertion when Dumbledore seemed to look directly at them for a moment as the Durmstrang line finally got close to the top of the trail. The students, all males it appeared, all seemed black-haired, serious-looking and wearing cloaks of some thick shaggy material. Harry looked at those cloaks and wondered if each student was required to go out and kill and skin the beasts for that fur. Vika soundlessly slapped Harry on the back of the head and her eyes told him to pay attention to what he had wanted to come and witness. The head of the Durmstrang delegation was dressed little differently than the rest of the students. His robes were sleek and glossy, as was the short slicked back white hair on his head. He had a little goatee that appeared to be very well groomed, and Harry had the idle thought that this person and the late Lucius Malfoy had the same swagger of conceited perfection about them. He hasn't even opened his mouth yet, Harry. Don't go judging him early. Sorry, Daphne, but my natural tendency is to distrust him already if he has the dark mark. Harry got a less than subtle nudge to his ribs and concentrated on the scene before him. The leader of the Durmstrang party had finally reached the top of the path and reached out to shake hands with Dumbledore. Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore. It has been a long time since we have shared a meal and a good bottle of wine together. Yes, it has. Too many years, Professor. I'm sure you already know Madame Maxine. Her delegation arrived just a few short minutes ago and her students already are in the castle and awaiting for us to join them. I would like to introduce you to the Minister of Magic. Minister Dylan Marshall, I would like to present the Commandant of the Durmstrang Institute, Professor Igor Karkaroff. Professor Karkaroff seemed friendly enough as he shook the minister's hand first and then key. Ed the back of Madame Maxine's, who bowed her head at him. Dumbledore then introduced the rest of the ministerial officials and then Professor Runnels, who had joined them. The potions professor seemed to take a long time in greeting the commandant, and Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the two of them might have met in another place or time. Considering what he knew of Professor Runnels, Snape's past, Harry suspected there was a story there. But wasn't going to ask about it unless Karkaroff started acting against anyone. The assistant to Karkaroff, a Professor Hans Gruber, led the Durmstrang students inside to take their places at the Slytherin table. Harry and Vika moved back to the hidden corner next to the courtyard just as the Durmstrang wizards, no witches in this group at all, were passing by the other two houses. Vika disappeared and Harry walked up to Hermione and Ginny but was almost bowled over by Ron. He grabbed Harry by the shoulders and swung him around and almost shook him. Harry, you just missed him. It's Krum. Victor Krum is one of the delegates from Durmstrang. I just know that he's going to be chosen the champion from there. Do you suppose he would mind giving out an autograph or two? Probably not until after he's had at least dessert first. Ginny had come over to rescue Harry from the Quidditch-obsessed Ron. There's probably going to be quite a line of starstruck females in front of you, Ron. You may have to wait down by the ship tomorrow morning to catch him alone. Ron just nodded as if that was just the most logical thing he had ever heard of, but then he was turning to rush back into the school with the remaining Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. The three headmasters and the people from the Ministry of Magic were far behind the students and slowly walking toward the school. It looked like they were tarrying enough to want to make a grand entrance with all the students already seated. Harry, Ginny, Hermione were among the last of the students that were left outside in the suddenly cooling early evening when a sudden vibration passed through the flagstones of the courtyard. Everyone, included Dumbledore, paused for a second or two and then started walking again. The second vibration was more intense and even the castle seemed to shake for a split second or two until everything returned to normal. Normal except for a sudden slow shower of fine dust that seemed to be falling from the castle towers. This time everyone stopped in earnest and looked around. From the look on Dumbledore's face, this was something that hadn't been anticipated. Sirius had appeared in the entranceway clutching his wand and peering around a little worriedly. A loud drawn-out bellow suddenly split the air and the vibration turned into a solid thump of a patterned set of possible footsteps. It was very hard to determine if the sound was made from one or more sources, but it was undeniably getting closer and closer as the sounds and vibrations increased in magnitude. Harry just couldn't stand idly by any longer. Pulling his wand, he ran out of the courtyard because Vika had told him and his wives that something was approaching from the direction of Hogsmeade. Hermione and Ginny were a few steps behind him as Harry ran around a corner of the school to get to the road that led down to the railway station and town. Dumbledore, the two other headmasters and quite a few Aurors following Minister Marshall rounded the corner to see Harry and his wives looking down along the path to Hogsmeade with total shock on their faces. When they followed the direction the three Potter wands were pointed, everyone piled up as the people in the rear quickly overran the gobstopped witches and wizards before them. Sirius whistled loudly in disbelief as he saw the source of the disturbance. It was an impossibility, but then Harry had to constantly re-evaluate that statement on a sometimes daily basis. The sound and vibration that everyone had experienced had come from a giant red bull that was running up the road from Hogsmeade. The bull had to be about 30 feet wide as the trees along the roadway were bowing and being pushed aside or over by the passage of the 80-foot-tall monster. Its glowing yellow eyes were each easily twice the size of Bludger's, and the curved white horns were 20 foot long apiece and almost glowed in their own brightness. The first person to recover his feet and voice was the head of the Ministry's Office of Games and Sports, Ludo Bagman. What in Merlin's name is that? Harry didn't waste time turning his head to shout out the answer. It's a bloody giant freaking bull, you. A silencing charm from Hermione hit Harry before he could finish telling the wizard what he thought of his question. Harry still kept his eyes on the monstrosity as its charge seemed aimed directly at the main gates. Harry hoped the wards would stand up to the attack, but just as he finished that thought, the bull dropped out of its run and began walking slower and slower. The vibrations and sounds also got softer as the beast came slowly to a halt. The bull stopped just outside the gates to the school and then slowly sank down on its stomach. Harry looked at Dumbledore, who seemed relieved that the gates and protective walls didn't seem to in any immediate danger. Dumbledore dropped his wand back to his side and everyone seemed to take a deep breath of relief together. Harry, his wives and Sirius had pushed their way forward to come to the headmaster's side as they all looked at what lay just outside the gates. Did Hagrid order any special exhibits or examples for classes during the tournament? Sirius asked while still staring at the beast. Hermione had released Harry to talk as they came forward. Padfoot, Dad, I'll not accept any detentions assigning me cleanup detail after that. Sirius chuckled. I'm not sure even Hagrid has a big enough shovel to handle all that bullsh. Don't finish that statement, Professor, came the warning from Hermione. Dumbledore looked over his glasses at his Dada instructor. I think we ought to go investigate this unusual creature, don't you think, Professor Black? By your side, Albus. The two set up, walking cautiously but directly down the road. Both held their wands but carried them down by their sides. Harry felt somebody brush by his shoulder and was surprised to see Minister Marshall also heading downward to the surprise arrival. Minister, you shouldn't be heading that way, came a call from behind the Potters. Marshall turned back to look at the standing Aurors and frowned. I thought the majority of you were to be setting up rounds and guarding the students already. I hardly think I'm in any danger with Dumbledore in front of me as long as I stay within the school wards. He's right, came a familiar voice to Harry and his wives. Nervish, Tonks, you're with me. The rest of you get back to your duties. Shacklebolt, you're in charge of the squad until I return. Yes, Madam Bones. Harry saw the rest of the Aurors turn and head back toward the entrance as two of their number hurried to catch up with the head of the DMLE and the Minister of Magic. Amelia paused for a second as she passed the three Potters. Come along, Harry, she said softly. Duke Gryffindor may be needed one way or the other. Harry nodded but let Tonks and Morthen walk by them with a quick greetings before he, Ginny and Hermione joined the procession heading down toward the main gates. The trail of people got closer together as they approached the reclining bovine. The three Potters were about 75 feet from the gates when Sirius turned and called back to everyone behind him. It's not a real cow. It seems mostly made of wood. Hermione nodded and pointed out where the shoulders and other joints came together. There were deep black grooves and one could see that once you got close enough the bull's skin was many carefully crafted and fitted pieces of wood that flowed together like the normal hide of the animal. Dumbledore, Sirius, Dylan and Amelia were all taking together about the appearance or possible origins of the constructed beast when two loud clicks appeared to come from the beast. Aurors, Tonks and Nervish jumped in front of Minister Marshall and the others with wands brandished, but Dumbledore pushed Tonks' wand arm down. Nothing untoward has happened yet. Don't start anything unnecessarily, Nymphadora. There was another loud sound of a lock disengaging and two long black lines like seams appeared from the corner of the mouth of the bull down the side of its throat and around the middle of its chest. The lower jaw, throat and chest slowly lowered down until the muzzle of the bovine touched the ground. Everyone had started moving a little closer at this unfolding, and it was Nervish that pointed out that the inside of the muzzle contained a series of broad steps like a ladder or stairway. Dumbledore had waved his hands and the main gates had opened silently to his command. The threesome of the headmaster, Minister Marshall and Madam Bones approached closer until they stood only a half-dozen steps inside the official boundary of Hogwarts. Steps were heard echoing from inside the wooden animal and Harry had to resist the urge to bend over and peer upwards into the bull's gullet. The steps got closer and less distant and everyone heard the cadence change as the person began descending the stairway. The woman who was emerged was the exact opposite of Madame Maxine in at least one respect. It was a slim, mature woman who couldn't have been much over 5 foot tall and very slim. She had her black and silver hair arranged in a single braid that fell forward over her right shoulder and her complexion was slightly darker than the Pottle twins' Indian origins. The dress she wore instead of a robe was the same dusky red color of the bull but had a white lace shawl draped over her shoulders with a silver arrow clasp that fastened close to one shoulder. She did have a certain grace and presence as she stood on the ground before the wooden animal and stretched. Her eyes lit up and a smile spread across her features as she saw the reception committee and especially the gray-bearded wizard in front of everyone else. Her steps forward were fluid and full of bounce as she came forward to meet the person she appeared to know. It is nice to see you again, Albus. Bienvenido. It's always an honor and a pleasure to have your company, Kemina. I am not exactly unsure of what occasion warrants your visit to us at this time. Your method of conveyance gave us all a small fright. Oh, Ferdinand. He has been a part of our school for almost a century. And as for our presence, did not your minister Fudge not inform you we had accepted the gracious invitation to participate? Fudge. Invitation. Oh no. What did he bollocks up now? Came from Ginny. Well, Fudge is no longer the minister of magic here. Excuse me please, Kemina. I have forgotten my manners temporarily. Minister Dylan Marshall. May I present Director Kemina Madrigal from the Colegio Mágico de Barcelona. Buenos tardes, Director Madrigal. ¿Cómo estás? Ah, bueno. Habla español bien. Minister Marshall laughed. Muy poco. It would depend on who you asked. I've just returned a while ago from a few years in Mexico and picked up enough to function and talk without need of a translation spell, but I've been told my accent is horrorosco. It is not so bad. I've heard much worse from some of our own politicians. Maybe we shall have occasion to talk and brush up on your accent during the course of the competition. Dylan nodded at that statement, but Dumbledore finally couldn't contain his confusion much longer. Am I to understand you and your school representatives are here for the Triwizard tournament, Kemina? No, not the Triwizard tournament. Director Madrigal fished into a pocket of her robes for something. She pulled a letter out and handed it to Dumbledore. Minister Fudge has extended an invitation to participate in the Pentabulous Magical Competition. It was difficult for the headmaster of Hogwarts to curtail his annoyance as he read the letter. Pentabulous, Magical, Challenge, of Champions. Dumbledore was making a sour face as he read those words aloud, like he didn't even want to think of such an unlikely twist on the original title of the competition. Oh, for Merlin's sake. Hermione broadcast. He's not even in office and yet he is still screwing things up. Minister, excuse me, your ex-minister Fudge certified that he had gotten the necessary clearances and permission from the ICW Sports Department to expand the original tournament to others. I am afraid that Mr. Fudge has been quite busy for the last 6 months and neglected to inform me of this change. I shall certainly have to sit down with him and ask about the oversight. No matter what has happened previously, your students and you are most certainly welcome now. But we shall have to have a meeting with the other headmasters and the representatives from the ministry who are organizing the event. Thank you, Albus. May I present our school's representatives now? It has been a long journey by rail. Harry looked at the wooden structure again and noticed a series of steel or iron wheels that were fastened to the inside of the bull's legs but were mostly retracted into little hidden compartments. It was kind of amazing. He realized that the school representatives had come all the way from Barcelona by rail without being observed or running into a contrary train. A dozen students had emerged from Ferdinand the Bull, 6 witches and 6 wizards lined up in front of the stairway into the strange conveyance. The school colors seemed to be the dusky red and white the director wore, as all the students were outfitted in those colors. The wizards wore black boots with white linen trousers tucked into them. The trousers had red striped seams at the outside of their legs and a broad black belt had a red doublet shirt with brass buttons tucked into it. The ladies on the other hand appeared to be wearing low-heeled shoes along with the red dresses that came to their ankles. There was a narrow black belt that matched the wizards, although the red blouses were highlighted by a couple of different styles of white lace at the sleeve cuffs or collars. A school crest was prominently displayed on the right chest of all the students. A curved white shield had the now familiar red bull in its center with crossed rolled parchments in the background. The ends of the bull's horns shot off silver sparks and the words Colegio Mágico de Barcelona was embroidered around the edges of the shield. The headmaster finished introducing Director Madrigal to the rest of the party from Great Britain and Harry bowed to the director when the introductions got around to him. Ginny and Hermione curtsied as Harry heard and saw a small reaction to his and his wife's names by the Spanish leader and students. Harry did an overextended grand bow toward the students and then waved with a grin when they laughed at his formality. Dumbledore asked Sirius to escort the Spanish students up to the Great Hall and to have them sit at the Gryffindor table. Harry, Ginny and Hermione fell in behind Sirius as he waved his arm forward and headed back up the road to the school. The last Harry heard of the small group left at the gates was a discussion about where and when to move Ferdinand onto the school grounds. Despite wanting to drop back and meet the students following along behind them, the three Potters were having a discussion of what Fudge had been thinking of in inviting another school to the tournament. This Triwizard tournament has been going on and off for hundreds of years, and now Fudge thinks he's entitled to just up and change it. I think it was just another opportunity for Fudge to grab some free press and increase his fortune and status. Ginny responded to Hermione's outraged statement. And what about that stupid name he created? The Pentabulous Magical Challenge of Champions. How hokey can you get? Harry could barely repeat the new name for laughing. The Pentabulous Magical Challenge of Champions, the Pentabulous Mag, Pentabulous. Hermione stopped suddenly right in the middle of the road and turned to Harry with big round eyes. He couldn't. He wouldn't. He didn't. Did he? Oh, Harry. What, Hermione? Harry. Hermione. Ginny. Vika. Something is coming out of the ground over in the clearing by the Whomping Willow. Hermione screamed out a warning. Sirius. Sirius had noticed that the Potters and the Spaniards had stopped when Hermione pulled up short. What's going on? He asked as he walked back to the trio. There's another school appearing now, Hermione said. Another school? That's crazy. Harry looked around and noticed that Dumbledore was looking off in one direction and hurriedly talking to the other headmasters, Minister Marshall and Madam Bones. Dumbledore pointed in a certain direction and the two Aurors at least started running toward the location of the Whomping Willow. Harry turned back to the older wizard. Take the students up to the school and try to keep everyone settled. We're going to go see what's happening. Sirius frowned at Harry and the others but just nodded. Be careful and don't get in over your head. Us. Trouble. Harry laughed but hugged Sirius quickly and grabbed his wife's hands. Let's get going. The trio moved away from the road. Once they had a row or two of trees behind them as a screen, Harry transported the trio up the hill to a very familiar sight. Harry keyed Hermione upon their arrival to keep her from stating that apparating around the grounds of Hogwarts wasn't possible. Harry grabbed Hermione's shoulder and turned her around so she could view the second impossibility of the afternoon. Vika appeared at their side as the three Potters observed a 60-foot-tall tan and gold-colored pyramid slowly rotating and then coming to a stop. Aurors Nervish and Tonks appeared just a few seconds later, gasping from their run across the grounds. It seemed only a matter of a minute or two until Dumbledore and the others arrived. Everyone spread out a little bit to look at the four-sided edifice. Ginny was chuckling at Harry's side, but Hermione was almost aghast as she viewed the out-of-place structure. There's rules. The Triwizard tournament means 3. I don't like this, Harry. Too much out of kilter, Hermione. There's more chances for some of these students or adults to be here at Riddle's orders or to try to take out Harry Daphne. Sorry, I never thought of that. Harry, are you okay with all this? I don't think I have a choice about it. Dumbledore's certainly not going to throw the Barcelonians out or whoever else the pyramid belongs to if it is another school. It would be too embarrassing for the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. Daphne fell silent as she told them that she was going to tell Astoria what had been happening outside. Ginny asked if she had seen Fleur yet, and Daphne answered that she was sitting only a dozen or so feet away from them. They had made eye contact but hadn't spoken yet. Harry replied that there might be a meeting in the hearth after supper to talk to Fleur if she could get permission. Just then a part of the pyramid side facing them slid open and a long walkway lowered out from the dark hole in the face. Everyone was waiting with a great deal of nervousness to see who, or maybe what, appeared next. Tonks had drifted back to close to the Potter's position and asked Hermione a quiet question. I don't remember exactly. Do pyramids exist in other places than Egypt? There was still no sounds or movement coming from the interior of the pyramid. Hermione was still watching carefully but answered the question from the metamorph. Mexico, China, Peru mostly. I think I remember even Greece and Algeria had a pyramid or two. So this could be from almost anywhere then. I'm afraid so. And the last pyramid you guys were in, you were attacked by an acromantula. Ron was attacked. We were just very nearby. Oh, quite different then. Do you guys want to know what I think Sirius would say if he was here? Hermione frowned. Not really, but I guess you're going to tell us anyway. Yes. Harry turned his head and smiled. Okay, I'll bite. What would Sirius say if he was here seeing this pyramid appear with mostly unknown intentions? How Tonks kept a straight face Harry was going to wonder about for a few days. Her two-word answer knocked Harry and Hermione into a fit of giggles. Tonks had drifted back close to the Potter's position and asked Hermione a quiet question. I don't remember exactly. Do pyramids exist in other countries other than Egypt? There was still no sounds or movement coming from the interior of the pyramid. Hermione was still watching carefully but answered the question from the metamorph. Mexico, China, Peru mostly. I think I remember even Greece and Algeria have a pyramid or two. So this could be from almost anywhere then. I'm afraid so. And the last pyramid you guys were in, you were attacked by an acromantula. Ron was attacked. We were just very nearby. Oh, quite different then. Do you guys want to know what I think Sirius would say if he was here? Hermione frowned. Not really, but I guess you're going to tell us anyway. Yes. Harry turned his head and smiled. Okay, I'll bite. What would Sirius say if he was here seeing this pyramid appear with mostly unknown intentions? How Tonks kept a straight face Harry was going to wonder about for a few days. Her two-word answer knocked Harry and Hermione into a fit of giggles. Holy Moses. Closing parenthesis. A single figure appeared in the opening in the side of the pyramid and Tonks used all of her considerable discretion to kick Harry in the shins as he appeared to be ready to topple over in his laughter. The pain straightened Harry right up and he, Hermione and Ginny joined everyone else in gazing upwards. The bald man seemed to be made out of a block of wood as he looked around from the top of the ramp. He was almost as white as he was tall and his skin coloring led one to believe that he had a Middle Eastern origin. The tan robes, highlighted with blue and gold, were gathered with a loose rope belt that was tied in an intricate knot around his middle and he wore sandals on his feet as he descended the ramp to meet the people who had gathered at the bottom. A symbol was woven into the fabric of the robes the leader wore as well as the 5 students who had emerged behind him. Part of the symbol was something Harry was very familiar with, the Eye of Horus. The same floating eye that Harry habitually wore on the brass armband found in his heirloom trunk was floating over a massive lighthouse with an ocean background in the crest of the school. That looks like what the fabled lighthouse of Alexandria was supposed to look like. It was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Maybe this school has been operating since the days of the pharaohs. Hermione. I guess we'll soon find out. Daphne. Before Dumbledore could say anything in words of welcome, Director Madrigal rushed by him and hurried halfway up the ramp. You're late, Fasir. I've been here 20 minutes already. The man apparently named Fasir made a tisk-tisk sound and scrunched up his nose. We had much farther to come than you, Kemina. I don't believe you wagered on our arrival. And I can't believe you took the wager. Again. Aren't you tired of losing bets with me? Bah. Fasir dug into a pocket and flipped a gold-colored coin at the smaller headmaster. The Spanish director had to jump a little bit to snatch it out of midair but didn't look at it before putting it into her pocket. She walked forward to hug the younger man and then linked arms with him and walked the remaining distance down the ramp with him. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, I would like to present my cousin. That's cousin 3 times removed. As I was saying, my cousin Fasir Bashara, headmaster of the Egyptian National Academy of Magic. Welcome to Hogwarts, Headmaster Bashara. Is the term Dabir the more correct title for your position? You are wise indeed to know that old Arabic designation. I rarely use that anymore unless I have dealings with some of the older members of the Egyptian magical government. Headmaster will suffice while my students and I are here for the competition. Dumbledore nodded at the easy manner of his counterpart and started introducing the rest of the heads of school and the government officials. Harry, Hermione and Ginny had slowly walked closer to the half-dozen people who seemed very engaged in getting to know each other and talking about the tournament. Ginny nudged Harry as she saw that Crouch and Bagman had finally arrived on the scene and were looking on with a great deal of confusion and more than a little bit of anxiety. Hermione whispered that it looked like the 2 ministry officials had been just as surprised and shocked at the arrival of the other 2 schools as Dumbledore had been. Harry had just taken up both Hermione's and Ginny's hands with the idea of retreating to the safety of the Great Hall when Dumbledore called out to them and waved them forward to join the group. When the trio arrived, Dumbledore looked at them and to Harry's embarrassment introduced the other school's leaders to a trio of Hogwarts' most exceptional students, Harry, Hermione and Ginny Potter. Although they are just starting their 4th year, they have already contributed much to the legacy and legends of our little institution. Harry was blushing as he bowed or shook hands with the 4 other headmasters. Karkaroff seemed very reluctant to shake Harry's hand, but Harry was surprised when Director Madrigal went by him, hugged Hermione and Ginny and whispered congratulations to them on their bond with the handsome young gentleman. Ginny cheekily replied that it was an honor only some of the time, as Harry was wont to go off and get himself in trouble every so often. The director laughed and said she would hope to find time to talk to the young ladies about Harry's adventures. Dumbledore spoke up after all the greetings were exchanged. Lord and Ladies Potter, would you mind escorting our Egyptian candidates up and turn them over to Miss Gale for seating at the Hufflepuff table? There are many details that the other headmasters, the minister and I have to work out. We may be a little delayed for supper. Harry nodded as he could see that the whole competition had just gotten more complicated than it already was. He sent a quick mental message to Vika letting her tell the house elves that there was yet another 6 people coming to the welcoming feast. 5 students, 3 males and 2 females, were still standing a few feet up from the bottom of the ramp. Headmaster Bashara waved the 5 forward and told them that they had an English nobleman and 2 English noblewomen waiting to escort them up to the school. A few pair of eyes had widened at that statement, and it wasn't just the Egyptian students who took a longer look at the 3 Potters. Harry had blushed again, but he just waved to the 5 students and asked them to follow them along. A few minutes of silent walking had Harry becoming more and more uncomfortable with the situation, and he finally stopped and turned around to address the newest arrivals. Everyone, I'm really not an English nobleman. Well, I am, but it wasn't because of something I did. It is British magical custom for the heads of long-established families to pass down the honorific names that were granted to one of their ancestors by the British Crown. I'd much rather be called Harry without all that formal claptrap, unless I have to deal with the very stuffed shirts from the ministry. What my sometimes eloquent best friend is trying to say is that he's Harry, I'm Ginny, and this is Hermione. We'll get along better if you just go by those names. Harry rolled his eyes, but the 5 students just chuckled and came up closer. The obvious leader of the quintet was the taller male who thrust out his hand for Harry to shake. We were wondering about our reception and the reputed British stuffiness. That would be the adults, Hermione said. Well, at least most of them, she said, thinking of Sirius. Some of our schoolmates follow the customs and attitudes, but this tournament, competition, or whatever they end calling it, is supposed to encourage friendships and international cooperation. That is an admirable goal, and now I will make up for the sometimes forgetfulness of our headmaster. My name is Asim Ganim, and the short ugly girl to my right is my twin sister Neith, although it is spelled Neith. Hermione was recognizing the facial resemblance between the two as Neith reared back and delivered an elbow to her brother's side. Do not listen to the idiot. Asim is 4 minutes younger than me and doesn't always respect his elders. Harry and Ginny laughed at the retort as it reminded them of Ginny's dealings with her own brothers. A soft cough from one of the other visitors had Asim coloring just for a second and indicated the 3 remaining students. Razia Awad, Joseph Soffer and Taj Diallo. The girl Razia was a little shy in coming forward, and Harry noticed that the really dark-skinned wizard Taj had carefully stood close to her in a gesture of reassurance or support. The 3 shook hands with the Potters and exchanged welcomes. Harry was about to start leading the group back to the nearest entrance to the school. Are there any questions I can answer while we're walking inside? It was Joseph that shyly held up a hand. Even in Egypt your name is known, Mr. Pot, Harry. I apologize for my rudeness or boldness, but I have not ever heard of your sisters. How is that? Hermione laid a hand on Harry's shoulder and Ginny bit back a grin. Harry turned and looked at the brunette by his side. I'm pretty sure it's your turn to do the honors. Hermione momentarily crossed her eyes at Harry but tried composing herself as she turned to answer Joseph and the rest of the now interested Egyptians. Harry Potter has no sisters. Ginny and I are both married to him. It is a long tale of a bit of strange magic that came upon us during our first 2 years here at Hogwarts. The 3 boys looked both stunned and confused at that statement. When Ginny and Hermione held up their engagement and wedding rings for everyone to see, both Neith and Razia came much closer to ooh and ah over the sparkling jewelry. Harry looked back around and saw the still talking headmasters coming up the path toward them. We should probably be getting into the Great Hall and supper. Asim fell in beside Harry while Razia and Neith started talking to Hermione and Ginny. Taj and Joseph seemed content to follow along behind the rest and just take stock of their new surroundings. Since they had entered through a side door, it took a little longer for the group getting to the Great Hall. Harry was relieved to see that Professor McGonagall and the head boy and girl were waiting patiently on different sides the doorway. He led the Egyptians right up to the deputy headmistress and called Miss Gale over. These are the students from the Egyptian National Academy of Magic, and I was instructed to turn them over to Miss Gale as they are supposed to be seated at the Hufflepuff table. Harry introduced the students to Minerva McGonagall and Dorothy Gale by name, and they smiled and welcomed them to Hogwarts before issuing them forward to the Hufflepuff table. Harry watched them be seated and waved to Cedric, Susan and the other Hufflepuffs they knew. The three Potters then walked over to their regular seats at the Gryffindor table. More than a few of their housemates called out questions as they passed, but Harry just said that Headmaster Dumbledore would be along and explaining things in a few minutes. The trio had barely gotten seated before the procession of ministry officials and visiting headmasters came into the hall. It was really quite an impressive parade. Dumbledore and Minister Dillon led the way, and they were followed by Madame Maxine and Director Madrigal. Commandant Karkaroff and Headmaster Bashara were paired up next and walked a few steps in front of Madame Bones, Barnaby Crouch and Ludo Bagman. All went to seats at the head table, which had to have been magically enlarged twice in the last 45 minutes. Percy Weasley slid into a spot along the end of the Gryffindor table and tried to ignore the hoots and calls from his siblings as he set up his recording pen, inks and scrolls. Dumbledore remained standing as everyone else at the head table found seats. He tapped his wand on the table once, and a loud clap of thunder caught everyone's attention as well as ended the many ongoing conversations. We wish to give a thorough Hogwarts welcome to the visiting staff and students from Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, Barcelona and Alexandria. There will be more announcements after our meal, but now, tuck in. The four tables groaned under the sudden weight of a number of dishes of food, some of which were obviously familiar to the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Some of the dishes were totally unknown to most of the Hogwarts students, but that didn't stop Harry or the other Gryffindors from sampling a little bit of everything. There was a little bit of discussion coming from all the tables as the possible candidates from the other four schools introduced themselves and tried getting to know their hosts. An exemption to that was at the Slytherin table, where the Durmstrang wizards were keeping their discussions mostly to themselves. Harry did notice that Astoria, though, was gently prodding a younger-looking wizard from Durmstrang to answer her questions. Looking around, Harry pointed out to his wives that the students from Spain and Egypt seemed to be only 6th and 7th years. The contingents from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, however, had many witches and wizards that were younger than that and appeared to go down to a few that might be their ages. Hermione guessed that they would see when the foreign students were broken out to attend classes. Many minutes later, Harry was still trying to catch the names of the students from Barcelona who were seated at the other end of the Gryffindor table when a hand tapped him lightly on the shoulder. Monsieur, Mr. Potter, may I take the pot of bouillabaisse if you and your Grazius wives are not going to eat any more? Harry, Hermione and Ginny turned to look at whom that arm that rested on Harry's shoulder belonged to. They followed the limb up to a girl in a powder blue uniform whose striking face was framed with masses of straight silvery white hair. It was Hermione that responded to the question that was posed to Harry. Mais oui, Mademoiselle Delacour. Are the English dishes on your table not to your liking? Come see, come saw. They are way too heavy after a day of flying. Perhaps breakfast will be easier to consume. It's good to see you again, Fleur. How are your parents and Gabrielle? Bon. Good. A small sigh escaped the French girl as she shook her head. I hate to be rude, Harry started, but what's happened with your voice? I don't remember that accent. There was a call behind her from the Ravenclaw table, and Fleur just pointed her wand to the tureen of bouillabaisse and levitated it up and over Harry's head and directed it to a space that had been cleared out by some of Fleur's schoolmates. Fleur nodded to her friends and then turned back to answer the young wizard. It is the translation spell that is wearing off. Professor Clouseau just cast in on me this morning, but something has obviously gone wrong. Madame Maxine and the other instructors were busy all day with the other students. I will try to ask her to recast the spell before tomorrow. The failing magic is confusing my tongue, but I shall be better tomorrow perchance. Harry nodded his understanding and asked Fleur if she would be able to visit with them for a while after the meal. Fleur shrugged. It is up to Madame Maxine whether I can stay alone for a while. She has taken over the bodyguard position for my Zaffati and may not allow it. Especially the first night here. There is always tomorrow or the weekend, Hermione said. Thank you for coming over for at least this little visit. De Rien, arg, you are welcome. Fleur hit her forehead gently with her fist and then turned to hurry back to her seat at the Ravenclaw table. Harry tried not to smile as he turned back to his own food. That's got to be a little weird not having the ability to control what you're saying. Sort of like a confundus spell. Ginny was about to say something about one or more of her brothers when she was nudged by Hermione. The three Potters looked around and saw that without exception all the Gryffindors close by were staring at them with big round eyes. What? Harry said. The silence was broken by a great number of questions as everyone tried to talk at once. Who is she? What is her name? How do you know her? Is she really Avila? Can you introduce me to her? Were only a few of the various questions that came shooting down the table from their housemates. Harry held up his hand in annoyance and tried telling everyone to quiet down as the noise was starting to disrupt the tables next to them. Everyone just stopped and looked at the trio expectantly. A voice not belonging to the Potters filled the silence. It's just another foreign bird that wants to get into Harry's harem. Mouths dropped open and heads swiveled to look at the offending wizard. Ron was leering at all the girls from Beauxbatons and Fleur especially, not that she was looking back, thank Merlin, but he turned his head to stare back down the table at Harry. Go tell them the truth, mate. You've got another girl magically entranced to want to kick my sister and Hermione to the curb so she can also take advantage and get some of your fame and money for herself. I think I can convince her to go with me though. You're got enough as it is. You don't need to be a greedy show-off for every occasion. Ron. Harry grabbed Ginny's waist to keep her from running down and clubbing her brother, but that was all he was capable to do. He was shocked at the accusation and the greed and jealousy that had suddenly appeared on the face of his friend. Thankfully the twins took care of their brother. George stuffed a couple of meat pies into Ron's mouth and then both grabbed him by the shoulders and walked him quietly out of the hall as he started coughing. What in the name of Merlin was that about? Did he get a Malfoy transplant somehow? Harry hurriedly mumbled out that he would tell everyone later up in the Gryffindor common room about Fleur as his wives and Daphne were also trying to figure out what had happened to Ron. Did he look like he was under the Imperious curse, Hermione? I don't think so, Daphne. Harry was still trying to console Ginny and come up with an explanation for her brother's behavior as the main dishes were whisked away silently. Desserts appeared all along the tables, but understandably the three Potters had lost their appetites. Harry was still mentally confused as Dumbledore finally stood up to address all the people in the Great Hall. Hermione tugged on Harry's hand and pointed out that Fred and George had returned but were leaning against the great doors and trying to appear very relaxed. Where did they put Ron? Ginny asked. I hope they dropped him into the moat so he could cool off. Harry, Hogwarts doesn't have a moat. Lake then. Dumbledore cleared his throat and Professor McGonagall struck her knife on a crystal goblet to produce a ringing note which brought all the ongoing conversations along the four tables to a smile as he scanned the room. It has been an interesting day for all who now occupy this time-hallowed hall. Looking around, I can believe I can state with some surety that the Triwizard tournament is not going to take place. A previous Minister of Magic, Fudge, most thought, took upon himself the idea to broaden the significance and the participation of a decades-old competition between three of Europe's oldest magical learning centers. It appears that all the proper forms and permissions have been obtained from the International Confederation of Wizards. So, therefore, for the first time in recorded history, there will be an international competition amongst 5 magical schools. There was a great deal of applause from the students, and Harry was one of many who couldn't wait to see what challenges and feats of magic were going to occur. As no students were outside for all the arrivals, hey we were, Ginny said. I would take this opportunity to introduce all the leaders of the various schools that have traveled over great distances to appear here. From Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France we have Madame Olympe Maxine. Madame Maxine stood and her students rose to join in the applause recognizing her. The girls in the powder blue uniforms sat down only after their headmistress took her seat. From the Durmstrang Institute, Commandant Igor Karkaroff. The wizards from that school produced a number of staffs and beat the ends of them on the floor as the other schools clapped politely. Karkaroff took his seat but only after acknowledging his own students. And only his own students. That was a little rude, Hermione thought to her mates. Director Kemina Madrigal from the Colegio Magico de Barcelona. The students from Spain stood up and either bowed or curtsied to their leader and then waved to the other students around them. They settled down when Madrigal bowed back to them and each of the 4 tables in the hall. Harry thought that was an especially friendly gesture on her part and clapped enthusiastically until she sat down. Headmaster Fasir Bashara from the Egyptian National Academy of Magic in Alexandria, Egypt. Headmaster Bashara, in a display of energy or athleticism, climbed to his chair, jumped over the head table and walked down between the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables, shaking hands and nodding to all the students as he went. When he reached his own students, he hugged the men and the girls' hands before circling around the end of the Hufflepuff table and coming up the aisle between them and the Slytherins. Not too many of the students in green wanted to have anything to do with Bashara, but Harry saw that a laughing Astoria and a few of her friends daringly stood up on their chairs to receive a key on their outstretched hands. Upon reaching the front of the hall again, Headmaster Bashara looked at the head table carefully, made a feint at jumping back over it and turned with a finger waving in the air. "Twice would be pushing my luck," he said as he went around the end of the table and stopped to talk briefly to Hagrid. Sirius had about fallen out of his chair for laughing, and Harry suspected that he and Bashara would be getting along famously before too long. Most of the students in the hall were either laughing or smiling at the Egyptian headmaster's attitude, and more than a few students let off appreciative whistles. Headmaster Dumbledore had a broad smile on his face as he considered the reception everyone had gotten. Schedules for classes will be handed out in the morning. While most of the visiting students will be attending classes with the students they are sitting with presently, there will be some rotations so that every house will get some exposure to each school. Minister of Magic Dylan Marshall has granted an exception for the limited use of translation spells for Hogwarts students. People who are interested in learning such a skill may see me, Professor Flitwick, or make appointments to see the appropriate headmaster. Weather permitting, Hogsmeade weekends will be scheduled for half of the Hogwarts houses along with their foreign guests. That also will be changed around so that everyone will get a chance to know their fellow students outside of the classroom. I have no other announcements at this time save one. Tomorrow night at 7 there will be welcoming mixer letting the students from all 5 schools get together to meet each other and complain about their instructors. 5th years and above from Hogwarts are encouraged to attend, and I hope to have Lord and Lady Gryffindor and their guests as hosts. Does that mean I have to get dressed up, Rob? Daphne, this is what I have to say to that, PH'd. Harry heard mental giggles from all his girls and wondered what Dumbledore had volunteered him for this time. Dumbledore then bid good night to everyone, signifying the announcements, and meal was over. The wizards from Durmstrang were the first to leave as they fell into the double lines behind their commandant. The rest of the foreign students were still talking to the Hogwarts students around them as their headmasters gathered them up to return to their traveling homes. The Potters' housemates for the most part headed back to Gryffindor Tower or the library to work on their assignments. Most of the 4th years and the other Gryffindors that the Potters counted as close friends had stayed in the Great Hall and made their way down to where the 3 Potters were still sitting. I guess you want some explanations, Harry started. Ginny held up her hand when another explosions of questions erupted around them. Let us talk, okay? Harry, you want to tell them all the juicy details? Lavender asked. Like whether she has a boyfriend, Seamus contributed. Hey, quiet or we won't say a thing, Hermione snapped out. Mumbled apologies for interrupting or delaying them had Harry relax just a little bit. Her name is Fleur Delacour and we met her and her family while we are on vacation this past summer. But only for a week, so we don't know everything about her. Her father supposedly has a post high in the French magical government as they had a bodyguard escorting them. Whether she is a Veela or not is something I cannot confirm or deny, but I don't seem to have the same dazed reaction as most of you blokes did. It could be one of the other witches in the hall that you're reacting to, however. There's certainly enough pretty ones over there, but then again, I did see some of the visiting wizards take glances at some of our Hogwarts beauties. Didn't you notice, Parvati? Heads turned to look at the blush that rose across the cheeks of the Indian girl, and she just shook her head and said that all she noticed was that everyone seemed to be stealing glances at Hermione and Ginny. At least the boys were. A lot of the witches were trying to catch Harry's eye. Harry lowered his head and banged it twice on the tabletop to the amusement of his friends. If it comes up in any conversation, would you mind telling everyone that the Potters are happily married and not looking for any foreign involvements? Despite what Ron blathered on about. Seamus turned and looked at the twins. What is wrong with Ron? That was so out of order, Fred. I'm George actually, and I have no idea about our little brother. But I suppose we ought to go release him from the classroom we locked him into. We gave him a sleeping candy so he would stay quiet until we came and woke him up. I'd like to have a little chat with your brother myself, Neville said as he pulled his wand out and polished it on his sleeve. That goes for me too. Me 3. A few other comments came out stating that Ron had some explaining to do, and not just to the Potters. Harry finally couldn't stand the angry looks and held up his hands. Don't go jumping Ron until he's tried to explain. Maybe he needs to go see Madame Pomfrey if his head got so messed up. There were nods in agreement to that statement, and the rest of the Gryffindors took off to wherever the twins had stashed Ron. That left Harry, Ginny and Hermione staring at each other. Quite an afternoon, Harry finally said. Let's go back to the hearth and talk about it, Hermione said. I'm all unsettled now. I have a bad feeling with all these unknowns in the school. Ginny and Hermione leaned in and held their husband in a long hug before they broke apart and headed upstairs. Lord Voldemort had been in an unresponsive state for 2 days before he was revived. It wasn't until the evening of the 30th until he had regained enough strength to allow other people other than the potions masters or Bellatrix into his room. He confided privately to Bellatrix that he felt as weak as he had been when she and Lucius had found him in the cave with Nagini and his dead mother. How are the expert potion masters explaining the setback? Their best guess is that I've used too much magic too quickly, and my body, such as it is, needed to take a significant break to adjust to the increasing magic in it. Do they think it will happen again, or may even be worse? The fools said they had no idea, as this entire process is outside anything they've dealt with before. If this body remains unstable, we will have to push up our timetable for Potter or find another suitable host for me until later. So kidnapping. Of course. We need to bring someone of school age here so that they may be the host for my power and genius. So we are looking for someone from Hogwarts. Some pureblood son and not one of my inner council's offspring. I'm not totally convinced that the sons of Nott, Pusey, Flint or the others wouldn't have some characteristic flaw or hidden scheme belonging to their fathers. It's too bad young Malfoy has chosen to join the ranks of the blood traitors. I shall get in contact with some of the people that we have hidden in the school to find out when the next Hogsmeade weekend is going to be and prepare a list of potential students that will be suitable for you to possess. Von Raubiscus will lead the mission. Sons only. It may be important to do this as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. I shall send the messages out at once. You may leave, Bella. Bellatrix bowed her way out of the chamber, and Voldemort went back to thinking about what had possibly gone wrong with the spells and mixtures that the Eastern Potion Masters had developed for him. And how soon his body might need to be replaced. The stares and sometimes open leers to the witches in Slytherin by some of the wizards from Durmstrang made at least Daphne and Tracy nervous, although Pansy and Millicent seemed to be relishing the attention. Although Draco sat closer to the two upset girls in a protective reaction, they were not happy that the wizards would be spending time around them even if it was just at meals. Daphne hoped none of the ominous acting visitors would be actually attending the fourth-year classes with them. It was a slightly disturbing thought. All the Slytherins cleared out of the Great Hall immediately following the departure of Commandant Karkaroff and his students. Daphne walked back up to the Greengrass chambers with Astoria and her friends Becky and Jessica. The 3 second years had plans for revising for herbology and potions, but as she listened to their chatter, Daphne thought they might just end up comparing notes about all the new wizards that had graced the dining tables this evening. There were some nice-looking young men as well as the international Quidditch star Victor Crumb. Astoria had already voiced her disapproval that there were certainly no visiting wizards young enough to go to classes with the second years. Letting the three youngsters occupy their small living room, Daphne went to her bedroom to change out of her school clothes and get into something a lot more comfortable. She had assignments of her own to work on, but considering her sister's company, she might be better off working in bed or maybe going with Hermione to the library. Thinking of the brunette, Daphne sent out a mental call to her future co-wife. Hermione. Yes, Daphne. Are you going to the library to work on assignments tonight? I don't think so. I think we're staying in because of Harry. Is there something wrong with him other than Ron spouting off? I think everyone in the hall heard him. You all seemed understandably upset. Ron has flipped and flopped like that, but not in a long time. I think it's something else, and I'm not sure Harry understands why. He gave us keys when we got back to the hearth, but said he just couldn't work on anything yet. He took himself off from us, and I think he's in the catch-all room just thinking. Daphne had thought that the Potters converting one of their two spare bedrooms into a library, office and hobby area was a very good idea. It gave all of them a space to get away from the others, but not too far away that they couldn't talk or snuggle up if they wanted. Mind if I come up and try to help Harry or just work on my charms homework? You know you are always welcome here. Bringing a change of clothes for tomorrow. Maybe some night when Tori's friends aren't visiting. She's been a dear not telling her best friends who my real fiancé is, so I don't want to put any additional strain on her friendships. That's understandable. Okay. I'll be up in a couple of minutes. See you when you get her sweetums. Love you. Right back at you, sister. Daphne went to her wardrobe as she hadn't totally changed yet, and she wanted to get an idea of something comfortable and slightly attractive for Harry. She smiled as she saw a recent purchase that Harry and the others hadn't seen yet, and smiled as she slipped into it and threw her robes back over it before leaving her bedroom. Tori, are you and your friends staying here for the evening? The young blonde looked at her friends. I guess so. I need to rewrite my essay for Professor Lupin at least. It's really nice he lets us use the Muggle pens and paper since they are so cheap and easy to throw away if you make a mistake. Okay. I'm going to go walk up to the hearth and meet Hermione, and we may go down to the library to research the uses of the hellebore plant. I may not make it back until just before curfew, so don't make it a pigsty out here, okay? Sure. Daphne had just about closed the door leaving when a giggling voice called out to her. Don't forget to key, Harry. The three girls were shocked when the door was kicked back open and a slightly peeved fourth year came charging back into the room. Rebecca Europa Hubick, are you making some accusations against the friendship I have with Harry or his wives? I'll have you know I'm a happily engaged woman, and Mr. Potter is very happily married to Hermione and Ginny. Do you think it proper to start rumors or make insinuations of such a nature? I ought to tell the two Mrs. Potters what you just said. I'm sure they would be happy to come back here and correct your attitude. Becky and Jessica's mouths were open, and they both were stammering out their apologies as fast as their mouths could work. We're sorry, Daphne. It was just a joke. Honest, we didn't mean anything by it. Make sure you don't joke like that around any of the Potters. Hermione might understand you're kidding, but Ginny. Oh. That would not be nice if she lost her temper at us, Jessica said with a worried frown. Exactly. Now I'm leaving again, and I don't want to hear any rubbish about Harry and Ike. Dotting coming out of your mouths. Or anybody else's, Astoria said, nodding. Daphne looked at her sister's friends for a long second and then went back to the table they were all working on and gave Astoria a hug. Tori was holding her shocked mask very tightly, but Daphne could tell she was almost shaking with silent laughter. Do give Harry a key on the cheek for me, will you? Tori whispered in her sister's ear. Of course, sis. Any other key you give him below that are your own business. Tori. Daphne swatted her sister on her bum as she released her from the hug. Tori's eyes were laughing, but she looked properly chastised as Daphne headed for the door again. Daphne shouldered up her book bag and glared back at the trio one more time. I trust you will behave yourselves from here out. The chorus of agreements caused Daphne to smile. Just a little bit. She eased the door closed from outside but kept it cracked just a little bit to overhear any fallout from her lecture. I was just kidding, Jessica said. It's not like they're snogging or anything. But you have to admit, Becky said. The hugs they give each other are kind of suspicious. Astoria gave her opinion then. Just don't say anything about it. I'm kind of glad that Harry, Hermione and Ginny giving her some affection. Merlin knows she needs it without our parents or her fiancé being around. I never thought of it like that, Becky said. I'm sorry, Tori. It's okay. Did I tell you I finally wormed the name of that Durmstrang boy out of him? No, really. It's Peter. Peter Molotov. Ooh, that almost sounds noble. Do you suppose any of the visiting wizards are? Daphne finished closing the door very carefully and walked away from her quarters with a smile on her face. The three girls had turned away from the topic of her and Harry and gone on to the general discussion of boys in general. There weren't any wandering staircases this evening, so it was only a matter of 5 minutes until Daphne was passing the Gryffindor house entrance and heading down the small corridor that led to the hearth. She spent a minute or two talking with Myrtle and found out that Joshua had been a little nervous around her on their last couple of dates and was presently down talking to Godric in his quarters. Myrtle was worried that Joshua might want to break up with her, but Daphne reassured the ghost doorkeeper that Joshua was definitely in love with her and must have some other issues that he was dealing with. Myrtle seemed relieved at that explanation and led Daphne into the hearth with her thanks. Daphne paused at the top of the stairs to look at the scene before her. It was very typical to find Hermione sitting at their work table with scrolls, books and other research material strewn around her as she worked. Ginny, by necessity, had her research materials piled into a little pile next to where she was actually writing. Both had looked up and smiled at her when they heard her footsteps descending the stairs. So where's Lord Gloomy? Daphne asked as she took off her robes to hang them up on the coat rack at the bottom of the stairs. Still in there, Hermione answered, nodding her head toward an open doorway as she went back to writing. Hey, I like that, Ginny exclaimed, rising. Is that a new dress or something you rescued from the back of your wardrobe? New, Daphne said as she did a little twirl to show off the cream-colored dress with navy blue sleeves and collar. It was on sale in the latest catalog from Youngsmith and Manners. Only 12 galleons plus delivery fees. So what type of fabric is this? Ginny said as she felt the collar of the dress. It seems perfect for a hot summer afternoon. Madras silk, although they have similar styles in linen, cotton and muslin. Hermione, do you think we could get a couple of light dresses for this summer? I like the dungarees and all, but if we went somewhere out in public. When Hermione looked up and nodded, Daphne said she would put the catalog in her book bag so the two girls could borrow it. She went over to give Hermione a hug and rubbed the brunette's back briefly before asking about Harry's mood. He's still in there with a silencing charm across the doorway. Well, I'm going in. Wish me luck. The two Mrs. Potters bent back to their homework and Daphne hoped she wouldn't be up too late tonight talking with Harry. She went to the doorway and looked in. Harry was sitting in the double-width chaise lounge in front of one of the bookcases. He was playing on his mandolin, but his eyes were unfocused and staring blankly on the wall before him. Daphne lowered her mental walls and sent out a request. Harry, mind if I come in? While his head turned to nod at her, the expression of his face didn't change much. Daphne walked forward and passed through the ward across the doorway. Harry hadn't stopped playing and the blonde listened to the slow wandering melody and wondered if her boyfriend was playing something classical or just playing distractedly. The melody though brought a smile to her face and she leaned down and keyed Harry on the forehead. Harry's eyes popped open at the contact and made to put the mandolin down, but Daphne held up her hands. You can still keep playing if you want. I thought it sounded nice. The wizard nodded and just moved his knee aside so Daphne could sit. She perched herself down and just closed her eyes and listened to the sounds that Harry was producing. While Harry could use his magic to make a variety of musical voices come out of the instrument, it was just the plain clear tones of the mandolin itself that were coming out now. Daphne ended up just rubbing Harry's leg as she idly listened to the nice relaxing sounds she was hearing. It took a couple minutes, but Harry finally let his fingers still and he placed the mandolin aside. So you've come to shake me out of my profound glumpiness? No, I just thought I would come in and listen if you don't mind. You can keep on playing if you want, or I can sit here quietly with you for a while, or if you feel like talking I can just. Daphne shrugged her shoulders and tried not to stare into Harry's eyes too intently. Harry nodded but patted the seat right in front of him. He moved his legs and Daphne scooted up to settle in with her back to Harry's chest. His hands came around to settle across her stomach, and when she leaned back into his embrace, Daphne heard Harry chuckle. I almost expected you to come in displaying the irate ice princess mode to shock me out of my mood. I can get up and re-enter that way if that's what you really want. Daphne made to move, but Harry's hand just tightened across her stomach. This is more than okay. Thank you very much. Daphne hummed her approval as Harry bent over a little and keyed her just below her right ear. So what's really bothering you, love? Scratch that. You don't have to tell me anything. It's just fine you're holding me. Yes, it is just fantastic, isn't it? Let's see what could be possibly be bothering me. 70+ of unknown students who are going to walking the halls every day around here for most of, if not all of, the year. One of the leaders of said students has the dark mark on his arm, and he may or may not have designs on my health and well-being as well as that of my family and friends. Nothing to worry about there, is there? But Vika and Dumbledore both know about Karkaroff, and they'll keep a watchful eye out. Not to mention Professor Moody, who made his living hunting down and eliminating Death Eaters for so long. Harry sighed. I guess so. Let's not forget about your gems, who are going to watch your back and stand in the way if anybody tries to mess with you. Daphne felt Harry slump a little, and his head fell forward to rest against the back of Daphne's head. Daphne realized too late that saying his wives and her might be standing in the way of danger was one of the things that had upset him. There's more than us, Harry. Lots of the students and instructors would gladly stand up to protect themselves, the school and us four, from anybody that would like to harm us. I know, but Voldemort, if he really is back, is going after me first. That puts everyone I care about in the sights of that madman. But nobody has actually seen him. The idiots that ran around after the World Quidditch match could have been just out to remind everyone that they are still hiding their evil selves and waiting for someone to lead them again. Yes, maybe. But there's also this. Harry waved his hand, and a framed piece of parchment floated off one of the many shelves and came across the room to fall into Daphne's hands. She turned it over to look at it. This is the other prophecy Trelawney made. Yeah, I asked Hermione and Ginny not to tell you anything exact about it. Not that I haven't trusted you to keep it secret, but I didn't know how to tell you before now. Daphne glanced back at the written words and began reading them aloud. The converse one of the lion-hearted trine will soon become the fourth. The chosen one will be a witness and participant in the rebirth of the Dark One. In the place of family death and memories, the vileness shall be awoken by impostor and blood. Death and disasters will follow the Dark Lord because of the trickery. The converse one in the lion-hearted trine will soon become a fourth. Daphne fell back into silence and placed the framed words face down in front of her. She thought for a minute or so and then brightened up. So when do we start training me up to go witness Riddle's resurrection? What? Daphne stroked the back of Harry's hands as he had clenched them into fists. He gradually relaxed and asked her to explain herself. Well, you know how precise most prophecies can be. This can be read a number of different ways. I could be the converse one of the lion-hearted trine trio, as I'm a Slytherin. Hermione could be the one, as she is the only Muggleborn one of us, and Ginny could be the obverse, as the only redhead. You're stretching for possibilities. They're just as plausible as the gender card you've chosen to pay attention to. Right. Answer me, Mr. Potter. I suppose you could be right. Which means, follow the logic of it. If you could be right, then it's possible that I may be mistaken. Very good, Harry. Take 3 key. S on account. Harry bent forward and keyed Daphne on her cheek. I'll wait until we're facing each other properly for the other 2. You'd better. There's a few other points I'd like to make. Not those, you idiot. You may fondle me later. Maybe. Harry lowered his hands back down to Daphne's waist with a murmured apology. I'm listening. There's no time frame. You could be 80 when this happens, and the deaths and destruction could be referring to Riddle and his followers, not you, Ginny, Hermione, me, or anybody else. Are you listening to me? Yes, Daphne. So quit hiding away from your wives and me. Got it. Harry sighed and brought Daphne back closer into a tighter hug. I got it, and you are very smart. All 3 of us are very smart. We ended up with you, didn't we? Well, the jury is still out about that, Harry said with a laugh. Daphne slid out of Harry's embrace and stood up. She reached out a hand and tugged him to his feet close to her. Harry gave her a proper hug and rested his head on her shoulder. Daphne leaned back with a smile and pointed to her mouth. Now please. Harry didn't disappoint his fiancée as he swooped in and captured her lips with his own. Both were more than lost in the contact until a couple of wolf whistles sounded behind them. Harry looked sideways and saw that both Ginny and Hermione were making why faces at them from the doorway. Daphne pushed Harry toward his wives with a gentle swat to his bottom. Start anything around here and then everyone wants to get into the act, she complained feebly. We could give him back to you, Hermione said. Don't we all have homework to do? Harry asked as a group hug happened near the doorway. You and Daphne are a little behind. Harry stared over his glasses at one particular young lady. Don't say another word, Mrs. Ginny Potter. I know the depths of depravity you mind may wander to. Ginny batted her eyes at her husband. Who? Me? Everybody laughed at that, and before Harry could chase her, Daphne had grabbed Harry's hand again. I have a question for you before we start hitting the books. Okay. What? I was thinking about what happened to you after the storm room trouble. You couldn't get a Lumos to work on your wand until Gin and Hermione laid their hands over yours. Yes, and that was a case of my core being depleted. What's your question? Could I give that a try? Casting my magic through your wand, I mean. There might come a time when something like that might need to be done. Hermione agreed to that idea quickly. She's got a good idea, Harry. Merlin knows how things get mucked up around here sometimes. We should all probably try using each other's wand in case of an emergency. Okay. I'm game. Harry released his wand from his wrist holder and held it up. Daphne stepped closer as the other two girls retreated a few steps to witness the attempt. Harry didn't look very nervous, but Daphne was a little hesitant as she faced him and wrapped her fingers over his grasp of the holly and phoenix feather wand. I'm not going to try anything too complicated or difficult. Probably a wise idea. Whenever you're ready, Lady Greengrass. Daphne looked at where her fingers surrounded Harry's hand as the wand pointed to the ceiling. She counted to 3 aloud and then lowered the wand so it pointed right at her chest. Aguamenti. Harry's mouth opened in surprise as the jet of water was directed all over the front of Daphne's dress. It continued for 7 or 8 seconds until Harry pulled his wand away and Daphne released her hold. What was that about? Harry asked worriedly. The laughter that erupted from Ginny and Hermione confused him and he looked their way in confusion. What's so funny? She might have hurt herself. Oh, Harry. You ought to know by now. Since when doesn't a Slytherin have a plan? Harry looked back at Daphne, who was whistling quietly and rocking back and forth on her heels. Her dress was. Daphne's dress had turned almost invisible with the application of water to it, and her chest was. No, her dress was clinging skin tight to her very impressive bust. That hadn't been covered up by a bra. Her nipples were starting to stand up in reaction to the cold water, and Harry didn't know if he should turn around, apply a drying charm, or what. So he just stood there staring at the gorgeous blonde and her considerable assets. And that Ginny is how Hermione says you make a surprise wet t-shirt contest. Daphne chortled out to the redhead. Both Ginny and Hermione were laughing at the gobsmacked and grinning expression that had appeared on Harry's face. It took a few seconds for Harry's poor mind to recover. I suppose I should help you out of that wet dress, Daphne, he finally said with a grin. We all should help her out of those wet clothes. We don't want her to catch a cold after all. Do we? Daphne squealed in surprise and delight as 3 sets of hands attacked her clothes and they all forgot about their homework for a while. Hermione, me or any others, Hermione, me or anybody else. October 1st, a Wednesday, started with a very thick fog that blanketed the castle and the surrounding areas. It wasn't bad enough, however, to stop the usual crowd of Hogwarts students from doing their morning run around or to Black Lake. Harry, his wives and a few others ran a different path this morning. A path that ran by the spot where the Durmstrang ship had dropped anchor. Although the fog was slowly burning off the land, the 9 students could see that most, if not all, of the young wizards from Durmstrang were already up and exercising. Calisthenics, bouts with quarterstaffs and a temporary archery range had all of the visitors busy with one activity or the other. Just as the last of the runners, Luna this morning, was passing out of the limited sight of the students, a shrill whistle split the air. The group running slowed down and jogged in place and watched as the wizards switched places and began with new activities. A little bit regimented, that lot, Neville said as he caught up with Harry. Hey, at least it looks like that they have a conditioning program. Yes, but is it for just the ones who came to in the ship or for everybody at the school? Hermione called out from a few paces back. I don't know, Harry said as he turned and began running backwards for a few steps. We can always ask them during the day or at the mixer tonight. I wonder, Fred started. What the fair maidens from Beauxbatons do for exercise. George finished. Or if they need help or some personal training. The twins said together. Angelina and Alicia altered their paths just enough to squeeze the two Weasleys together so they could both reach out and slap them. Hey, that was a common enough question. You didn't have to take it personally, George said as he rubbed the back of his head. It's bad enough those witches are going to be in classes with us. You don't need to go volunteering to help them, Angelica said. I detect a faint odor of jealousy in the air, brother. So disturbing from such pretty girls. I am quite appalled. The twins were suddenly more appalled when the two chasers stopped abruptly, turned and started walking back toward the school. Maybe we'll stop and see if the gentlemen from Durmstrang have better manners. That statement had the Weasley twins immediately turning their jogging back the other way toward their girlfriends. Harry and the others heard them calling out apologies as they ran after them. They are so in trouble, Harry thought to his mates. It's going to cost them both the next Hogsmeade weekend, Ginny replied mentally. The rest of the run passed in relative silence, even if the three Potters, Neville and Luna, were privately thinking about what impact the visiting witches and wizards might have on their lives and what the tournament might turn out to be. On their return run from the end of Black Lake, Harry and his friends came across a number of girls dressed in the long blue cloaks of Beauxbatons walking. Neville and Luna continued on up to the school while Harry, Hermione and Ginny slowed down to walking to greet the ladies. Well, they slowed down specifically to talk to Fleur, who was walking beside slightly shorter ebony-haired young lady. Bonjour Fleur. Comment allez-vous aujourd'hui? Fleur smiled. It's okay Hermione, you don't have to result to Francais this morning. I had the translating spell recast last night. Harry let out a relieved sigh. That's good. I wasn't sure I would be able to find the time today to ask Professor Flitwick or any of your professors today, and I would hate to embarrass myself trying to think in French to talk to you or any of your friends from school. Harry let Hermione and Ginny know he wasn't going to say that they all could speak French from their bond with Hermione. Well, you don't have to worry about that too much, Harry. I actually don't have many true friends in school anyway. However, saying that, I would like to introduce you and your wives to my best and closest friend. May I present Marie Lafitte? Marie, this is Harry, Ginny and Hermione Potter. It is a pleasure to meet the world-renowned Harry Potter. Fleur slapped her friend on the arm before Harry could find offense or try to defend himself. No, Marie, he is not like that. Harry actually doesn't like his fame as he had nothing to do with it. My apologies, Mr. Potter. Fleur has mentioned you and your wives' names many times since returning from her summer vacation. It is a rare thing indeed for a person such as Fleur to meet a wizard, let alone three people, who are immune to her condition and position. The three Potters had fallen in beside the two French witches as they continued their walk. Luckily they were on a path that looped around a side of the school but led back to Hagrid's hut and the nearby Beauxbatons carriage. Ginny looked confused for a second. I don't mean to pry. Yes you do, Harry said with a smile. But she may answer anyway. Ginny glared at her husband for a second before returning to her question to Marie. If it is not too personal a question or a secret, could I ask you to please explain that last statement? Marie and Fleur looked around to see if anyone else were in hearing distance. It was Fleur that replied, but she was looking at the ground ahead of her instead of at Ginny. As you know, my father is the French Minister of Magic. There have been many instances of strangers and newcomers trying to become friends or more with me with ulterior motives in trying to gain favor or influence with the minister or the French ministry. That has happened on an increasing basis since her father was elected to that post 5 years ago, Marie stated. It has caused a few problems. That's too bad that you don't feel like you can trust anyone that wants to befriend you. It is worse than that, Hermione. About the same time my heritage powers manifested as I came of age, and most if not all young men that I meet seem to be affected in a bad way. Seeing the quiet glances the three Potters were exchanging with her, Fleur continued. If you have suspicions, they are correct. I am a Vila. A quarter Vila, Marie clarified. Fleur waved her hand in the air a little distractively. Quarter or not, I still have the allure that I must control at all times, even if it be an involuntary side effect of my being. Hermione offered up a sympathetic look while Harry tried to explain their knowledge. We know some of that. It drives all men, except those truly in love, into a frenzy of desire or lust. We were told of the effect after we saw the Vila cheerleaders performing for the Bulgarian team at the World Quidditch Cup. Fleur became quite upset at Harry's statement. Those Vila were paid or ordered to prostitute their abilities that day. Most would not voluntarily do that at all, or especially in front of a crowd. It is extremely dangerous for them and others. You're telling me that some of those women we saw were coerced into that appearance? Hermione instantly went from concern to outraged at that possibility. It is worse than that, Hermione. Some were there as property. Vila have no rights at all in some countries, and they are traded as cattle or some other valuable possession. Marie said this over Fleur's shoulder as she had hugged the blonde who seemed to be on the edge of losing control of herself. Hermione and Ginny moved to wrap their arms around the couple in a show of support. Harry was standing a foot or two away, a little confused about what he should be doing. It is okay, Fleur said as she extracted herself from the three girls. Thank you for the support, Ginny, Hermione. Marie and I have known each other since we were 6, and she grew up knowing all about me and what I am. Who you are, Harry corrected. You are not a what? Marie clapped her hands and smiled. And that is exactly why Fleur is so happy to have met you three last summer. I see that Hermione and Ginny do not judge her as a rival or a possible, say, plaything for their husband. Fleur has said that Harry treats her like a real person and has no reaction to the allure which she can't control all of the time. I know she appreciates that. Well, I do have these two keeping me in line, Harry joked. Hermione rolled her eyes, but Ginny was nodding her agreement. Fleur smiled as she spoke. None of you look at me with expectations or lust because of my family or the fact that I am less than totally human. Marie is my constant companion, my shield and my buffer from other women and men. Even from her own classmates who are suspicious that she somehow used her influence or her powers to be chosen as one of the candidates. That's so unfair, Hermione said. Frowning, Harry offered an invitation. You are both welcome to spend time with us if your own schoolmates are not supporting you. Thank you, Harry, Hermione, Ginny. We should get back to our carriage for morning instructions from Madame Maxine. And you three really need to return to your dorms. There's still a lot of time before breakfast starts. Yes, but Harry, how do I say this? You are a little pungent. Marie, Ginny and Hermione started laughing as Harry's face turned red. Hey, Hermione and Ginny were the ones to hug you, and they're just as odoriferous as me. Why am I getting singled out? Well, they are girls, of course, so they are allowed to have a little honest dampness after exercising. Air. Good day then, Mademoiselles Delacour and Lafitte. I will be properly less pungent when I see you later at breakfast. Harry took off walking fast, although he was heard muttering about being outnumbered and unfair females on his way up the hill to the school. I will apologize later to him, Fleur said with a frown. You may not have to. Harry doesn't mind a little kidding amongst his friends, Ginny said. Then I will thank him later for considering Marie and I friends to you all. He will like that a lot, Hermione said as they waved goodbye to the two French girls and tried catching up to their husband so they could scrub away his pungentness in their shower. Although there was a meeting with the other foreign headmasters before breakfast this morning, Dumbledore was currently reading a note from Professor Flitwick concerning a new Ravenclaw. The student named was a certain Miss Gracie Christchurch, who was physically and academically head and shoulders above the newest class of students. It was Professor Flitwick's opinion that Miss Christchurch be given the opportunity to test forward into the second-year classes before the Christmas holidays. Phileas requested a full staff meeting to discuss that possibility with the other teachers and wanted to know when it might be convenient. Dumbledore's free time had been certainly at a premium in the light of the confusion that was currently occurring in the reorganizing of the Pentabulous Magical Competition of Champions. Dumbledore flinched at thinking about that horrible designation but made a note to talk to Minerva about Miss Christchurch's proficiency in transfiguration before he set up the staff meeting. There was a knock on his door, and as it Dumbledore rose to greet Director Madrigal and Headmaster Bashara, who were exactly 3 minutes early. Dumbledore rose from his chair as breakfast was nearly over. Good morning to all. I trust that all enjoyed a fine night's rest in the various quarters you have. As you can see, the visiting headmasters are now passing out the class schedules for our guest students. I hope all the Hogwarts students will all take time to guide our guests to the appropriate classroom if they appear lost, and not hesitate to try and make friends with the witches and wizards that will be spending the rest of the school year here. In my haste to get out introductions last night, I neglected 2 very important members of the Ministry of Magic who were instrumental in making most of the arrangements for the competition. Mr. Bartemius Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. The 2 men rose to the scattered applause of the students, but Harry noticed that Fred and George also stood and went forward to the end of the Gryffindor table. Bagman's eyes widened as he saw them, and he sat down suddenly and began scanning the Great Hall for possible exits. Harry surmised that a confrontation about an unpaid wager was about to occur and hoped the twins' luck in catching up with the official. Dumbledore looked at the twins momentarily before continuing. As well as representing the ministry, Mr. Bagman and Crouch helped design the challenges that the champions will be facing, as well as sitting on the judging panel with all the headmasters. Weather permitting, and I have every reassurance from Professor Trelawney that it will, a Hogsmeade weekend will be granted to Gryffindor House as well as those students from Durmstrang that wish to participate. Regular hours and rules still apply, so if there are any questions, ask your prefects or house sponsor. Lastly, there is a matter of some personal interest of mine. The Pentabulous Magical Competition of Champions was a hopeful designation that a past minister hoped to name this competition. The current Minister of Magic, most of the other headmasters, and I find this to be less than an inspiring and descriptive name. I am offering up a 20 galleon prize and some other incentives to any student, from any school, to submit a truly descriptive and deserving name for the endeavors that the school champions will undertake. There will be a suggestion box posted next to the main bulletin board for the next 3 weeks for submitting your ideas. That is all. Have a nice and productive day, everyone. Harry and his friends were laughing at the obvious distaste that Dumbledore had for anything connected with ex-Minister Fudge. So who's up for getting an easy 20 galleons? Harry asked. A voice rose from down the table. I think it should be the 5 freakin' best. Most of the Gryffindors looked at the boy with horror. Seamus, no. How about the quintessential magical tournament? Pavarti asked as she gathered up her book bag. That's possible, I suppose, Ginny said as she also rose. You should submit that. Harry had picked up Ginny's and Hermione's book bags as well as his own. He looked up to the front of the room and saw that Bagman had tried to make it to the side door of the hall, but he and Crouch were surrounded by Rita Skeeter and a few other members of the press from the other countries. George and Fred, however, were either delayed or intercepted in their mission as they were currently deep in discussion with Percy, who had apparently been seated in a chair behind Crouch and the rest of the teachers' table all during breakfast. Harry shook his head and wondered if the twins were ever going to get a return on their wager. He had long forgiven the money he had loaned the twins before the Quidditch World Cup, but hoped they wouldn't result in any sort of prank to get even or to trap the ministry official. The 3 Potters were at the end of the group of 4th-year Gryffindors who were heading off to class. There was one student waiting a little anxiously with Professor McGonagall just outside the hall. Ah, there you all are. Director Madrigal asked me to escort her 4th-year student as she has transfiguration first off this morning. I'll let you introduce yourselves on the way, but first let me do the honor of presenting Prudencia Durantes. McGonagall turned and walked away toward her classroom, and the students quickly followed in a group behind her. By the time they had reached the Transfiguration classroom, Prudencia had been told everyone's names by Lavender, and she had insisted everyone to please call her Tia instead of her atrocious first name, which she didn't like. Tia was accompanying her older brother, Benny, who was a 7th year and hoped to be the champion representing the Barcelona school. The first class of the day was also augmented this morning by 5 Durmstrang 4th years had followed the Slytherins to the classroom. Professor McGonagall asked the five to introduce themselves, and the Gryffindors learned their new classmates: Peter Molotov, Arndt Bernhardt, Willem Jostad, and two cousins, Sipek and Karlik Tanchovsky. Hermione privately thought the Tanchovsky pair may have repeated a few years of school, as they sounded and looked much older and tougher than their classmates. Even Gregory Goyle seemed a little small next to those two Durmstrang visitors. Professor McGonagall asked a few questions of the new students to gauge whether they were ahead or behind the level of the fourth-year Hogwarts students, and she was pleased with their level of knowledge. Mr. Bernhardt had a very soft voice. Ginny overheard Pavarti whispering to Lavender that it was very say. Why, but Karlik stood at attention when he was called on and barked out his reply like a soldier in front of his commanding officer. McGonagall's instruction to relax caused the dark-haired wizard to yell out, "Yes, madam," and almost fall back into his chair with a reddening face. Harry and a few others applauded his actions, and they saw a faint smile appear on his face before McGonagall cleared her throat, calling for order. The lesson for the day proceeded on smoothly after that. At the end of class, Harry stood and gave a small hug to Hermione and told her that he was going to accompany Ginny to her weekly session with Madame Pomfrey. Hermione looked at him strangely for a second and then figured out his motive. "Ginny, Harry wants to walk you to the infirmary. He knows you can protect yourself, but he's a little nervous with all these new people wandering around the halls." "And what about his other devoted and lovely wife? Is he abandoning you to walk all the way up to the hearth all alone?" Harry lowered his head in a hopeless gesture as he walked out of the classroom. "I was thinking that the lovely Hermione could head back up to the tower with Neville and the others, or head out for the library if someone is going that way." There was a couple of seconds of silence, and then Hermione answered. "Okay. I'll admit the look of some of the Durmstrang wizards' faces are unsettling. Are you going to wait for her and meet up for lunch, Harry? If neither one of you mind, I can settle down and read the history assignment somewhere close to the infirmary doors. Okay. Maybe I can interest Tia in seeing the Hogwarts library now." Harry nodded and gave Hermione a sideways hug before he offered up his elbow for Ginny to take. They left in one direction, the Gryffindors in another, and the Slytherins back toward the dungeons. Nobody noticed that one of the Durmstrang wizards that they just had class with silently following another lone figure walking away. A few students had stayed in the Great Hall after supper to work on their homework or to watch the setup for the social mixer that was supposed to happen starting at 7 o'clock. 3 of the 4 house tables vanished at one point to be replaced by a number of smaller round tables that 7 or 8 could sit comfortable at. The teacher's table floated down from the front of the hall and joined the last house table against the far wall. Banners appeared at a number of different spaces designating different years where the students might congregate together. It was at this point that Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall arrived to settle into a few easy chairs and talk. Students began wandering into the hall and either meet and talk in the open space in the middle or settled into the appropriate class areas. The first of the visiting schools to arrive was led into the Great Hall by Director Madrigal. While the students quickly dispersed to the 4th through 7th year areas that were already occupied by Hogwarts students, the director came directly up to where the headmaster sat. "Good evening, Albus, Minerva. Hello, Kemina. How has your afternoon been?" "A little than this morning. There were all those students lined up waiting for translation spells first thing up this morning. I thought that the rush wouldn't happen until after breakfast, but I guess I was much mistaken. There was a minor disagreement with Commandant Karkaroff about the order in entering the hall for breakfast. I didn't understand that there were rules for that sort of behavior." "There aren't, Kemina. I shall have a small talk with Igor this evening about common courtesies. He may not show up though, as he hasn't been a fan of public functions for a long time. And yet he led all of his students right up to the main hall a couple of days ago." Madame Maxime came in at that point with the remaining ladies from Beauxbatons. She waved to the people at the front of the hall and answered a few questions from her girls as they dispersed. She conjured up a comfortable chair to sit in before greeting the other headmasters and Professor McGonagall. Professors Flitwick, Narcissa Black and Runnels came in through the side door and took up a couple of spare chairs that were still left over from the teacher's dais. A couple of tables appeared amongst the all professors and headmasters at the same time that food and drinks appeared on the tables that occupied the one side of the Great Hall. There was a casual glance from all the students toward the tables, but only a few rushed over to fill a plate or grab a cup of refreshments. Dumbledore chuckled. Getting back to Commandant Karkaroff Kemina, one should not confuse personal feelings with duties and responsibilities. I'm sure Igor is very confident that the wizards under his leadership have been sufficiently trained to make a good showing in the competition, if not to win it outright. He seems to lack no confidence in the young men he brought with him. I wondered why he brought so many other wizards under the submission age of 17 with him until Fassir explained it to me. McGonagall had her own ideas on that subject and wondered if she had the same conclusions as the others. And what did your cousin say by way of explanation? I just told her it was a seasoning exercise, a type of field trip if you will, for all. Fassir Bashara had quietly approached the group in the middle of their discussion and conjured up a chair for himself. Exposure to the outside world, especially Hogwarts for the most part. Some of his students may desire to enter other competitions in the future, and this gives them as best of views as they will ever get. The majority of his students need to be prepared for life after graduation and to integrate themselves with the magicals belonging to other cultures. And I am sure that the creation of friendships is somewhere along the list of goals that the Commandant wishes to attain. That has been our intent also, Madame Maxine said. Despite the sometimes antagonism that occurs between our two governments, there are a lot of magical people on both sides of the channel that have had their families and history originate on the other side. The competition is one matter, but I hope the friendships and relationships that may develop here may overcome some of our differences. Your students seem to have no problems in meeting and making friends, Dumbledore commented as he watched the students from Barcelona and Beauxbatons talking freely with whatever group of people that they had come up to. One of our philosophies in instruction at Barcelona is that learning is not just a singular activity, and competition doesn't necessarily go along with jealousies and bad feelings between students. A worthwhile goal, Fassir. It looks like you have managed to accomplish that. There have been years of antagonism between some of our houses, but we have made a lot of progress in eliminating that rift in the last 3 years especially. And what do you attribute your progress to, if I may ask, Albus? I think it may be combination of factors: Olymp, the passage of time, common enemies. Maybe the circumstances are due to certain individuals that have become part of the student body and the staff. I have a lot of hopes for the immediate future. The instructors lapsed into a comfortable silence as they watched more Hogwarts students come in and make their way towards differing groups of students from 4 schools. The contingent from Durmstrang had still not appeared, and there were a few nervous glances around the hall that had noticed their absence. A few minutes later, but still before 7, everyone saw a small bottleneck develop at the great doors. Dumbledore rose from his chair to see what the problem could be. Ah, our hosts have finally arrived. Lord and Lady Gryffindor. And I see that they brought some guests with them. The other headmasters and McGonagall stood and watched the figures that were standing in the doorway and chatting to everyone around them. Minerva saw that Rob had dressed up a little bit in donning a semi-formal robe he wore open over a dress shirt and slacks. He had even exchanged the heavy boots he usually wore for dress shoes that reflected some of the light from the magical ceiling and walls. The Transfiguration teacher was relieved that Tura had dropped her usually outrageous dress choices in favor of a sensible dress that covered up both her knees and the cleavage she was wont to bedazzle certain males with. Minerva wondered if it was Hermione or Harry that had insisted that Ginny make a subdued impression, and hoped that there wouldn't be any of the confrontational occurrences that had sometimes resulted from Lord Gryffindor's visits. Hermione Potter had followed the Locksleys into the hall but had turned off and headed for area where the 7th years were congregating. She spent a few minutes talking to a pair of the Beauxbatons witches before waving to some of her other friends in the hall and heading for the area where the 4th years were sitting and talking. Rob and Tura walked hand in hand up the center of the hall to come before the area where the headmasters and Hogwarts teachers were gathered. He did a deep bow and his wife accomplished very graceful curtsy. Good evening, honored ladies and gentlemen. I hope we are not too late. Dumbledore shook his head and smiled. I'm not sure that you and your lovely wife could be late, as you are the hosts for the evening's activities. The gray-haired lady looked around at the growing numbers of students. I hope there will be a little bit more than eating, sitting and conversing during this gathering, headmaster. I'm sure we can provide some music, can't we, Rob? Yes, dear. A small swat to his arm was the answer to his droll answer as a few of the older witches and wizards caught some of the friendly kidding between the titled couple. Dumbledore came forward to key Lady Gryffindor's hand. You'll have to excuse my manners, Lord and Lady Gryffindor. I know you have met all the Hogwarts staff on previous visits, but I am very happy to introduce you to the leaders of the visiting schools that are participating in the tournament. Rob and Tura Loxley, I am pleased to introduce Madame Maxine from Beauxbatons. Rob bowed and keyed at the back of the tall lady's hand. Enchant. Madam, I hope you and your students don't find our old and drafty castle too cold during our rough weather. We have brought charmed traveling cloaks against the possibilities. Director Kemina Madrigal from Colegio Magico de Barcelona, Tura said. We've heard a few stories in passing. Congratulations on being invited, Director. Oh, you may call me Kemina if I'm allowed to address you by your proper names. Rob and I are pretty informal most of the time. He's pretty intimidating enough without adding in his titles to the situation. Said husband rolled his wild head instead of just his eyes. You're trying to embarrass me again, Tura. Isn't that the way of all females that are worth knowing, Lord Rob? The comment from the bald-headed man got almost all the males chuckling while the women present stared at their mates. I'm Fasir Bashara from the Egyptian National Academy of Magic. Of course you are. You can just call me Rob if the ministry officials aren't around. I see you have had some less than thrilling encounters with politicians. PHHT. You could say that although there are a few bright people in our government other than Minister Marshall that I hope you have the pleasure of meeting. Would you consider sitting here with me for a while this evening? I believe we can swap a few stories to keep ourselves entertained. I would enjoy that, but I should circulate a bit first. Have to play the gracious host, you know. Tura, who had settled in between Minerva and Kemina, looked over at that point and gave a snort. Didn't you have one thing you wanted to do before then, my dear husband? Rob flinched. Sorry, I forgot. Excuse me. Rob stood up and went forward a few steps, waving as he went. Two young ladies dressed in regular clothing, as had most of the Hogwarts students, came forward to stand by Rob's side as he turned back to the gathered officials. I have very few opportunities to introduce these two ladies who are actually wards of myself and Tura. They are in their 4th and 2nd years here at Hogwarts, so you may come across them in the course of the days ahead. Ladies Daphne Greengrass and Astoria Greengrass. The two girls did their curtsies to the visiting administrators, but one did not look very comfortable. The younger one was in fact very red in the face, but no one could tell if it was from a sense of mortification or anger. She finally looked up to the tall man next to her and asked a question. I'm finished with the formalities, right? Yes, Astoria. You may go and find some friends, but remember you do have homework and a curfew tonight. The blonde rolled her eyes as if indicating long-time sufferings, but she bowed her head respectfully and scampered off. My apologies, everyone. She begged to come and attend for just a little while, and I couldn't allow it without giving her a small bit of picking. The older girl smiled and made a small bow to everyone before her. I'll keep an eye on her, Lord Loxley. Can I ask for a dance if your card isn't already filled up, Rob? The wizard made a big show of rolling up his shirt sleeves and waving his hands. As you can see, I have nothing up my sleeves. Of course, Daphne, but nothing too fast. I am getting along in years. Daphne laughed and turned away to go back to the rest of the students. Rob patted her shoulder encouragingly, and as she walked away, everyone saw a 3x5-inch card attached to her back that read, "My name is Spock." Rob. Okay. I guess I had one card after all. I thought it was just a nice conversation starter. Oh well, if you insist, Tura. The wizard watched the retreating girl and snapped his fingers, disappearing the card. Tura turned toward the person next to her. You see what I have to put up with? Kemina laughed. It seems nothing boring happens around your husband. You have no idea. Rob was heading back toward his previous seat when the great doors opened again. The wizards from Durmstrang had finally arrived. Karkaroff led the way in, using a quarterstaff to punctuate his steps along the way. He came to the middle of the hall and then turned smartly to see the 3 columns of dark-cloaked young men who had followed him in and stopped. He looked at them for a few seconds and then just nodded. The wizards relaxed their stances and then looked for what direction they were to head to. At ease, men. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Karkaroff's mouth dropped open in shock, but a titter of laughter echoed around the hall as everyone looked to who was in the entranceway now. Hermione groaned from the side of the hall, but Rob and Tura were trying to keep their laughter contained. Sirius had apparently found one of Gilderoy Lockhart's old trunks that had been left in the Dada office. He was wearing the most outrageous aqua-colored uniform that had a chest full of colorful medals, a matching hat with 3 huge ostrich feathers in the crown, and a sash made out of crimson velvet with the words, "Best Winning Personality," in shiny gold lettering. Professor McGonagall rose to her feet in a blend of outrage and resignation. Sirius Black. Yes, present. Thank you for the introduction, Deputy Headmistress. I heard Rob was throwing a party. Sirius made a wave with his wand and a trolley cart appeared with both a wireless radio and a big cooler filled with ice and some suspicious-looking bottles. Rob laughed. Bring it up here, Sirius. Somebody has to guard the potent potables and keep them away from the Weasley twins. Sirius nodded, waved to everyone and began pushing the cart forward. As he came to the center of the hall, he shook the commandant's hand very enthusiastically and reintroduced himself again. Karkaroff was still in shock and remained that way for a number of minutes as Tura and Rob set up the radio and turned it on. There were half-dozen couples already dancing before the Durmstrang leader regained his faculties to find out that he was moving around the floor with the very chatty Tura Loxley. Igor turned to look at the front of the room and found that most of the people there were engaged in listening to a tale being told between Professor Runnels and Headmaster Bashara. Karkaroff had enough presence of mind to wonder if he would be just as confused for the remainder of the school year. Laying down to sleep, Bellatrix wondered if her body's increasing demands would restrict her activities even more. The swelling belly she had developed seemed to need a lot more rest and a lot more food than what she was accustomed to. The potions that were being given her by the Eastern Potion Masters seemed to be having a less than desirable effect on her intensity and concentration also. She had complained about this but had been told it was a consequence of her accelerated pregnancy. She was also very frustrated that the two couldn't give her a definite delivery date for the girl, she was carrying. It made for a very tiring existence. Bellatrix dropped off to sleep very easily these days and tried remembering if she had set the locks and wards as she dropped under. It was a futile effort and she was asleep before she could think about it. An uncertain time later, she became aware of another presence in the room, but before she could really wake up a hand began stroking her hair and brow. Relax, Bella. You have many days and trials before our daughter is to come into the world. You will have to make a choice then on how she will survive and grow. Relax and make sure you ensure her safety and well-being. The hand continued stroking the head of Bella and lured her back into a deeper level of sleep. It was an hour or two later when the memory of what had happened forced Bellatrix awake. She checked the doors, windows and wards, but it seemed that nothing or nobody had disturbed her precautions. And yet the memory remained, the reassuring voice and the touch of someone that seemed very familiar. Bellatrix stayed awake the rest of the night wondering if she had been dreaming, the potions were having other side effects, or that something very unusual was happening to her. October 2, 1994. 6:35 a.m. The social mixer last night was a qualified success despite the surprising entrance of one Professor Sirius Black. His appearance with the Wizarding wireless radio was appreciated, but the cooler full of fire whiskey, beers, wines, and tiny bottles of other hard liquors was something I had to watch carefully until Harry and Ginny reassured me that they would keep to the butterbeers and soft drinks that appeared on the official food and drink tables that were provided by the Hogwarts elves. It was sort of amusing watching the faces of those wizards and witches trying out pop for the first times. Strangely, the wizards from Durmstrang downed almost all of the root beer by the time the party was an hour old. A lot of the professors from the other 4 schools took a turn out on the dance floor at one point or another during the evening. In the case of Madame Maxine and Hagrid, Dumbledore created a bounce cushion around the pair to avoid anyone regular-sized from being hurt during their transit around the Great Hall. Rob did a lot of dancing in the first part of the evening, dancing around with Minerva, Daphne, Astoria, Fleur, Director Madrigal and me, of course. Tura charmed many different wizards into dancing but only danced the slow numbers with Rob, Sirius or Dumbledore. She talked Fassir out to the floor for a fast dance at one point and they swirled around so fast that a number of the students watching got dizzy. There was one unfortunate incident later in the evening that caused a group laugh from most of the non-adult attendees. Professor Clouseau, from Beauxbatons, was out dancing with Marie Lafitte and tried an intricate pass and twirl. Unfortunately, I think he had one too many fire whiskeys and ended up missing the connection and went spinning off toward a group of the Durmstrang boys. It was just like a game of dodgeball when the group parted quickly to let Clouseau pass. He ended up falling on and through one of the round tables and wearing a bunch of plates of food and an assorted number of drinks. Hagrid was very helpful in picking up the dizzy and drunk wizard and helping him back to the Beauxbatons carriage with Madame Maxine supervising and trying to clean the mess up. It was a long time before that pair came back, Maxine and Hagrid, and I was the only one that wondered if they had had a romantic walk along the lake. Rob and Tura went out for a constitutional at one point to cool off with Minerva offering them an official tour of the school. Harry and Ginny appeared for a brief bit and did a little dancing of their own with me and others. We three walked out together in the first group of departing students but passed Rob and Tura coming down from the astronomy tower. I wish I could cast illusions as well as Harry, but he keeps telling me I need to practice more. I simply don't have much time in my schedule, but I guess I could adjust it again to add a half hour or so a week. The real Rob and Tura played dutiful hosts and stood at the entrance to the Great Hall and made their official goodbyes, adieus, and toodle-oos to everyone. I helped out a little bit with some names of the students that Harry or Ginny weren't sure of, and Dumbledore congratulated the both of them for a pleasurable evening. I don't know whether it was the excitement of the party and dancing with my husband, or some other factor, but I woke up this morning 2 days early for my monthly visitor. Harry and Ginny are out running now and I am still lazing in bed with a magical hot water bottle over my stomach. I hope they got back into time to spoil me a little before we got down for breakfast. Harry has these marvelous hands that do wondrous things in rubbing my lower back and stomach when I feel this way. Ginny and I have almost convinced Harry that Ginny rubbing my easts is also good for my well-being when I am feeling less than normal. He has no problem staying around and watching that, and we end up stretched out on the couch or bed with my head in Ginny's lap and my hips stretched out over Harry's thighs. This is such a wonderful way to start my most uncomfortable day out, and I will confess that I occasionally have to be reminded that we have classes or other activities to pay attention to. Transfiguration and Dada today. We'll see how the general mood may have changed between the students of the other 4 schools. I think there is time for Fleur and Marie to visit the hearth today. I'm looking forward to a nice chat with them, but Harry may go wander off to the Gryffindor common room to chat with his friends. Saturday, October 4, 1994. 10:30 a.m. It is currently raining sufficiently enough that certain first-generation magical people might think of trying to call Noah and make a reservation for passage on a new ark. We can't even see the Forbidden Forest or the lake from our window in the hearth. It also shows no sign of letting up, and I can't imagine us or any other students braving the deluge to go down to Hogsmeade today. So much for Professor Trelawney's prediction of good weather. Since there are no planned activities for a large stretch of time this afternoon, Harry wondered if we should hold a DA meeting and let everyone get in some practical experience in our new practice area, the Room of Requirement. Harry has gone down to see if Sirius or Professor Flitwick could supervise the meeting in new focus for the group. If all goes well, everyone will meet in the 7th floor corridor at 1 o'clock. I hope everything goes well. There were about 40 students milling about in the corridor across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Balmy. Most were quietly talking amongst themselves, but a few of the more impatient ones were looking around anxiously and occasionally glancing at their watches. It was a female voice that spoke up loudly. Why did Harry ask all of us to gather here if he wasn't going to show up on time? And where are we going from here? There's no rooms in this corridor. Take it easy, Miss Chong, said Professor Flitwick. I'm sure the young man has been delayed for a good reason. Are that he's already here? Came a familiar voice out of midair. Everybody was still looking around to see where Harry was when a door appeared in a previously blank wall. The students closest to it backed away nervously as it slowly creaked open. Ginny Potter stuck her head out and smiled at the crowd. Everybody ready to start again? Come on in. A queue formed and slowed to a crawl as everyone was stunned as they got to the entrance and saw what was inside. A full-blown forest stood just inside the door, and Ginny was gently prodding everyone forward and toward a well-worn path that wound through the trees. There's a clearing 100 yards or so further in, and Harry will be waiting there for you and will explain what we are doing today. Keep moving along. We'd like to get started as soon as possible. Professor Flitwick led the way down the path and through the forest, glade, illusion or whatever it was. He heard the comments and questions about the setting and the reality of it all. It seemed real. Birds were seen and heard singing. Clouds cast shadows as they crossed the sun, or apparent sun, and the smell and crunch of forest litter underneath their feet all appeared normal. Flitwick could almost believe that the doorway they had come through might have been a portal right to a part of the forbidden forest itself. True to the young lady's promise, the path through the woods led to a good-sized clearing. There was sandy ground across most of the area and a number of downed trees lying haphazardly across it and around the perimeter. Harry was standing on one of the bigger tree's stumps and Hermione was perched on an edge of it and reading a book. She put it away and joined her husband in waving hello to people and motioning them to come closer to their position. Professor Flitwick came up closer to the front to say hello to the pair as Ginny walked through the crowd to join her mates. She looked up to Harry and nodded, telling him that she had closed and locked the door behind them. Harry held up his hands for quiet. The jostling and discussion stopped at that point and the light in the area decreased a lot as a very dark storm cloud passed over. A bolt of lightning lit the sky and a loud crash of thunder was felt by those in the clearing. As everybody turned to locate the source of the disturbance, Harry, Ginny, Hermione and Professor Flitwick vanished without a sound. Hey, where did they go? Harry, where are you? What's going on? A few seconds of silence followed those questions, and just as a few of the students started making tentative steps toward the path they had walked in on, spells erupted from numerous spots around the clearing. Students dropped with yells as the spells hit them. Among the first to fall were Barry Allen, Ron and Fred Weasley, Zacharias Smith, Alicia Spinett, Cedric Diggory, Garth Derrick and Norma Bates, the last two being seventh-year Slytherins. Someone from every house hit the ground and a few witches screamed as they saw blood flowing freely from some of the wounded. Merlin, it's a trap. Take cover. Someone yelled. Some students reacted and hit the ground scrambling away while others began racing toward the downed trees. The ones that didn't react and continued staring at the numerous spells flying about and their downed friends and classmates were quickly hit and dropped where they stood. Some students found refuge behind the downed trees and some tried running off toward through the forest. Those people were herded back to the clearing by further spellfire. Shouts rang out across the clearing from some of the attackers and some of those being attacked. It was a time of chaos. Before the students who had sought shelter could start reacting and casting spells back, the shooting suddenly stopped. The few who stood cautiously at that point were hit from different spots and dropped, and the remaining students began trading spells in earnest as they began to fight back as best they could. Hold. Lower your wands. Exercise over. Everyone heard Professor Flitwick's shout above all the confusion, and the forest and clearing slowly disappeared from everybody's sight. What was left was a huge empty room that was lit here and there by globes of light and the downed schoolmates. The remaining group of unhit students numbered 11, and they stood up very cautiously with their wands held at the ready. A golden shield appeared across one edge of the huge room that took the place of the forest. Behind the shield, protected from the remaining students, stood the three Potters, Daphne Greengrass, Professors Sirius and Narcissa Black, and Flitwick, Gracie Christchurch and Orr Tonks. The students also saw a set of bleachers and a number of desks with pens and papers appear out of midair without anyone raising a wand. The shield fell and Harry nodded to everyone as they approached closer to him. A podium appeared once everyone knew that the attack was over. Harry walked over and climbed up on it. Congratulations to you survivors. This was the first and most shocking of the surprises we have in the new DA group. Let me reassure you that none of the others are seriously hurt. Everyone was hit with mild stunning spells and glamours were cast to make it appear that certain people were bleeding or missing limbs. No one will have to report to the infirmary for healing. Why did you do this, Harry? What was the point? That's a very good question, Draco. You think about it. I want everyone who's still standing to write a short report on what happened, what went wrong and what you could have done different. While you're doing that, we'll be going around and reviving everyone else. This wasn't fair, came a comment from a sixth-year Ravenclaw. It was Sirius that replied to the complaint. I'm sorry, Mr. Spencer, but I'm very sure that Death Eaters don't send out engraved invitations to battle and they don't announce their intentions or follow formal dueling rules. The idea of all this is to make sure you and all the others can survive any encounter that could happen. Directions from the 3 Hogwarts professors made sure that everyone who had lasted through the battle went to the desks and starting writing. Hermione gave Gracie a small hug and congratulated her on her spell casting. She and Daphne went to the bleachers and watched as the attackers went around the room casting enervate spells on the fallen students. The reviving teams worked in pairs, one casting the spell and the other explaining what had happened and directing the victims to the table holding pepper-up potions, chocolate and juices. For those that didn't want any sort of recovery provisions, the students were directed to go to the bleachers to wait for the meeting to start. Harry was working with Narcissa, but it was Ginny and Hermione that were the ones to revive Fred and Ron. Fred shook his head as he came to and looked suspiciously at his sister-in-law. This wasn't just a prank, was it? Hermione bit her lip and then gave Fred a hug around the shoulders. Sorry. Battle simulation just in case the Death Eaters start attacking everyone again. We flipped a coin to see if we would take out you or George. Fred smiled unexpectedly. So I won then. You can certainly look at it that way, I suppose, Hermione said confusedly. Fred got to his feet and yelled across to his twin was at one of the desks writing. Hey George, Harry chose me to get stunned because he knew I was the more dangerous one. Not. Too. Or maybe I'm just the smarter one. So not true. So how come I'm getting a hug from Hermione and you are the one writing homework? Harry knew I could write. George threw back a rude gesture and a raspberry and Fred smiled as he went to look over his brother's shoulder as he wrote. The exchange brought smiles to the people who were conscious. Not everyone was as complacent as the Weasley twins, however. Justin Fitch Fletchley was shaking his head as he headed to the bleachers in a seat next to an already revived Marietta Edgecombe. Harry looked over at one point and saw that Ron was arguing wildly at Neville, who was braced between Hannah and Susan. Hannah had been stunned early because she froze up seeing her friends hit, but Susan and Neville had worked together in getting to some shelter. Knowing he was probably going to regret it, Harry went over to talk to Ron after helping Cedric stand. You have a problem, Ron. The redhead spun around and he was spitting mad. What do you think you're doing here? Scaring everyone enough to pay attention to what we're going to teach from here on out. I'm supposedly your best friend. Why was I hit? It was nothing personal, Ron. Names were drawn out of a hat or picked deliberately to be hit. Whose brilliant idea was this? Mostly mine, although Sirius and Professor Flitwick thought it would be a good start also. So who made you the leader of this little study group? You guys did, if I remember right. Well, that wasn't my most brilliant thought now, was it? Hey, I'm all for letting somebody else run the show. Just because I've had the most experience fighting. Oh, you're a fine one to talk. Fighting. You're still only 14. Ron, leave it be. Harry Potter is now the be-all and end-all of knowing how to fight the bad guys. If you're just so good at fighting, how come you couldn't even save your own parents? The talk had risen in volume and anger, and the last comment drew gasps and stares from most in the room. Sirius grabbed up Ginny by the waist and held her off the ground as Harry stumbled back in shock. Hermione had no one trying to restrain her, and she marched straight over towards her soon-to-be bleeding brother-in-law. Just before she got there, Vika shimmered into her path and took her by the shoulders. Don't do it. You will really regret it later. Hermione still yelled over Vika's shoulder. Ron apologized to Harry. What for? Hermione fought against Vika's restraining hands but relaxed when Vika said she would take care of it. Hermione turned away and went back to console her still shocked husband. Vika pivoted on one foot to face Ron. What is wrong with you now, Mr. Weasley? Ron was beyond caring about the warning in Vika's voice. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm just saying what everyone else is thinking. Harry's just an attention-seeking git. Vika frowned at those words and Ron vanished. She turned around, nodded back at the group of staring people. Mr. Weasley has decided to go back to his dorm room and he won't be getting out of there until one of his roommates decides to open the door from the outside. Thank you, Lady Hogwarts. Best idea yet, came the shout from Neville. We'll think about freeing Ron at supper time, said Seamus. Dean gave him a high five and the rest of the Gryffindors in the room laughed and applauded. Meanwhile, Ginny had reached Harry and Hermione and threw her arms around her husband as best she could. I am going to go take care of my dear brother. It's okay, Gin. He didn't mean it. Yes, he did. I'm not letting you take off on Ron. We've got other things to concentrate on now. You won't stop me from writing Mum though, will you? That question broke through Harry's remaining tears and he smiled in spite of himself. Well, okay. Only if you think you really have to. Oh, I really have to. The very serious look on Ginny's face made Harry laugh and he leaned over and kissed her cheek. He then kissed Hermione and brought them closer to him. Thank you both for being here. I'm here too for you, but I was too shocked to move. I understand, Daphne. Maybe later. It wasn't a very nice thing to say. Harry straightened up and then went over to where Vika was standing. He took up her hand and bent over and kissed the back of it. Thank you, Vika. Do you want me to talk to Minerva about what just happened? No, this is between me and Ron and we'll straighten it out. Eventually, I hope. Okay then, but I'll be watching him. Harry nodded his thanks and Vika disappeared. Harry had an odd thought that maybe he could ask the Bloody Baron to follow his friend Ron around for a day or two. Harry shook off that thought as he saw that some people were still staring at him. Hermione gave him a pat on the back and she and Ginny headed for the bottom of the bleachers where there were still a few open places. Harry plopped himself down between Ginny and Daphne and watched as Sirius stepped up to the podium. Well, that was enough of a change of pace. I hope none of you are the worse for wear for our exercise. Like Harry said during the organizational meeting Wednesday, the DA this year is going to concentrate on the practical side of the lessons you will learn in Dada. And some extra lessons that are never covered in the Hogwarts curriculum. Any questions so far? A hand rose from the middle of the bleachers. Mr. Diggory. What is this room and how did it change like that? I'll take that question. Harry stood up from the front room and turned to talk to the people in the bleachers. This is a special room that was created by the founders themselves and runs on the magic of Hogwarts. Basically, anything and everything can happen in this room by the mere thought and wishes of those in it. There are safety measures built into it so that nobody can get really hurt. I'm so glad I was safe during the last half hour, Seamus yelled out. Although you may wish otherwise before we get through with you, Sirius said back at him. Harry rolled his eyes. Please ignore the troublemaking professor. For the purpose of the DA, this room is under the control of the professors and my wives and I. Anyone have trouble with that? No one raised a hand or spoke out. Whether it was because of what Vika had done to Ron or respect of Harry, didn't really matter to the people in charge. Professor Flitwick jumped up to a spot in the bleachers to be seen. Okay, before we break off into separate groups there are a few formalities. For those ladies that wore skirts today, a changing room will be provided so that you can change into slacks or jeans for the rest of the session. Professor Flitwick pointed and a door appeared off to one side. A few of the girls rose but Harry held up a hand. When you get back out, the second and third years will be meeting with Ginny and me. Fourth and fifth years will meet with Sirius and Hermione. Sixth and seventh years will go with Narcissa Black and Professor Flitwick. Or Tonks will be moving among all the groups and making suggestions. We're sorting everyone out by year for now, but the groupings may change after we see how you do. Everybody nodded at that, but Harry held up his hand to stop everybody from dispersing. Sorry, but I have another question that maybe you can answer now before you break up. Who and why were those particular students stunned first? I'll give you 30 seconds to think that over. As Harry sat back down, he felt Daphne lean across his back and received a discreet rub of his shoulders as she talked to Ginny. What is it with some of the Weasley men? First it was Percy and now Ron. He looked like he was about to physically attack you. I have no idea. I'll see if Luna wants to talk to him. He acts normal to almost everyone else, but when he sees me it's like waving a red flag to a bull. Or having a Slytherin key. His sister. I'm pretty sure he's never seen that happen, Daphne. He's missed out on some very good times then. Ginny. All I'm saying is that she is a great key. As we all know. Harry, it's time. Harry stared across at the redhead and then smiled and patted her leg. Standing up, Harry turned around to the people behind him on the bleachers. So, any guesses as to the answer to my question? George. I think you stunned Fred because you know that the two of us worked together and would have responded quicker. Yes, that was one reason, and the other is that I didn't want the both of you throwing some of your inventions back at us. We'll talk about that later. Anybody else? Luna. All those wizards were severely infected by Avertoning Blancsmests. Averti. What? Avertoning Blancsmests. They like to push people directly into danger. You attract a lot of them, Harry, from time to time. They like to mate around you for some reason. There were a bunch of titters to Luna's explanation, and Harry turned a furious glance to his wives in warning them not to make any comment, aloud or in private. Harry saw Ginny and Daphne biting their lips in an effort to keep quiet. Well, I certainly can say that I can't say that the Blancsmests weren't the cause. Anyone else? Cho. You took out Cedric, Mr. Allen and Mr. Cromwell because they were 7th years. Partial credit for a partial answer. Anybody else want to follow that up? A few hands were tentatively raised, and Harry called on the one furthest from him. Mr. Goldstein. Sorry, Anthony. You took out the leaders and the ones you thought might organize a counter. Yes, that's it exactly. We wanted to spread as much chaos as possible. You get out of a half hour of exercise for that, Anthony. Good thinking. Most people were questioning the exercising part of Harry's answer, but Fred stood up. You must be mistaken, Harry. Our brother Ron isn't a leader. He's barely a wizard. Harry waited until the chuckles had died down before he responded. If Ron had managed to keep himself here, he would have heard that in my opinion he's a brilliant strategist in his own right, and probably would have pulled a few more of his Gryffindor friends out of the way. Dean, Seamus and Lavender all nodded at that, while Pavarti, who survived, grew thoughtful. A tug on Harry's hand reminded him of something important. Speaking of Gryffindors, I'm going to eliminate everybody's reference point as to who you are. While you're in here for the DA, there's no Slytherins, no Ravenclaws, no houses. You are all now Hogwarts students who may have to count on anybody here to survive. To watch your back, to hurt your enemies, to carry you back to Madame Pomfrey or the nearest healer for patching up. Is that plain enough for everyone? I won't try to teach anybody that can't see past the color of the robes we wear to class. Those that don't like that can leave now. Nobody moved, but a few people started clapping. Harry pounded his fist into his forehead a few times and sat down suddenly. I hate making speeches, he whispered to anybody in general. We know, Harry, but you're really passionate when you get worked up. And how? Gin, Hermione, you turn me on too, you know. Harry closed his eyes suddenly. Ginny ignored her husband's discomfort and had risen to her feet, motioning to all the girls who had worn skirts. I'll lead you in the changing room and explain briefly how it works. You're on your own for the next time, and everyone should bring their trainers, as we might be doing a bit of running somewhere along the way. On top of our morning jog. No, but those that don't run already will have to get into shape like everyone else. Harry smiled at the grumbling that accompanied that, but he knew that Sirius and Professor Flitwick would explain it to the students they had. Hermione nudged Harry's leg. Spells are books first for the 2nd and 3rd years. Padded mats. So falling cleanly and avoiding spells. Yup. You want me to conjure up some marbles, Jamie? Harry laughed and keyed Hermione on the cheek. I'm so glad I married you. I would hope by now you had learned that lesson. Some of the students in the room were surprised when Hermione Potter screeched abruptly as her husband let a very small, tiny, infinitesimal stinging hex leave his forefinger toward a certain sensitive part of his wife's bum. Do we tell him? I really don't know, Ginny. But you saw. He was glowing. Please tell me you saw that. Yes, I saw it, even if it was only a second or two. Let's talk to Sirius or Dumbledore first. Maybe his magical core is expanding again. I hope there's nothing wrong. But Harry will hate it if he starts glowing again and in front of everyone. He hates being stared at. Okay, we'll talk to him in the morning then, before we head out for Hogsmeade. The two girls finished the private chat in their bathroom before they went out to snuggle in with their husband. Out of deference to Hermione's indisposition, cuddling was the order of the night. Harry fell asleep quickly, but his wives tarried a bit, wondering about what they had seen. Harry was missing when Hermione woke up in the morning. She sent a mental shout out for her husband and was rewarded with a good morning and an explanation of his absence. He had a possible approach to the second prophecy that Trelawney had made about the resurrection of Riddle. You're not going off and doing anything dangerous now, are you, Harry? Other than waking up a few people a little earlier than normal. No. Good. You know how we feel about you taking off on your own. Yes, but it's Walter that's going to go awake some people this morning. Who? Harry. I'll see you in a bit. Bethesda. Dot 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 dot. Dot dot. The door to the Slytherin common room swung open with a small creak and a very distinctive figure took a couple of steps forward and looked around. The Slytherin common was just barely a little warmer than the classrooms that were found in the lower levels of Hogwarts. The room had a low ceiling and the decorations, such as they were trimmed in the familiar light green of the house. The tables and chairs were made up of a dark wood and the couches seemed to be covered in animal skins of various colors. Lamps were placed along the walls and seemed to struggle to light the space. There were plaques along most of the wall with mottos that seemed to drive home the ideals of Slytherin House. Craft and treachery trumps youth and bravery, evil is as evil does, and those without guile are often defeated. Very encouraging words indeed. The 5 students who were presently studying or working on homework stood up in shock at the intrusion of the stranger. After all, only people who had the password were allowed to enter, and this person was someone that they had never saw before. One of the girls stumbled as she turned and ran for the stairs. It wasn't apparent as to whether she was going for help or heading back to her dorm room to hide. The eldest one present rose slowly from the chair and came forward to question the strange-looking man. The man was tall and gaunt with an extremely big head in relation to his body. His eyebrows were bushy and he had a handlebar mustache that seemed to be a century out of style. A strange-colored reddish robe was open and revealed a checkerboard patchwork vest over a lime green shirt and black pants. Are you lost, mister? No, I am exactly where I mean to be. Your name is Goyle, right? Gregory Goyle. My name is Walter Mitty, although you have heard that I have a title of Lord Slytherin. Goyle's mouth dropped open a little in shock. He had heard the rumors and the stories from others about this person, but he had never expected the man to just show up in the Slytherin common room on a Sunday morning. May I escort you to a chair, Lord Slytherin? Go get you a breakfast. Summon Professors Black or Runnels if you wish to talk to them. I do wish to talk to Professor Black, but not here. Could you possibly send someone to her quarters and let her know that I'll be around in a bit for a bit of conversation? Goyle nodded and then called over one of the other students to send her out to inform the head of house that Lord Slytherin was in the dungeons. The girl skidded around Walter a little nervously and then was heard running away quickly as the door closed behind. Students were coming down the stairs as the girl who had left a minute or two ago had spread the word of the unusual visitor. One of them was a prefect that Walter, Harry, knew as Bethan Warrington. He came forward to replace Goyle, but the 4th year didn't move aside. Good morning, Mr. Warrington. I hope I haven't intruded too early and awoken everyone prematurely. Slytherins are supposed to be ambitious, and I thought everyone would be rising for morning calisthenics or plotting strategies. Quadruple A. Yes, of course, we were all meeting in our individual year dorms to plan for the coming week. Very good, Mr. Warrington. One can never be too prepared for all eventualities. Even the possibilities that one cannot even think about yet. Like Gryffindors acting friendly or first-generation witches and wizards being more powerful than one could imagine. Sir. Sorry. A discussion for another time perhaps. Are you entering the upcoming competition, Mr. Warrington? I haven't made up my mind about that, Lord Slytherin. You should really consider whether you want the fame and glory of winning. On the other hand, not all champions have survived. Some have even had their manhood ripped from them during the fiercest battles. Do you want a family sometime in the future, Bethan? I might think about that entry. There were stricken faces of most of the males present, and Walter was hard put to stop smiling. Harry. Walter Daphne. Good morning. Walter, you shouldn't be scaring the wizards like that. Hey, I read up on this competition. Fair warning is fair warning, I say. Well, what are you doing this fine morning, Walter? Meet me in Narcissus' quarters in about 10 minutes to find out. Daphne gave her mental agreement to that, and Walter went back to addressing the Slytherin students. I actually came to say hello to all of you and tell you that I'll be popping in for visits at various times this year. Just to talk and see if there are any problems or changes that your house sponsor of the professors haven't addressed yet. Today, however, I need to talk to two fourth years for a small amount of time. I hope they don't mind spending a bit of their morning with their house protector. Which two people are you talking about? Someone asked from the girls' staircase. A Miss Tracy Davis, Eek, and Mr. Draco Black. Tracy was 2 steps up the staircase and came forward a little slowly. Someone had to run to the boys' dorms to summon Draco. Tracy Davis came forward to meet Lord Slytherin. She seemed a little nervous, but the wizard bent at the waist and keyed the back of her hand gently and then straightened up. I hope you have no other plans this morning, Miss Davis. Nothing that couldn't be rearranged, Lord Slytherin. Draco appeared buttoning his shirt sleeves and skidded to a halt right beside his girlfriend. You requested to see me, Lord Slytherin. Yes, Mr. Black. You and Miss Davis come along now. We have to go talk to your mother. The three headed for the entry, but Warrington and a few others started following behind them. Walter turned around and wagged his finger. Sorry, don't be jealous. You'll all get a chance sooner or later. Mr. Warrington, I trust that you will ensure that we are not followed. Of course, Lord Slytherin. You may call me Walter in private, Bethan. That goes for you too, Tracy and Draco. Come on, we must be off. Walter Mitty left the Slytherin common room with the 2 fourth years following along behind. He knew they were probably confused and had a lot of questions, but hoped they wouldn't be too upset when they found out why he asked them to go with him. It was only a few minutes' walk to get to Narcissa Black's quarters. Walter smiled as he saw that Daphne, Hermione and Professor Runnels were waiting for them. Greetings were exchanged and then Walter knocked once on Narcissa's door. The door opened almost immediately and Narcissa invited everyone in. The receiving room Narcissa had was a mixture of library, study and living room, as were most of the regular quarters for the Hogwarts staff. After most were seated, Walter got right to the point. I'm sorry to have disrupted your morning, Professor Black, but a set of circumstances that has arisen that have led me to come and consult you for a specific boon. Narcissa looked a little confused about the request, but Professor Runnels just nodded encouragingly at her. Whatever it is, I would be glad to help if I am able. It concerns a prophecy, 2 prophecies that relate to a certain Dark Lord and an acquaintance of yours, Harry Potter. Tracy, Draco and Narcissa started at the mention of that name and started asking questions left and right. Walter waited for a few seconds and held up a hand. I will tell you what the prophecies are as I have the young man's permission, but you will have to swear a wizard's oath that anything said from this point forward will remain secret between you, me and Harry. Draco stared hard at the wizard for a few seconds but then turned to Hermione. Okay, I understand why you are here now, Hermione. Is it that important a secret to require an oath? It's that serious. Harry's life may depend on the secret not getting out of this room. Draco looked to his mother and the girl sitting beside him and then stood up with them. The 3 looked to Runnels, but he said he had already been sworn to secrecy. The 3 raised their wands and swore on their magic to never reveal what was about to be revealed to them. Walter nodded approvingly, but before he could say another word, there came a knock on the door. Narcissa went and opened it and then moved aside to let Ginny come into the room. Have I missed anything important? The redhead said. Walter shook his head. No, and Ginny went to stand beside Hermione. Walter brandished his wand and established a privacy ward around the room. A certain number of years ago, Headmaster Dumbledore was interviewing people for the position of divination instructor. When he got to one which she made a prediction about Voldemort and a person that could conquer him. You know now who she was talking about, if not the specifics. Last year she made another prediction concerning Harry again. Walter amazingly kept his voice absolutely level as he repeated the first and then the second prophecy. To say that the people in the room were unaffected would be a lie. The 4 girls, Hermione, Ginny, Daphne and Tracy, were upset if not leaking tears at what was forecast for their friend. Narcissa had gone very pale at the recitations but had clutched at Professor Runnels' hand. So what are you seeking us out for? She finally asked. There is a ritual of some sort involved resurrecting Riddle. As that is Voldemort's real name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. That ritual may lay in the books and other dark materials that lay in the Malfoy library. If there is any claim to be made to owning those volumes, it properly belongs to you too. I would like to have some house elves go to your former home and bring that library here to some secure room in Hogwarts. Our former home may be occupied by Death Eaters, Draco said. That's why the house elves have a better chance of getting in and out without being noticed or caught. Of course, I give my permission. If it will save Harry or keep the Dark Lord from succeeding in getting reborn. Thank you, Professor Black. I will let you know when this will happen and when and where the Malfoy Library will be located. Lord Slytherin. I gave you my permission to call me Walter, Miss Davis. You have a question. Tracy, then Walter. My question is why you are so concerned with Harry's survival. Walter looked around to his wives and Daphne to ask for their approval. Each nodded and Walter turned back to answer the young lady. Walter Mitty cares because Harry Potter wants to live a long and fruitful life, and I'd love to see my grand and maybe great-grandchildren. A swirl of magic appeared around Walter, and when it dispersed, Harry Potter stood looking hopefully at his friends in the room. There were a few seconds of gobsmacked silence before his wives ran to hug Harry, and then there was a surprised reaction from Draco, Tracy and Narcissa. The two teens hurried to their friend and Narcissa turned to Chance Runnels. You knew this, Sev. And swore the same oath you just did, Sissy. Harry needs all the help he can get. The two teachers embraced as Harry started answering the many questions that Draco and Tracy had. It was a little difficult not responding or apparently noticing the looks that Draco and Tracy gave Harry the next morning upon their arrival for breakfast. Although they had talked a great deal about their alternate personas, Harry felt that the pair weren't quite over the shock of the truth about the three Gryffindors. They hadn't told them all their secrets because they were gobsmacked enough with the surprise appearance of the heirs of the founders. The weather had cleared up overnight and it looked to be a fine day for the Gryffindors to go to Hogsmeade with the wizards from Durmstrang. Harry and his wives were about to the main gates down to town when they heard Harry's name being hollered over the talks going on around them. Turning, they saw Neville hurrying down the path after them. They stopped and let the other people go around them, and Neville quickly caught up to them. Sorry, he said as he pulled to a halt. Got a letter from Ron for you, Harry. Why didn't he deliver it himself or come see me? Harry, he can't even say your name right now without reacting badly. What? Came from Hermione. He said it was in the letter. I'm going back to the castle. Not visiting the village with the rest of us. Neville tried to appear a little bit nonchalant. Not this time. Hannah and Susan said that they wanted to do some revising with me. In your dorm room or a deserted classroom maybe. Ginny said with a knowing grin. Perhaps, said the blushing Gryffindor. Lucky dog. Harry. For him, Hermione. I meant for him. I have my own set of lovely ladies to revise with. He certainly does, said a new voice in the conversation. Turning, the foursome said a surprised hello to Daphne, who was walking toward them. What are you doing here? It's not Slytherin's weekend. You don't want my company, Potter. Harry fell over himself apologizing for his verbal blunder, but Daphne stared at him long enough to make him turn red. Then she laughed. Professor Runnels knocked on my door a half hour ago and held out a pass for me. Told me to go, quote, disturb the House of Lions as best you can, unquote. So here I am. And doing such a fine job, Lady Greengrass. Thank you, Neville. Give my regards to Hannah and Susan, will you? Of course. If you remember after all that snogging, Harry added. Neville ignored the poke. Can you pick up some dry quick ink from Scrivenshafts if you go there? Graham still insists on quill and ink letters rather than the new Muggle pens. Says it will develop my character. Please don't follow that sentence up, Ginny. I get enough comments of that kind from my intendeds as it is. And you love it just as much as I do from my ladies because it shows they care about you. Right, Harry. I'd better get back. Don't want to make them wait. Neville turned and started hurrying back up toward the school, but turned around when Harry shouted out after him. Don't forget the silencing and privacy spells, Nev. Neville shook his head but did wave as Harry and his three gems resumed their walk into Hogsmeade. Hermione could only remain quiet for about a minute before she couldn't contain herself. Aren't you going to look at the note from Ron? All in good time. I'd rather not read it out here in the open. Nodding, Ginny put her arm through Daphne's as they continued to walk. Want to come to the meeting? Probably not. It's more of a family discussion and I don't want to be a distraction until I'm officially related to them. I'll hold down a table and talk to Tracy or whoever else goes to the three broomsticks first. Harry held up for a second to let Ginny and Daphne draw even with him and Hermione. Going trolling for some of our new friends from Durmstrang. Learning more about the competition is never a waste of time. Just be careful, Sweetums. We're only a thought away, but some of those wizards seem really rough. And before you say it, we all know you can defend yourself. I will be fine. Despite being friends with you lot, I'm still a Slytherin and anybody in that house will help defend me if need be. Well, maybe not Stinky. Harry laughed at the reference to not, but then his steps slowed down. They were coming into the outskirts of Hogsmeade and Daphne pulled Harry off the path to the other side of a group of trees. Hermione put up a privacy shield around the pair and Ginny added a notice me not charm over that. It would suffice for the minute that Harry and Daphne wanted to have alone. Harry felt the spells go up around them and pulled Daphne around to face him. We're safe now from observation. But we can't tarry long enough for a full-blown snog session. Nice choice of words there, Sweetums. Full-blown. Harry received a gentle slap to his face for his cheekiness, but then Daphne leaned up to key his cheek. She then turned his head so that she could deliver a forceful key to his lips. Harry responded by grabbing Daphne up off the ground by her waist so that she was leaning down to continue dotting him. Daphne tightened her arms around his neck and then her hand was running through Harry's messy locks. The two continued dotting for about a minute before Ginny's mental warning announced that more students were approaching. Harry reluctantly let Daphne's feet touch the ground and she backed away from the embrace with a contented smile. Will that hold you for a while, Lord Potter? Well. Daphne laughed and slapped her fiancé gently on her arm. Off with you and commence the scheming. I can't believe you had this idea before I did. You have been training me so you shouldn't too surprised. You are getting more devious, Harry. Becoming Lord Slytherin must have woke up that side of your character. Whatever the reason, I think this will gather some intelligence of its own. Sorry we won't be able to be close again until we get back to the school. We could always agree to meet at the Shrieking Shack later. You just want to see me transfigure something into a bed. Daphne leaned up so she could whisper right into Harry's ear. Only if the bed's big enough for more than two, Jamie. Harry's face and mind went blank and he mentally heard Ginny and Hermione laughing. Before he could respond, however, Daphne spun him around and sent him on his way with a gentle slap to his bum. Business first, playing around later. If you really insist. Try me. I have. Do not finish that thought if you know what's good for you. As you desire, milady. I do, very much. Daphne's answer was just loud enough for Harry to hear as he came back to the path. Both Ginny and Hermione had very smug smiles on their faces as Harry linked up arms with them. The walk to the three broomsticks was only a couple of minutes more and the three could see that the shops were already getting a good number of visitors. Daphne reappeared on the path after the next bunch of students passed and headed slowly toward the first building in town, the Three Broomsticks. Walking into the inn, Harry saw that half the tables were already occupied and a few of the gentlemen from Durmstrang were looking over menus trying to work out what to order. Harry was greeted by a loud shout from the bar and the three went over to talk to Madame Rosmerta, who was busy filling up trays with assorted drinks. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Potters. Can I find you a quiet table right now? Hey, I thought we agreed on no titles. Maybe a table later. We have a meeting to go to first. That's right. Room 7 is already occupied. Harry nodded and the three headed for the stairway, which was around the corner from the kitchen. Harry snapped his fingers as he hit the first step, turned around and came back to the bar. Yes, Harry. Harry dug into his pockets and pulled out a handful of galleons and tossed them on the bar. This is for the first round for the Gryffindor third years. You don't know who gave it to you. Okay. An anonymous benefactor is all I'll admit to. I know they'll appreciate saving what's left of their own money after shopping. You're a good man, Harry. Shish. You'll ruin my image. Rosmerta laughed and put the coins in a pocket of her apron as she continued to pour drinks and direct the staff around her. Harry hurried back up the stairs and went down the hallway to room 7. He knocked once and the door was pulled open by Ginny. Harry stepped into the room and then he was roughly grabbed up from behind in a hug. Harry was spun quickly around and saw who had grabbed him. Hi Arthur. Molly was the next to engulf the wizard in one of her massive hugs and Ginny had to tap her mother's shoulder to get her to release her husband. Hi Mum. Looking around, Harry saw the other two people who they had invited to this meeting. Percy was sitting smiling at the sight of his parents, sister, Hermione and Harry together. He held hands with his girlfriend and Harry noticed that there was a new pretty diamond ring sitting on the fiancé's finger. He kept quiet as he wasn't sure whether it was a secret or not. Harry also wanted to see how long it would take Ginny or Hermione to notice the jewelry. Good morning Percy, Miss Clearwater. Penelope stood and came over to give Harry a hug of her own. I'm not going to let you go of you until you promise to start calling me Penny or at least Penelope. We're not in school any longer. Okay, Penelope it is. Penelope stared into Harry's eyes. She didn't blink at all. Penny then. Penny nodded and then returned to sit next to Percy after she got a hug from Ginny. Percy looked at the members of his family for a second and then scratched his head. Are we just here to have a nice private lunch or is there something you needed to talk to us about, Lore, Harry? Percy. Both Molly and Penny had responded to Percy's shortness but Harry waved the protests down. It's okay if he's suspicious. Our last encounter was a little less than cordial. He tried to beat you up, exclaimed Hermione. And he paid the price for that, Harry responded. He just didn't know all the facts. I really appreciate that you didn't press charges against Percy, Harry. He was just trying to protect Ginny. I can't really fault him for that, Penny. I wish he had waited for the explanation though. I had time to cool off after the two unexpected flights to the pond, Percy said with a wince. I'm all for forgetting the whole incident. That sounds good to me. Will Lady Greengrass extend me the same courtesy? She will if we ask her to. She may not forget though. I don't think anybody that was present that day will forget it, said Arthur smiling. Ginny spoke up from her seat next to Harry. Anyway, Harry thought we all should put that behind us and get to know each other better as Percy started a new position and, wow. Can I be rude and ask if you two have set a date yet? That's a very pretty engagement ring, Penelope. Arthur, Molly and Hermione reacted to Ginny's observation and went over to hug and congratulate the couple. The diamond, while not very large, seemed to be just right for Penny as she was very happy to show it off to everyone. Once the excitement died down and everyone had returned to their seats, Harry echoed Ginny's question. So when do we have to get all gussied up for the wedding? Percy replied. We haven't actually set a date yet. We're okay with waiting for a while. Money is the major sticking point right now, Penny admitted a little shyly. Percy has just started working and hasn't received a good wage yet, and I haven't found a job yet except for a couple of hours a week at Madame Malkin's. Well, we could. Molly started. As too, Harry volunteered. Percy shook his head. No and no, but thanks for the offers. I know the Potters and Weasleys could easily afford a loan or a gift toward the wedding expenses, but Penny and I have talked about this and we want to do this ourselves. Working toward the goal makes the reward all the better. But you will let us all help when the time comes, won't you? Yes, Mum. That answer got a broad smile from Molly, who had something to look forward to. Ginny could almost see the plans starting to form in her head and wondered what or if she and Hermione and Daphne would be contributing when the time came. A knock came on the door then, and Rosmerta and one of her waitresses floated in a couple of platters of food and drinks to set on the table. The usual brief haggle of who was paying the bill was settled when Arthur declared that as he had recently gotten a promotion and he was going to insist on paying. Harry and Percy pulled their hands out of their wallets without arguing too much. The women all laughed and Harry told a few stories of how Ginny or Hermione had gone around his back to pay for meals here and there. The talk over the lunch concerned mostly Percy's new job and what he was going to do for Mr. Crouch Sr. and the Minister of Magic. Percy said he had only met the new minister a couple of times because they were each so busy, but he seemed intent on cleaning up the ministry and making some long overdue changes. Arthur looked down the table at his son. Is that a good thing or a bad thing in your opinion, Percy? It seems a good thing, but I'm worried he might push too far and try to change things too fast. There's a lot of opposition from the old families to any change and anything that might erode their power and influence. Do you get along well with Mr. Crouch and Minister Marshall? A little better with Mr. Crouch as I'm working with him every day. I'm not sure the minister remembers my name yet. He's only been in office such a short time and there are so many people in the ministry he wants to get to know. Harry leaned forward a little in his chair. Percy, how would you like to do me and possibly the minister a favor? A favor? What kind of favor? You're not talking about anything illegal, are you? Ginny spoke up to talk across the table to her brother. No. You know Lord Gryffindor is close to Daphne and S, sort of, right? Yes, we've read the reports and seen the pictures in the Daily Prophet. Rob supports Minister Marshall and thinks he's really doing a good job for everyone in magical England. He and Lord Slytherin, Walter Mitty, had a subtle but weird idea of finding out some information about any possible opposition against him. They asked us if we thought it might work for our benefit also. Things besides the usual rumors and political maneuvering. Is this dangerous for Percy? Penny suddenly asked. Not exactly, said Ginny. What's not exactly? Molly asked before Penny could. I think you better describe your Lord Gryffindor's idea, Harry. Harry looked over to his father-in-law who had a very subtle grin hidden in his eyes. Percy had not been brought into the Potter's confidence yet and Arthur had almost inadvertently broken a secret. Harry paused to gather his thoughts for a second before he spoke. Their idea was for someone in the ministry to have a certain disapproval and almost public feud with me. I don't understand. Rob thought that if you were still against me then you might hear some comments or get some sympathy from those opposed to Harry, Dumbledore or even the Minister of Magic. I'm not saying you publicly oppose Marshall, but if you appear mad at me, I might find out about plans and schemes. Or overhear people that may possibly be against you or the Minister of Magic. Or maybe Death Eater supporters who might still want to get back at Harry, Hermione said. That's the part that's not exactly dangerous. We won't pretend that it's not a possibility, but you are not exactly in a position of real power at the ministry, so they shouldn't see you as a threat or an opportunity. No, I won't allow it. Both Molly and Penny had voiced immediate concerns about the plan. Percy patted Penny's hand, reassuring her. I don't think it will ever get that far. So who's going to know about this plan, Harry? Just us in this room, I guess. If you agree, Lord Gryffindor plans on informing Minister Marshall and Madam Bones just to cover you if you get into trouble. So Ron, the twins, Charles and William won't know. Not unless you want to tell them. How long is Percy going to be keeping up this role? Arthur asked. As long as he wants to, if he wants to at all. The longest Rob thinks is our graduation in a little under 4 years. Unless Hermione gets really impatient and pushes us to skip a year or two. Harry, all present and accounted for Hermione. There was a chuckle around the table and then everyone's eyes shifted to Ginny's brother. He looked at Penny and she just nodded and said it was his decision. I can be the one to tell them that it was just a huge prank afterwards. Ginny clapped her hands in excitement. Yes, I know you had it in you, Percy. Molly looked over to her son a little nervously. You know you are going to have to say and do some things that we and your brothers aren't going to like. At least publicly. But as long as you know that it's for a reason, I don't mind being on the outs with my family. As long as I don't get fired for my attitude. You better not let it get to that. We'll figure out a way for you to pass on any information you hear through us to Lord Gryffindor. Harry, with Arthur being the ministry coordinator, there will be plenty of opportunities for Arthur and Percival to talk in private and pass some notes along in both directions. Thanks, Mum, I hadn't thought of that. Penny, I'm sure that we can persuade Lord Gryffindor to make a couple of emergency portkeys for you and Percy if you do get in a tight spot. Penny nodded. Aye. We would appreciate that. Harry stood up and walked around the table to put out his hand for Percy to shake. Thanks for doing this, Percy. It's above and beyond normal call of family and friends. Percy stared at Harry's hand for a long while and then looked up to somberly gaze at Harry's face. His voice dropped and took on a totally different tone. In memory of a recently departed faculty member, I don't think I want to shake your hand, Mr. Potter. And I would appreciate if you didn't sit quite so close to my sister. Who knows what horrid things you have forced her to do by tricking her into this sordid and despicable marriage. You have to admit, Harry, that's a great imitation of Snape. That's Professor Snape, and you shouldn't speak so badly of the dead. Hermione, PFFFT at you. Harry looked back at Percy and lowered his hand. I see you've made your decision then. I won't speak badly about your lack of friendliness and I shall try to restrain Lady Greengrass from responding in kind. Goodbye then, Mr. Potter. Good day, Percival. Harry walked a little ways away smiling as Ginny and Hermione started saying goodbye to Molly, Arthur and the others. Harry caught Penny's eye and beckoned her over for a private conversation. Despite the fake feud we just started, I don't expect Ginny or Hermione to ostracize you. I don't know how you and Molly are going to get around it, but I expect she'll try to keep in contact with you. Expect letters from the three of them at least, although your fiancé may decide otherwise. I didn't tell Percy, but there will be some monetary compensation for this arrangement to go right into his or your Gringotts vault. It's not a bribe. If he objects, tell him it's an ongoing early wedding present. Thank you, Harry. It's very nice of you to do that. I'll see what I can do about getting you a better job without my name being dragged into it. You don't have to do that. Hey, you are family in all but name now. Until you decide to chuck that uptight pencil pusher. Harry winked at her and Penny started laughing. I hope I'm there when Percy tells George and Fred about the whole thing. Me too, Penny. Me too. Penny hugged Harry and then grabbed up her intended to leave the room. Percy held Arthur and Molly in a long embrace before he put a scowl on his face, waved rather rudely to Harry and walked out the door. I think he's going to enjoy this, Hermione said as she looked at the closed door. Who would have suspected? Harry echoed. You have been warned many, many times about the Weasleys, Harry. Arthur threw an arm across his daughter's shoulders. Ginny, don't pick on your husband too much. He's got enough going on as it is. Harry turned around and shrugged his shoulders. I thought you had better sense, Arthur, than to talk about Ginny and Hermione that way. Oops. Gotta go now. Ginny and Hermione paused enough to hug Arthur and Molly before hurrying after the fleeing Harry. The two elder Weasleys just smiled at each other for a couple of seconds and then headed out towards the back stairs of the inn-to-apparate home. The two Mrs. Potters hurried down that stairs and just caught the end of Harry sliding into a seat at the table where Daphne was. Her and three wizards from Durmstrang. The two slowed down to a walk, and by the time they had got to the table, Harry had poured 3 butterbeers out of the pitcher that was sitting there. He passed 2 of them over to Hermione and Ginny as they found seats next to him. I assume your business meeting concluded satisfactorily. Percy's still being a pain, Ginny said with a subtle wink at Daphne. You'd think he'd have gotten over the whole marriage thing by now. He may never like Harry. Family problems? Asked one of the Durmstrangers. Harry stared at the person for a second and then Daphne gave a rough cough. I'm sorry. I invited 3 guests to sit here, so I must do the introduction. Harry, Hermione and Ginny. You already know Peter, but this is Dietrich Milky and Victor Krum. Dietrich and Victor are attending 7th-year classes. The Potters had of course immediately recognized Krum by his face and name as they had seen him at the World Cup game, but Harry treated his name as any other. He rose and leaned across the table to shake hands with each of the 3 in turn. Welcome to Hogsmeade. I hope you're enjoying yourself so far. It is much better now. Your daft nay did us a favor after we came in by inviting us over. Hermione turned a curious eye toward the blonde who smiled. Daphne wasted no time in explaining. Do you remember how everyone, including me, followed Harry around for the first 2 weeks at school? When the 3 nodded, Daphne continued. There were almost as many people following Victor and his 2 friends around. I offered the 3 a seat and then chased the fanboys and girls away. Along with a few residents of Hogsmeade who were lurking for the special visitors that were appearing today. Ginny smiled as she thought about what their ice princess might have said to discourage the gawkers from hanging around the Quidditch star. Your friend certainly has a way with words, said Peter. Harry smiled. Luckily it's only been aimed at us a few times, so we are happy with that. And her? Hermione offered as Daphne's cheeks flushed a little bit. Krum had been staring intently at the threesome across from him and his face finally lit up in recognition. I know you looked familiar. I think I have read about you 3. You are Lord Harry Potter and these are your 2 underage wives. Ladies themselves. Harry shook his head and put on a grin as he replied. Victor, if you promise not to call us lords and ladies, I promise not to ask for your autograph or explain what happened at the World Cup final. Victor stared at Harry for a couple of seconds and then laughed out loud, clapping Dietrich on the back. Goot. I hope that there would be at least one wizard here who would not react like every other Quidditch fan in the world. I like you, Harry. Ginny, Hermione. Hermione was about to correct Victor's pronunciation but felt a hand tap her on her thigh. Not now. He'll get it right eventually if we hang out some. Daphne spoke up then. Harry and Ginny play Quidditch too, but only for the Gryffindor house team. Which isn't playing this year because of the competition, Ginny half grumbled to herself. That's too bad, the tallest of the three foreigners said. It's so much fun flying. Thank you for that, Dietrich. You understand how Ginny and I feel. You may call me Deet as we are becoming friends now. Miss Hermione doesn't play. I cheer them on from the stands and keep my fingers crossed that they don't get hurt too badly, Hermione stated. That statement drew chuckles from the three young men. So what positions do you two play? Victor said. I'm a chaser, but Harry's the best seeker at school right now. A seeker, EY. Victor took another good look at Harry and he felt like he was being critically evaluated. You look like you might be a good seeker, I think. Too bad I won't see you in a game situation. I like watching how other seekers fly. Harry's team has a practice on Thursday nights, Hermione said. She then heard the mental flinch from her mates and apologized to them. Maybe they could come watch. Victor said. It's only an hour practice, not a game situation. I only go fetch the snitch most of the time. Peter's eyes lit up. Victor, we have enough players with us to have a scrimmage against them. Victor nodded but apologized. My young cousin here is going on his second year playing chaser. The Flyers who came here come from a different number of teams at Durmstrang. I'm not sure we would play well together for a while. You're more than welcome to come fly with or against us Thursday night. I guess we could talk to Dumbledore or Madam Hooch about maybe scheduling and playing a real exhibition game. I will talk to the commandant about getting permission too. I think it will be fun. As long as you don't plan on planting me into the turf like you did that Irishman Flynn, Harry said with a chuckle. Ginny piped up then. Harry, maybe the other schools brought enough Flyers to field a team or two. We could have a whole series of matches before the weather gets too bad. Weather gets too bad around here, Miss Ginny? Asked Deet. Yes, came emphatically from Hermione and Daphne. Hermione spoke up further. These idiots play in rain and snow and lightning, with a particular glare at her husband. Just that once and I promised not to do it again, didn't I? Harry said defensively. Sounds like a good story, Victor said smiling. You have no idea. Perhaps we could talk about that over lunch. And tell us what else there is to do in this town. Okay, Deet. Harry raised his hand and one of the waitresses came over with menus for the table. While they were deciding over the menus, a few flash bulbs went off and both Victor and Harry groaned as they saw three photographers hurrying out the door. At least there aren't reporters lined up with questions yet, Harry said. He pulled his wand and waved it. There, some basic privacy and avoidance wards to keep people away. Thank you, Lord Potter. Peter, it's just Harry. I only use my title against people who annoy me. This seemed to amuse Deet and he clapped his hands. And here we thought the English would be very boring. And we initially thought nobody from Durmstrang knew how to smile, Hermione joked. That brought another round of chuckles to the table as the waitress waited to take their orders. The six settled down for a bit and ordered another pitcher of drinks to go with their food before the waitress left. Miss Daphne. It's just Daphne, Peter. You have a question. I know we just met and it's still awfully early, but do you have a date yet for the Yule Ball? Whoa, he's fast. No girls came with the mighty men from Durmstrang, Hermione. He's just asking before all the good-looking ones like my gems are taken. Daphne colored just a bit. I am flattered you asked me, Peter, but I am engaged to a very fabulous wizard and he has already asked me to be his date for the dance. I apologize for my forwardness then. There are plenty of girls at Hogwarts and in the other schools that I'm sure would be more than glad to accompany a nice wizard like yourself. Any recommendations then? Peter said hopefully. The other 6 people at the table laughed and Victor punched his relative on the arm. Go find one for yourself. There's lots of lovely ladies and I might have asked Hermione myself if I didn't know she was already spoken for. Hermione blushed but Harry put a protective arm around her. No poaching. No, but if we go walking around, I hope you will tell us what girls from your house are not committed to sunbone. Daphne shook her head. That would be giving you an unfair advantage over the girls. Ginny and I could spread the word that you three are looking forward to the Yuletide ball though. Harry sat up straight in his chair and threw a mild scowl at the three girls. Maybe setting up a key. Dotting booth would be faster, ladies, he joked a little sarcastically. What is this kissing booth? Deet asked. Harry was waving his arms wildly, trying to get the three wizards to not pay any attention to the explanation, but Ginny moved over to sit on his lap and grab his arms while Hermione explained. Peter was all for the idea. Deet was just laughing at the possibilities, and Victor just shook his head. No, no, no. That is not the way to meet someone. I want someone that doesn't want just a famous name and face to hold on to. Harry nodded as he understood that perfectly, and Ginny reluctantly got up from Harry's lap as the food and another pitcher was delivered to the table. The seven got down to eating and talking more about Durmstrang, Hogwarts, and what there was to see or do in town. They had only been back in the hearth for about 20 minutes when Harry remembered the letter that Neville had brought to them. It was kind of strange not seeing Ron in town at Zonko's or Honeydukes, but the three Potters and Daphne had spent a good hour talking with Victor, Dietrich, and Peter and pointing out their favorite stores. The three had eventually met up with some more of their friends and wandered off together. The foursome had finished their shopping by then and returned directly to Hogwarts. Anybody else want to hear this? Harry said from the couch. I want to hear if he has any explanation for his behavior, Ginny said with a certain edge to her voice. Don't go hexing him, Ginny, Daphne said. See, a voice of reason, Hermione said, smiling. Let me do it, Daphne continued with an evil little laugh. Daphne. Sweetums. Harry cleared his throat loudly as he unfolded the note and began reading. Mr. Ginny Weasley. What? Exclaimed a surprised Daphne. It's an old joke from when Harry first came to the burrow. The twins joked that they might end up being either Mrs. Harry Potter or Mr. Ginny Weasley. I haven't thought about that for ages. May I continue now? Sorry, Harry. Me also. We'll try to keep quiet through the whole note. Harry nodded and started over. Mr. Ginny Weasley. This is the 5th attempt at a note because it seems I can't control my writing and anger when I see or think about your real name. I've thrown the other attempts away, but this moniker seems to be okay. I apologize for what happened at the DA meeting. Ever since about our 3rd day back this year, I seem to be losing my temper when you're around. I don't know why, but it happens every time and just seems to be getting worse. Luna told me I've been hosting an infestation of putilaps or something like that, but she doesn't know how to get rid of them. Yet, she's writing her father about my condition. Small hope there for getting an explanation or cure. Madame Pomfrey checked me out and said she could find no evidence of any potion or curse that she knew of. I even asked Professor Flitwick to check me over for evidence of an imperious curse, but again nothing showed up. If things don't get any better in a couple of days, I'll go see McGonagall or Dumbledore to see if they know anything. Or whether I should have Mum and Dad check me into Street Mungo's for the Unknown Curses department. I'll try to remain quiet during classes and I won't be attending any more DA meetings. It's too dangerous if I lose my temper again. I may end up trying to hex you, and I know that you, Ginny, Hermione, or Daphne could separately or together put me in the infirmary for a good long time. Seamus and Neville have said they would go over what you are trying to teach in the DA and help me with new spells and practicing. I don't want to impose on you or Gin or Hermione, as I feel you're getting more ready for LV. It's odd that I can say Voldemort's name now, but I can't say yours. I've written to Bill to see if he's heard about any curse like this in his work, but it may be a while before he gets to write back. If you have any ideas how this happened or what I can do to fix it, I would really I need your help. I really miss all of you, and even Daphne, I suppose, and I'm sorry we're not able to hang out together now. That's the explanation, and I hope you will try to understand. Hopefully all this can be cleared up soon. Ron. Harry folded up the letter and placed it back in his pocket. He looked at the three worried faces around him and tried not to let the tear that was threatening to escape his right eye fall. Any ideas? He finally asked. Everybody was silent for a minute thinking. Harry spoke up first. I think I'll go talk to Narcissa and or Remus. Maybe they know something. You might try writing to Rotkill Harry. Maybe the goblins can cure him. That's a good idea, Hermione. Do you want us to spend some time in the Malfoy library? They have to have all kinds of dark spells or potions that might explain this. That's why I'm going to go see Narcissa first, Daphne. Maybe you could go see Rowena and ask her if she's heard of anything like this before. Ginny reached for her trainers and put them on. I'm going to go see Ron. Tell him we're not abandoning him and we'll try to figure this out, Harry said. You might want to check with the twins first to see if they tried something on Ron and it went totally in a different direction. Just don't mention Harry's name, Hermione called out as Ginny reached the top of the stairs. Okay, I won't, but Ginny had turned around when Hermione had called out, but her voice broke off as she saw her husband. Harry was standing next to the couch where he had risen, but he was staring at his hands and arms in shock. He was glowing, shining with a bright white light that encompassed his whole body and head. The glowing lasted about 10 seconds and then Harry was looking at the three girls in wonder as it faded out. Ginny had raced back down the stairs and was only a little behind Hermione and Daphne as they checked on their messy-haired wizard. Are you okay, Harry? I guess so. I don't feel any different and I didn't when I was all shining. I don't need a night light for reading that much, Harry. Hermione tried joking, but Harry could see how worried they all were. I didn't eat or drink anything you didn't today. How about we all go see Madame Pomfrey first thing in the morning to see why this happened. You don't think Ron's condition and yours are connected, do you, Harry? I don't know. I hope not. You know how weird things get for me. It's not even Halloween yet. All three girls took a turn giving Harry a big hug. Harry waited as Ginny went last and then at her lips gently. Go see your brother. Nani and Sweetums will babysit me until you get back and we'll try to figure out some other things to do for Ron. And you, Ginny said very seriously. And me too. Ginny got a nod from Hermione and Daphne and headed out for the staircase again. The last she saw of Harry before leaving was him leading the other two girls to their study table and Hermione pulling out a notepad to start making notes. Ginny's mind was racing as she hurried toward the Gryffindor portal. It isn't fair I have to worry about two guys at once. Best go sort out Ron first though. They can take care of Harry enough until I get back. What is going on around here? Unlike Ron, Madame Pomfrey was able to make a diagnosis when Harry showed up at her office door early the next morning. Reluctant to describe his symptoms, Harry let Ginny describe the frequency and occurrences of his luminescence. Madame Pomfrey shook her head sadly and Harry felt embarrassed that he kept ending up before the kindly Medowitch through no fault of his own. She made the standard wave with her wand and wrote down the readings diligently and looked at her charge with a sigh. At least this isn't the result of a Quidditch injury, Harry offered. Those I would know to deal with. It's not anything bad, is it? Hermione's voice had cracked with sudden tension and worry. Normally not, but with Mr. Potter's propensity for unusual situations, I won't guarantee anything is safe. Have either of the Mrs. Potters had any side effects or feelings of being sick or different while your husband has been going through this? No. I've been feeling fine, Madame Pomfrey. Daphne. Been listening. Yes, and I haven't had any symptoms either. Thank Merlin. Harry, you wouldn't deliberately hurt us. It's the inadvertent and unknown I worry about. Madame Pomfrey had been writing a message down on a piece of parchment and handed it to Harry. Take this to the headmaster. He'll be able to explain what's happening better than I could. I'll write you a note excusing the three of you from your first class since I know you won't let your husband go off alone to Dumbledore's office. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, Harry finally said. Could you at least give me a hint of what's going on? Your magical core is in the midst of changing again. Enlarging. Ginny said a little hopefully. I really cannot say as the readings are murky. I would prefer you go to St. Mungo's to see a specialist, but I know how much you detest stays in the hospital. Perhaps the headmaster can give you a more definite evaluation and prognosis. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. The Medowitch paused before going back into her office. I hope this is a good thing for you, Mr. Potter. I hope so too. I like talking to you, but not the circumstances that usually result in my spending time in the infirmary. The Medowitch smiled at her all too frequent patient. I'm not the only member of the staff that hope that you get through at least 1 year without some awful calamity happening to you. Not all the calamities were awful, Harry said as he gathered Hermione and Ginny closer to him. The two girls smiled at their husband, but Madame Pomfrey made a shooing motion with her hands. Be off with you, Mr. Potter. Let's try and only see each other in the Great Hall or for friendly visits. Harry led his wives out of the infirmary, calling out a thank you as they exited the room. The three hurried across the school and up many stairs to get to the headmaster's office, but found Daphne talking to Mrs. Gowdy, Dumbledore's secretary, when they arrived. Harry reluctantly interrupted the conversation. Good morning, ladies. Miss Greengrass, I really wasn't expecting to see you. Honestly, Harry, you didn't expect me to wait around and find out second-hand what's going on with you now, did you? Lord Gryffindor would be most upset if I couldn't tell him what's going on with one of his favorite students. Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Potters. You and Lady Greengrass are expected, Mrs. Gowdy said as the rotating stairs came into view when the wall parted behind her. Ginny fell into step beside Harry as the stairs started moving upward. Hermione and Daphne were only a few feet behind them when Dumbledore's voice invited them into his office. The four entered and Fawkes trilled out a happy greeting and left his perch to land on Harry's shoulder. He smiled and petted the Arlet bird for a few seconds, and then the phoenix flew back to his perch. Harry watched the others sit down in the ever-present chairs. Good morning, Mr. Potter. Ladies. Poppy informed me that you have a developing problem that may require my assistance. At least a further explanation if you can, Harry said. He handed over the report that Madame Pomfrey had written out and went and sat down in a chair as Dumbledore read. The headmaster finished reading the note and then turned to look at his bookcase for a second before settling back in his chair and closing his eyes in thought. Harry felt his patience waning, but the thoughts of the three girls around him settled his nervousness. Dumbledore seemed to remember that he had students waiting on him and apologized. There are few references to soul bonds, and I was reviewing what I know and what is speculated about. Anything about somebody generating a powerful light like a super-sized firefly. Hey, I'm right here, Ginny. Sorry, Harry. It was the only example I could come up with on a moment's notice. Actually, Miss Greengrass and Mrs. Potters, there are a certain number of magical creatures and plants that can exhibit the characteristics that your Harry has inadvertently taken up. Really? Asked Hermione. What sort of magical things are we talking about? There is a rare mushroom that is called Folsom's false moonglow that is useful in a number of advanced potions, and the very rare phantom wyvern is said to take on the appearance of a ghost at night to transfix its prey. Wow, I never knew. Harry cleared his throat and Hermione put a hand over her mouth in shocked embarrassment. Sorry. It's okay, Nani. It wouldn't be you if you didn't want to gather every crumb of knowledge you can. Perhaps a later discussion with the headmaster. Dumbledore chuckled at the looks that passed between the pair before him. I also apologize for wandering away from the topic at hand. I can recall no specific reference to glowing. Have you experienced any pain or heat while this has occurred, Harry? Not that I have noticed, but I only became aware of my brightness last night. It has occurred a few times before according to my reliable sources, but only briefly and not as brightly. Amazing. Yet you feel no different while this is happening. Other than embarrassed, no. Madame Pomfrey said his core was changing, but she couldn't determine how or why, Ginny explained. Very interesting. But still, very mysterious. Harry, can you still summon up your magical sight to see auras? Almost all the time. Some days it's easier to see than others. Good. Then we shall try a small experiment. Ladies, would you mind rising and stand 4 or 5 feet away from each other? Hermione, Ginny and Daphne set their book bags aside and moved to a few different places around Dumbledore's office. Harry rose and glanced at each of them separately and then looked back to Dumbledore. I would like you to examine their auras and describe what you see. Harry nodded and took a step toward Ginny, who smiled at him encouragingly. He opened up his senses and looked at and through his favorite redhead. Ginny, stand still. Sorry, love. Harry smiled as he saw that Ginny's aura had only shifted a little since the first time he had seen it with the Eye of Horus. Instead of a dark yellow aura, Ginny's aura is now a solid orange with an outline of maroon and gray. Not freaking orange. Please don't tell Ron. Are those separate bands are interwoven? Came the question from behind the desk. Harry had to concentrate to see the answer to Dumbledore's question. They seem to merge and flow across one another. Is that important? I'm not sure. Proceed on. Harry nodded and Ginny came back to his side as he turned his gaze on Hermione. Her aura was still a deep vibrant green but had a silver band that sat next to her skin and moved and expanded and contracted as she moved or breathed. His report on her aura brought a smile to her face and she relaxed and retook a seat. Daphne squared off her shoulders as Harry's gaze came to rest on her. Harry hid the smile that threatened to cross his face. I'm not sure if I should be amused or alarmed. Our lovely Lady Greengrass aura is the same sky blue as her eyes but has sparkles of black that rotate around and through it in a pattern I can't quite understand. I have sparkles of black. Absolutely nothing to do with your character, Daphne. I can sense no evilness in your colors. Good. Just naughtiness. Jamie. Okay. Let's regain our seats and think about this. Wait. Could the two Mrs. Potters go over and stand side by side? Puzzled by this request, Ginny and Hermione went over to stand near the door without touching each other. Harry closed his eyes briefly and relaxed a bit. When he had regained his mental balance, Harry looked over to Dumbledore again. If you could disregard their primary auras, Harry, I would like you to see or sense if their two different auras are overlapping or merging together. The soul bond connection. Daphne exclaimed. Correct, Miss Greengrass. The three are connected to each other in many ways, and it should follow that their auras may be present in each other at least in some degree. That makes sense, Ginny said. Remember what happened when Madame Pomfrey came to the burrow, Harry? Harry nodded. I'd almost forgotten about that. Harry turned to explain to Daphne and Dumbledore. Early in the bond being formed between Ginny and myself, Madame Pomfrey cast a diagnosing spell on me to check on my healing. 2 or 3 runes came out my lovely redhead at that time, and we were too scared to understand what it meant or to mention it to anyone else. An interesting occurrence for 2 very young people, I'm sure. Has that type of sharing appeared in any of your other visits to the infirmary? No, sir, but we've worked very hard on maintaining our mental and emotional separateness since that first time. Very well. Back to the secondary auras. At your leisure. Harry turned and concentrated on his wives. Their auras certainly seemed to intermix when they were next to each other, and Harry asked them to move apart a few feet more. When their colors didn't seem to be touching again, Harry closed his eyes and tried extending his magical senses in their direction. Disregarding what he already knew about their auras, Harry started looking deeper into the representation of each girl's magic. Slowly but surely other essences started to find their way into Harry's consciousness. Harry could identify a sort of presence of Hermione, backing up, Ginny's magical signature and the reverse. As he examined them further, he detected another signature subtlety underlying them both and concluded that it could probably be accounted for as his aura being present and intermixed with the auras of his wives. There was something else present, and Harry strained to identify or sort out what it was he was magically sensing. The strain of reaching, however, took a lot of effort, and Harry felt the ability slipping away as he tried harder to understand and interpret what he thought he might be sensing. Harry let go of his magic and would have slumped over from exhaustion if it weren't for the sudden presence of Daphne, who had moved up behind him and slowly lowered him to the floor. With his eyes still closed, he murmured out his thanks to her as he felt the other 3 in the office come closer to him. Are you okay, Harry? There was a lot of concern in the old wizard's voice, and Harry had to smile as he considered Dumbledore's worry. I'm okay, but I tried too hard to capture something else that was present in Ginny's aura. You also flared out again, dear husband. Very bright. Extremely for a second. Bugger. Harry language. Sorry, Hermione. My apologies, ladies. Headmaster, if I am going to be lighting up willy-nilly at random times, I may have to stay in the hearth until this subsides, or I get a handle on controlling it. A couple of hands reached down and lifted Harry up and guided him to a seat. Harry carefully opened his eyes to see the looks that those around him were giving him. Hermione and Dumbledore seemed very thoughtful, Daphne seemed very worried, but Ginny had a grin on her face that promised a bit of mischief. Harry sent her a mental message that he would wait for the obvious comments, but they had to finish their discussion with Dumbledore first. A drop perhaps to help your recovery. Thank you, sir, but I'll pass for now. So what did you see or sense, Harry? You quit talking after a few seconds. I was concentrating on what I was sensing. Yes, Ginny has secondary auras as well as Hermione, As far as I could determine, they were mine and Hermione's, and yes, the opposite was also true for Hermione. She had some of my and Ginny's auras. I guessed that would be present with the soul bond, Dumbledore said. But there was also something else. Maybe somebody's else. Not Riddle, Daphne said with sudden alarm. No, I don't think it was him. I remember what his aura looks and feels like. Perhaps you were detecting the ambient magic that is always present around us as the magic of Hogwarts. I really couldn't identify if it belonged to anyone or anything specific. All Dumbledore could do at that point was scratch his head and state that he would start researching the situation and maybe contact one or more of the unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries. Harry sighed as they hadn't come up with an explanation or cause of his latest affliction. Any ideas of keeping Harry from lighting up the halls and classrooms then? Dumbledore frowned in thought, but then he broke out in a little smile. Perhaps a change of attire would be prudent, a traveling cloak for example. Perhaps a new sensitivity to light would be an explanation for wearing the hood up. And his Quidditch gloves, Hermione hopefully added. Add a certain charm to keep the general population from noticing his face, and he has other states of enlightenment. Daphne volunteered with a completely straight face. Oh boy. Harry slapped the heel of his hand into his forehead. Why does stuff like this always happen to me? You're the one most used to it. Who said that? We're not going to tell. Harry lowered his hand. I guess I'll head back to the hearth and get my gear. Maybe I should just walk around with my dad's invisibility cloak. But we couldn't see your handsome face if you did that. Harry stood up and deliberately avoided glaring at any of the three girls. Thank you for your time, sir. Hopefully this will all settle down and my imitating what was it? A phantom wyvern will pass. We'd better get going if we don't want to miss herbology entirely. The four students left after thanking Dumbledore for his time and conversation. The headmaster stared at the door the young wizard had just left through and wondered if Harry Potter was experiencing something that was quite unusual. Or maybe something usual in his quite unusual life. Dumbledore stood up and headed for a cabinet of dusty books. Harry tried slipping into the classroom and taking a seat in the back just as the bell rang. He was hoping that the other students wouldn't notice him and could just sit through the lecture so the explanations might be handed out carefully. Or not. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor Lupin. Would you mind explaining to me and to the rest of the class why you were covered up like that? The rest of the history of magic class turned their eyes to the back of the room. The figure occupying the seat closest to the door was wearing a traveling cloak with the hood pulled up and forward to completely obscure his face. In addition, his hands were also covered with seeker gloves, which probably were the giveaway to his identity. Please stand, Mr. Potter. You may take your usual seat with your wives once you have explained the circumstances. You aren't contagious, are you? I'm so getting him back for this. It was your idea to have a public explanation, so don't go blaming Remus. It would have been much worse if we were in Dada. Moody would have enjoyed putting you. Enough already. No, I am not contagious. I had a small problem in an extra credit potions assignment I was trying to do for Professor Narcissa. I added some powdered moonstone at the wrong time for the befuddlement draft. It reacted with the syrup of hellebore and exploded in my face. Ew, came the reaction from the students who were knowledgeable in potions. Neville blanched as he sat next to Seamus and Dean. He had more experience than most with mishaps of that sort. He had been accident-free this year, though, without Professor Snape constantly peering over his shoulder. Ron broke out in laughter that was quickly cut off as a silencing spell came from area where Parvati and Lavender sat. They were less than happy with Ron's bad attitude to their housemate. Harry made a mental note to thank them for the help after class. So the golden boy ended up with more scars than normal. So no more pretty boy. Is your luck running out, Potter? Mr. Black. That will be 2 points from Slytherin for insulting a recognized lord. Draco became silent but received a couple of congratulating pats on the back from his Slytherin housemates. Harry knew the demerits would be removed or cancelled out later by Professor Runnels, so he tried to project just an air of annoyance. Madame Pomfrey healed up the scars, but because some of the moonstone became lodged under my skin for a while, I have some sensitivity to sunlight now. I trust you will seek further treatment if you develop sharpened incisors or start wondering about the taste of blood. Laughter ran around the classroom and Harry picked up his book bag and moved forward to take a seat with his wives. I will certainly take your warnings under advisement, Professor Lupin. Remus discreetly winked at Harry as he took his seat. After some discussions with the adults in their lives, Harry had set the whole thing up and had notes from both Madame Pomfrey and Narcissa to verify his story. Hermione and Daphne were planning research in the libraries, Hogwarts and Rowena's, for an explanation or a cure for Harry's condition. Harry, Ginny and Sirius were going to tackle the Malfoys' library once they had gotten it organized and cleared of dark spells. Professor Lupin leaned back on his desk to address the class once Harry had settled down. Perhaps you have noticed that Friar Tuck is not here today to deliver his lecture on the return of Richard the Lion-Hearted and other crusaders from the Middle East. We are going to switch over to another topic today: religious persecutions and the migration of various people around Western Europe. One may draw some similarities of that type of trouble at that time and the attitudes that propagated the latest magical war. Miss Durantas. Yes, Professor Lupin. You don't have to answer this question if you don't want to, but are you, like most Spanish, a member of the Catholic faith? Yes, I am, Professor. And at least a little familiar with certain aspects of Spanish history. It was one of my favorite subjects in primary school, sir. So if I mentioned the names of Archbishop Mendoza, a Dominican monk named Torquemada, and Miguel de Marilla, you might help with the discussion. I know those names. I will try my best to assist, Professor Lupin. That's all I ask of anyone in this class. Your best efforts. Remus waved his wand and a freestanding blackboard appeared at the front of the room. The writing on the blackboard was hidden under a charm so nobody could read the exact words. During the last quarter of the 15th century, a movement arose in the Iberian Peninsula to take back the lands and control of the country and its assets by religious means. A quick, unexpected and sometimes brutal prosecution of Jews, Moors, Protestants and other minorities drove many people away from their homes, businesses and loved ones. The threat of torture, loss of wealth, life and family and various other unscrupulous means runs very parallel to the efforts of the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters. Those targeted people back then migrated either back to their homelands or went to other countries where they could live peacefully. There were instances of wholesale slaughters, betrayals of families and friends and the end of whole neighborhoods of people. All for the name of religious harmony and uniformity. Not unlike the blood purity drivel that was proposed by Voldemort. There were still gasps as some of the students reacted to the Dark Lord's name. It's just a name and it's not proscribed any longer. I have it on certain reliable authorities that it's not even his real name. But the conditions at that time were similar to the magical war in England a decade and more ago. The times in a person's existence were sometimes based on fear. It was based on surviving the trouble and by means either peaceful or unscrupulous. People and families died out and the smarter or more prudent ones picked up and moved away. Nobody knew when the terrible force would show up. Nobody knew who they were aimed at or to what lengths they would go to advance their cause. It was very similar to the raids by the Death Eaters. It was certainly an example that Voldemort may have copied. Does anyone guess who and what I am talking about besides Miss Durantas and Lady Hermione? That is what we will discuss today and why it was important. And why it was so deadly and surprising. The reason was, here Professor Lupin waved his wand and removed the obscuring spell from the blackboard. Those that know can join in. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Half of the class broke out in laughter, much to the puzzlement of the members of Slytherin House and the other purebloods in the audience. Great prank. I don't believe he did this. It's still a legitimate topic for a history class. What's so funny? We'll tell you after class, Ginny and Daphne. For those of you who are confused about the reaction from your classmates, Mrs. Robinson in Muggle Studies will have a marathon showing of Monty Python in the Great Hall the Saturday of the next Hogsmeade weekend. We will now commence with the real lecture now. Rome, Italy was and still is the seat of the Catholic Church and many religious orders though medieval times. The religious leader is called the Pope and many men have ascended to this highest position. It was Pope Sixtus VI, a highly redundant name, that responded to the much-rumored and anticipated appearance of Victor Crumb, and the Durmstrang Quidditch team was cancelled because of an early fall storm that deposited rain and hail across the Quidditch pitch as well as lit up the skies with many bolts of lightning. Harry and his teammates were glum as they peered through the main doors and watched the skies open further to flood the walkways and lawns around the school. What could be seen of the Quidditch pitch was a marshy flooded field. "I guess it will be some other day," Katie finally turned and announced. There was a collective groan from around them as it seemed like half the students, and quite a few of the professors, had assembled to see a possible match between the Gryffindor team and the Flyers from Durmstrang. Even more anticipated was the competition that would have taken place between Harry and Victor Krum, the school's best seeker against the international Quidditch star. Harry didn't even want to know about the betting pool that was established once the news got around that Harry had invited the Flyers from Durmstrang to appear with or against the team of S. Arlette and Gold. As the crowd dispersed to head back to dorms, the library or other places, Harry got a lot of sympathetic glances and pats on the back from his friends. He didn't know what he had done to warrant such a reaction though. Harry thought the opportunity to fly against Victor would be fun and a chance to learn and gauge himself against someone that had proven himself one of, if not the best in the world at the seeker position. Luckily, between Daphne's and Hermione's research, Harry wasn't worried about drawing attention to himself being out in public. They had found and cast an anti-lumos spell on his clothes and body that morning. It either nullified or absorbed any possible light that would come off of him. Harry had tried the spell against his own wand and had been surprised when he couldn't get it to light up with any spell. Daphne and Hermione said it was another possible spells to be used against Death Eaters. Ginny was confused about that initially, but Harry explained that if the Death Eaters couldn't see any spells that they thought they were casting with their wands, they might stop in confusion or just flee. Harry didn't dare say that he thought that the spells might be functional anyway and might work against them as they couldn't see them coming. It was a situation that they would have to test it out the next time they went to the room of requirement. The disappointed Gryffindor Quidditch team was led up the stairway by the two temporary keepers, Ron Weasley and Cormac McLaggen. Harry stayed as far away as possible from both of them for different reasons. Ron still erupted if Harry said anything to him, and McLaggen was the self-appointed expert on Quidditch strategy and playmaking who had no shyness in letting his opinions and improvements be heard. Thankfully, the twins and the three chasers were very good at running interference to keep the keepers and their star seeker from interacting. The three Potters, Daphne, Astoria, and Gracie were trailing the main group heading up the stairway between the first and second floors. Neville, Susan and Hannah were standing together at the top of the stairway waiting for them, and it was Susan that called out softly and told the group ascending that a professor was headed out into the storm. Harry turned around, saw that Professor Moody was donning a traveling cloak himself as he fought against the wind and rain coming in through the barely opened door. Wondering what was so important to drive mad-eye outside of school in such rotten weather, Harry was distracted for a few seconds. It was Gracie's question about how to make a pineapple dance that brought Harry's attention back to the testing forward that his adopted sister was going to face at the end of term. Harry smiled and told her the story of how Seamus had ended up making his desk dance a weird version of the rumba for his charms final. It had amused Professor Flitwick enough that he had passed the first year even if he hadn't quite followed the letter of the instructions. The group had a laugh and Gracie asked if they had any more stories of her brother's escapades that resulted in surprises in the classroom. Harry had picked up Gracie at that point and threw her over his shoulder to keep her from listening to his misadventures. Gracie was laughing and beating on Harry's shoulders as he ran ahead of his wives and friends up the next staircase. "Ask him again," the dangerous voice prompted. Thierry hauled Barty Crouch Jr. up and over his head with one hand at his throat and one hand clenched over the man's heart. "I can't breath," the Death Eater struggled to get out as he was being choked and could hardly breathe. "Why did you not send word or come to tell us about the other schools?" The voice that came from the chair was both accusing and very deadly. Voldemort was incensed that he had to learn about the change in the number of schools and possible participants from the Daily Prophet. He had plans. There were contingencies to take into account. Now the circumstances had changed. "Moss, tear, I. Let him down, Thierry." At the command the vampire just let the man go. Crouch fell into a heap on the floor but struggled to get to his feet as soon as possible. He knew what punishment he might face, but he also knew that he was important to the Lord's plan. Crucio. Barty fell back to the floor as the spell caused both the muscles and nerve endings in his body to erupt in unbelievable pain. The spell was held for 30 seconds and Barty lost control of his bladder before Voldemort released him. You do not have the right to even dare think that you alone have any worth by being in the forefront of my plans. I have other tools at Hogwarts that could submit Potter's name. Barty crawled across the floor as the effects of the unforgivable slowly wore off. He ended up keying the border of the blanket that the latest incarnation of the Dark Lord was wrapped up in. My apologies, Master. I had thought that the people who still work for you in the ministry would be informing you of the changes. You do not have the ability to think. Nobody at the Ministry of Magic knew or will admit knowing how and why Fudge invited other schools to this tournament. He could not have done this alone, but our contacts have found no one that will admit helping the former minister. It is a small delay in my plans, however. I overheard Bellatrix making plans to raid Hogsmeade. If you are intending to kidnap or kill Harry Potter, he was there last weekend. Crucio. Crouch, you are beginning to try my patience. Why did you not send word of Potter leaving the school? It was about a minute before Barty could answer the question. I gave instructions to the contacts I know of to owl you. There was no reason for me to go to the Ollery and draw suspicion to myself. They will suffer for that lapse. You may pass along my displeasure as soon as you return to Hogwarts. The raids. Should I warn the members of Slytherin House not to go to Hogsmeade? Voldemort's voice drew cold as replied. There will be no raid on Hogsmeade, at least for now. Knowing the preparations of that blood traitor Bones, there will be extra oars patrolling the village. Have you heard any rumors of those other countries sending extra security people? Dumbledore thought of contacting the ICW for additional people, but I dissuaded him from taking that step. There are oars patrolling the school, and if the best fighter in 20 years can't guarantee the students' safety, then who can? You seem to be filling your role without too much difficulty then. Thierry finally spoke up from his spot leaning against the wall. They are too complacent and too overconfident to suspect a spy in their midst. Especially when I am such an old and dear friend of the headmaster. Barty Crouch snickered, but suddenly the mental inspection from Voldemort swept through him and reduced him to silence. Your memories speak true. You may leave now, Crouch, and resume your role. The potion makers have made more polyjuice potion for you. I assume you are giving enough food and water to the real Moody to continue getting samples of his hair. Yes, and the constant use of curses to keep him quiet and helpless. Leave me, Crouch, and don't disappoint me anymore. Potter's name will be entered into the Goblet of Fire and he will compete. You shall have him, Lord Voldemort. At breakfast Friday morning, Dumbledore stood and called out for a period of silence. I wish to thank all who submitted names for what used to be called the Triwizard Tournament. After much deliberation, the headmasters present, with the blessing of the ICW, have chosen a new name that encompasses the scope of what we are beginning to undertake. A contest representing both wizards and witches in different magical schools across the world. I am happy to report that an ongoing series of these competitions are to be held every 4 years, with the previous champion's school becoming the next host. Lots were drawn from this year's participants, and Barcelona will be hosting the International Magical Challenge. For those that like the headline approach to news, we are agreed to the shortened name as the International. 3 students submitted the same idea and will each receive 10 galleons from the English Ministry of Magic and a special invitation to witness the next 2 competitions. A round of applause, if you please, for Miss Marie Lafitte from Beauxbatons, Miss Prudencia Durantes from the Colegio Magico de Barcelona, and Hogwarts' own Mr. Dennis Creevy. Congratulations to all 3, and you may pick up your prize from Mrs. Gowdy after this weekend. That is all for now. Have a productive day. Lord Harry. Might I have a word? A private word with you. It was October 24th and Harry, Ginny and Hermione were headed to the hearth to drop off their book bags and relax for a bit before they headed back down to supper. They had just finished a particularly difficult class in Dada which had covered the use and application of tracking charms. Sirius had decided that Harry would be the designated trackie for the class, so he was sent out numerous times to have other students follow him. Harry had quickly tired of this after the 3rd occurrence, and he started playing tricks on his unsuspecting friends. Dean Thomas and Neville ended up rushing into the Quidditch changing rooms. Unfortunately, or not, Harry had transferred his charm to the back of Cho Chang's robes, so they were all surprised when they barged into her space as she was getting out of her clothes. Harry smiled as he thought of the other tricks he had ended up pranking Sirius and his friends with in class, but now he was staring at a very familiar non-person. Joshua Valkaman had approached the Potter family at the top of the stairway leading to the 6th floor. And he looked very intense. And worried. "Is someone waiting for us outside the hearth, Josh?" asked Hermione. "No, Lady Hermione, but I need to have a private conference with your husband. It is a matter of some urgency." Harry was puzzled but nodded for the girls to continue back to the hearth and he would be there as soon as he could. While Hermione and Ginny headed down the corridor to get to the next stairway, Harry found an abandoned room and entered it. After the ghost followed him into the room, Harry closed the door and cast sealing and privacy spells on the door in the room. Now only another of the school's ghosts would be able to come through the spells, but Harry had mentally sent out a message to Vika, have the ghosts stay away from them. "So what did you need to see me about, Josh?" "It is a request I make of my head of house and Duke Hogwarts." Somber words from the young friendly spirit. "This sounds very serious then. Have you offended the Bloody Baron somehow?" "No, it is nothing like that. Whatever the problem is, I'm sure we can work it out." "It is not exactly a problem, Lord Harry." Harry leaned back against the dusky desk. "Sorry, I have been talking too much instead of listening, Josh. Go ahead and make your request." Joshua Valkaman hesitated for a few seconds and then sank to one knee. "I need your permission and blessing, Lord Harry, for something important." "Rise, Joshua. You know we are at least friends, if not kinsmen to some degree." "What is this important thing?" "I seek your blessing to ask Miss Myrtle Beechwood to become my wife." Harry smiled. "Of course you have my permission and the blessings of my entire family. I just did not know that ghosts could marry." Josh smiled. "I have consulted with Friar Tuck and he said that two individuals with hearts and souls intended for each other should not be kept separated. I am happy that you and Myrtle have found each other. When do you plan on asking her?" "As soon as I can, now that I have your leave. I could order you to both take the night off, as we could go to Potter Manor for supper. You could find a nice moonlit painting to ask her in." "Thank you, Lord Harry. Am I allowed to tell my wives?" "They would be most pleased with the news." Josh smiled a little shyly. "I do believe it would give Myrtle a lot of pleasure to tell them herself. I expect she would also ask you at that time to give her away when we wed." Have felt a warm glow spread through him. It was indeed a compliment if she decided to do that. "Have you a date in mind?" "It is something to be discussed if she accepts my proposal. She will not turn you down. You are more confident than I am, but Myrtle's birthday is December 1st, so perhaps I and my family shall not have any other planned activities on that day then. We shall decorate the chapel. I have no idea what to give you as a wedding present." "There is no need for any present. We shall have each other as a lawful couple. I know that that will be the best thing to happen to the both of you, Joshua." "Thank you, Lord Harry. You are welcome, Joshua Valkaman. Go get your girl." Harry released the privacy and locking spells and watched as Joshua disappeared. Harry wondered if there would be a substitute doorkeeper waiting at the hearth by the time he got there. Harry shook himself mentally to go back to speaking normally. It seemed he always adopted Joshua's manner of speech whenever they interacted. Harry also how long he would be keeping the secret before a happy Myrtle would tell them of another change in her life-death. X. Journal number 29, 4th year. October 29, 1994. 1:25 p.m. This was the day the goblet of fire was supposed to be lit at supper time. It may still be yet, but Ginny and I probably won't be there. Maybe we will, but I can't see us abandoning Harry or Daphne. We are in the infirmary now and I can't believe what happened as we were leaving lunch. Harry is unconscious as well as Daphne. The others that were affected have been revived and sent either back to the dorms or onward to classes. I can't write any more now. I am praying that they will be okay, but no one knows for sure. I wish they would wake up. Why does this stuff keep happening to my husband? I'll write more later, but for now I have to go over and try comforting Astoria and let Ginny come back and take a turn holding Jamie's hand. At least Madame Pomfrey hasn't driven the three out of the infirmary yet. Official Unexplained Incident Report, Form 63U. 2. Chief Healer Kurt Connors, Unknown Medical Maladies Ward. From Healer Poppy Pomfrey. Date October 29, 2014. Patient name Lord Harry James Potter. Type of incident unknown spell, curse, unknown type of magical display. Location Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Description Mr. Potter was eating lunch in the Great Hall prior to or at the onset of the incident. There are representatives from 4 other magical schools at the school at the present time because of the international challenge. There were no unusual foods or drinks being served to the students, and Mr. Potter was observed chatting with his 2 wives and classmates. Harry and Neville were having a serious discussion about the wisdom and or properness of attending the Hogsmeade weekend. In was the turn of the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs to escort the Egyptian visitors to the village, and the Potters and Neville had been invited along as guests. Neville had been asked by his 2 attendants, Susan and Hannah, while Harry, Hermione and Ginny had been invited by Daphne and Astoria. Neville was taking the position that he hadn't taken a turn during the Gryffindor's assigned weekend and was therefore free to accept the invitation as long as he got clearance from Professor McGonagall. Harry, although he and his wives were classified as adults and didn't need permission to leave to school anytime they wanted, was fretting that he and they might be taking undue advantage of the circumstances by accepting the invitation. Susan and Hannah were sitting next to Neville at the Gryffindor table and were shaking their heads the longer the conversation continued. They had already asked and received permission from McGonagall for their boyfriend to accompany them. They finally put their hands over Neville's mouth, stopping the discussion, and pulled the blushing young man out of the hall between them to head for their next class. Harry had laughed at the way that Neville had been silenced and turned his attention back to the remainders of his meal. He had just finished off his pumpkin juice, but his hand slipped and the goblet fell to the tabletop with a clank. Ginny turned away from talking to Pavarti at the sound and stared at her husband. Harry had his jaw and hands clenched tightly, and she immediately began to worry. Harry, something's happening. What? I don't know. Harry. Rivers of sweat were pouring off Harry's face, and Harry fished his glasses off his face and rubbed both eyes with his fists rather abruptly. Hermione gasped as she saw some light escaping from around his clenched hands. Harry, we have to get you out of here. Now. Harry stood abruptly but lost some of his balance as whatever was affecting him continued to play with his senses. He leaned out with one hand to steady himself on the tabletop but misjudged it badly. The first indication of something amiss with Mr. Potter was a clatter of tableware as he tried to regain his balance after standing abruptly. Whether by his hands or by his magic, all the plates, silverware, goblets and food within his reach went sliding off on the other side of the table from him. I observed Mr. Potter's wives were walking him quickly away from his usual place at the table and toward the exit to the Great Hall. Mr. Potter, while normally agile and secure on his feet, lurched and stumbled more than once in attempting to leave. He stumbled headlong into 2 or 3 of the ladies from Beauxbatons before righting himself, and as his hands were back to covering his eyes. At this point in time, other people in the hall had noticed the disturbance, and a few loud comments were made either to make joke about the happenstance or alarm from the unusual sight. I made the assumption that Mr. Potter was in some type of distress and hurried down the center aisle toward him and his wives. I was not the only member of the staff to quit eating and immediately head toward the threesome. Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House, and Professors Sirius Black, Mr. Potter's adopted father, Remus Lupin, and Chance Runnels quickly left the staff table to follow me. Headmaster Dumbledore had risen and was looking intently at Mr. Potter as he seemingly tried to get out of the room. A few students were also leaving their seats and heading toward Mr. Potter in order to discover the problem or to lend some aid. Still lurching a little from side to side, Harry was hurrying as best he could as he felt an incredible pressure of magic begin to overwhelm him. He didn't know what was about to happen to him, but he guessed it might not be good. He could barely think straight, but he faintly recalled the feeling of the bond magic that had drained him years ago in the storm room. That incident had robbed him of magic temporarily as he protected Hermione, Ginny and Dumbledore. Harry was hoping whatever what was going on wouldn't be that bad. Bad. Harry was thinking that he needed to get away from the mass of students that were gathered nearby because he felt he was about to become dangerous again. Ginny and Hermione were frantic beside him, and they were calling him mentally to relax as they had almost got to the great doors. Harry felt his time was short. His time for fleeing was going. Ginny. Hermione, get away. Get away now. With the last of his coordination, Harry bent over and with a roar of pain and frustration he straightened up and twisted his body around and dislodged both Ginny's and Hermione's grip on him. They rolled and tumbled a good distance away to the flagstone floor. Harry shook his head and stumbled 1 step, 2 steps, 3 long steps until he cleared the doors. His concentration fell as he was overcome and his world and thoughts exploded in a blast of light and magic and Harry knew no more. I was still at least 20 feet away from Mr. Potter when I observed him struggling with his wives and trying to separate himself from them. Whether he was confused or angry at that point I cannot say, but it would be very uncharacteristic of the young man to fight against his spouses. I understood more a second later when Mr. Potter made a tremendous effort to throw off the helping hands of his spouses to distance himself away from him. He succeeded in that effort and the 2 Mrs. Potters were thrown to the ground. Mr. Potter staggered another step or 2 and then his back arched unnaturally and his mouth opened in a silent cry. Mr. Potter, for want of a better word, then exploded in a blinding white light. Whether it was a curse finally hitting him or not, the great hall was lit up with both an extremely bright light and a wave of magic. The light temporarily blinded all those who had been watching the young man's attempted departure. The wave of magic knocked down all those who were standing and pushed the 4 tables and its occupants away from the great doors and Mr. Potter. Ginny and Hermione were still on the floor and trying to get to their feet when the intense burst lit up the room. As they weren't looking at their husband, they were spared the temporary blindness that struck almost everyone else. Whether they saw or felt the accompanying wave of magic approaching them, they were able to cast a protective shield to save themselves from its effects. A period of silence followed the wave of magic as the professors and students were shocked and made mute by the event. Then the voices started rising in panic as people found that they were unable to see clearly and had been pushed around by the magical burst of force. Ginny was the first to recover and ran as fast as she could over the dozen steps to reach her husband. Her cry of shock and dismay added yet another level of panic of the atmosphere. Hermione was only a second behind Ginny as she threw herself to the floor beside her husband. Hermione almost burst into tears as she saw what had happened. Harry Potter lay helpless and unconscious on his chest in the receiving hall. The magical explosion had stripped the wizard. The only thing remaining of his clothes was the invisibility cloak which lay a few feet from him. He was BPD and, more than that, was a deep red pink like he had experienced a severe sunburn that covered him from his scalp to the soles of his feet. Ginny. I'm checking him now. Go find Madame Pomfrey. I don't know what's happened. Hermione paused for just a movement to conjure up a light blanket to cover her husband's BPD-ness and jumped to her feet running back into the great hall. She found the Medowitch rising a few feet inside and announced herself before taking Pomfrey's hand and leading her back to Harry's side. I instinctively turned and covered my eyes as Mr. Potter burst into this bright light. There was no gradual or sudden increase of this luminescence. 1 second he was stumbling away and then the light burst out of him without any warning. The magical burst of energy threw me to the floor of the great hall, and while I waited for the spots in my eyes to disappear I heard the cries from both within and without the great doors. I had barely managed to get to my feet when Hermione Potter called out my name and led me carefully out to where her husband laid. Mr. Potter was covered by a blanket and lying face down on the flagstones. Ginny Potter, a healer in training for the last 3 years, was kneeling down beside her husband and casting what diagnostic spells she knew on him. I asked for her report on his condition. I had to ask twice because both she and the other Mrs. Potter were very distraught at the condition and sight of their loved one. He's just unconscious as far as I tell, but he's not responding to either of us at all. The last of the spots in front of my eyes were fading away as I cast my own diagnostic spell. It was somewhat surprising that the redness that Mr. Potter experienced was due to the loss of half of his skin cells. Whether they were burnt off by the light display or were the cause of the eruption of magical light I cannot begin to conjecture on. Once I realized that Mr. Potter was stable although deeply unconscious, not to be confused with a magical coma as he had experienced at least once before, I told his wives that he was not in danger. His magical core had expanded again however and was still in a state of settling down. Both young ladies breathed a sigh of relief, and I instructed the two to move him carefully to the medical wing, and I would be there as soon as I could check on the condition of the others who might have been injured in the Great Hall. The girls nodded very seriously, and I cast the Levicorpus spell on Mr. Potter. He was guided away by the two girls, and I turned to re-enter the Great Hall. Madame Pomfrey met 3 professors as she re-entered the hall. Mr. Potter is stable but unconscious for the time being. I need to check on everyone else in here before I go back and monitor him. The 3 teachers seemed very relieved, and 2 turned back to help reorganize the tables and their occupants. Sirius looked undecided about whether he should rush to the medical wing or help out. The Medawitch looked at his face and decided he wouldn't be much help in the mental state he was in. Why don't you go and reassure your 2 daughters-in-law? It's not outside the realm of possibility that they may have a delayed reaction to whatever Mr. Potter underwent. Sirius nodded, but Ed Poppy's cheek before rushing off after his family. Poppy watched him leave with a smile on her face before heading for the nearest collection of students. Inside the Great Hall, the panic and confusion was being sorted out. The 2 tables that had been overturned had been righted, and the staff was helping the students place them back in their proper location. There were a number of students that experienced a number of minor bumps and bruises, but only 2 or 3 that required my personal attention. 4 had been knocked unconscious by the disruption and were revived with simple, enervate spells. A Mr. Georgi Tolchek from Durmstrang suffered a broken wrist and was escorted to the medical wing by one of his schoolmates. There were 2 other students who were found unconscious that could not be awoken in the usual manner. Miss Churchbright Black, Hogwarts, was found in her animagus form of a large dog and was levitated and transported to the medical wing by Professor Lupin. She regained consciousness 2 hours later and could transform back into her regular form. She was released from the infirmary after a thorough examination, but was told to return to her quarters in Ravenclaw to rest overnight. The other student that failed to respond from being knocked out by the wave of magic was Miss Daphne Greengrass from Slytherin House. She did not respond to the enervate spell and was found to have slightly erratic physical, mental and magical readings. There were no visible signs of trauma or physical damage to her, however, and it was decided to move her to the medical wing for observation. A deterioration in her overall health will warrant a transfer to St. Mungo's. Miss Greengrass' sister has been allowed to stay with her in the infirmary, as has Mr. Potter's wives. I hope the presence of their loved ones will speed their recovery from this unknown and rather unusual event. Your consultation and examination of the 2 still sleeping students would be welcomed if you have the time and opportunity to come to Hogwarts. Because Harry's incident had happened in front of almost every person in the 5 schools, there was a small parade that headed toward the infirmary once the Great Room and those injured had been sorted out. Most were Harry's Gryffindor housemates initially, but Lavender and Dean Thomas forced their way to the front of the crowd that included Professors Lupin, Narcissa Black, and Hagrid. Some students from the other 4 schools were also scattered here and there through the anxious and speculating procession. Unfortunately, when the crowd arrived in the medical wing, they quickly discovered that the infirmary doors were magically locked from the inside. Madame Pomfrey, or perhaps Ginny, knew that some people would be concerned enough about Harry's condition as to investigate as soon as they could. Although the curiosity and well wishes were well intended, the locked doors indicated that the patients and healers inside did not wish to be disturbed. The crowd milled around for a number of minutes before Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall appeared and whispered a quiet password to be allowed entry through the doors. The head of Gryffindor House paused and gave a brief nod toward some of the Potter's friends to let them know that she would investigate and return with an update for them as soon as she could. The following minutes dragged by in silence or in discussions about what had actually happened to Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass. Some of the crowd had given up and moved along by the time Professor McGonagall stepped back through the door about 10 minutes later. Madame Pomfrey is doing what she can to deal with the trauma that Mr. Potter sustained outside the Great Hall. He is being treated for nerve and skin damage due to the loss of some outer layers of skin. He remains unconscious, which is a type of blessing if his appearance is any indication of a severe burn. Is it a burn, Professor? Is that what Madame Pomfrey says? Came the question from a worried housemate of Harry's. Mr. Potter has lost the majority of his outer layers of skin. A burn of unknown origin is Madame Pomfrey's best guess as to his medical condition, Mr. Longbottom. He is being treated for that but is in a deep state of unconsciousness which the two Mrs. Potters have said has occurred during Mr. Potter's previous injuries or mishaps. Was this the result of a curse or something worse, Professor? This is not a press conference, Mr. Diggory, and I am not prone to making idle speculations without the facts. No one I know of has reported seeing a spell cast at Mr. Potter. If he does not respond to Madame Pomfrey's treatment, specialists from St. Mungo's or the ministry may be called in to try other types of healing. For the classmates and friends of Miss Greengrass, she was affected adversely by the wave of magic that swept through the great hall and tumbled everyone and everything about. She has no apparent injuries, but she is also in a magically influenced sleep. However, Madame Pomfrey expects her to wake up naturally in an hour or two. The same prognosis has been given about Miss Churchbright Black. The wave of magic forced an animagus transformation upon the young lady. I wish I had more positive news to give you, but that is all I have been given myself. Mr. Potter has proven to be a very resilient and courageous young man. I have every hope and expectation that he will rebound from this incident in a day or two and be none the worse for wear. Unfortunately, this is still a school and we still have schedule to maintain. Please keep Mr. Potter and Miss Greengrass in your thoughts and prayers, for those of you that believe in such, as you resume your classes and studies. I am sure that either of the two Mrs. Potter or Professor Sirius will let you know if there is any change in Mr. Potter's uncertain status. If Madame Pomfrey changes her mind and allows visitors to her patients, there will be a notice posted on the infirmary doors. The headmaster will be making periodic visits to check on the patient's status during the day and will make a school-wide announcement if any significant changes occur. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, for giving us their information. You're welcome, Miss Davis, and I do believe your friends Miss Greengrass and Mr. Potter will be back to normal soon. Harry doesn't do normal, Professor. That may be Mr. Finnegan, but you and the others shall be late for your next class if you don't hurry. Seamus. Yipes. Of surprise encouraged a quick evacuation of the corridor. Professor McGonagall shook her head sadly but cast another glance at the infirmary doors before she hurried off to teach her second-year class of Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. From Chapter 28. With the last of his coordination, Harry bent over and with a roar of pain and frustration he straightened up and twisted his body around and dislodged both Ginny's and Hermione's grip on him. They rolled and tumbled a good distance away to the flagstone floor. Harry shook his head and stumbled 1 step, 2 steps, 3 long steps until he cleared the doors. His concentration fell as he was overcome and his world and thoughts exploded in a blast of light and magic, and Harry knew no more. Harry was drifting along in a sea of unfeeling, untouched nothingness that he vaguely recognized as unconsciousness. He didn't know if he had been out for a minute, a day or month. Or possibly longer. There was no sense of time or space as Harry gradually returned to awareness. Fighting off the last holds of his unness, Harry found himself to be standing. He expected to be in the Hogwarts infirmary once again when he woke up, or at least in some familiar surroundings where Ginny or Hermione would appear to him through their mental connection. That was not the case this time. Harry had no idea where he was. Or maybe when. Or even if he might be anywhere at all. When, or if, he got back, Harry would have to ask Ginny or Madame Pomfrey if there was such a thing as anti-blindness. Instead of blackness surrounding him, there was white everywhere. Something like being in a cloud, but even the surface under his feet was white and solid. Harry scuffed it with his foot and it made a soft wishing sound. Harry's clothes had even turned white. White pants, a soft white t-shirt made up his current wardrobe, along with white socks and white trainers. Harry disregarded the clothes for now as he extended his human and magical senses, trying to pick up any clue at all to where he was or if there was anyone around him. There was nowhere to go. No direction to follow, as the silence was only broken by the sound of his lonely heartbeat. Harry had no idea if he was supposed to remain here for something or somebody to come across him, or if he should try to follow a straight line out of this white void. Creak. Th. Unk. Creak. Unk. Cree. K-tune K creak thunk. Creak th unk. Creak th unk. Creak thunk. Creak thunk. Creaked hunk. Cr thunk, thunk, thunk. Harry turned to where he thought the sound was coming from, although he wasn't quite sure. He had no idea who or what was making the sound and desperately wished he had one of his wands on him. Harry tried summoning the bond magic to put up a shield, but that seemed unavailable also. The Great Hall was filled with the students from 5 schools and a collection of reporters from some of the most prestigious papers in the magical world. Additionally, the Minister of Magic and a number of ministry department heads were present for the announcement about the method of choosing the champions. The excitement of the evening was lessened a bit for the occupants of one of the house tables, however. Harry Potter was still in magical slumber in the Hogwarts infirmary, and his wives were also there and being diligent about watching over him. Supper was a mix of anticipation and worry for the Gryffindors and some of the Slytherins who were friends of the 2 missing Greengrass girls. Gracie was still poking at her food, and only the encouragement of Sirius next to her got her to feed herself anything at all. "It's not like he's really hurting Gracie." Madame Pomfrey said that Harry had grown back most of his skin already before she tossed us out of the infirmary. But he, Ginny and Hermione are missing out on the choosing. The choosing will actually happen the day after tomorrow. The headmaster will only start the selection of champions tonight. So you better pay attention so you can tell Harry and his wives everything that happens this evening when we go back to the infirmary. Gracie finally pushed her plate away. "Okay, but I hope this gets over with soon. I want to go back to the infirmary for a while before I have to work on my homework." Sirius smiled and hugged his daughter. "That's the spirit. Harry wouldn't want you to get behind with those tests coming up. Although you teacher may be a little lenient about handing in your current assignment." Gracie rolled her eyes and frowned at her father. "Quit reminding me. I am way past nervous now, what with Harry being in the hospital. He'll be fine. Harry has bounced back from worse things before." Neville contributed from down the table. He had been listening to the conversation because he knew how upset Gracie had been at what had happened earlier. "Like what?" Before Neville could reply, Dumbledore rose from the main table and the murmuring in the hall died down. A few flashbulbs went off and the headmaster glanced for a second at the reporters and photographers. "The moment has come," Dumbledore said, smiling as he looked at the sea of upturned faces. "The International Magical Challenge is about to begin. I would like to take a few moments before I explain how the champions from the 5 schools will be chosen. Firstly, I would like to introduce again 2 members of the Ministry of Magic that were instrumental in Hogwarts hosting the competition this year. Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Cooperation, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, who was the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. They have been working diligently in designing the challenges and coordinating the arrangements necessary for the various schools to appear. They will also be joining the judging panel with all of the headmasters. The panel has chosen to add an additional challenge to the international, which will bring the total number to 4. I can only say that this new challenge will be academic in nature and will test the mental acuity of the champions, as the other challenges will test their other abilities. These individual challenges will be spread out over the course of the school year to allow the champions to recover and to prepare for the next test." Quote. An excited murmur went across the Great Hall as everyone contemplated another challenge was being added to the champions' list of things to prepare for. "It's too bad Hermione isn't here. She would like the idea of an intellectual competition," Remus Lupin thought. And now to get to the actual method of choosing the champions from each of the 5 schools. Professor Hagrid. Hagrid had left the teacher's dais when Dumbledore rose to speak and re-emerged from the little gathering room in the back carrying an antique chest that was bound in shiny black leather and encrusted with jewels of various sizes and colors. There was a murmur of excitement as Hagrid placed the chest on its end upon a small table. Hagrid retreated and Dumbledore tapped on the chest 3 times with his wand and the lid opened up. He reached into the chest and brought out a wooden flagon that might have been found in the half-giant's grasp down at the 3 broomsticks. The only difference was that this goblet was jewel-encrusted and filled to the brim with magical blue flames that danced and shimmered inside it. Dumbledore waved his wand hand and the chest closed up again. He set the huge cup on top of the chest very carefully and turned back to his audience with a smile. Anyone wishing to submit themselves as a champion must write their name and school clearly on a piece of parchment and drop it into the goblet. Aspiring champions will have 48 hours in which to put their names forward. The day after tomorrow, Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 5 it has chosen to best represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight where it will be freely accessible to all those who wish to compete. To review the rules again, no one underage is allowed to enter the challenge. To prevent this from happening, I will draw an age line around the goblet of fire once it has been moved to the entrance hall. No one under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. Lastly, I would be very remiss if I did not caution everyone that submitting your name to be chosen as a champion is not a risk to be taken lightly. If selected to compete, the champion from each school is magically bound to finish the competition. This competition is designed to test the utmost physical, mental, emotional, and magical resources of each individual. Champions have been seriously injured or even been killed in previous competitions. 1,000 galleon prize will not replace your life. That being said, I wish everyone good luck with their decision, and we will all see who the next group of champions will be in 2 days. Good evening. There was little commentary amongst the students at the tables as Dumbledore, the other headmasters, and the staff left the Great Hall. Professors Moody and Hagrid stood guard by the Goblet of Fire as a number of curious students came forward to examine it. I certainly hope Harry wakes up before the choosing, Grace said as she stood up to walk out with Sirius. It might be better if Harry continues to sleep all the way through Halloween. The day has not treated him kindly in the past. Gracie paused as the words from her adopted father hit her, and she remembered what else had happened to her brother on that day over the years. She shook her head in sadness and hurried to accompany her dad to the infirmary and her family. Thunk, 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 thunk. Harry tensed up and prepared to run or dive as the noise became louder and closer. The whiteness swirled around him and he strained his eyes to see through the foggy surroundings. Harry spun around in a circle as the sound approached. He finally saw something vaguely coming in his direction. Something that started as blurry gray but then evolved into something shiny and almost metallic. There was still a small creak involved with the movement, but it had almost disappeared as the unidentified sound came closer. It couldn't be, but it was, part of a suit of armor was running right at him. The boots with the shin guards, whatever they were called, were rising and falling about a foot off the flooring in the pace of a man or woman running very energetically. There were no other parts coming at him, just the empty boots as Harry glanced around him quickly. No sword was being brandished, no mace or lance was aimed at his body, and no magic spells came hurtling out of the whiteness. Harry took 2 big steps sideways from the path the boots were taking and watched as the boots sped by without a single misstep, hesitation or indication that he was in the same neighborhood as the steadfast footwear. Taking the steps back, Harry turned and watched as the boots continued on their way and disappeared back into the whiteness. The sound of the boots hitting the ground likewise faded off until they could be barely heard. What in the name of Merlin's beard was that? Harry spoke aloud. The shin guards are called greaves and the foot piece is called a sabaton, although you'd have to check with Mooney or Fleur for the correct pronunciation. The voice sounding just as a hand landed on his shoulder caused Harry to jump about 16 feet straight up, and his heart remained in his throat and he spun around once his feet touched the ground again. Holy buggering mercy. Don't go scaring a bloke like that. I could, Dad. A well-practiced smirk was the response to Harry's speech and shock. The smirk was attached to a very familiar face, although it had been years since he had first seen it in person by way of the mirror of her eyes. Harry gaped and felt himself grow faint as he saw that predecessor of his very own face again. Another figure stepped out from behind the now smiling relative. The green-eyed lady showed a lot of love on her face as she looked at her son. Harry had sunk to his knees in shock and was crying as he beheld yet another impossibility. Lily and James Potter rushed to their son's side and engulfed him in hugs. Lily released Harry first and carefully wiped the tears away from his eyes. I'm sorry, my darling son, but your father insisted that this might be a better way to get your attention. This was going to be a shock anyway. We approached you and James thought you might think Sirius was lurking around somewhere. I really think he just couldn't resist the temptation to prank someone else other than me after all this time. I'll have to tell Sirius when I get back. I am going back, aren't I? I'm not. I didn't leave. Please tell me I'm still alive. It was his father that stroked his head and smiled at the distraught young man. You're not dead, Harry, and you will return to your 3 gems in a little while. The powers that be or fate gave us this opportunity to see and talk to you very briefly. Harry looked around at the whiteness again, trying to grasp the fact of being with his parents. So what is this place and how did I end up here? Lily looked around and shrugged her shoulders. We don't know what this place is called. Limbo, Shangri-La, or the approach to the Rainbow Bridge. For all we know, the three of us are in a part of your mind that you've stored what you know of us. Ginny would say I might just be having a mental breakdown and imagining you too, Harry said with a bit of hopelessness. Just because we might be in your head doesn't mean it's any less possible or real, James said. A bench appeared nearby and Harry was led over to it and sat down with Lily's arms across his shoulders. Harry relished in the embrace as he looked at the look of love in his parents' eyes. I've missed you too so much. I never expected to ever see you again. We've missed you too, son, but you've never been out of our thoughts, prayers, and sight. Not even for a second since that night we were attacked. Harry had started crying at that reminder and his mother brought his head down to her shoulder to let him vent. James rubbed his back until Harry could control his emotions again. I have so much to tell you about. Not as much as you might think, Lily said with a strange little smile. Why? Harry said a little nervously. We've been watching. All that time you spent at the Dursleys, your encounter with Hagrid, your meeting the Weasleys. Everything. Everything. Harry asked as his face flushed with both shock and embarrassment. Almost everything, Harry. We turned our heads and looked in other directions for some of your private moments with your gems. You know about Ginny, Hermione, and Daphne. Yes. Lily smiled at her son. I couldn't be happier that you found true love not once but 3 times. I know for you it will never make up for us being absent, but I couldn't ask any more for you than to be happy and to be really loved. It's okay with you both, I'm having 3 wives. It's kind of. Who was it said that the new Potter sub-motto should be, we don't do normal? James quipped. That would be Ginny, Harry said with a shy grin. Lily smiled. We love all 3 of your ladies, but your father gets the biggest laughs from your interactions with her. And you mother smiles every time you impress Hermione with a new idea or fact she hasn't know about. They are all different but also important to me. We do understand love, son. And family. Even as wicked as your one has become. Dad. James. You'd best quit picking on my Harry. Daphne. Their call came from somewhere and Harry stood and spun around trying to locate the source. A familiar blonde emerged out of the mists to engulf Harry in a massive hug. Harry noticed a few differences in her appearance, but he was so happy to see someone he loved here, besides his parents, that he just about tumbled over in her embrace. Harry swayed suddenly and Daphne, but then he was held up by his fiancée and his parents. The contact initiated a flood of feelings, memories and knowledge from the girl beside him. Harry was shocked again. It was similar to what happened in the Chamber of Secrets, but this time he was conscious for the sharing. A full-blown temper tantrum at 6 when my father had to leave for an overseas business trip and told me I couldn't come along, helping Tori sneak into my bedroom at night so we could talk about what possible use boys might be, writing my first letter home and telling her family that she and Tracy had ended up together in Slytherin, and that we had actually seen Harry Potter, burying their old cat Whiskers near a corner of the family cemetery. Trading candy with her father on his desk to start learning about business, the shock and disappointment of learning Harry was married, twice. Her grandmom's apple pie that tasted so good but took forever to cool before they could eat it. The taste of that Death Eater's hand when I bid it to escape being a hostage in Hogsmeade, that first key, with Harry Potter that was so much more delicious than the hugs she had stolen. Harry's head swam around once again to focus on the shining blue eyes of his very favorite Slytherin. This has happened. Not that I'm not glad to see you, but how? And why? Why am I here, or why aren't Ginny and Hermione with me? Or why has bond formed? Ah, yes. The simple explanation is that you and I are sleeping separately in the Hogwarts infirmary and your other 2 gems, Tori and a few others, are taking turns watching and fretting over us. The not simple explanation then. Sorry, I've forgotten something important again. Mom, Dad, this is Daphne. Greengrass, from the nodding redhead. Not Greengrass. Potter, James corrected. The 3rd Mrs. Potter, I believe. Lily slapped her husband's stomach. Ignore the lout, Daphne. We're Mr. and Mrs. Potter, Harry's parents. I've seen the pictures. Just Lily and James. You've earned the right as you're part of the family now. Daphne smiled and nodded but turned back to the green-eyed young man she was in love with. Harry's parents were flanking them as Daphne leaned into her wizard aunt. She paused, looked over to Lily and got an approving nod before dotting Harry full on the lips. She leaned back in his embrace and tried explaining more. A less simple answer than Harry. I awoke here a little while ago and have been talking to my parents over. Daphne waved her arm in a general direction. There, I think. It appears that you glowing has been a symptom of another soul bond settling up between us. In the Hogwarts infirmary, Astoria almost cried out in relief when she saw her sister turn on her side, let go a long sigh and smile in her sleep. She rose from her seat and went rushing to tell Madame Pomfrey, Ginny and Hermione. The two Mrs. Potters were sleeping in a bed next to Harry's, but they were glowing softly and throwing off an occasional spark of colored light. Not understanding that, Astoria slowly returned to Daphne's bedside but called out softly to Kafi, one of the Greengrass house elves, and asked her to keep her company until her sister woke up. Madame Pomfrey slept uneasily and unaware in a chair in her office as she waited for her patients to wake up. Closing square bracket. Harry's mouth dropped open as he tried to encompass yet another huge change in their lives. James leaned over to push it back closed. Give him a second, ladies. He'll process it. Wow. This complicates everything again. Daphne had a very wide smile. Yes, love, we will have to sit down and talk when we get back to the real world. I was very scared when I came to that I might be dead. You have no idea how guilty I felt when I thought I might have left you, Hermione and Ginny. There's no reason for guilt. We are expecting to get another century or two of family life out of you, Mr. Potter. But there's still the matter of a soul bond forming, Harry asked, a little mystified. Lily hugged the couple tightly. It is my guess. You can probably count that as a certainty from the brightest witch in my generation, James said. Before I was so graciously interrupted, I was saying that when Delary granted Daphne the gift of talking to you three mentally, she threw open the door for the soul bond. Your magic has naturally become more interconnected since then. Like I sort of did to Hermione accidentally. I shall have to thank the Griffin properly when she visits again. I suspect she knew exactly what she was doing, my dear, came from Lily's mouth. Harry looked at his new wife, wow, and just nodded his head. Don't forget the paperwork this time, son. Harry rolled his eyes and both Lily and Daphne laughed. At least I had the paperwork when I needed it. We've not had the dubious pleasure of meeting Umbridge. At least so far. Your father wants to have a few words with that rhymes with Twitch, Harry and Daphne said together. Right, but I'm not sure that there would be much left of her after my Lils gets through with her. Harry grinned at his mother. Good for you then. She certainly tried to mess up our lives enough. I thought Rob and Walter did a good job of handling her when she was alive. Harry blushed yet again. Oh, you saw that too. James chuckled. Yes, and they were pranks certainly worthy of any marauder. Good job getting Padfoot free also. The smile suddenly faded from Daphne's face. Oh, I think it's my time to go. But you need to stay here for a while, Harry. This may be the only opportunity to talk to your parents until you actually pass over. A very, very long time in the future, we hope, James said. It's been an honor and a pleasure meeting you, Mr. N. No, said Lily, holding up a finger. So that's where he gets that. It's almost scary when Harry does that when he's serious. Okay, it's been great meeting you, Lily and James. I will certainly tell Ginny and Hermione all about you when I wake up. Give our love to Tori and tell her that her parents are still watching over her as well as you. Daphne nodded and hugged Harry once again and brought his hand up to her lips to key the back of it. You go have a nice time catching up with the other Mr. and Mrs. Potter, love. All your gems will be anxiously waiting for you to wake up and come back to us. Backing away from the trio, Daphne kept looking at Harry as she faded out into the whiteness she had appeared in. Harry sighed when she finally disappeared from sight. She's definitely a keeper, son. Well, duh. They all are, Dad. Lily laughed and took up the hands of her husband and her son. Now where did that bench wander off to? Thunk, 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 thunk. James, really? It wasn't me, Harry. Just think of it as one small bit of mischief I've managed to pull on you too. Lily rolled her eyes, but the three Potters walked off toward the sound of the running boots, and the whiteness covered up their laughter. A tired-looking Astoria appeared in the great hall in the morning with a huge smile on her face. The news spread quickly over breakfast that Daphne Greengrass had woken up the infirmary and was only waiting for Madame Pomfrey's release to return to Friday's classes. A few Slytherins hurried out of the hall to see if they could talk to her, and Astoria walked over to the Gryffindor table to let Neville know that Harry hadn't woken up, but he and anyone else could go to the infirmary and see him. Neville asked about their classes, but the young blonde said that Hermione and Ginny would be alternating taking classes for the day so that somebody would always be in the infirmary if he woke up. Neville grabbed up his book bag and went and talked to Susan and Hannah at the Hufflepuff table. They decided to join him and the small number of students who were also heading toward the infirmary with the news that visitors were being allowed. The visitors peeked cautiously into the infirmary and saw that Ginny and Hermione were seated in the cot next to Daphne, who was still resting in her bed. Tracy pushed her way through the people in front of her to give Daphne a brief hug and then just stared into her face. "Are you okay, Daphne? You gave us quite a scare collapsing like that." Daphne had a small smile on her face. "I'm just as good as I ever was. In fact, the little enforced rest has made me feel better than normal." Tracy turned her head to look at the two Mrs. Potters who were finishing up their morning teas. "What did your husband do to her this time?" "I have no idea what you're talking about, Miss Davis," Hermione said calmly. "I intend to post a notice that whoever hexed Harry ought to turn themselves in before we call the Aurors in to investigate." "So why haven't you done that already?" "Called the Aurors in, I mean." Both girls turned to look at another cot further up that still had a privacy screen around it. "Dumbledore already reported what happened to Madame Bones Draco. We're waiting to see if he has any adverse complications whenever he wakes up." "That was an attack on the head on an ancient and noble house," Neville said. "If it was an attack at all," Draco whispered to his girlfriend. "We know, Neville, but you know how much Harry hates attention. He wouldn't want a guard placed on him while he's safe here in the infirmary." "Safe?" Colin and Dennis Creevy said together. "Yes, safe," came a voice out of midair. Half of the dozen of the visitors jumped in alarm when a swirl of magic settled to reveal a new presence in the room. Vika looked around at all the visitors as she spoke again. "I fully intend to stand guard over our friend until he wakes up. By the way, I ran into Dobby in the last couple of minutes. Here is what you requested him to fetch, Mrs. Potters." Another sparkle of magic and two boundless book bags appeared on the floor beside Ginny and Hermione. "You're both going to classes and leaving Harry here?" came the question from an amazed Fleur Delacour. "Believe me, all of you, that we will know when Harry comes to," Ginny said. "Can we at least look in at Harry now?" Lavender asked. "I guess so," Ginny said. "He's still a little pinkish with the new skin, but all he is doing is sleeping." Ginny led the small group over to Harry's cot and drew the privacy screen aside for a few seconds and let everyone see that Harry was resting comfortably in his usual cot. A few of the girls tittered at the choice of pajamas Harry had been clothed in, peach-colored hippogriffs and polka-dotted jaguars wandering around in a sunlit forest. "Who chose those?" Luna asked. "His sister Gracie," Ginny replied. "She wanted some pygmy puffs but only transformed his regular clothes into this. She didn't want to try changing them when again she saw what she did." The tittering finally brought Madame Pomfrey out of her office, and she shushed everyone up and pushed them all out the infirmary door. Over at Daphne's cot, Astoria was trying to talk her sister into letting her remain. "Go to classes, Tori. Come back at lunch and we four will sit down and explain everything." "Harry too?" "Yes. If he's awake by then," Daphne replied. "So you don't know any more than Madame Pomfrey when he's going to wake?" "'Fraid not. Darn. Okay, I'm going." Astoria reluctantly picked up her own book bag and had the pleasure of opening the infirmary door right on Dumbledore's face as she was exiting. "Sorry, Headmaster." "It's quite all right, Miss Greengrass. I'll count both of us as lucky that it wasn't Professor Hagrid on the opposite side of the door as it swung open. Off you go." Astoria apologized one more time and then hurried down the corridor on her way to the second-year charms class. Dumbledore followed her retreat and then went to Daphne's bedside. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, miss. Do you have some important news for me?" Daphne colored briefly and looked around. Is it that apparent? Not to most. I suspect Poppy has done the readings on your magical core but has not commented because of your desire for confidentiality. We hope that that sense of confidentiality is also held by a dear friend of the entire Potter family. Until I have been given permission to talk of it by the affected parties. You have my permission to inform Professor McGonagall at your discretion, sir, since it involves 3 of her favorite cubs. The rest will have to wait to be told after Harry wakes up. I sincerely hope to be present for that conversation after Mr. Potter is brought up to speed. He is aware of the change in status, sir, since I was able to visit him. That was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. I left him talking to his parents, sir. I gave him leave such as it is to take as long as he could to spend time with them. So he may not awaken until very late tonight or tomorrow. And just when I think I have caught up with all the surprises of this year. Sir, Hermione, Ginny and I have a request for you. It is a favor we hope you would take some enjoyment out of once we explain it to Harry. Dumbledore smiled. I think I would enjoy it immeasurably if I think it what I think it is. Will there be many other observers? I don't think there will be many for this event, but it will depend on Harry's viewpoint. Then I will check with Madame Pomfrey and try to get you released so you may visit your friends in confidence. Thank you, sir. I hope I am the first to officially say, you're welcome, Mrs. Potter. It's extremely nice to hear that title, Headmaster. Harry Potter woke up 1 hour after curfew on the night of October 30th. When he saw the 3 smiling faces surrounding his cot, he gulped wordlessly and readily agreed to their plan. Harry Potter woke up 1 hour after curfew on the night of October 30th. When he saw the 3 smiling faces surrounding his cot, he gulped wordlessly and readily agreed to their idea. Emily Montgomery from Ravenclaw and Nastasia Munch from Slytherin were just beginning their rounds at 10:30 p.m. when they were met by Dumbledore and Professor Runnels by the trophy room on the 3rd floor. Instead of carrying on the conversation he was engaged in, the headmaster stopped and told the 2 7th-year prefects that he was feeling a little restless this evening and he would take over their patrol duties for the night. There was a small discussion of responsibilities and Professor Runnels said a few hours more sleep might be better preparations for their newts than watching spiders spin their webs. Both young ladies thanked the headmaster before heading off to their respective dorms. As expected, that went well, Professor Runnels said. I've never met a 7th-year student who didn't want to catch a few more hours of sleep. The preparation for newt tests becomes really nastily exhausting even this early in the academic year. You've already made arrangements with the house elves to watch for errant students. Pomona, Phileas, Narcissa and Minerva will be bringing the invited guests from each house to the 6th floor under a disillusionment charm to make sure none of the portraits start spreading gossip. Each is being told with the invitation that there will be a wizard's oath required for their attendance. I expect that most will have their suspicions, but if the Potters have chosen wisely, none will object to making one. And the non-student that are coming in already know the secret and will be more than happy to come, even this late at night. The professor and the headmaster were halfway up a 5th-floor stairway when Runnels paused. And our Professor Moody has been sent a large pot of coffee and a small pint of Ogden's finest fire whiskey to maintain his constant vigilance on the goblet of fire. Leaving him alone with the goblet. Is that wise, Albus? Definitely not, but this is not my plan. He risks much. He feels he has to. I hope this course is not misguided. Dumbledore smiled. Which is why we are going to the chapel, as the youngsters used to sing. Chance Runnels shook his head. Why does he want another target established for his enemies? This is a mixture of bravado, stupidity, and raw nerve. And love, I would dare say. That combination has worked out quite well for the young man so far. I hope they don't start the proceedings without us. Aren't you officiating? Of course, but you know how determined each of the 3 young ladies can be when they set their minds to something. The fat friar and a few others could be pressed into service. Rolling his eyes and curtailing a chuckle, Professor Runnels hurried up the stairway to catch up with the headmaster. They expected to see a number of students and adults congregating on the 6th floor. The most curious of those arriving were Arthur and Molly Weasley, who had been rousted out of a good sleep with an enigmatic invitation brought to them via a Potter house elf. The elf said that it was important that their presence was desired before the witching hour. Since their invitation had been penned by their daughter, the two Weasleys had dressed hurriedly and came through the flow to the headmaster's office as instructed. There were a number of their friends and acquaintances also arriving, and the Weasleys questioned the others as they made their way to the designated meeting place on the 6th floor. Madam Bones told Molly that her invitation had been written by Sirius. Lady Longbottom related that she had received a plea from Lord Potter to attend a very important occasion that affected their alliance between the two families. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks, who had been also received mysterious invitations, were discussing the summons with Remus, who walked them down from the headmaster's office. The mystery continued to grow as the adults found a number of sleepy students milling around at the bottom of the stairway between the 6th and 7th floor. Some were still in pajamas and dressing gowns, but a few had dressed and were wearing robes or their casual clothing. Amelia soon spied out Sirius, who was standing at one point of the corridor and talking with her niece Susan, Hannah, Neville and Gracie. She came over to give hugs to the two girls and then her boyfriend, but then cornered him with a sharp question. "What is going on here? And a very good evening to you also, Amelia. As to what's going on, I'm afraid I have been sworn to silence until the commencement." "Commencement of what? Sorry, I can't say." Amelia turned to the others, who just shrugged their shoulders as they had no real knowledge of the situation either. "If I had to make a guess, I think it concerns Harry," Neville said to his grandmother and the head of the DMLE. There was a bright flash as Fawkes appeared and deposited Harry Potter right in the midst of the crowd. "Hello everyone, and good evening or possibly good morning to you. I'm pleased and happy that you came to my family's invitation, and I promise you that all your questions will be answered in a little bit. However, I need your cooperation before we go any further. I really hate to impose on your good nature, but I have to inform you that what is to happen next will be covered under the wizard's oaths of secrecy you have all made to me and my wives at one time or another." "It's okay, Harry. Nobody would guess you have gathered us together to start making plans to overcome the Rotfang conspiracy." "Ah, right, Luna. Sorry for my atrocious manners. You have all been invited here because you are close friends and family to my wives and me, and we all wanted you to be here. I hope you understand and are happy for us when you see what is happening." The murmur of confused voices was still trying to make sense of Harry's statement when he abruptly disappeared and was replaced by Hermione. She smiled as she turned to look at all the people who had responded. "Yes, this kind of secrecy is a little bit extreme from us, but it's for a good cause. But first this." Hermione raised her wand and shouted out a spell. "Exoculare Lacinii." "Hey, it's the blindfold spell," Sirius' voice yelled over the crowd's surprise. "I haven't used that since our 3rd year when we—" Sirius' story was interrupted as everyone felt a touch of magic and they were transported for a brief second to another space. Everybody remained magically fixed in place for a second or two until Harry's voice sounded again. "You can remove the blindfolds now." Everybody blinked again as the sudden light hit their eyes. Everyone looked around in surprise and a little bit of astonishment. It was the twins that typically reacted first. "Ack, we've been tricked. How in Merlin's name did we end up in the effing chapel? George, Fred, what have we said about minding your language? Sorry, Mum, Dad." There was a full-blown laugh from the front of the room and everyone turned to see Harry was standing between Dumbledore and Remus Lupin. He was decked out in an unfastened dress robe, a dark green shirt with a contrasting black dragonhide vest and tie. "Relax, guys. You aren't the ones getting married." That last word from the well-dressed young man had everyone looking around and asking a lot of questions. "Married? Who? Why? At this hour?" Everyone was confused because they could see that Ginny and Hermione were standing together in the front row of pews and were looking around smiling. The voices abruptly stopped as a chord of music floated through the room. The doors to the chapel opened. There were gasps as Astoria Greengrass appeared and walked slowly down the center aisle holding a small bouquet of flowers. A shocked whisper broke through the solemnity. "Harry's marrying Astoria. I never saw that coming. Mr. Weasley. Avis." An attacking flock of small birds prompted quick apologies from Fred and George. "Sorry, Professor McGonagall. And Harry and Astoria. Very sorry, in fact." Astoria nodded and waved her wand, canceling the spell. The young blonde resumed her deliberate steps down the aisle. She came up to Harry gently on the cheek and then stepped back to stand opposite Remus. There was an expectant moment of silence that was quickly filled. I will speak to you two later. Yes, Ginny. We'll try to stay quiet. Otherwise, you may end up in the lake again. A very threatening voice from the ceiling spoke. Vika suddenly appeared between the brothers and clasped their hands in a gentle but very firm grip. Fred and George looked around for help from their girlfriends but quickly placed a hand over their own mouths. The wedding march started again and everyone transferred their gaze from the front of the room to the chapel doors. Tracy's smile broadened when she saw the trio that appeared in the doorway. It was her parents that were walking Daphne down the aisle. Mr. and Mrs. Davis must have had some warning of what their role was to be this evening as they had worn their very best dress robes. Daphne Greengrass had her formal house dress robes on, but they were unfastened to let everyone see the gorgeous dark blue knee-length silk dress she was wearing. She was also decked out in the fire opal necklace and earrings that had been a birthday present from Lords and Ladies Gryffindor and Slytherin. Franklin and Gloria Davis parted company with Daphne as the front of the chapel, and Daphne gave them each a hug and a word of thanks. Instead of joining Harry in front of Dumbledore, Daphne walked over to envelop both Ginny and Hermione in a hug. Each gave her a key to a different cheek and turned her gently around and pushed her toward the groom. Harry held out his hands and Daphne smiled as she placed her hands atop his. They turned and nodded to Dumbledore to begin the ceremony. Students, friends, colleagues, we are gathered here to. Why exactly are we gathered here this evening, Harry? The twinkle in Dumbledore's eye led Harry to believe that an explanation was in order for this sudden summoning of everyone present. Harry nodded to him and looked over to Daphne, who just silently agreed with the idea. Harry turned to speak to those in the chapel, but Daphne suddenly saw him bite his lip and felt him making an effort to keep his knees from buckling. Harry, the exact opposite of a power surge. I feel a little dizzy. We can postpone. Oh no. You're not escaping so easily, Lady Greengrass. This will go on. Perhaps you ought to speak, Daph. I just decided to Hermione. Hold on, Harry, we'll make this quick. Daphne smiled and opened her mouth. Harry's a little overcome with emotions right now, so I'll do the explaining. Harry was left to me in my parents' will. There was a ripple of laughter that came from the audience. Hey, I'm right here, you know. Daphne key. Ed the back of the hand she held and continued. To be precise, we both found out about a marriage contract that was set up by our 4 times great-grandparents. Earlier today, or is it yesterday now? Harry went through another erratic episode that endangered his life. Again, it might have been a curse or hex that somebody deliberately shot at him, or it might have been another bizarre occurrence in the everyday ho-hum life of Harry Potter. It knocked him and me both unconscious, and he had been sleeping in the infirmary until about an hour ago. And will return there soon, came the warning voice of Madame Pomfrey. Harry patted Daphne's hand. To make a long story short, Daphne decided that we should honor the contract and obligation before I have any further mishaps. I happen to agree with that as soon as the 2 Mrs. Potters gave their blessings to the idea. This ceremony is important to us, but we'll have a public formal big wedding later in the year. After Harry formally marries Ginny at the Burrow. Confusing, isn't it? Daphne said. Harry and I will carry on as before. Sorry. Definitely wrong terminology. Quit laughing, Tracy. There will be a formal announcement in the Quibbler of the terms of the will and the marriage contract if Luna agrees to interview the 4 of us in the morning. No mention of this wedding will be made, however, but we will let Minister Marshall and the folks in the Magical License Bureau know and threaten them if word gets out. As far as the magical world will know, Harry and I are engaged to be married under the terms of the marriage contract. Are there any objections to us doing it this way? Harry asked. There will be an engagement party at Trader's Roost in 2 weeks to celebrate our upcoming, and as yet unscheduled, nuptials. You live a confusing life, Lord Potter. Thank you, Amelia, for telling me something everybody already knows. I just hope I'm providing a worthy example to a certain someone to get along with his own marriage plans. I heard that, cub. Harry smirked. Now that we've taken care of the serious news. Headmaster. Dumbledore smiled at the couple as they turned to face him again. We are gathered together to celebrate the union of souls, magic and lives, as well as blending and joining of loves. Harry, please repeat after me. I, Harry Ginevra, Hermione, take thee, Daphne, to be my wedded wife. To have and to hold, from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health. To love and to cherish, till death do us part. I, Daphne, take thee Harry, Ginevra, Hermione, to be my wedded husband, and wife's. To have and to hold, from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health. To love and to cherish, till death do us part. There was bit of clapping from everyone as Harry and Daphne finished repeating Dumbledore's words. Only Harry and Daphne, however, heard the mental addition of Ginny and Hermione to their promises to one another. Both the bride and groom glanced back quickly to see that Ginny and Hermione were quietly crying happy tears in the front pew. All exchanged a mental hug and then the ceremony continued. The rings, please. Remus and Astoria dug into pockets to hand the pair the gem-touched bands of gold. Daphne knew her nerves were causing her hands to shake, but she wasn't sure that the condition of Harry's wasn't caused by the strain of staying upright and conscious. Big moment, huh? The biggest, Harry. But we'll do this again properly with the four of us at the altar. With this ring I thee wed. I pledge to you my love and devotion, so long as we both shall live. With this ring I thee wed. I pledge to you my love and devotion, so long as we both shall live. Harry and Daphne raised their wands high and crossed them before Dumbledore. A shower of gold, silver, and red sparks lit up the front of the chapel, and Harry and Daphne ducked momentarily until the magical display ended. Dumbledore smiled. By the power granted to me as Chief Warlock and in front of these gathered friends and witnesses, I declare that these two are joined and bonded together. You may now key the bride. Daphne was the one to reach out and grab Harry by the neck and key him soundly for a good number of seconds. The invitees laughed and applauded until a blushing Harry and Daphne broke the key off. Witches and wizards, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Lord Harry and Lady Daphne Potter. There goes the roster again. George. It was Fred that said it. Say good night, boys. Good night, Mr. and Mrs. Potter. Thanks for inviting us, the twins echoed before they disappeared from the chapel. Everyone else rushed forward to congratulate the couple. 15 minutes later, everyone was returning to their homes or beds, and Harry was firmly tucked into his usual place in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey received a promise of snuggling only before the privacy screens surrounded the particular bed that the newlyweds slept in. Ginny was walking Luna to the Ollery to send Zeno the interview that would appear in the Quibbler about the marriage contract between the Potter and Greengrass houses. It was shortly after they left that Madame Pomfrey finished her latest diagnostic scan and declared that Harry could be released as long as he was careful about casting spells for a few days. Since it was close to lunchtime, Harry told the redhead that they would meet in the entrance hall and then enter the meal together. Daphne and Hermione waited out in the hallway while Harry got dressed and Madame Pomfrey issued her latest precautions to him. Although I don't expect you shall manage to carry them out. Harry came out of the infirmary to be soundly keyed by Hermione. Harry was tapped on the shoulder after more than a few seconds and turned to face a smirking Mrs. Daphne Potter. I told you once I would not take a back seat to your other wives, did I not, Lord Potter? Yes, you did, Lady Greengrass Potter. Or is it Lady Potter Greengrass? Titles. If you're not counting titles, I won't. Harry looked up and down the corridor and saw that it was clear of any other students or staff. He sprang forward and picked up Daphne and keyed her soundly right on the lips. I won't apologize about the marriage night because I was medically absent, but do you have any ideas of a proper honeymoon, Mrs. Potter? That will have to be a group discussion, Jamie. I think the Christmas halls would be a nice time for all four of us to go off somewhere secluded. 4 of us? A curious Hermione queried. Yes, the 4 of us. All for one and all that jazz. You were so gracious to invite us to participate in the honeymoon after Harry and you wed. I can't imagine doing without you and Ginny. The 4 musketeers instead of 3, as Ginny once said. Quote. Harry's smile broadened at the old misunderstanding, but then his face grew somber. That's another thing we have to sit down and talk about. Integrating memories with one another. Daphne asked to be put down and held out her hand. Harry keyed the back of it lovingly before holding it like it had always belonged in his. Hermione smiled as she reached out for Harry's other hand and indicated they should be moving on to lunch. The 3 set out down the corridor discussing the other side effects of being magically bonded together. They were still talking about possibilities, precautions and pitfalls when they came into the receiving hall. Harry stopped in surprise when he saw the goblet of fire in person. Gracie and Sirius had told him about the magical artifact and chooser of champions, but it was more impressive actually seeing it in person. Hermione pulled Harry's attention over to the side where some organized person, probably a Ravenclaw, had brought out an old blackboard for writing down the names of the people who had already submitted their names to the goblet. Harry was picking out those names he knew: Delacour, Allen, the Ganyms, Diggory, when he was suddenly tackled by a large redhead. Ron knocked Harry to the floor and leapt on him, trying to punch him numerous times. Harry rolled and moved, avoiding the blows as best he could, and tried responding to what he was hearing. "You've just bound and determined to get everything your way. I'm sorry that my sister ever got mixed up with you, Potter. You've disrespected her for the last time. I saw you coming in holding hands with that Slytherin, and I won't take it anymore." Hermione had reached for her wand, but Daphne put her hand over the girl's wrist to stop her from magically separating them. "No, Harry needs and wants to settle this now before it gets any worse." A crowd had gathered around the struggling boys, and Harry finally made it back to his feet and backed away from his emotional friend and brother-in-law. "Ron, stop. Harry, you're not supposed to use your magic," came the frantic cry from the finally arriving Ginny. "Got you now, Potter. No dark magic to save your A.S. now," Ron snarled. "Okay, Ron, if that's the way you want it. Come and get me." Ron charged at Harry again, but he sidestepped at the last possible moment and tripped Ron as he went by. A number of students and a few professors had rushed out of the Great Hall responding to the sounds of a fight, but Harry yelled out that he didn't want any interference. Harry moved in while Ron was still struggling to his feet and grabbed Ron's arm and threw him a few feet sideways and back to the floor. Ron growled and pulled his wand but stared when it was summoned away from him. "Fair fight, Ron," came Neville's calm voice from the side. "It's about time you got back at him, Harry." Harry nodded at the encouragement but didn't take his eyes off his opponent for a second. Ron decided to change tactics and came in with his fists raised. Harry blocked a left with his forearm and threw a right back to Ron's side. Ron backed up a step but then came in flailing both arms and fists in an effort to overwhelm Harry's defenses. Harry backpedaled and then danced to the side, taking what openings he could find as Ron tried to pulverize him. Harry landed a left to Ron's neck and he overbalanced and fell down, almost knocking down a few of the closest shouting spectators. Ron stumbled getting up in his haste and fell down to one knee. Harry waited with his fists cocked as Ron got to his feet. Ron charged again, and before Harry could step aside, the redhead had grabbed his arm and began whirling him around. Harry tried bracing his feet, but he couldn't overcome the taller boy's greater strength. The two performed a frantic bit of circling about in the receiving hall until Harry brought his other arm down over Ron's grip and broke it. Both boys fell apart as their momentum carried them in opposite directions. Ron's stumble was stopped as he careened into Professor Clouseau from Beauxbatons, and both fell down into a heap of mixed-up limbs. The three anxious witches watched Harry go the other way, and it was Daphne that cried out a warning a little too late. With a large number of spectators watching from every school, Harry stumbled over the age line that Dumbledore had drawn around the Goblet of Fire. Everyone heard the young man scream as the magic reacted to Harry's intrusion. A large bolt of magical green flames hit Harry in the back and propelled him forcibly back over the line and up toward the second floor. A number of wands appeared to stop Harry from impacting the walls, but he hung limply as he was floated to the ground. Order was restored at that point as a number of students took hold of Ron to prevent him from trying to get Harry again. Or getting away. Professor Runnels was the second in line to chastise the redhead, but he had a very thoughtful look on his face. Another circle had formed around where Harry laid on the ground, and people parted to let the two Mrs. Potters and Miss Greengrass approach him first. Fearing the worst, Ginny and Daphne turned him over while Hermione began scanning the crowd for help. Instead of being unconscious, Harry was smiling weakly as they turned him over. "Ron, okay?" Ginny cupped his cheek instead of slapping him, as she thought he deserved for that first question. "Honestly, Harry, who cares? How about you?" Harry appeared to think for a moment. "I feel more than a little off. Guess that means I'm going back to see Madame Pomfrey right away." A number of nodding faces was all that Harry saw before he had to close his eyes for a while. He vaguely heard the Levicorpus spell from Ginny and felt himself rise off the floor before he succumbed to sleep. Harry felt himself propped up and he came groggily awake enough to swallow the pepper-up potion that somebody was holding up to his lips. Harry immediately felt better as the mixture hit his stomach and spread throughout his system. Opening his eyes, Harry saw a number of amused sets of eyes and one very displeased one. Madame Pomfrey, I really did try to follow your instructions. Should I begin to escort you around the school, Mr. Potter? Harry dipped his eyes in regret. No, ma'am. And you three are supposed to be taking care of him. 2 points apiece from each of your houses for negligence with regards to your wizard. I turn his care over to you, Minerva. With that, Madame Pomfrey retreated to her office and Harry turned a worried eye to the Transfiguration professor. I'll accept any punishments you care to hand out. Can I just go back to the hearth and rest for the day? Not looking like you do now, Mr. Potter. I'm pretty sure Ron didn't hit me anywhere near my face. Did he? The 3 giggles that followed that statement had Harry turning a very curious face toward his wives. What's happened now? Daphne reached into a pocket and held out a small mirror. Harry grabbed and slowly brought it up to his face and then growled just a little bit. His meeting with the age line had brought a change to his features. Well, at least to 2 of his features. Instead of his normal dark eyebrows, Harry had 2 thick black and tan peppered lines over his eyes. He reached up to touch them and marveled at their texture. So what are these? Oh, come on, tell me, Harry said as nobody seemed to want to answer his question. Hermione sat down on the bed and took up Harry's hand. To the best of our guesses and knowledge, you are now sprouting a combination of hair and pin feathers, Harry. His shocked look prompted both Ginny and Daphne to come perch on his bed also. Your eyebrows weren't the only place they appeared, love. Harry's transformed eyebrows shot straight up in shock. Where else and who saw? Just us 4, Mr. Potter and Poppy, of course. She called me when she diagnosed your condition. Harry was even more confused now. Somebody explain, please. Harry was hugged gently by Hermione, who didn't look very worried. When we brought you back here to the infirmary, your face had already changed. Madame Pomfrey cast the diagnostic charm on you and found that the changes went across your shoulders and down your arms in a line to your elbows. Is it a curse of some kind then? McGonagall stepped up to stand to talk over Hermione's shoulder. It seems the contact with the goblet of fire triggered the start or a jump on your animagus form, Mr. Potter. Congratulations. Oh, okay. Anybody have any idea what I'm turning into? Unfortunately, no, cub. Sirius appeared at the foot of Harry's cot. Just not enough to tell. But we've been making guesses. I'm sure you have. Wanna get into the betting pool, husband? Ginny asked. Harry sank his head down into his hands, but that pushed his eyebrows back into his hands again. He flinched and straightened back up. Ginny's guessing a hippogriff. Sirius smirked. I've taken a giant falcon, Daphne volunteered. Hermione. I'm not taking part on a bet on you, Harry. Good. But it's not beyond the realm of possibility that you could become a phoenix. I've signed up for a bat. Or was it a duck? Arg. Padfoot. Harry was silent for a few seconds, torn between laughing and outrage. He finally turned his face to the school expert. How do I get rid of this appearance and get out of here? For you, Mr. Potter, you just concentrate on your normal appearance. Just like turning back from your other personas. Phew. Harry closed his eyes for a couple of seconds and the mixture of eyebrows slowly faded away and his appearance returned to normal. McGonagall nodded in approval. Very good, Harry. You'll need to sit down with me and Sirius to investigate your shape further. But not today. Poppy has said you may go back to the hearth and rest for the afternoon. I guess we'll see you for supper and the selection of champions later then. Thank you, Minerva. Rest sounds just about right. As that bed rest by chance? Single quote, ? Single quote. All of us, dear husband. Harry slipped his boots back on and left the infirmary with an escort of 3 young ladies and a number of his Gryffindor classmates. Sirius and Minerva watched them go, although both were silently wondering what the next calamity to befall a certain Harry Potter was going to be. There were so many people asking Harry about the state of his health that he was finally forced to stand beside the great doors as students from the 5 schools stopped briefly to talk to him. As much as he and the Gems wanted to go inside and see the Halloween decorations, Harry didn't want everyone traipsing across the hall to see him once they sat down. Forge and Greg made a special trip out of the hall and asked Harry if he would demonstrate his broomless flying ability by making another run at the goblet. Harry cast a careful eye over to the giant cup and emphatically shook his head. The twins also told the foursome that Ron had lost a dozen house points for attacking him. He was also restricted to the Gryffindor dorms for 4 days, but Professor Runnels had an idea of a possible cause for Ron's erratic behavior. Harry nodded slowly and turned to question his ladies mentally about it after the twins had walked away. A little bit of excitement came their way next. A last-minute decision had been made, and one of the wizards from Durmstrang that Harry didn't know walked up to the cup and put a piece of parchment inside it. He was congratulated by Victor Crumb when he crossed over the age line and the two walked into the Great Hall after waving at the Potters. His name, Gregor Sloshowitz, appeared on the chalkboard as he and Victor passed by the great doors. It didn't escape Harry's notice that Gracie was among the witches that had paused on their way to supper to watch the entry and the Bulgarian seeker. She smiled, however, when she saw Harry and the 3 girls standing together and rushed over to give him a hug. "I'm so glad you're up and around, Harry." "I'm glad I'm here, big sister." "Excited about the selection?" "Sort of. I was going to bet on Mr. Crumb, but Sirius wouldn't give me any money." "A little crush going on there, Gracie?" Ginny asked with a smile. "No, I just feel a little sorry for him, as everything he does is followed and reported on. He's got that same difficulty with famousness that you have, Harry. He just stays quiet about everything. I overheard him talking to his friend Deet in the library and saying that he was relieved that Madame Pants had put up a sign banning all reporters and photographers from entering. It's probably one of the only common areas that his picture isn't being taken," Hermione said. "Harry, can I ask a favor?" "Mostly yes. Mostly. I'm not doing your homework or hiding any bodies." Gracie laughed and poked her brother. "That I can live with. Peter Molotov asked me to the Yule Ball, but only to go as friends." "I didn't know you knew each other," Harry asked. "We've kind of talked in passing in the halls and in the library. He promised that we would only talk and dance. Nothing more." "I guess that's okay then. Then you wouldn't mind telling Sirius then about me having a date?" Harry opened his mouth, but Ginny was the one to answer Gracie. "You and I will go together, Gracie, to tell him. And Daphne and me too," said Hermione after checking mentally with her new mate. "He won't stand a chance against the 4 of us." "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Gracie was bouncing up and down in happiness, and Harry forgot about any worries he had about protecting his almost new sister. "Just promise me that all you girls will go together to go shopping for robes or gowns or whatever it is you decide to get." "Gladly. I have no idea of how to dress up or fix my hair for something this formal. And dancing? Somebody's going to have to teach me. I'll volunteer for that, Gracie. They've trained me not to step on their toes." Daphne laughed her agreement. "I suppose we'll have to bring Tori with us also. She'll probably connive somebody into inviting her." Harry was about to answer when he was tapped on the shoulder. "Anywhere around here we can rent some scooters for a couple of hours." Everyone turned smiling when they heard the voice. "Jacques, you're covering this? My boss in Cairo thought my previous work on British subjects was good enough to justify sending me here for this special competition. I see you've got some more lovely ladies surrounding you, Lord Potter." "I said it before. Forget that Lord nonsense. Let me introduce you. You've already met Ginny and Hermione. This is my sister Gracie Churchbright Black, and this is my fiancée Lady Daphne Greengrass. Ladies, this is Jacques O'Brien, all-around good sport and photographer extraordinaire. He's the one that took all the pictures of us when the Weasleys and Potters went to Egypt." Everyone shook Jacques' hand, and he made Gracie blush when he turned her hand over and key. "Ed the back of it." Harry laughed and pushed the Canadian away, saying he should get a date closer to his own age. Jacques pouted momentarily, but then smiled and bowed to everyone, saying that he had to go get set up in the main hall along with the rest of the horde of reporters and photographers. He left after receiving an invitation to come visit the Potters' quarters sometime soon. The way was finally clear for Harry and the 4 ladies to enter the Great Hall. Gracie went over to sit with Luna at the Ravenclaw table, but Daphne let Harry escort her over to the Gryffindor one. With all the crowding and speculation about the selection of champions going on inside, nobody really noticed the four come in. The goblet of fire had been moved back to the front of the hall at the conclusion of supper. The students from the 5 schools all glanced at it as the flames danced inside it or occasionally flowed over the side and disappeared. Some were watching nervously, some with a sense of excitement or even awe. Dumbledore rose from the head table and the 4 other headmasters followed him forward to stand behind the goblet. Professor Moody limped forward to stand a little off to the side. Dumbledore made a pass with his wand at the magical object and nodded in satisfaction. I judge that it will only be a matter of minutes until the goblet will reach its decision. Now when the champions are called, I would ask them please come to the top of the hall, walk along the staff table and go through into the next chamber where they will be receiving their first instructions. Dumbledore made another pass with his wand and most of the candles in the Great Hall went out. There were only a few candles still lit and most of the illumination came from the flames in the goblet. The flames danced and flared for a while and suddenly turned a bright red. A pillar of red flames rose out of the goblet and a charred piece of parchment was ejected out to flutter slowly to the floor. Everyone was holding their breath as Dumbledore reached down to pick it up and read it. The first champion, representing Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, is Fleur Delacour. A round of applause and cheers swept the hall as the gorgeous blonde rose from her place and came forward. Harry and his 3 ladies stood and wished her good luck as she passed by them. Harry noticed that there was a lot of disappointment and more than a few tears from the other contestants from the French school. All the while Fleur was walking forward, camera flashes were going off and the reporters were frantically writing or speaking into their dictaquills. Harry felt very glad he wasn't taking part in this publicity circus. Fleur gave a curtsy to Dumbledore and received a hug and 2 kisses on the cheek from Madame Maxime before exiting out through the door to the next chamber. Everyone's eyes swiftly returned to the goblet awaiting its next judgment. The time when the red flames shot up, Dumbledore was able to catch the charred piece of parchment before it hit the floor. He smiled when he read the name written on it. The second champion, representing Hogwarts, is Cedric Diggory. Cedric's gasp of surprise was totally overshadowed by the thunderous applause and shouts that rose from 3 house tables. Only half the Slytherin table seemed to be happy and Harry saw that Elvira Grump and Hampton Kildlouse, 2 recent transfers, were among the 5 green-robed disappointed. The goblet gave out a third whoosh in as many minutes and the 3 remaining schools anxiously listened for the next selection. Dumbledore looked around the hall quickly before he raised his voice. Representing the Egyptian National Academy of Magic is Neith Ganem. Everyone heard the shout of excitement from the witch sitting with her schoolmates at the Hufflepuff table. She stood up raising her arms triumphantly and then slapped her twin brother Asim soundly on the back before coming forward in an explosion of cheers and laughter. She curtsied to the Hogwarts headmaster but then Fasir Bashara had her wrapped up in a hearty hug. She turned and waved to everyone in the hall as she did everything but skip heading out to the meeting chamber. 2 girls selected along with Cedric. Durmstrang and Barcelona left to have champions selected. Maybe they'll be girl from Barcelona chosen so there will be 3 wizards and 3 witches trying to become the winner Harry. I'll bet nobody wagered on that Hermione. Witches and wizards from the 2 remaining schools were standing now waiting and watching for the next champion to be selected. The goblet seemed to take a long time in choosing the next participant. Dumbledore seemed to be getting a little worried about the delay but the red flames finally appeared again. Dumbledore reached for the scrap and straightened his glasses before reading the name. Everyone saw his shake his head and grimace before opening his mouth. I suddenly have a bad feeling about this. Hermione, Ginny and Daphne groaned while Harry closed his eyes for a time to settle his nerves. He opened his eyes to see the look of disbelief on Dumbledore's face. It seemed to be in slow motion that Harry heard the name called out. Harry Potter. Bugger it all. I never put my name in. I'm not going. There was a mutter that grew to a roar in the Great Hall. Cries of, cheater, came from everywhere but especially from the students of Hufflepuff who had been thrilled to support their own Cedric Diggory. Harry lowered his head to the table. The name was repeated. Harry Potter. New. There were shouts of protests from the press and the other headmasters as the name was called out a second time. When the clamor subsided for a second a hurt and angry voice sounded. This. Thud. Is. Thud. Not, thud, happening. Marie Lafitte, 25 feet away, winced with others as they saw and heard the bones in Harry's hand break when he hit the Gryffindor table for the fourth and the last time. Ginny carefully picked up hand and waved her wand over it, saying a spell. Harry flexed his hand and told her it was fine now. He gave a small key to her forehead and then trudged forward along the both shocked and celebrating Gryffindor table. Harry made his way to Dumbledore, who was just staring hopelessly at him. I swear I didn't enter, sir. Dumbledore just nodded silently but pointed at the door the others had gone through. I really hate this day, Harry muttered as he left the Great Hall. Harry, do you have any idea of how much I hate Halloween? We'll figure this out. I'm glad you're so optimistic. I just want to scream now. The three chosen champions looked up as Harry came through the door. They looked as surprised as Harry felt. Well, he wasn't so much surprised as upset and angry. Harry didn't ever want to be here in this position. Hi Harry, is there a message for us? Fleur asked with a gentle smile. No, unfortunately. Cedric, I'm glad you're the Hogwarts champion. I'll support you every way I can. Harry, my name just came out of the bloody cup and I didn't enter. I don't want to be here. Cedric just nodded at Harry but sat back down in his seat. The four students were silent and lost in their own thoughts until they heard another round of applause coming through the door. Benito Durantes came through the door next and was quickly followed by Victor Crumb, who looked at Harry sadly and shook his head. The headmasters came into the room next along with Bagman, Crouch and Minister Marshall. The four others leaders were haranguing Dumbledore for explanations and redrawing for second champions for their own schools. The Minister of Magic could only take so much of this clamor and finally yelled out for order. When it became quiet again, he turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, did you enter the competition? No, sir. I've been pretty vocal about not even being a candidate. There's others that deserve it more, and I was really happy to see Mr. Diggory selected. The Minister of Magic nodded thoughtfully as if he believed what Harry was saying. Others were less believing, especially the other heads of schools. You have to compete, Mr. Potter. It's a magically binding contract. Bagman's statement started the arguing all over again, and it only stopped when the door slammed shut as Harry returned back to the Great Hall. Everyone became quiet as they filed out to see what the young man was doing. The majority of students were still there arguing about the selections and the inclusion of Harry Potter to the 5 school champions. Harry noticed that the majority of press and photographers had left, but Jacques was still packing up his supplies. He stopped when he saw Harry re-emerge. Everyone else became quiet as they Harry again. Harry came forward to stand beside the now silent Goblet of Fire. Everybody started shouting things at him, but Harry only had eyes for the 3 ladies who rushed forward to embrace him. As much as he yearned to surrender to that impulse for comfort, Harry held out a warning hand to stop their approach. Applying a sonorous charm to his throat, Harry raised his wand. I swear on my life and magic that I did not enter my name into the Goblet of Fire nor ask anyone else to do that for me. I do not wish to compete. So mote it be. Lumos. The light from his wand lit up the corners of the Great Hall and quieted some of the clamor that was going on. Thank you for listening to my declaration. Harry turned to go back to the meeting chamber but took 3 steps and then turned back around. He came back to stand on the step between the head table and the house tables. I thought I was quite clear about what I wanted and didn't want to do for this competition. And what I would do to those that crossed me. Oh shite. Everybody look for cover. He's mad. Harry raised his wand again. Murden a cosbedigaeth ambyth riulu bradwer. That's Welsh. Where did Harry learn Welsh? Maybe we don't have to duck after all. An extremely loud crash of thunder made everyone look around wildly and become nervous. A bolt of lightning came from the magical ceiling and joined with the bolt that issued from Harry's wand. There was no time for anyone to move as the bolt hit its targets. The flash blinded everyone for a few seconds and then. I swear on my life and magic that I did not enter my name into the Goblet of Fire nor ask anyone else to do that for me. I do not wish to compete. So mote it be. Lumos. The light from his wand lit up the corners of the Great Hall and quieted some of the clamor that was going on. Thank you for listening to my declaration. Harry turned to go back to the meeting chamber, took 3 steps but then turned back around. He came back to stand on the step between the head table and the house tables. I thought I was quite clear about what I wanted and didn't want to do for this competition. And what I would do to those that crossed me. Oh shite. Everybody look for cover. He's mad. Harry raised his wand again. Murden a Cosbedagath Ambyth Riulu Bradwer. Ruin and punishment against family betrayers. That's Welsh. Where did Harry learn Welsh? I'm guessing it might be from the Gryffindor ring Ginny. Maybe we don't have to duck after all. Watch out anyway, Daphne. Who knows what's about to take place? An extremely loud crash of thunder made everyone look around wildly and become nervous. A bolt of lightning burst out from the magical ceiling and joined with the bolt that issued from Harry's wand. There was no time for anyone to move as the bolt hit its targets. The flash blinded everyone for a few seconds and then there gasps and shouts as everyone saw who had been hit. Professor Moody was down, unconscious, his clothes smoking from the magical strike. Also struck down with the curse was Ludo Bagman, the head of the Ministry's Department of Magical Games and Sports. There was confusion and chaos and people either stood gobsmacked with shock and astonishment or began shouting wildly. Ginny ran forward to check on Bagman as Madame Pomfrey hurried over to do the same for Professor Moody. Both shouted out that their patient was alive but severely unconscious to the transfixed onlookers. Harry now worried about the repercussions from the curse that hit the Ministry of Magic official, but Minister Marshall seemed only to be concerned about the health of his department head. Dumbledore and the rest of the Hogwarts staff gathered around the fallen professor to hear if the Medowitch had some idea of how he was. The other three headmasters and Madame Maxine, to say nothing of the other champions, were now staring at one Harry Potter with both a little more respect and not a small bit of worry. What they had all just seen with their own eyes told them that this fourth year was certainly not to be overlooked or trifled with in the upcoming series of tests. There was a similar reaction at the house tables as students from 5 schools were questioning the series of events that had centered on Harry Potter. The improbable and impressive display of magic that resulted in 2 adult wizards being struck down was both eye-opening and a tad bit scary. Everyone watched Madame Pomfrey conjure up some stretchers for Bagman and Moody and levitated the 2 up on them. Ginny came over to give her husband a quick hug and an apology before following the stretchers, Madame Pomfrey and the Minister of Magic toward the infirmary. Madame Bones had finally arrived at the castle and watched in confusion as the procession of bodies passed by. You better go explain what's happened to her, Harry said to Sirius. If you're going to be okay here for a while, I'll just tell her what I know. Merlin knows why your curse hit those 2. Harry's stunned disbelief was reflected in his flat voice. My guess is that they entered my name in the goblet. Both of them. But why? Like I have a clue. Sorry, Cub. I'll be back as soon as I can, but I'm pretty sure Amelia will be heading to the infirmary to investigate what's happened. Go along with her. Maybe you can figure out something from those 2. Harry, sweetie. As Sirius headed for Madame Bones, Daphne and Hermione came up to give hugs to the shaken young man. That generated another rumble of conversation in the Great Hall, especially from the Hogwarts students. Harry rolled his eyes at the reaction. He was in the process of raising his wand again, but Hermione shook her head in disapproval. So not now, Jamie. Sorry, I was just going to make the announcement about our engagement and explain. No. But Daphne, I don't want people thinking that. My reputation is the least of our problems now, Harry. But, Barty Crouch's voice rose above the general turmoil that the Great Hall had turned into. Shall we go back and get to the champion's instructions, ladies and gentlemen? Harry looked over to Dumbledore, who just nodded his head a fraction of a degree. Harry hung his head in resignation. I guess Mr. Crouch is also going to insist that I participate in this farce. You 2 want to listen in. You try and stop us, Harry. That's what I was hoping. Ginny's busy in the infirmary, but I expect some healers from St. Mungo's to come in and find out what exactly happened to those 2 gentlemen. Daphne nodded. Like something other than they ran afoul of a certain Lord Potter. I'm going to go ask Amelia if she can put some official pressure or a couple of drops of Veritaserum in our esteemed professor and Bagman to explain why they were cursed. Harry's frown changed into a little smile. Thanks for thinking about that. That would be great. Hermione agreed with that idea. I'll stay here and try to explain things to those who weren't at the chapel last night, Harry. By the way, Very impressive spellwork, husband. Other than being scared, it got me all fluttery inside. You'll get your reward when you get back to the hearth. Harry wiggled his eyebrows and both girls relaxed a bit as they saw some of Harry's humor return. He clasped their hands to his chest and gave them both small keys before turning to head back to the small room where the champions and the headmasters were gathering again. Walking by the Hogwarts professors, Harry heard words of encouragement and condolences from those that knew him well. He paused in thought as he saw that Professor Sprout was talking to Cedric Diggory as they passed through the doorway. Harry slowed down and walked back to his favorite teacher. Minerva, I shouldn't even be here as Cedric is the official Hogwarts champion as far as I am concerned. However, things being what they are, could you keep me company in there without compromising the official status? Professor McGonagall thought for a few seconds before nodding. I think it would be okay in this instance if I substituted for Sirius until he can advise you in person. Harry held out his arm and looked up at the head of Gryffindor House. May I escort you inside, ma'am? Harry lowered his voice just so McGonagall could hear him. Frankly, I'm also counting on you to prop me up if I need it. I'm pretty sure that there's a magical backlash about to sneak up and hit me, Minerva. Slipping her hand inside his elbow, Professor McGonagall whispered back. The cheek of the Potter men continues on. Let's go get this over with, Harry. The other champions were surprised to see the sixth, or was it fourth, champion laughing as he came through the doorway. Once inside the room again, Harry noticed two things. Commandant Karkaroff was glaring at him like he was barely restraining himself from attacking Harry. The second thing was that Percy Weasley had emerged from somewhere and was in an intense whispered conversation with Mr. Crouch. From their occasional glances at him, Harry guessed it couldn't be about anything else but him. Slipping wearily into the first available chair, Harry nervously cleared his throat and spoke quietly as everyone's eyes were already on him. Is there any way I can get out of this? Relight the goblet and have a redraw or something? Dumbledore shook his head sadly. The goblet will not function again for at least a year. And all the names that came out of the goblet are legally and magically bound to participate, as Mr. Bagman said earlier. Professor Sprout spoke up then. I will assume that all the champions, including Mr. Potter, will be given a copy of the complete rules of the newly named challenge. Crouch nodded. That will of course happen soon after this meeting. Weasley, make a note of that, and Owl Dumbledore with 6 copies. I object to Professor McGonagall standing here as an advisor for Potter. There is already a Hogwarts professor here for the other one. Karkaroff grumbled. Professor McGonagall had a very frosty smile on her face as she replied. That's at least Mr. Diggory and Mr. Potter, Commandant, but do not worry, I am only standing in temporarily as an advisor. If Mr. Potter continues forward, his father will serve as his mentor through the competition. I thought Mr. Potter was an orphan. Sorry, Harry. Bashir received a shrug from Harry for the apparent rudeness. He wasn't upset at the question. Mr. Potter was legally adopted a while ago by a long-respected British family. I have no objection to his father taking a role in his preparation, said Dumbledore. Then that is good enough for me, Headmaster Madrigal stated with a wink in Harry's direction. She at least hadn't forgotten Sirius' status or relationship with the well-known young man. Before we get the instruction for the first task from Mr. Crouch, I have reserved a room off the library for the champions to study in and prepare for the various tasks. Only the school champions and headmasters will be allowed in there. Harry raised his hand. How about spouses? A matter for negotiation, I would think, Mr. Potter. Harry looked at Madame Maxine and she smiled. Perhaps we can let spouses and parents have access to the room. With all respect, Headmistress, I am not sure about the legality of that. Crouch looked a little nervous, as if he didn't want to get a certain green-eyed wizard personally upset at him with results like the previous display of magic. He backed down from formally denying the request though. Right. Carrying on then with the instructions, Crouch finally said. The first task is designed to test your daring, so we are not going to tell you what is. Courage in the face of the unknown is an important quality in a wizard. Some higher-pitched clearing of throats caused Crouch to blushingly correct himself. And witches also. Sorry ladies, my apologies. Fleur, Madame Maxine and Neith reduced their glares at the man, and Harry didn't even bother hiding his smile. Guess the wizarding world is going to have to start treating their witches with a little more respect, Harry thought. Go that right, Jamie. I haven't ever disrespected your magic and talents, have I, ladies? No, never. But you are a wizard of uncommon insight and beliefs, Mr. Potter. Thanks. Do those talents he's talking about include the bedroom? Hermione. The first task will take place November the 24th, in front of the other students and panel of judges. The champions are not permitted to ask for or accept help of any kind from their teachers to complete the tasks of the challenge. The champions will face the first task only armed with their wands and their wits. They will receive information about the third task when the first is over. Owing to the demand and time-consuming nature of this competition, the champions are exempt from end-of-year tests and will receive automatic outstanding grades in their assigned classes. No, I'm not. I'm taking them anyway. I'd rather be prepared for the tests than this stupid competition. Good on you, Harry. Harry, I have a thought about how to help you out. Harry listened to Daphne's idea and his grin got wider and wider the longer he listened. Karkaroff and Crumb had left the meeting first with most of the other competitors and their supervisors following on behind. It was finally down to Madame Maxime, Fleur, McGonagall, Dumbledore and Harry left in the room. Fleur came over and gave Harry a shy hug. I am very sorry you got entered against your will, Harry. Maybe things will turn out okay after all is said and done. You are going to make a great champion, Fleur. There are others entered. Even you may win. Yes, but I'm not sure I'm going to count. What are you talking about? Before Harry could explain Daphne's idea, Professor Flitwick opened the door and called out in an alarmed voice. You had better get out here, Albus. Mr. Crouch has been struck down. As heads first turned to look at Harry, he held up his hands and waved them. No, I didn't do anything. I don't know what happened to Mr. Crouch. The group rushed out to the Great Hall and found that Bashir and Madrigal were helping Crouch and Percy to their feet. Both were holding a hand to their heads and Hermione was trying to hand them the ice packs that she had conjured up. When Dumbledore and McGonagall went to check on them, Harry was pulled aside by Hermione. What happened out here? Harry asked. There was still a bunch of Gryffindors around and they gathered around the pair. Harry could see that a lot of their friends didn't seem angry about his selection. Just puzzled and confused. It was the strangest thing, Hermione said. They were just walking down the center aisle and headed out with the champions and headmasters around them when a small orb of ball lightning appeared in the air above their heads. Two elongated metal objects dropped out of it and hit Percy and Crouch both on top of their heads. The ball lightning disappeared as the two wizards fell. Professor Flitwick headed back to let Dumbledore know what happened. Strange, Harry said. I saw what they were, Harry, came a shout from one side of the crowd. Seamus Finnegan carefully pushed his way past Parvati and Astoria Greengrass to come up and stand in front of Harry. I was close to them when it happened, so I saw it best. Those objects looked exactly like a pair of spanners. Adjustable ones at that. What are spanners? Some sort of weapon. Hermione tried not to look exasperated at her ex-roommate. Not really, Lavender. Spanners are Muggle tools. They're used mostly on automobiles and mechanical repairs and the like. Lavender tried to puzzle out what Muggle tools would be doing in the middle of the Hogwarts Great Hall, as did all the students around them. I have no explanation either, Harry stated as a reply to their unasked question. Mr. Potter, please remain where you are for a few moments. Now what? Harry muttered under his breath as he turned to look at the crowd of grown-ups. Crouch and Percy were holding the ice bags to their heads as they were guided to the nearest benches to sit for a moment. Evidently, the idea of having their injuries checked out caused Percy to help his boss to his feet after a few moments, and he led the older wizard out the doors to head toward the infirmary. The other headmasters and house heads gathered up their respective students at that point and the Great Hall emptied out. Even the Gryffindor students left after McGonagall suggested that there had been enough excitement for one evening, and told the students that they should return to their common room. 8 minutes later, there were only 4 people left in the Great Hall. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Hermione and Harry Potter. Harry and Hermione were sitting wearily at the end of the Gryffindor table when the other two approached them. Quite an evening, Mr. Potter. That's quite an understatement in itself, sir. I must congratulate you on the successful casting of that family curse. I have not heard that particular one since the early 40s when a certain Earl Gwyn tried to strike down a Luftwaffe Messerschmitt that was making a strafing run on Albus. McGonagall's sharp exclamation stopped her husband in mid-ramble. Ah, sorry, maybe some other time then. Harry, do you have any sort of explanation for this latest assault? Not that I'm accusing you of anything. No, sir. I am not aware of anything that Mr. Crouch has done against me or my wives, and Percy is family after all. It is quite puzzling. Hermione spoke up then. You told us once that sometimes magic works for its own ends and without any known rhyme or reason, sir. Yes, I did say that, didn't I? The headmaster held up the two pieces of mysterious metal that had fallen out of midair for the Potters to see. But I also am very curious about exactly why two more monkey wrenches were literally thrown into this evening's already unusual series of events. Must be the Potter luck. Harry hung his head again as he heard all three of his wives respond to Dumbledore's question. I think a trip to the infirmary might be in order for you, Harry. You can pick up your partners and head back to the hearth after checking on the status of that erratic core of yours. Did he say erotic core? Daphne. Bellatrix had retired directly after supper as the accelerated pregnancy was beginning to take a toll on her body. She was looking forward to reading the Morning Prophet, as tonight was supposed to be the selection of champions at Hogwarts. If Barty Crouch Jr. had done the job according to Lord Voldemort's plan, then Harry Potter would be a participant and a step closer to being killed. Bellatrix knew some of the general plan that involved Potter, but her lord hadn't shared the specifics with anyone yet. Drinking the 3 potions that seemed to accompany every meal lately, Bellatrix lay back in her bed after slipping off her tight boots. Changes to her body and the hormonal swings were taxing her temper to extremes even she hadn't anticipated. She was almost asleep when a pounding came to the door. Bellatrix had barely gotten horizontal again when Gindrick von Rosbescu pushed the door open and came into the room. He glanced at her only briefly before taking the chair at her desk out and sitting in it. Is there a reason for this visit, von Rosbescu? Or did you come just to disrupt my rest? Can't a colleague stop and see another colleague without someone getting all suspicious? You never do things without a reason, Gindrick. Good, you're calling me by my first name. That's a bit of progress. I have no time or patience these days for quibbling or wasting time on competitors. We both serve our Lord and Master. We are doing it in different manners, but we shall soon be standing at his side when he resumes his rightful place. You have the right of it. I actually came to tell you that because you are in such an important role now that you deserve a bodyguard. Your idea, of course. I am not so trusting that I would overlook the possibility that someone might want to take a greater role with our master by having you and or the child suffering a convenient accident or something. And you are doing this out of the generosity of your heart. I only suggested this to ensure that the Lord's plan is carried out. That is important, of course. So who is my new shadow? My son Seneca. Is he relishing his new role as my babysitter, as it were? It doesn't matter. He will do his duty. With or without the girl. Maleska will not be a distraction if she accompanies him. I suppose another woman around could prove useful. There are times when I can't stand having any male around me. Such are the vagaries of pregnancy. Or so have I been told. You've delivered your message, Gindrick, so you may leave now. I'll assume my new guards will be waiting for me in the morning. He is standing outside your door even now. Of course. How efficient of you, said Bellatrix as she went to lie back down. I'll show myself out. That would be sufficient. A good evening to you, soon to be Lord von Rosbescu. A good night's rest then, Lady Malfoy. Although silence was restored when the Romanian left, Bellatrix couldn't quite relax knowing who was outside her door. She grabbed her wand and applied 2 more locking charms on it before relaxing. Lucius, why do I feel like the walls are closing in and starting to trap me and your daughter? There was no answer coming to her whispered question, and Bellatrix finally tumbled off to sleep. Harry and Hermione were met outside the great hall by Jacques, who peered at the young man a little anxiously. Are you okay there, Harry? Just a wee bit tired. Hermione threw an exasperated look at her husband. A little bit more than a wee bit tired. He won't admit it, but he's physically and magically exhausted. That's not difficult to understand. Your husband, Hermione just let loose with one of the most impressive bits of magic I and many others have ever seen. Harry shook his head slowly. It's amazing what a little bit of anger can do to stoke your levels. I never wanted to participate in this stupid contest and I made every effort to let everyone know it. I guess I'm paying the price now. I just thought I would warn you that your picture is probably going to be front and center of the Prophet and most other magical papers around the world. Other photographers than me caught you in mid-cast. Bugger. Sorry, Hermione. You're forgiven because you're tired and upset. Thanks for the warning, Jacques. Could you send us a copy of the pictures you're sending off? Harry scowled and Hermione explained further. It's for Ginny's scrapbook. Jacques made sure Harry was okay with that request before he answered. I can do that and don't even think of trying to reimburse me for them. I suspect my editor's going to pay me enough to take a regular flight back to Toronto to visit my father. I think I'll submit a written story with the pictures that you were entered against your will and just reacted accordingly. Harry chuckled. And maybe a little too enthusiastically. Jacques nodded his agreement and then picked up his equipment bag and headed out to Hogsmeade where he had been lucky enough to rent a room over the Three Broomsticks. Harry turned to his wife and leaned a little into her side. As much as I want to go to the infirmary and find out why those two have something against me or my lovely wives, I think I'll just head back to the hearth and find something soft to collapse on. That could be me, you know, Hermione said with a small squeeze to her husband's waist. I know and appreciate that, but I really want you to go and make sure Ginny and Daphne are okay. I don't trust that Moody and Bagman have been totally incapacitated. I know you all can take care of yourself, but I still worry. How about I walk you up and then go to the infirmary? Well, okay if you insist. I can walk him home, Lady Cressington, if it would save you some time. Harry and Hermione smiled as they recognized the Vika calling out to them. Instead of appearing next to them, Vika walked out of the Great Hall and placed her hand on Harry's shoulder. He felt a little bit of a magical recharge coming from her but warned her he wouldn't allow her to disrupt her own stability for him. Vika looked at Hermione and saw that she was agreeing with Harry. Okay, but I'll still take you up to the hearth. Harry nodded and Hermione smiled as they started heading for the stairs. You have my permission to tuck him into bed, Vika, as long as you don't stare too long as he changes. Hermione. Vika grabbed Harry's hand and the two just disappeared from the receiving hall. I guess that's one way to save some steps, the brunette thought as she headed off for the infirmary herself. When she got to the medical corridor, she saw Daphne leaning against the wall. She also saw a pair of Aurors standing guard on the entrance to the infirmary. Daphne looked up and smiled as she saw Hermione and met her halfway down the hall. They're not letting me get in. After I saw Madame Bones appear, I suspected you wouldn't be allowed in to talk to the, what are we calling them? Scum. The owned ground out. Privately at least. How dare they endanger Harry's life? If the magic Harry called up didn't punish them enough, I promise that Amelia and Dumbledore will make their life even more miserable. Or we will, said Hermione with a very dangerous glint in her eyes. I'm glad you're accepting the realities of the situation. It's very Slytherin of you. Hermione leaned closer to whisper into Daphne's ear. Well, I am Lady Slytherin after all, until you want to take over. Nobody messes with our husband. Nobody at all, Daphne repeated with an emphatic nod. The blonde looked back at the two Aurors guarding the door. Any idea of how long Ginny's going to stay in there? Until Madame Pomfrey or Dumbledore don't need her anymore to help with the patients. We don't even try to contact her when she's working. Harry's sleeping. I can almost guarantee it. He was barely standing on his feet when Vika transported him back to the hearth. He didn't react too much when I told Vika it was okay with us if she tucked him in. Daphne unexpectedly smiled at that idea. So we wait. Harry wanted to make sure none of us walked alone anywhere just in case. Conjuring a pair of chairs, Daphne and Hermione fell to talking about the other champions that had been chosen and their chances for the competition. It was almost 20 minutes later when Ginny emerged from the infirmary and talked for a few seconds to one of the Aurors before turning and seeing her sister wives. Ginny was a little bit anxious as she didn't see Harry, but Hermione reassured her that he was safely back in the hearth and sleeping after expending so much magical energy. I've brought a pepper-up potion and a few other vials if he needs them in the morning. It might be a good idea if one or all of us started carrying a small emergency kit with us for the next time something happens to Harry. We'll have to suggest it in a way that the idea's good for all of us. Maybe a kit for the four of us, Daphne said. Ginny nodded. That sounds about right to get around Harry's protectiveness. Let's hurry back to the hearth. You won't believe what Bagman said in there. Hermione stopped walking and turned to the redhead. Isn't that violating your patient Medowitch confidentiality? No, Bagman wants me to explain to Harry. And Madame Pomfrey said under the circumstances it would be okay. Dumbledore wants to talk to us in the morning about Professor Moody's circumstances. Both Hermione and Daphne had very confused faces at that last disclosure but hurried along the corridor heading for the nearest stairway that led upwards. A familiar voice soon filled their heads. You three can transport yourself up to the hearth. The wards are tuned to all three of you now. Thank you, Vika. Please meet us in the living room. Guinness has some explanations for us. You're welcome and thank you for inviting me. I would hate to have to eavesdrop. Daphne's brain started to re-engage after she heard the discussion between Vika and Hermione and she looked around a little worriedly. How do you two? What do you focus on? Merlin, I don't know how to do this. Ginny came over and rubbed Daphne's back gently. It's okay. It's something we'll have to teach you how to do. Harry discovered it by accident, but once you know the trick of it, it's really easy. Especially for going between your bedroom and ours, said Hermione with a smile. But for now, just take either of our hands and we'll bring you with us. Thanks. Daphne reached out to hold hands with both of the other Mrs. Potters. After a quick look around to make sure nobody was going to witness what they were doing, three witches disappeared from the corridor to reappear in the hearth on the 7th floor. Vika was sitting in one of the overstuffed chairs and told them that she had put silencing wards around the main bedroom so that Harry wouldn't hear anything that they discussed. So what happened with Mr. Bagman? Daphne asked. She was bursting with both curiosity and a need to hex someone for putting Harry at risk. Ginny saw the expression on her face and came over to make sit comfortably in Daphne's lap. Relax, sweetums, and I'll explain what happened in the infirmary. Hurry, please. I'm a little unsettled seeing Harry lose his temper and I want to know what they did to deserve getting that curse. As long as you promise to calm down and just hear me out. Daphne swallowed her anger and made an effort to just listen to what Ginny had to say. She was a little surprised when she felt her cheek key ed affectionately by the redhead, and Ginny began broadcasting her memories of her time in the infirmary. I followed the stretchers into the ward and Madame Pomfrey pointed out which bed she wanted Bagman in. Sirius and Madame Pomfrey clustered around Professor Moody's bed until the privacy screens went up. Amelia went in Madame Pomfrey's office and I think she made a flow call to the DMLE because a squad of Aurors appeared about 20 minutes later. After we just used a Renervate spell on the two people who were hurt by Harry's curse. Someone's going to translate the wording of that to me, by the way. I had a small problem with the spell waking Bagman up. Most of it fell off him. What do you mean fell off him? Came Hermione's question. Exactly what I said. Most of the magic dispersed without entering his body. I know you couldn't mess up that simple a spell. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Daphne, but that's exactly what I thought I did. Made a mistake. So I went and ran down to the other end of the infirmary where Madame Pomfrey was emerging from the privacy screens around Moody. She told Dumbledore to go see him as she instructed me to go get a couple of pepper-up potions to try and waking the patients up that way. I was on my way into the office when Dumbledore called both Sirius and Amelia to Moody's bedside. There were stronger wards around Moody's cot when I came out and I gave the potion to Madame Pomfrey and she told me to be careful waking up Mr. Bagman. Why? Asked Vika as she got pulled further into the tale. I didn't know, but I cast some passive restraints on Bagman before holding his head up to pour the pepper-up potion down his throat. Is he going to be all right? I almost dropped the vial I was holding as the Minister of Magic suddenly appeared by my shoulder. Are you supposed to be here, Minister? I asked. He looked a little put out for some reason. Dumbledore asked me, rather told me, to come down and see about Mr. Bagman. Madame Bones was most insistent I get away from Professor Moody for some reason before he came to. There was a cough beside me and the minister, and I looked back at the bed to see that Mr. Bagman had woken up. He looked around wildly like he didn't know where he was and his eyes literally bugged out when he saw me. You're his wife. And Madame Pomfrey's medical assistant. You've had a nasty shock to your system, Mr. Bagman, and we're trying to sort you out and figure out what we can do for you. Lord Potter happened to me. I knew it was a risk, but I went ahead anyway. I thought I could make it all up. I was rising to get Madame Pomfrey as I thought the man was babbling and not quite in his right mind, but Minister Marshall put a hand on my shoulder. Hold there a minute, Mrs. Potter. I want to know what he's talking about and you're my witness. Bagman started crying when he saw it was the minister himself that was next to me. I confess. Just don't let him near me again. What exactly are you confessing to, Ludo? The minister asked. I was the one to enter Harry Potter's name into the completion. I just wanted to get square. Get square? With who? Sorry, but I lost my medical objectivity at that point and had to find out why he had put our Harry into possible danger. The goblins, Bagman said. I lost a lot of money to them on the Quidditch World Cup, and this was the only way I could think of to make a bet and get enough money to get out from the debt I owe them. I was so mad at that I almost raised my wand against Bagman. Luckily, the minister put a hand on my arm and shook his head. He's being fired and he'll be prosecuted for whatever we can charge him for. I apologize on behalf of the ministry and hope your husband doesn't take this personally as a ministry plot. I'll explain it to him, but I can't say what his reaction will be. You have to tell him, Bagman yelled out at me. I didn't mean him any harm, really I didn't. You can talk him into going along with a trial. I won't fight the sentence. I need to keep away from the goblins. Please help me. I strengthened the restraints just a little and the minister and I left Bagman's area. He was shaking his head, the minister I mean. It was at point that the squad of Aurors came through the door and Marshall pointed at one of them and just told the man to guard Bagman. My patient was shouting out for help and forgiveness, and I just ended up putting a silencing charm around his cot so he wouldn't disrupt the rest of the infirmary. Percy and Mr. Crouch came into the infirmary just then, and after I checked on their injuries I gave them some small headache potions and sent them on their way. I was pretty shaken up at that point, and Sirius and Madame Pomfrey came down to where I was sitting on an empty cot. Sirius perched beside me and wrapped me in a hug. Ginny. He confessed. Sirius. Bagman confessed to entering Harry into the tournament. It was a good thing he was holding me because I had to turn around and grab him and stop him from running in and attacking Bagman himself. It was the Minister of Magic that calmed Sirius down. He's not going anywhere, Lord Black, and he'll pay for what he's done. Are you okay, Ginny? Madame Pomfrey gave me a short hug after Sirius and I released each other. I guess I will be. Eventually. Did Professor Moody say anything? He's refusing to talk, although Madame Bones is very upset and I can't say any more than that. I understand, and Mr. Bagman may need a calming draft soon. He's working himself into quite a fit. You wait here, I'll go check on him. You did good work here tonight in spite of the circumstances. I'll put a letter of commendation in your file. That's not necessary. I got enough reward hearing that wretch of a wizard confess. Do you need a calming draft yourself, Ginny? I saw Sirius and Dumbledore also staring at me worriedly and shook my head. Just a few minutes to compose myself, Madame Pomfrey. I sat down and talked a few minutes with Sirius, although I can't remember what the topics were now. Madame Pomfrey finished examining Bagman and came out to talk to me. Take this any way you want, but that curse Mr. Potter cast shredded Ludo Bagman's magical core and he's little better than a squib now. I have no idea if he will ever recover his magical abilities. I tried and failed, looking disappointed at that report, and Madame Pomfrey dismissed me and asked me to bring Harry to the infirmary in the morning for the standard checkup. I got permission to bring some potions back to the hearth in case Harry needed them. I grabbed them and came out to the corridor and saw you two. And that's what happened. The four ladies, 3 human and 1 purely magical, sat back in silence after Ginny's recounting of Bagman's confession. And we have to wait until tomorrow to find out what Professor Moody's story is. Evidently Hermione. Although Moody doesn't seem the type to be a gambling man in my opinion. So there may be another reason that the magic targeted him. It's a little too late and I'm a little too tired to try and think that out tonight. I'm sure I can concentrate a lot better after a bunch of sleep. Vika stood up and magically straightened her robes. I'm going to talk to the headmaster if he's still up. I'll see you ladies and Harry tomorrow. Yes, please. You're invited to come to the meeting with Dumbledore. Vika nodded and disappeared without a sound. Ginny looked at the space where she had been and then turned back to the Slytherin whose lap she was currently sitting comfortably on. How are you, sweetums? Just starting to really believe all the adventures you've told me about since I'm experiencing them firsthand now. Poor Daphne. Ginny relaxed and nuzzled into the blonde's neck. This is not what you signed up for, I imagine. And on your honeymoon, no less. Harry's okay. More or less, and that's what's important. The brunette on the couch spoke to Daphne. We can take care of you if you're a little tense or anxious. Hermione's trying to say horny. I was not. Shish. Daphne raised Ginny's head up and at her lips very gently. Thank you for the caring invitation and the opportunity, but I'll take a rain check on your offer. I think I just need to go clear my head for a while and probably talk to Tori about all that's gone on in the last 24 hours. Ginny reluctantly got up and gave Daphne her hand. The redhead pulled her out of the seat but just held her in a long hug. This is the perfect time to cry a little if you feel like it. Nobody will think any worse of you. Daphne felt her control crack the littlest bit and it fell apart completely when Hermione came up behind her to join in the hug. Daphne wasn't sure who started shedding tears first, but she felt a lot better about letting go with all the emotional support she was getting from these two incredible friends. It was a long period of time before the three girls let each other go. Hermione conjured up 3 handkerchiefs and helped dry Daphne's cheeks. Daphne couldn't help but laugh as she returned the favor. We're a sight. The 3 baddest wives in Hogwarts. Don't let Minerva hear you say that. She would probably have to take points for making erroneous assumptions. That's probably right, Ginny, so we'll keep that comment to ourselves for now and tell Harry when he's in a better mood. At the mention of Harry's name, the 3 heads turned to the bedroom door. You can still stay the night and join us, Hermione said. As good as that sounds, I had Harry all to myself last night, so I'll pass. I really need to talk to my sister. I'm sure she's going crazy with worry and all the unknowns. We really need to sit down and have a long discussion about things. A sinister smile came to Daphne's lips. Is this without our husband? Oh, definitely without first. You are drawing up a revising schedule, aren't you, Nani? I'll start first thing in the morning. Merlin knows what the first task is going to be. And it's a given that Dumbledore won't be telling us. So a good night's sleep and we start fresh in the morning. All bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Ginny rubbed Daphne's arm. For bushy-tailed, you'll have to get here early and help wake up our husband. That sounds wonderful. And possibly tasty. Ginny. Daphne was smiling as she hugged Hermione and then Ginny. She popped the redhead on the bottom with a laugh and hurried out of the hearth to return to the Greengrass quarters on the 5th floor. She wasn't sure what the emotional roller coaster meant for the long run, but Harry's keys were great compensation for a little worry. Come to think of it, Daphne thought, so are Ginny's and Nani's. The Slytherin Ice Princess grinned, at least mentally, as she headed for a long talk with her sister. Harry was sleeping soundly when the first reports of the champions' selection were sent out. It wasn't only the reporters and the photographers sending out their official messages, however. Almost every owl or other bird in the Hogwarts Olary were sent out with letters, reports, or even in the Creevy brothers' case, some filmed to parents, friends and associates. Ginny had already changed into her sleep shorts and t-shirt when she realized something important had not occurred. She winced and slapped her forehead with the palm of her hand. Gin, what's wrong? Blast, I forgot to write Mum and Dad about what's happened, Hermione. It'll be a howler for sure if they find out from the Daily Prophet in the morning. Guess I'd better get redressed and make my way to the Olary. You start writing and I'll just go open the window in the living room. Hedwig's been pretty good about sensing things about what's happening to Harry, so maybe she'll just fly here without you trekking out to the other side of the castle. Ginny nodded hopefully and went to her school bag to get supplies. Pulling out a pen, some regular paper and an envelope, she started writing a hurried note to her parents to explain what had happened during the choosing of the champions. Hermione had barely opened the round window when Hedwig glided through it and settled gracefully on the mantel over the fireplace. Hermione smiled as she approached her with an owl treat. I'm beginning to believe you're the smartest girl Harry has, as she gently stroked the chest feathers of the white owl. The owl hooted softly and gave Hermione a look as if to say, "Of course I am. You should know that by now." Ginny and Hermione both laughed at Hedwig's expression and intelligence. While Hermione tried explaining what had happened to Harry to the snow owl, Ginny finished up the letter to her parents. She labeled the envelope, "Mum and Dad," and brought it over to the mantel. "Go deliver this to my parents, Hedwig, and wake them up gently. You can stay the night at the burrow and Mum will cook you up some fresh bacon in the morning before you come back." Hedwig bobbed her head a few times in agreement as Ginny tied the envelope to her leg. The owl flew to her shoulder and Ginny brought her back to the open window. The snowy owl hopped to the casing and then spread her wings and dived out into the night and disappeared. Ginny turned to see Hermione just behind her. "Well, that's one crisis averted. Let's get to bed now before anything else happens." "You want to sleep in the middle tonight, Ginny?" "No, I think it would be better if Harry was surrounded by us when he wakes up. Merlin only knows how he's going to react when he remembers what's happened tonight." Hermione nodded but came over to hug the slightly taller girl for a long time before releasing her. Two of the three wives of Harry Potter Ed solemnly and then held hands as they walked into the bedroom. Another owl was headed in a completely different direction than the burrow near Ottery Street. Catchpole. A barn owl circled Riddle Manor twice before finding an empty window to fly through. Another agent of Voldemort at the school had seen what had happened to the false Moody and took it upon herself to report what she had seen. The post was addressed to the manor itself, so all the owl understood was that it was to drop off the letter in the place instead of to a specific person. The junior Death Eater who was currently on guard duty this night was relieving his bladder at that moment and never saw the owl arrive. The bird dropped his missive on a table and relaunched itself to fly back to Hogwarts. The errant guard returned from the loo, but opening the door to the hallway caused a huge draft of air that caught the envelope and flipped it over so that it fell unnoticed to the floor. The guard was severely punished by Gindrick von Rosbescu when the missing letter was discovered by mid-morning. As in dire need of a good healer type of punished. He was however left in the hallway for 3 days as an example of what happened to those that failed in service to the Dark Lord. As the various owls were heading hither and yon over the English countryside in the dark of night, 6 friends were sitting in the Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts office and finishing off a second bottle of wine. Nymphadora, don't call me that. Tonks was still staring a little bewildered as she mentally reviewed the evening's events. So Harry basically blasted Moody and Bagman with a lightning bolt. Yes, Tonks, that's what we said. But I'm not sure that it was just a bit of lightning. It was an old spell and resembled a lightning bolt, but I'm sure it did a lot bit more. Tonks nodded at Remus' statement but looked to her cousin for more explanations. You were in the infirmary, Sirius. What did you hear? He can't tell you everything now, or Tonks. We all made a promise to Dumbledore that Harry and his wives would get all the information first before we shared it with them. Tonks tried to look peeved as she regarded Madame Bones, who was sitting next to Sirius. So you 5 are going to make me wait until the papers arrive in the morning? Oh, give the girl a bone, Black. That ought to come naturally to a mangy old dog like you. Sirius pursed his lips at Runnell's comment, but Narcissa Black had already shoved an elbow into her boyfriend's stomach for the dig. The two had recovered from being enemies but still couldn't resist getting in their shots against each other whenever possible. If she hadn't seen them laughing and getting drunk together just before school commenced, Sissy would have thought they were still at odds. Tell her what you can then. Just the basics so her boss here doesn't write her up on report for being out too late. Tonks had halfway risen out of her perch, but Remus pulled back by the studded and unauthorized belt of her uniform. Everyone chuckled at the outraged expression on her face, even though Remus said it must have been a sudden gust of wind that had overbalanced her. Settle down, cousin, or you won't hear what I can tell you. Moody and Bagman were carried into the infirmary and had their clothes extinguished because they were still smoking 15 minutes after Harry lost his temper. Madame Pomfrey and Ginny cast Renervate spells on the pair, but they didn't wake up to that. They had to resort to pepper up potions as it was deemed the next safest method of waking them up. I did tell you Minister Marshall had come to the infirmary following his department head, right? Anyway, they both woke up with the potion, but Bagman started confessing his sins as soon as he came to. It might have had something to do with the fact that it was Ginny standing at his bedside tending to him. She didn't threaten or curse him herself, did she? Not as far as I could tell from talking to her later. It seems Mr. Bagman was in a very talkative mood and he had entered Harry's name with the intention of making a pile of money betting on him to win the challenge. He didn't. You can't be serious. I am. All the time. Remus scowled at the familiar joke but asked the next question. Ginny still didn't hex him into next Sunday after she heard that. I'm sure she wanted but Dylan promised that Bagman would be fired and put on trial. Tonks clapped her hands in approval. Good, it's about time Harry had some official help from the ministry. So what's the story about Moody? I can't believe he would do something like Bagman did. And against Harry. We've talked about him once or twice and Alastor seemed to be impressed by what's Harry's unofficially accomplished. Amelia Bones stood up and waved her wand and Tonks recognized some high-level privacy wards going up around the room. If you repeat what I say next, Tonks, you will be summarily dismissed from the Auror Corps and I will personally bind you until Harry's wives decide what to do to you. And the rest of us also, came the voice of Remus behind her. Tonks looked around at the grave faces in the room and made a decision. If it concerns Harry, I promise. Remus reached forward to take Tonks' hand. Good decision. Tonks smiled and gripped his hand tighter. So what's the secret? Professor Moody got struck down by Harry's curse in the Great Hall tonight. The problem is that the Professor Moody that ended up in the infirmary wasn't exactly the real Alistair Moody. Head swiveled at the sound of the gruff voice and Tonks' eyes bugged out as her sometimes partner and mentor appeared after canceling a disillusionment spell on himself. The one that's been teaching Dada here since the beginning of the school term is actually named Barty Crouch Jr. As in Bartemius Crouch Sr., the senior ministry official. His son, Runnels said. I'm confused now. Why was Crouch Jr. impersonating? Maybe it will make more sense when I tell you that Barty Jr. was convicted of being a Death Eater many years ago and was sentenced to Azkaban. Tonks stared at Madame Bones as she tried to make sense of her words. So it's been a plot against Harry all along. Yes, but the Death Eaters, Crouch Jr. and maybe Voldemort, if he's out there, didn't count on a few things. Like what? Fooling a longtime friend like Albus Dumbledore and a number of individuals that can sense the dark mark here at the school, the real Moody said. But why was he allowed to continue on with his charade? He should have been turned over for punishment as soon as it was discovered that he was an imposter. There was silence for a few seconds and Sirius sighed. You can blame that lapse on Harry himself and Dumbledore. They wanted to observe and see what the plan was against Harry. Crouch's contacts, his real mission and things like that. Tonks whistled. That's quite dangerous then. Crouch could have killed Harry anytime when they were alone together. Harry thought that he wasn't in any danger as Riddle wants to kill Harry himself. Riddle. Voldemort. I'll tell you the whole story later, Dora. Tonks saved a still confused smile for Remus and then turned back to Sirius. So Harry deliberately cast that curse on Crouch then? No. Harry and his wives voluntarily had their memories removed about the real identity of their Dada instructor so the rest of us could investigate in the background. That curse was cast against those that had plotted against the Potter family and him specifically. Cousin, you're either adopted a fool or an exceptionally brave individual. Sirius chuckled. I'll take credit for the part of the fool, but it was Harry's idea from the start. He and his wives wanted to be ahead of the Death Eaters for a change and I quite agreed with them. Besides, we could all watch over the foursome while they were here at Hogwarts. Tonks was still shaking her head in confusion. I guess I will have to go congratulate Miss Greengrass on her engagement, then. Anybody want to bet if Harry will ever have a normal school year? Highly unlikely, said Moody. The young man is a natural magnet for trouble. You professor types got anything stiffer than grape juice to drink. Sirius rose from his chair and went to fetch a bottle of fire whiskey. It seems the evening was only getting started. The Ride of the Valkyries was playing softly in the background as Harry began becoming conscious again. It must be Hermione's morning to choose the wake-up music. Ginny would have selected something from the Weird Sisters and Daphne would have blasted the music at concert levels to shock me awake. Got that right, Mr. Potter? Oh hi. Good morning, Daphne. Another mental voice caused Harry to quickly sit up and rub the sleep out of his eyes. Troops Ria Addy for inspection, sir. Standing in straight line 4 feet off the end of their bed, Harry's 3 wives were standing at attention. Lined up by height, barefoot and in their underwear. Harry gulped rather noisily and said the first thing that came to his stunned mind. And the reason for this lineup? First muster with the new recruit, sir. There were a few times Harry was grateful that Hermione grew up knowing about her father's military service, but he had never imagined she would think of pulling something like this. However, there was one immediate thing that took precedence over having the opportunity to closely look at the 3 beauties that were married to him. Relax a bit while I make a necessary trip to the loo. Harry hopped out of bed and was almost to the bathroom door when a throat was noisily cleared behind him. Looking back at the 3 young ladies, Harry saw that they were still standing as rigidly as before. For Merlin's sake, at ease already. Ginny, Daphne and Hermione moved as if they had practiced the command for years. Each pair of feet moved apart about 10 inches and their hands went from closely held their sides to being clasped together behind their backs just above their bums. This had the sudden, and fortunate from Harry's point of view anyway, effect of thrusting their chests firmly forward. As Harry gasped and quickly closed the door behind him, he heard a short giggle which he thought came from Ginny. Only regaining part of his composure, Harry hurried through his morning ablutions but paused as his hand rested on the bathroom door to re-enter the bedroom. He had no idea of the object of this plan, but the previous night's events suddenly came back to him. He groaned internally and thought that maybe the inspection was an effort to cheer him up. Harry smiled a little craftily, picked up a towel and fastened it across his BPD shoulders and conjured his wand to his hand. Throwing open the door as noisily as he could, Harry yelled out as he took the first step back into the bedroom. Attention! The 3 girls snapped to, even though Ginny overbalanced in coming back to her previous position and had to take a half step forward to recover her balance. She put herself in the correct position as Harry came up to the lineup. He stared at each of the 3 girls as he walked by them slowly and then turned to walk even slower behind them. It was hard to resist grazing some very lovely backs with the tip of his wand, but Harry decided to let the tension grow a bit first. He came back to the beauty at the end of the line. This happened to be Hermione. Harry stepped forward to that. He was only an inch or 2 away from contacting her skin to skin. He spoke very deliberately as he stared at the suddenly wide-eyed brunette. So number 1, this uncoordinated color choice of skivvies between you 3 is allowed under the uniform of the day order. Hermione didn't blink an eye as she responded. Sir, yes sir, although we could also choose to do without underwear altogether with your permission. Sir. An adequate answer number 1. I shall have to review the regulations to see what may be proper and fitting. Harry lowered his voice and leaned in to whisper into Hermione's ear. Although I could also consider your desire to be improper and comfortable. Thank you, sir. Harry backed up and stepped sideways to come before Daphne. You seem very familiar with military commands number 1. Was that a question, sir? Maybe it was and maybe it wasn't. There is a time and place to ask and answer questions, and I don't think while in formation is the right place or time. Do you? Yes, sir. No, sir. Which is it, recruit? Harry said with an arched eyebrow. Daphne took 2 seconds to decide on an answer. Whichever answer you want, sir. Harry leaned in again to speak privately with the blonde. Do I scare you, number 1? Daphne answered as best as she could. Only when I allow it. Harry brought up his wand and lifted Daphne's chin a fraction of an inch. Great answer. I appreciate honesty. Thank you, sir. Harry took another step sideways so he was in front of Ginny. She was having a difficult time restraining herself from smirking or outright laughing. So you find this amusing, number 1? Permission to speak openly, sir. Granted. Ginny fell over laughing as she couldn't contain herself a second longer. Harry stood looking down at her and then glanced over to see that the other 2 were still staring forward, although he could tell they were about to lose their composure as well. Oh, for Merlin's sake. Formation dismissed. The 2 girls quickly fell into Harry's open arms and he was keyed soundly by them both. Daphne leaned over and lent Ginny a hand up, and the redhead wasted no time in giving her husband a quick punch to the shoulder and then a full snog. The quartet leaned into each other as Harry looked again at the display of charms they had volunteered to display. Exceptional wake-up, ladies. I will have to think of something creative to respond with. I suppose you called us all number 1 because you won't choose one of us over the other. Of course, Nani. I thought that was a given. Well, as a fitting favor to us, you could ditch the cape and the underwear, Daphne said as she began reaching behind her to undo her bra. Do we have time for that or a shower? Harry asked with a laugh. You're the champion, so you tell us. Ginny regretted the words as soon as they left her mouth. Harry's smile faded away and he hung his head. Yeah, that. Could we talk about that over breakfast here? I suppose we should, Hermione said sadly. Rain check on the frolicking. Of course. What does everyone want? I can call Dobby or Luff. But we should really go down to breakfast, Harry, Hermione insisted. At Harry's worried face, Daphne came over to touch his shoulder. You don't want anyone to think you've been intimidated or scared of showing up and facing the consequences. I suppose you're right. Stupid bloody competition. Harry language. Sorry, Hermione and you others. I'm just really frustrated. As good as breakfast here sounds, Hermione said, Dumbledore also wants to talk to us after breakfast. Harry groaned as he heard that. Why? He wants to explain why Professor Moody was a target for that very extraordinary curse you cast. That's a good enough reason for me then. And I know what Bagman did to warrant getting hit by that lightning-looking spell, Ginny said in a rush. Harry quit pacing and sat on the edge of the bed. Whoa, that I have to hear now. Food can wait a few minutes. Reaching out, he pulled Ginny into his lap and shushed her when she fleetingly objected. Fess up now. Or what? Or no back rubs or other rubs for 2 weeks. I was going to tell you, Harry. Really, I was. Ginny waited until Daphne and Hermione had sat down and got comfortable before she started telling Harry what happened when the now ex-department head regained consciousness in the infirmary. Harry seemed more disappointed than mad when he found out that Bagman had bet or was going to bet on Harry winning the international. I guess we'll have to tell the twins that Bagman won't be paying up on the money he owes them. How come you're so calm about this, Harry? I would have given odds that you would have marched down to the infirmary and challenged that idiot to a duel. Harry smiled and blew a raspberry into Ginny's cheek. It sounds like the curse did enough damage by itself, Daphne. And the minister promised to put Bagman on trial so we won't have to worry about him again. To say nothing about what the goblins may do to Bagman after they find out he can't pay his debts. I may enjoy watching that confrontation. Harry nudged Ginny up to her feet as they got ready to finally head to breakfast, but he saw that Hermione still seemed a little upset. He went over to her and placed his arms around her neck. You are forbidden from worrying about me and this stupid challenge until after we talk to Dumbledore and Sirius. Okay. I guess so. Are you sure you're not upset how we woke you up this morning? I thought that after everything that happened last night you might need a little diversion to stop me from grumping up. Brilliant idea, especially as you had to teach Ginny and Daphne some military jargon and movements. It's never a waste of time learning new kinks in Nani's psyche, said a grinning Daphne as she came up to the pair. Hermione's cheeks turned red, but Harry quickly reassured her. And then spoke to the blonde. I did notice during the review of the troops that a certain Slytherin was enjoying the experience also. I beg to differ, Daphne argued. You have no proof of that. I have evidence. Actually, I saw 2 points of evidence that told me that somebody was really enjoying being ogled at. Harry waggled his eyebrows as Daphne crossed her arms over her chest defensively. You, sir, are a beep. You're just discovering that fact now, Mrs. Potter. Ginny chortled. Daphne's eyes narrowed and she turned to the redhead. I dare you to say that again to me, Ginevra. It's Ginny, as you very well know. Are you just realizing what a horny git your husband can be sometimes? Daphne smiled and went over to hug the redhead. And laugh. Close enough, and thank you, Ginny. I just can't seem to get enough of hearing that I'm actually married to Harry now. Said Wizard was smiling at the exuberance the blonde was currently displaying. Sorry that we only have to act as publicly engaged sweetums. The 3 Potters watched the transformation come over the blonde in an instant. Her smile dropped, her chin came up, and the voice was almost detached enough to cause a cold wind to blow through the hearth. I suppose I will have to acknowledge the marriage contract that I had no say in and no control over. I will tell those that might seem upset that I am sparing my dear sister Astoria a fate worse than death itself from marrying a certain 4th-year Gryffindor renowned for anti-dark wizard leanings. Harry winced at the icy words, but he joined in nodding with Ginny and Hermione at the necessary attitude Daphne used to get along with her housemates. I shall try to not publicly embarrass you in the presence of other Slytherins, even though I'd just as soon snog you as often as he'd like to snog us, Ginny finished. His willpower in safekeeping our reputations is impressive most of the time. Most of the time. Well, Hermione said, some days it's we who can't resist snogging him. Or we discreetly let him know what color knickers we have on. Or if we are wearing any at all, Hermione said with a wink in Daphne's direction. Harry had gotten redder and redder as the conversation progressed until Daphne came over to rescue him by throwing her arms around his neck. Unlike some around here, I will never publicly embarrass in front of others. That doesn't mean that I won't enjoy tormenting you in private. Or teasing you in front of your friends. That's supposed to make me feel better. Harry asked worriedly. And let's not even mention how many broom closet encounters with Harry you are behind us, Daphne turned her head back to look at Harry with such a scowl that Harry gulped audibly. Then all three ladies were laughing wholeheartedly and Harry began planning his revenge. Most of the students the foursome met on the way down to the Great Hall seemed uncertain or tongue-tied in how they greeted or avoid greeting Harry. He grew a little more uncomfortable the further down the stairs and hallways he walked and drew closer to breakfast. The three girls picked up on his nervousness and began mentally whispering support and encouragement to him so that he became calmer when they hit the top of the grand staircase. Two professors were talking as they were coming up the first set of steps and Professors Flitwick and Sinistra stopped as they saw who was descending. Lord, Mr. Potter, might I have a moment of your time? Harry and the three girls stopped, but Hermione noticed that Sirius and Remus were waving at them a little frantically from the doors to the Great Hall. Hermione and Ginny excused themselves to go down and meet them, leaving Daphne with Harry. Harry watched them walk down for a second but turned back to the charms professor. Is there something I can assist with, Professor? If you don't mind a little bit of disclosure, you could settle a difference of opinion between two curious instructors. Harry smiled and leaned a little to put his arm loosely around Daphne's waist. That might depend on what the difference of opinion was and what the wager is to pay off the bet. Professor Sinistra smiled and poked the shorter instructor gently on the shoulder. I knew he would pick up on what you were talking about, Phileas. It's a question about that splendid family curse that was cast last night, and the wager is simply buying supper for the other at Rosmerta's some night. Well, as long as you're not actually betting on me, I suppose I could tell you, as long as I'm not divulging any family secrets. What was the exact wager then? Professor Flitwick smiled. I am of the opinion that you already were well versed in the manner and nature of that curse when you cast it, while Aurora believes that it was the family ring, or rings, that provided the knowledge of that spell only when you needed it. So a question of timing then, Daphne said. Professor Sinistra smiled and nodded at the blonde. By the way, congratulations on your official engagement, Lady Greengrass. Although difficult to find with all the other news going on yesterday, the announcement was in both the Prophet and the Quibbler this morning. Thank you, Professor Sinistra, on behalf of my fiancé and myself. Daphne did a very minor curtsy which caused Harry to smile. Congratulations then, Professor Flitwick, on winning the delight of buying supper for my favorite astronomy teacher. Professor Sinistra pumped her fist once in triumph and then looked around quickly to see if anyone had seen her behavior. Professor Flitwick sighed in defeat but still put a smile on his face. Thank you for clarifying that for us. I can guarantee some house points if you'd care to explain that spell for your classmates at our next class. Daphne answered for Harry, who she was sure was about to start stammering in embarrassment. As good as that sounds, Professor, Harry will have to think about that offer. I'm sure that any spare time he has in the next couple of weeks is going to be spent on preparing for the first task. If you'll excuse us, though, we should get to breakfast, as the headmaster wants to talk to the Potters after the meal. Of course, but thank you for sparing us a moment. You should be warned that there are some reporters and photographers in the Great Hall already, but you can tell them that you prefer not to be interviewed or photographed. Unfortunately, I think that there is a formal press day next week. Thank you for that. It would be just my usual luck to trip over a flagstone on entering in front of everyone. The two professors said goodbye to the students and continued upward with their discussions. Ginny, Hermione, Sirius and Remus met Daphne and Harry at the foot of the stairs. Hermione was all but jumping in excitement as she waved a file she was holding up. Sirius Goddess, you a copy of the official rules of the challenge. We can divvy them up after breakfast and see if there's any way to get you out of the competition. Harry went over to hug Sirius. Thanks a lot. With all that was going on, I never got around to asking you and Moony to help me with this stupid thing. You should know you don't have to ask us, Remus said as he came closer. We'll both be around to help and advise you. Aren't there rules about getting outside help? Ginny said with a confused face. Sirius did a double take at his daughter-in-law's words. And then his lips turned upwards. The youngest wife here doesn't remember who she's talking to Moony. There was a momentary pause and then Sirius' voice lit up with amusement. The last of the Marauders. Sirius said with a cockeyed grin. And family, Remus finished. We don't care about no sodding rules. The two said in a well-practiced whoop. Merlin helped the International, Harry said laughing as Ginny, Hermione and Daphne took to chuckling. We'd still better read the rules anyway, Hermione said after she regained her composure. Sirius and Remus said they had a few personal matters to take care of, but they would check in with them later in the day. Hugs were exchanged all around and the four students watched as another pair of teachers walked away from them. Lord Potter. The smile fading from his face as he heard a particular tone, Harry turned to see that Daphne had slipped back into her Ice Princess mode. I believe it would be appropriate at this time for you to formally escort me into the Great Hall. Getting confirming nods from his other two wives, Harry stepped over to Daphne and offered her his elbow. Her head shook slowly in a no, and she raised her hand up and out to about shoulder level. Harry's face was a portrait of confusion for a couple of seconds and then he raised his own hand up to touch her palm with the knuckles of his hand. She nodded at his positioning. So I've forgotten. Is it left foot first or right, sweetums? Just pick one and I'll follow with my usual grace and beauty. And please try not to trip over any flagstones along the way. And a very good PHHHHTTT to you also, darling. Harry almost broke through Daphne's composure, but she just raised an eyebrow at him. Harry inclined his head just a little bit and began leading her into the Great Hall. It was a tribute to the general morning clatter of conversations that almost nobody noticed them until they had reached the end of the Slytherin table. Amongst the sudden whirs, clicks, and flashes of the cameras present, Dumbledore rose up from his chair and began clapping slowly. He was joined quickly by Hagrid, McGonagall, and the rest of the remaining teachers and the few of the visiting headmasters that were still at the table. Astoria was the first of the students to rise in joining the acknowledgement, but most of the Gryffindor table, Gracie and the Potter's friends from the other houses soon joined in. The applause ended as Harry escorted Daphne to her usual eating spot next to Tracy Davis. Harry swung around to face the beaming Slytherin and lowered their hands to waist level. He did not turn loose her hand but bent over and keyed at the back of it first. Daphne nodded and then made a small graceful curtsy to her escort. Harry smiled and did a small bow in return. And then an obnoxious voice carried across the hushed hall. Greengrass, you slattern. How dare you acknowledge, let alone willingly participate in an arranged marriage with this pretentious half-wit. I had hoped the newspaper articles were just lies printed as a joke, but I see now I was mistaken. You'll sure to end up in the grave alongside the boy who will die. Harry was reaching for his wand to respond to the insults, but a finely manicured hand was raised and stopped not only him but the teachers that were headed toward the Slytherin table. Harry turned and was grateful that the cold fury he saw in his fiancée's eyes was not directed at him. I would hope, Mr. Knott, that you are prepared to deal with the consequences of vilely insulting me and the High Lord who stands next to me. It is true our relationship started out as a contractual necessity instituted by our 4 times removed great-grandparents, but I have discovered during my association with him that Lord Potter is a true gentleman, a promising scholar, and at least 10 times the wizard you could ever hope to be. If you do not apologize at once to my fiancé and me for your unforgivable insults, I shall have no other recourse but to challenge you to a wizard's duel. Are you too asinine to realize that your words would probably cause the end of the Knott family line today? All eyes then swiveled to find that Theodore Knott's face had whitened appreciably, but he was frozen in shock at the vehemence of the verbal counterattack. Lady Daphne Louise Greengrass waited a few seconds for a response but then continued on when Knott failed to speak. So you have to take some more time to process what could be a fatal error in your judgment. Fine. As long as we're waiting for your misguided mind to catch up with your unregulated and irresponsible mouth, I will take this opportunity to name my second for your next and probable last action as a wizard. Lord Sirius Orion Black will stand and be a formal participant to your demise, Mr. Knott. Lord Potter is much too busy with preparing for the first task to be bothered dealing with such a small-minded wizard. Unless your apology is delivered. Now. Ouch. That had to hurt. Way to get him, Sweetums. Knott's face had only gotten whiter as he visibly swayed in place at the Slytherin table. Only his companions seemed to be holding him up, and it was one of them that finally poked him enough to loosen his frozen tongue. With a tone filled with both anger and embarrassment, Knott's voice rose from a barely heard whisper to a level everyone could hear. My apologies for misspeaking so badly, Lady Greengrass. I wish to express my hearty congratulations on the publishing of the engagement announcement between yourself and Mr. Potter. I hope your marriage is everything you both deserve. Knott and three of his companions departed the hall with all due speed, with their heads hung down so they could not meet the eyes of anyone. Harry was going to let the Mr. part of Knott's apology slide for now and cleared his throat a little anxiously. Daphne had watched Knott depart and then looked around the hall for any other reaction. If anyone else objects to our engagement, I would prefer to hear it now. As would we. Hermione and Ginny had reversed direction to provide any backup that might have been needed for the exchange of words. We have no problems with and heartily endorse the engagement of our husband with Lady Greengrass, Ginny said. Daphne did a graceful bow in the two wives' direction. In light of this untimely disruption, I invite all of my future spouses to dine with me and my friends at the Slytherin table this morning before all the food disappears. We accept. Ginny brushed by Harry to hold the chair for Daphne. You're awesome, she whispered discreetly in the blonde's ear while Hermione and Harry were getting seated. Draco passed copies of The Prophet and the Quibbler down to Harry, while Blaise Zambini was more than happy to make sure the little group got copies of the foreign papers that reported the choosing of the champions. Hermione passed on the papers and was eating with one hand and reading the challenge rules from the file held in the other. After a minute, Daphne discreetly poked Harry with one finger and he put down the papers to see that two more professors had stopped across from them. I wish to apologize for the rude comments from a certain member of Slytherin House, Lord Potter. That is quite all right, Madam Black. The person apologized for his insults and I am very sure he won't make that same mistake again. The male professor spoke up then. I will make sure that he doesn't have the opportunity. Besides losing 50 house points, Mr. Knott will have his free hours spent in detention for the next 2 or 3 months. And I would be foolish to argue against such a rational judgment from a distinguished teacher, Professor Runnels, Harry said with a simple grin. Of course. Chance Runnels titled his head at an angle and spoke to the person seated at Harry's left hand. Lady Greengrass, are you sure that this engagement is the wisest course for you to take? His CV is more than meets my standards and I have checked out all Lord Potter's references. I have had reassurances that the wizard is trainable and has a definite potential for adequacy. Laughter erupted up and down the Slytherin table at those words, and Harry tried discreetly to just sink down out of his chair, but Ginny had a hand securely fastened to his collar to prevent him from doing that. Ginny laughed and Ed, her husband, and Daphne finally laughed and also Ed his cheek. Instead of turning red with embarrassment, Harry stood up and yelled to the watching crowd. We'll be here all year, folks. Keep visiting for the next installment of Potter's Follies, and if you feel that you've been entertained enough, make your contributions to the Hogwarts Widows and Orphans Fund. Laughter rang around the great hall and Harry sat down to applause and cheers. He was winking at a disapproving Hermione, but she just circled a passage she had just read and handed it to him. Ginny and Daphne bent over to read the passage also and joined Harry in smiling. Fleur and Marie Lafitte were waiting for the Potters when Harry and his escorts emerged from breakfast. Fleur rushed over to talk to the three girls and congratulate Daphne on her engagement, but Marie sidled up to the Green Eyes wizard with a big smile. So which is the Harry Potter that my friend should anticipate competing against? The angry, powerful wizard from last night that knocked down ministry officials with impunity, or the easygoing gentleman that is capable of laughing so easily at himself? I would think that it might be a combination of both, Miss Lafitte. I am still only a 4th year and have not had the training or knowledge that the other champions possess. I'm just hoping to survive the tasks and keep out of everyone else's way as they try to win. You are a strange wizard, Harry. A statement to which my wives and fiancé would readily agree with Marie. Is Fleur happy about being selected? The hand that suddenly appeared on his shoulder made Harry aware that the Beauxbatons champion had come up on the conversation. I am very happy, Harry, even though I am very nervous. I sent an owl home to my parents and I am surprised I did not hear the yell of my little sister at the news. Mama said that she would come and observe the tasks if it is allowed, and I cannot imagine Gabrielle not trying to attend also. I hope they will both come, but I may not rescue Alexander if he decides to dive into Black Lake. The water is very cold even in the summer. Both Fleur and Marie assured Harry that the young girl's Lhasa Apso would remain in France if the Delacours made the trip. Harry said that he was looking forward to seeing the rest of Fleur's family, and the other three girls quickly concurred with that. Harry, the reason we're waiting for you was that it has been decided that the champions would have their own private meeting this afternoon in the room in the library that your headmaster spoke about. A get-to-know-you and strategy meeting if we get that far. I hope you have nothing scheduled for 4. I can make that. It will be good to talk to all of you and see if anyone has any guesses as to what the first task will. And it will give us a chance to plot more surprises for Harry, Ginny added. Harry rolled his eyes and groaned. Both Marie and Fleur couldn't contain their chuckles and asked if they could spend some time with the three girls. At their nods, Harry excused himself and bid adieu to the two French witches. He heard laughter behind him as he climbed the stairs, but his wives quickly caught up with him before he got to the second stairway. The hallway leading to Dumbledore's office was deserted, as everyone was probably heading for Hogsmeade or the nice sunny day outside. Harry got the password from Ginny Toasty Toads, and wondered if his group was going to meet the rest of the Hogwarts staff in the headmaster's office. With some relief, Harry saw that only the headmaster and Professor McGonagall were waiting for them to take their seats. Just as they were about to sit down, a third voice came out of a darkened corner of the office. No hugs for the old man this morning then. Dad. Ginny rushed over to embrace her father, and the other three were quick to follow her footsteps. Daphne hugged her father-in-law and Harry joined into that embrace. Good morning, Arthur. Are you here just to visit and make sure we're all okay? Mostly that, but Minister Marshall wanted me to stop by and check in officially. He can't come and monitor the international as much as he would like, so he asked me to check in from time to time. A smile appeared on the brunette's face. I suppose it's too much to hope for that you'll be taking Mr. Bagman's place as a judge on the panel then. Sorry, Hermione, but it would be too much of a conflict of interest with my son-in-law being a participant. I'm sure Mr. Bagman's assistant will be a fair and impartial substitute. Could I ask for her name before she shows up out of the blue and I embarrass myself somehow? Arthur smiled at Harry. I'm sure you'll be your usual charming self, Harry. Her name is Barbara Gordon, but she's more known by her maiden name, Barbara Billingsworth. Wicked. Eyes swiveled back to Ginny for an explanation of her comment. Barbara Billingsworth used to be the keeper for the Tutshill Tornadoes. She was the first female keeper that lasted for more than 1 year on a professional team. She retired after serving her last 2 years as the captain of the New York Griffins in the States. She was supposedly a private magical investigator there for a number of years before she came back to England and accepted the post in magical games. Quidditch again, said Hermione with a rueful sigh. There's no professional Gobstones teams, Lady Hermione, McGonagall said. Hermione rolled her eyes but thanked her teacher for that information. Arthur spoke up again. I should be getting home now that I've checked on everyone. Molly and I would like you 4 over for dinner tonight at 6. Ron's spending the weekend with Great Aunt Muriel, so there won't be any fireworks caused by your presence. Headmaster. Permission granted, although you 4 are adults now in the grand order of things and technically don't need my okie dokie. Okie dokie. Daphne whispered to Hermione. She just nodded. It's a muggle term. Arthur said goodbye to everyone and flowed back to the burrow. Harry and his girls went back to the chairs they were previously in. Hermione was the first to notice the pensieve that was sitting on Dumbledore's desk and wondered if they were going to be contributing memories or viewing someone else's. Good morning. Again. I hope you all had a nice night's sleep. I'm relieved that you don't seem to be suffering any after effects from the strong spell you cast in the Great Hall last night, Harry. I'm kind of surprised myself, sir. I was sleepy right after that effort, but Vita took me up to the hearth and just let me collapse in bed. And you, the newest Mrs. Potter. How are you adapting to your newly formed bond? It's coming along slowly, sir. Harry and the ladies are trying to prevent me from having the information overload they experienced when they came into the bond, so I'm getting very proficient in my mental shields. Very good, but be aware that there may come a time when you will have no choice but to totally assimilate their life experiences. It might be prudent to set aside a day to share each of the individual Potter's memories instead of dealing with all of them. I'll go first then, Daphne, Harry said. I've a feeling the challenge is going to take a bigger and bigger part of my free time from here on out. We have a reference to that we would like to talk to you about, sir. All in due time, Lady Hermione. First, I think you would like an explanation about Mr. Moody. Yes, came from the 4 students. Dumbledore stood and went to beside the pensieve. I have a memory I would like you to see first that explains a great deal. Whose memory is it, sir? Actually, Harry, it is yours, but I will ask you to refrain from asking any questions about that until you have seen the memory. Harry and the 3 girls were confused at that statement, but Harry didn't doubt Dumbledore's words. Harry stood up and walked over beside the desk. The 3 girls followed him over a little uncertainly. It won't hurt us watching the memory, will it? Ginny seemed a little nervous about undergoing the experience. You are only viewing the memory and not participating in it. There might some emotional upheaval connected with it, but you'll be perfectly safe. So what do we do? It's quite simple actually. Dumbledore reached into a pocket of his robes and pulled out a little glass vial that was filled with a silvery substance. He unstoppered it and poured the contents into the basin. The silver strands swirled around the basin as a light lit up the basin. To see the memory, the 4 of you should link hands and just lower your face into the basin. You shall not drown, and to leave at any time before it finishes, just release your partner's hands and will yourself out. Okay. Everybody ready? When the 3 girls nodded, Harry lowered his head and the 3 followed them. With a small pop, the Potters disappeared like they had been literally ked into the pensieve. Dumbledore called for one of the Hogwarts elves and requested some tea and a small jug of hard cider. When the elf reappeared a few minutes later, Dumbledore poured cups of tea for himself and McGonagall and sat down and waited. It was about 20 minutes later when the 4 Potters re-emerged and headed a little unsteadily for their chairs. McGonagall brought the tea service to the attention of the girls, and Hermione and Daphne looked grateful for the thoughtfulness. They fixed themselves a cup and retreated to their seats, sipping softly. Harry and Ginny seemed to lost in thought, and Dumbledore poured a glass of the cider out and brought it over to the wizard. Harry looked at it for a few seconds before taking it and thanking the headmaster. He took a couple of sips out of it before soundlessly passing it on to Ginny. She downed about half the remainder in one big gulp before coughing and handing the glass back to her husband. I don't like alcohol much, but I definitely needed that, Ginny said. Yeah, me too. Harry seemed to be stunned by the revelations and memory he had seen in the pensieve. I must have been in a particularly reckless mood when I thought of this plan. It's not that bad an idea to get ahead of your enemies for once, Harry. Very Slytherin, in fact, Daphne finally said. And Sirius, Remus and Dumbledore thought it was a good idea. Harry had an idea cross his mind and spoke up a little sharply to Dumbledore. As the real Moody okay still? The headmaster nodded. Never better for his enforced rest. He is quite prepared to resume his classes Monday morning, and he is currently running an errand for me with Professor Lupin and Sirius. Hermione really wanted to know what that threesome was doing, but she held her tongue until they could talk to Sirius when he returned. So we are not continuing on with the masquerade then? Dumbledore went back to sit behind his desk. Unfortunately, that option is not available to us any longer. The Minister of Magic was walking by when Crouch Jr. reverted to his real form. When the polyjuice wore off, the artificial eye and the false leg were rejected off Crouch's body. The eye unfortunately rolled out to the feet of Minister Marshall, and he immediately jumped in with questions for Crouch. That curse you cast seems to have had a major compulsion charm integrated with it. Barty Crouch Jr. confessed to all his previous crimes and then told the minister and the other people around his cot what he was supposed to do for Voldemort. Riddle, Harry said automatically. Ginny said Bagman also went about relating his wrongs almost as soon as regained consciousness. Did the imposter say where you know Riddle actually was now? Daphne asked. McGonagall frowned. That seemed to be the one of the few things he couldn't divulge. It's possible the location has been covered by the Fidelius charm and unplottable now. So what else came out from Crouch's confession? His plan to help you covertly during the challenge so you would do well or win outright the individual tests. The last part was to turn the Triwizard Cup, as it was formerly called, into a portkey to take you to a certain cemetery near the town of Little Hangleton. The place of family death and memories, Hermione Ned out suddenly. The second prophecy, it said that the Dark Lord would be resurrected in a place of death and memories. So it did, Lady Hermione. So it did. That's exactly where our 3 professors have gotten to this morning. To check out that cemetery. Harry gasped. That's too dangerous. There might be Death Eaters there now. Ginny came over to lay a hand on Harry's shoulder. I'm sure they've all had experience with this sort of thing before and know enough to be careful and not get detected or caught. I know, but I can still worry about it. I'm quite sure that they will come back from their scouting mission successfully. Until they do, we can only sit and wait. As for Barty Crouch Jr., he's at the ministry now awaiting further questioning and being thrown through the veil. To change the subject now, you had something about the rules to discuss. Yes, we've found something to get rid of some of the controversy about me being chosen a champion and how I will not be competing. Dumbledore and McGonagall leaned forward expectantly as Harry and Hermione explained what they had discovered. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.